Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 3657 to Chapter 3745. Life and death were right in front of him. Lin Feng knew. He only had one last chance to counterattack. Either severely injure the immortal corpse, or die at the hands of the immortal corpse. Luya Stargazing Map. Lin Feng attacked with all his might, and his powerful soul force condensed into a Luya Stargazing Map. This was Lin Feng's last resort. It was also one of Lin Feng's trump cards. The immortal corpse was originally dead, but it had used some strange method to revive. However, Lin Feng could confirm that the current immortal corpse was still in existence, similar to a dead spirit. Although this existence was still very powerful, it was not without any weaknesses. The greatest weakness of the dead spirit was its weak soul. This was because the dead spirit itself did not have a soul. Most dead spirits did not have any consciousness. They only knew how to kill. Why did these dead spirits only know how to kill? The reason was that they did not have a soul. Only a few dead spirits were able to condense a soul again. However, the condensed soul was only a remnant soul. Compared to when he was at his peak, the difference was 100,000 miles. Since the immortal corpse was a dead spirit that was resurrected after death, he naturally matched the characteristics of a dead spirit. The only difference between the immortal corpse and the other dead spirits was that the immortal corpse had refined a portion of his sealed memories. So, the immortal corpse still remembered many of the sacred arts. This was also the reason why the immortal corpse was so powerful. But even so, it could not hide the fact that the immortal corpse's soul was weak. Previously, Lin Feng did not use Luya Stargazing Map because Lin Feng was worried that the distance was too far. The immortal corpse was on guard. Luya Stargazing Map could not enter the immortal corpse's mind. But now, Lin Feng was about to be killed by the immortal corpse. The immortal corpse was not on guard at all. Moreover, Lin Feng was so close to the immortal corpse. At this moment, it was the best opportunity for Lin Feng to counterattack. Luya Stargazing Map quickly flew into the immortal corpse's mind. In the next moment, the immortal corpse let out an incomparably mournful scream. The claw that was originally slapping towards Lin Feng was quickly retracted and changed to slapping his own head. Good chance. A sinister grin appeared on Lin Feng's pale face. He struck out with all his might towards the immortal corpse's neck. Lin Feng's palm swirled with the power of karma. This palm of his. It was like an indestructible and terrifying blade. Puff, a tearing sound suddenly rang out. The terrifying palm directly chopped off the head of the immortal corpse. Bang! The immortal corpse sent Lin Feng flying with a palm strike. Then, he grabbed the head that Lin Feng had beheaded. Little bastard. Just you wait. This time, this immortal was careless and you took advantage of this opportunity. When this immortal recovers, I will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. The immortal corpse roared with resentment. Then, he withdrew the corpse devil kingdom and quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng did not chase after the immortal corpse. He was doing his best to recover. The immortal corpse was too powerful. Killing him was as easy as flipping one's hand. But in the end, Lin Feng still found a flaw in the immortal corpse. Only then did Lin Feng defeat the immortal corpse. However, there was an even more terrifying lightning tribulation coming up. Oh my god, the head of the immortal corpse was chopped off by Lin Feng. How did he do it? The powerhouses above the emperor level saw the situation in the distance and couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were full of disbelief. The cultivators below the emperor level couldn't see the situation in the distance clearly. But after they heard the description of the situation by those powerhouses, their expression suddenly changed. The head of the immortal corpse was chopped off by Lin Feng. This was too unbelievable. Who dared to believe all of this? But all of this was true. It happened right in front of their eyes. Even if they didn't want to admit it. However, they had to admit all of this. This kid is not to be eliminated. He will make our Sacred War Alliance unable to sleep and eat in peace. If he dies in the tribulation, then so be it. If he succeeds in passing the tribulation, we will join forces to kill him. The emperor-level powerhouses of the Sacred War Alliance communicated with each other. They had already decided to join forces to deal with Lin Feng. This battle. It seemed inevitable. Above the ninth heaven. The endless sea of lightning quieted down after the third last lightning tribulation ended. Swish, suddenly. A beam of light broke through the endless sea of lightning and shone down. This is the second last lightning tribulation? Lin Feng was puzzled. Suddenly. In the beam of light that shone down, an ancient world appeared. That world was boundless and boundless. That world was filled with a kind of desolate aura. That world was like a paradise of death. But that world wasn't the underworld. Wasteland. Some powerhouses of the myriad clans cried out in alarm. They recognized the origin of that world. The mysterious wasteland. The terrifying wasteland. Lin Feng's second last lightning tribulation actually condensed the shadow of the wasteland. The shadow of the wasteland descended from the sky and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the 9 layers of domineering aura and the 3 layers of space imprisonment. He used all of them to resist the suppression of the wasteland world. Bang! A loud sound shook the sky. Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura magnetic field and 3 layers of space imprisonment. They were actually shattered by the wasteland world in an instant. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically, wanting to avoid the suppression of the wasteland world. However, the wasteland world. It blotted out the sky. Lin Feng couldn't avoid it at all. Bang! 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 In the distance, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. One by one, the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation directly exploded. The pressure emitted from the wasteland world was too terrifying. Even though those who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation were extremely far away from Lin Feng. However, the terrifying pressure from the wasteland world still killed a large number of cultivators. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! Many people roared in shock and quickly retreated in an extremely sorry state. After retreating dozens of miles, the suffocating pressure dissipated. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Many cultivators still had lingering fears. He's dead, Lin Feng is dead. Then. Many cultivators of the myriad clans had fierce expressions on their faces. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Terrifying pressure. It filled the air. It enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng was locked down by the wasteland world and couldn't escape the suppression of the wasteland world. Crack, crack. Even a body as strong as his was actually starting to crack. His body was like a piece of porcelain. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface. Blood. It flowed out from the dense cracks. For Lin Feng. The current situation. It was extremely bad. Lin Feng tried to use the Great Death Substitution technique, but it had lost its effect at this moment and couldn't get rid of the wasteland world at all. Lin Feng tried to use the Great Fate technique. The wasteland world technique sensed something. It directly imprisoned Lin Feng's magic power. The penultimate lightning tribulation was simply despairing. Rumble, rumble, the wasteland world crushed the void and quickly suppressed Lin Feng. The situation, it could be said to be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng was facing a life and death situation. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng is definitely going to die. He's finally going to die, he's finally going to die. This is great. Lin Feng's death is equivalent to getting rid of a big problem for our Sacred War Alliance. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance were all excited. In their view, Lin Feng was bound to die this time. And now, Lin Feng was indeed in huge trouble. The attack from the wasteland world could be described as devastating. Facing the wasteland world, Lin Feng really had no power to resist. A feeling of despair enveloped his whole body. Lin Feng felt that death was so close. Just as the wasteland world was about to suppress Lin Feng. At this time, an illusory figure appeared behind Lin Feng. Immeasurable deity. The illusory figure held a horsetail whisk. He chanted a Taoist name. Suddenly, endless holy light surged out from the illusory figure. Lin Feng turned his head and found that it was a Taoist priest. His figure was very blurry, but as he stood between heaven and earth, his slightly plump body appeared very imposing and extraordinary. This guy, Lin Feng looked at the Taoist priest in surprise. He was very surprised. He didn't understand why the illusory figure of a Taoist priest appeared. And why did this Taoist priest look a little familiar? The main thing was that Lin Feng couldn't see the Taoist priest's appearance clearly. Because the Taoist priest's appearance was covered by an invisible force. Lin Feng could only see his silhouette, which was blurry. This Taoist priest's body looked very similar to the immeasurable Taoist's body. The holy light surged out of the Taoist priest's body and rushed to the 9 heavens, illuminating the world. The wasteland world that was originally suppressing Lin Feng stopped in midair at this moment. And the wasteland world was trembling violently. Crack, crack, the wasteland world began to crack. Just like an ant. He had seen the Almighty Sovereign. Lin Feng looked at what was happening in front of him in shock. Who was this Taoist? Only an illusory figure appeared. The wasteland world was already unable to bear it and was about to collapse. This was simply too inconceivable. Anyone who saw the situation in front of them would be shocked. They would find it hard to believe. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. Suddenly, the Taoist priest spoke. Crack, crack. As soon as the Taoist priest finished speaking, the wasteland world could no longer hold on. The wasteland world directly collapsed. At the same time, the Taoist shadow started to become more and more illusory. It seemed like the Taoist was about to dissipate. Lin Feng still didn't know who this Taoist was. Saying that he was the immeasurable Taoist, their physiques were indeed similar. However, the immeasurable Taoist's strength seemed to be inferior to his. This guy could shatter the wasteland world. Wasn't this a joke? Furthermore, it was obvious that this Taoist shadow was not created with the help of outsiders. Instead, it manifested itself when he was in danger. This was what Lin Feng was most puzzled about. The Taoist priest said, "Everything in the world has a cause and effect." Of course, this sentence was easy to understand. However, there seemed to be another profound meaning behind it. Lin Feng frowned and pondered. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that there was some karma between him and this Taoist priest? Therefore, this Taoist priest, he had exerted some kind of power on his body, and this power appeared at the critical moment and repelled the wasteland world. However, the key point was, Lin Feng didn't remember knowing such a Taoist master. In fact, he had seen very few Taoists. Other than being more familiar with the immeasurable Taoist, he basically didn't have much interaction with other Taoists. Lin Feng couldn't figure out these reasons in his heart. At this moment, the Taoist priest's shadow completely dissipated. What's going on? The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lin Feng would definitely die. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. This kid is too lucky. I wonder if the next Thunder Tribulation will be able to destroy him? I'm not surprised that the Thunder Tribulation can't destroy him. In fact, I hope that he can survive. This kid's luck is monstrous. If we kill him, we can obtain his luck. Moreover, we can obtain his magical powers, magic treasures, and other treasures. If this kid is destroyed by the Thunder Tribulation, I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain these things. Yes, I think so too. Some venerable sovereigns were whispering to each other. Of course, only a small number of venerable sovereigns had this idea. Most of the venerable sovereigns still hoped that Lin Feng would be destroyed by the Thunder Tribulation, because they felt that Lin Feng's means were too powerful. If the Thunder Tribulation couldn't destroy Lin Feng, then, would they be able to kill Lin Feng if they besieged Lin Feng? Although this group of people was full of confidence. However, there was no guarantee that Lin Feng had some special means to break out of the encirclement. If Lin Feng escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, most of the venerable sovereigns hoped that Lin Feng would be destroyed by the Thunder Tribulation directly, saving them the trouble of attacking. Lin Feng stood in the void. He was waiting for the last Thunder Tribulation. Keek keek, suddenly. Lin Feng heard gloomy laughter coming from afar. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound, but found nothing. However, that gloomy and cold aura was quickly approaching him. In the distance, A cultivator suddenly turned into human skin. Oh my god, human skin, he was talking to me just now, and now he's turned into human skin. A cultivator next to the human skin cried out in horror. Many people's gazes were attracted. When they saw the human skin, their expressions changed. The next moment, that cultivator also turned into human skin. What's going on? Many people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Two cultivators silently turned into human skin one after another. This was too terrifying. And the most important thing was that this happened in front of everyone, but they didn't even know how the other party turned into human skin. Many cultivators quickly retreated, not daring to get close to that area. Meanwhile, in another region, the flowers and trees were quickly withering, as if the power of death was stripping away the lives of all living things. And the dozens of cultivators in that area were aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. No! Those cultivators screamed in horror. They didn't even know what was happening, but their lifespan was almost completely stripped away. They didn't even have the ability to struggle. Because in the next moment after they shouted no. Look over there, what's going on? Flowers, plants, and trees are withering. Cultivators are dying of old age and turning into skeletons. The Grim Reaper is here. It must be the Grim Reaper. The surrounding cultivators were about to go crazy from the torture. First, some people turned into human skin. Then, many people turned into skeletons. This world seemed to be filled with invisible and unknown existences. Those existences were too powerful and terrifying. At this moment, in another area, a chilly wind swept through the world. Then, blood rain fell from the sky. In the rain of blood, the cultivators seemed to have gone crazy, crazily hurting their own bodies. Some people dug out their eyeballs. Some people threw their chests open. Then, they dug out their hearts. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but show a horrified expression. What the hell happened? No one knew. Why did so many terrifying things happen in this world? The cultivators let out cries of agony. Inside their bodies, they actually grew red hair. It was as if they had been subjected to some terrifying curse. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. The surrounding cultivators didn't dare to stay in that area at all. They were all retreating quickly. A few thousand meters away, another terrifying thing happened. A chilly wind swept through the world. In the sound of the wind, the sound of countless ghosts crying could be vaguely heard. Then, many cultivators' eyes turned blood red. Those cultivators emitted a cold and terrifying aura of death, just like the aura of the underworld. Those terrifying existences seemed to have transformed into terrifying spirits. They didn't seem to be living people. They seemed to be spirits that walked out of the undead world. Rumble. Outer space. An ancient ship crushed through the void as it flew over. Wherever it passed, the void would crumble. A large number of cultivators died tragically with the collapsed void. That ancient ship, who knew where it came from, was so terrifying. The ship of curse, Lin Feng stood in the void and saw the ship of curse flying over from afar. He also saw the human skin. It was as if the cultivators had turned into spirits. Monsters covered in red hair. And those cultivators who were instantly stripped of all their lifespan and turned into skeletons. All the scenes. Lin Feng saw everything. Lin Feng finally knew what his final lightning tribulation was. It was actually a curse. The human skin curse. The curse of the celestial master Taoist. Death curse. The boat of curses cursed. As well as the curse of turning into a red-furred monster. 5 types of curses appeared at once. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the 5th curse. Originally, these 5 curses had formed a kind of balance with each other. For a very long time. These 5 curses never appeared again. But now, these were the 5 curses. However, they appeared at the same time. Any kind of curse was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, 5 curses had appeared at the same time. Lin Feng knew that the situation was troublesome. With 5 types of curses appearing at the same time, how was he supposed to defend himself? Lin Feng was really, it was unimaginable. It was a way to resist the 5 curses. Little bastard. Let's see how you die. Master Martin stood on the boat of curses and looked at Lin Feng with resentment. In the past, he had schemed against Lin Feng, but in the end, he died tragically. As a result, he became a cursed undead on the boat of curses. Master Martin's heart was completely twisted towards Lin Feng. It was filled with endless hatred. Master Martin wanted to kill Lin Feng more or less. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into pieces. Only in this way could he vent the hatred in his heart. He had suggested several times to let the captain of the boat of curses deal with Lin Feng. However, the captain of the boat of curses was afraid, so he had not attacked Lin Feng. This made Master Martin extremely depressed. However, Master Martin had already become an undead on the boat of curses, so he naturally did not dare to disobey the captain's orders. Therefore, Master Martin had been waiting. Now, Master Martin finally had this opportunity. Lin Feng looked at Master Martin with a gloomy expression. He did not take Master Martin seriously. Although this guy had lived for a long time. But cultivation. It was too weak. It could not withstand a single blow. The one who really made him feel afraid was the captain of the boat of curses. Back then, the mysterious woman in black put the 2 Shi ancient coin on him. Therefore, even the curse of the 2 Shi ancient coin was transferred to him. That damn woman finally got rid of the curse. Since then, she had never appeared again. Back then, he was chased by the captain of the boat of curses several times. It was extremely difficult to avoid the pursuit of the captain of the boat of curses every time. Now, it was definitely impossible to avoid the pursuit of the captain of the boat of curses. The curse of the boat of curses was terrifying. The other curses were also extremely terrifying. Whether it was the curse of the human skin, the curse of the celestial master Taoist, the curse of death, or the curse of turning into a red-haired monster. Which one, wouldn't it make people tremble in fear? The 5 curses came. Lin Feng felt that his body was enveloped by the powerful curse power. The 5 curses were afraid of each other before. Therefore, the 5 curses did not make a move. But now, perhaps the 5 curses felt that once Lin Feng broke through, it would be much more difficult to deal with Lin Feng. Therefore, the 5 curses would appear at the same time. Kill Lin Feng. The aura of death enveloped his entire body, making Lin Feng almost despair. But Lin Feng was unwilling to die like this. He crazily operated the immortal divine body and the sovereign emperor body. He hoped that a miracle would happen. Under Lin Feng's crazy operation, suddenly, a violent fluctuation was transmitted from Lin Feng's body. In Lin Feng's blood, runes actually appeared. Those runes seemed to be sealing runes. Bloodline sealing runes. They had never appeared before. This was the first time. Now, a powerful force was attacking those runes. Runes of fate, Lin Feng was shocked. It must be the runes of fate. Previously, Lin Feng's fate bloodline had once emitted a powerful power of fate to help Lin Feng summon the river of fate. However, Lin Feng's fate bloodline was not able to break Lin Baitian's seal. Back then, Lin Baitian used the runes of fate to seal Lin Feng's fate bloodline. Because the runes of fate and fate bloodline came from the same source, Lin Feng's fate bloodline had never resisted the seal of the runes of fate. Until Lin Feng became stronger and stronger, the fate bloodline was finally unwilling to continue being sealed. Therefore, the fate bloodline began to resist. And at this moment, the runes of fate was under the full impact of Lin Feng's fate bloodline. It finally began to crack. Cracking sounds could be heard. After sensing the specific situation of the destiny bloodline, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. There was always a way out. When despair came, don't give up. Fight back with all your might and you might be able to create a miracle. Just like Lin Feng now. He saw hope. The power of the sovereign bloodline and immortal bloodline bombarded the destiny runes in the bloodline. The destiny bloodline attacked the destiny runes inside. The power of the sovereign bloodline and immortal bloodline attacked the destiny runes outside. Under the impact of the 3 powers, the destiny runes finally couldn't withstand it. Bang bang bang, along with the sound of explosions, the destiny runes exploded one after another. Those destiny runes were all destroyed. And Lin Feng's destiny bloodline. It finally woke up. Destiny bloodline. In the entire era, there were only 2 people who had it. Other than Lin Feng, it was Lin Feng's father, Lin Beidian. It was rumored that the destiny bloodline was a bloodline that could only be born from those who inherited the fate of heaven and earth. Those who had the destiny bloodline were destined to become the hope of an era. They would become the true leader of this era. Lin Beidian did have such a sign in the past. At a young age, he dominated the world and was almost invincible. If he hadn't been plotted against, he wouldn't have ended up like before. Now, Lin Feng's destiny bloodline had finally awakened. Lin Feng fully activated his destiny bloodline. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have sensed the location of his father, Lin Beidian. It was an endless desert world. Wind and sand filled the sky. In the desert world, there were originally many trees that were taller than mountains. But now, those towering trees had all withered and died. A black sandstorm swept across the world. A man with disheveled hair was walking alone in the black desert. When the storm blew over, it didn't affect the man at all. He was just like that. Step by step. Step by step. Alone. Walking in the boundless black desert, there seemed to be no end to it. Father, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Where was that black desert? How was his father now? Everything. It was like a mystery. It was full of mystery. Perhaps it was because of the blood connection between father and son. As Lin Feng's destiny bloodline broke the seal and awakened bit by bit, Lin Beidian lifted his head and looked into the sky. Boundless holy light surged out from Lin Feng's body. The dazzling holy light dyed heaven and earth in a dazzling color. Whoosh! Lin Feng's destiny bloodline radiated the power of destiny. As for the power of destiny, it was as if it was connected to a powerful force of destiny in a certain spacetime. Blood-red light surged out. Amidst the bloody light, a blurry shadow appeared. He was tall and had shoulder-length black hair. He stood between heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he had become the only ruler between heaven and earth. This man. He was too powerful. It was too terrifying. In front of him, everyone was like an ant or a dog. Father. Lin Feng's voice trembled. Lin Beidian looked at Lin Feng. His gaze was earnest. Between father and son, their eyes met. Lin Feng saw the encouragement from his father. He was alive. There had to be hope. If he gave up hope, perhaps he was close to death. He was not far away. Something is wrong. Let's go. The captain of the boat of curse screamed in horror when he saw Lin Beidian. Without thinking, he immediately ordered the boat of curse to change its course. The boat of curse. It had already given birth to its own boat spirit. So when he heard the order from the boat of curse, without thinking, he immediately changed his course and flew into the distance. Sir, don't go. We are about to kill that little bastard. We can't fail. Grandpa Martin roared loudly. Grandpa Martin only wanted to kill Lin Feng. He didn't want to do anything else. His dream was about to come true. However, in the blink of an eye, his dream was shattered again. This contrast almost drove Grandpa Martin crazy. Get lost. The captain of the boat of curse looked at Grandpa Martin coldly and then slapped Grandpa Martin away. Previously, he could use Grandpa Martin, so he treated Grandpa Martin as a distinguished guest. But now he didn't need Grandpa Martin at all. Naturally, he didn't want to hear Grandpa Martin talking nonsense. Grandpa Martin was angry. However, he was only a dead spirit of the boat of curse. He couldn't even compare to the other people on the boat of curse. Grandpa Martin naturally didn't dare to say anything. After the boat of curse escaped, then, the human skin curse, the death curse, the celestial master Taoist curse, and the curse that turned people into red-haired monsters. They also left quickly. Lin Beidian. It really scared them. Hold on. Never give up. Evil can't defeat justice. Lin Beidian looked at Lin Feng and said, I will. I will. Lin Feng nodded heavily. He had 1,000 words to say to his father. However, Lin Feng knew. he didn't have much time. Now, he could only ask the most important thing. Father. Where are you now? Lin Feng asked. He looked at Lin Beidian with an urgent gaze. He wanted to know where his father was. He wanted to find his father. Then, he would help his father resolve the demonic seed technique. Together with his father, he would go and rescue his mother. Cultivate well. Live well. Lin Beidian didn't answer Lin Feng. His figure became more and more illusory. Until it disappeared. Boom, endless energy poured down from the sea of thunder in the ninth heaven. All of it surged into Lin Feng's body. In Lin Feng's dantian. He was condensing an emperor law. An emperor law was condensing and forming. The first heaven of the emperor realm would condense an emperor law. Usually, an emperor law was about as thick as a chopstick. However, the emperor law that Lin Feng condensed was as thick as a tree that needed 5 or 6 people to wrap around. His emperor laws were simply too thick and overbearing. It was simply unbelievable. After the first emperor law was successfully condensed, it was followed by the second, third, and fourth emperor law. The densely packed emperor law continued to condense in his body. Lin Feng's cultivation didn't stop after breaking through to the emperor realm. Instead, it continued to break through. First heaven of the emperor god realm. Second heaven of the emperor god realm. Third heaven of the emperor god realm. Fourth heaven of the emperor god realm. Fifth heaven of the emperor god realm. Sixth heaven of the emperor god realm. Seventh heaven of the emperor god realm. Lin Feng's realm. He broke through to the seventh heaven of the emperor god realm before stopping. The magic power in Lin Feng's body flowed quickly like a surging river. Brat, it's time for you to die. Right at this moment. More than 10 emperor realm experts soared into the sky and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Seeing the dozen or so emperor realm great emperors surrounding him, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. With this breakthrough, his battle prowess had increased by many times. Now, even if he didn't use the ruler's armor, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill an emperor-level master. The great emperors are going to surround and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng just broke through and consumed a lot of energy. Now is the best time to kill him. If we don't kill him now, it will be even more difficult to kill him in the future. More than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters will definitely be able to kill him. When the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance saw more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters besieging Lin Feng, their faces suddenly revealed a sinister smile. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. The Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and some other foreign forces also stood in the distance to watch the show. Naturally, they wouldn't participate in this dispute. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters and sneered. Ignorant fools, I'll give you a chance to live now. All of you kneel on the ground and swear to be my slaves, then I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you all today. After Lin Feng said this, the world fell silent. Everybody was stupefied and staring at Lin Feng. Many people even thought that they had misheard. Lin Feng. A cultivator who just broke through to the Emperor Realm. He actually dared to make more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters kneel on the ground and swear to be his slaves. Did this guy know what he was saying at this moment? Many people thought that Lin Feng was crazy, otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Otherwise, how could he say what he just said, saying what he said? He was simply courting death. However, when everyone looked at Lin Feng, they found that Lin Feng was still arrogant. How was he crazy? He was doing it on purpose. Courting death. Courting death. This brat was simply courting death. Just wait and see. The great emperors will not let this brat die so easily. They will definitely think of ways to torture him. That's right. This brat's words completely belittled the great emperors. How could the great emperors let this brat off? This brat is definitely going to be miserable. He definitely won't have a good ending. Many cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance couldn't help but discuss. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. After hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the eyes of the dozen or so Emperor Masters flashed with murderous intent. A junior. He actually dared to humiliate them like this. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Brat, I've seen arrogant people before, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. How dare you act so arrogantly when you've just broken through to Emperor realm? Who gave you the guts? An Emperor Master looked coldly at Lin Feng. I can't let this little bastard die too easily. I'm going to slice off his flesh piece by piece. Another Emperor Master said with a hideous smile. The killing intent of the dozen or so Emperor Masters towards Lin Feng was getting stronger and stronger. Attack! The third Emperor Master said. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from the bodies of these Emperor Masters. These venerable sovereigns attacked together. They launched an attack on Lin Feng. These people were very cautious. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng with the least cost. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen Emperor Masters, Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He directly used one chi into 3 pure ones. 2 clones appeared. At the same time, powerful divine abilities were displayed one after another. 9 layers of domineering aura. 3 layers of space imprisonment. Flowers bloom with a thought, sovereign descends. Demons worshipping God painting. Fall of the 3 realms. Life and death art. Black tortoise hunchback tablet painting. True dragon seal. Demon ancestor sacred fist. Ancestor dragon fist. 9 steps of death. Dominating the world. Dominating the judgment. Lin Feng was multitasking, and all kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed at the peak of their power. Lin Feng had used the ability of multitasking when dealing with the immortal corpse. However, dealing with immortal corpses and now were 2 completely different concepts. When dealing with the immortal corpse, Lin Feng was only at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. And now, he was at the 7th level of the Emperor God realm. Other than that, Lin Feng's body. He had successfully broken through to the Emperor God realm. His soul had also reached the Emperor God realm. The current Lin Feng. He was no longer the same as before. The divine ability attack by multitasking. Its power had long been multiplied by countless times. Bang, 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 the sound of violent collisions was heard. Lin Feng collided with more than a dozen great emperors. Then, everyone saw the shocking scene. More than a dozen great emperors surrounded Lin Feng. Shouldn't this be a crushing move, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, to be able to get rid of Lin Feng? But the reality was not so. Lin Feng was safe and sound. Instead, more than a dozen great emperors were sent flying by Lin Feng's divine ability. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? Many cultivators cried out in surprise. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A young cultivator who had just broken through to the Emperor God realm. One person. He repelled more than a dozen Emperor realm experts. This was too inconceivable. It sounded like. It was like a story that would only be recorded in myths and legends. However, all of this was real. After repelling more than a dozen great emperors, Lin Feng's body directly leaped up. In midair, his body turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram. That yin-yang Dao diagram instantly arrived in front of a great emperor. Then, it charged towards that great emperor. The great emperor who was locked onto by Lin Feng suddenly had a change of expression. He felt danger. However, after all, he was an Emperor realm expert. So his reaction was still extremely fast. This Emperor realm expert waved his hand. Suddenly, a Milky Way world appeared in front of him. That Milky Way world. It seemed to be very close. But in reality, it was as if it was billions of miles away. This Emperor realm expert wanted to use the near Milky Way world magic to resolve Lin Feng's attack. However, this Emperor realm expert was unable to do it. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. Especially after he became an emperor. The power of this yin-yang Dao diagram had greatly increased. Puff, when the yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng slashed on that Milky Way world. That Milky Way world was torn apart by the yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng. The yin-yang Dao diagram immediately arrived in front of that Emperor realm expert. My life is over. That Emperor realm expert cried out in horror. Puff. In the next moment, a tearing sound was heard. A venerable emperor was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Between heaven and earth, everything was silent. He was just a cultivator who had just broken through to the emperor realm. He actually killed a venerable emperor. Wasn't it too incredible? Was this a fantasy? Was this a myth? Was this a dream? No. All of this was real. Many people felt that they had seen something incredible in their lifetime. But it didn't seem to be as much as today. He really deserves to die. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the bone. Such a person. But the enemy of the Sacred War Alliance couldn't be allowed to live. Or else. Who knew what kind of trouble would happen in the future? But such a great battle wasn't something that anyone could participate in. The cultivators below the Venerable Emperor level could only pray for the Venerable Emperor level cultivators to show some strength. And then kill Lin Feng. Other than that. Indeed, they couldn't do much. The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the foreign forces were also stunned. Shocking. It was really too shocking. The battle strength that Lin Feng showed didn't seem like the battle strength that an Emperor God-level cultivator should have. He fought against more than a dozen venerable emperors alone and killed one of them in an instant. How did this guy do it? Did he cultivate in his mother's womb? Could he be so powerful? The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance were very happy to see the battle between the two sides. They even prayed. Lin Feng could directly kill the venerable emperor-level cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. In this way, it would greatly weaken the power of the Sacred War Alliance. Because even in the Sacred War Alliance, the venerable emperor-level cultivators, there were very few of them. The venerable emperor-level cultivators were all high-level people of the Sacred War Alliance. One less to kill. You actually have such battle strength. The rest of the venerable emperor-level cultivators looked extremely gloomy. The battle strength that Lin Feng showed was really too strong. And they could clearly feel that their strength was suppressed by Lin Feng. Furthermore, their movements had become extremely difficult. In the void. It was still the original void. However, there seemed to be an additional power that could confine space. It was precisely this kind of spatial confinement power. This greatly reduced their speed. Lin Feng's yin-yang Dao diagram returned to its original form. His expression was indifferent as he attacked for the second time. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded the group of Emperor Realm Masters. Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't hold back. An Emperor Realm Master shouted in a deep voice. The rest of the venerable sovereigns also began to frantically circulate their magic power. Then, he used a powerful divine ability to attack Lin Feng. The divine abilities of these people gathered together to form a long river of divine abilities. The fluctuations from the winding river were simply too powerful. Everyone turned pale with fright. As expected of the combined attack of more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters. When their attacks were spread out, perhaps it wouldn't reach the level of heaven-defying. When their divine abilities converged together, that was truly too powerful. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance who were watching from afar couldn't help but become excited. Such a powerful winding river. This should be able to kill Lin Feng, right? Even if they couldn't kill Lin Feng. At the very least, they could severely injure Lin Feng. The ideal was beautiful. The reality was cruel. When the opponent's attack was about to hit him, Lin Feng attacked. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. Then, he threw a punch. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was thrown out, the 3,000 divine ability arrays in Lin Feng's Dantian, all of them were operating. In addition to the divine ability arrays formed by these great divine abilities, the rest of the divine ability arrays formed by various divine abilities were also operating. All the divine abilities were increasing the power of the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's body emitted an invincible supreme aura. Between heaven and earth, all the worlds in the universe, endless time and space, Lin Feng was the absolute supreme. Who dared to disobey? Bang. When Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist landed on the divine ability winding river made by more than a dozen emperor-level experts, a thunderous sound was heard. Tyrannical energy. Like a flash flood, it was recklessly unleashed. Surging. Shattering the void. Collapsing the sky. The divine ability Winding River, which was like a giant dragon and contained endless violent power, was broken by Lin Feng's punch just like that. Oh my god, at this moment. Everyone was exclaiming in surprise. Are you sure you're not daydreaming? Come, give me a punch and try. Someone said to his companions that he was right. Bang. His companion threw a punch over without hesitation. And it hit the other party's nose. The hit rate was really high. The nose was broken. Blood flowed out. Damn it. You're so ruthless. Did you do it on purpose? I'll kill you. The cultivator who was beaten was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage and directly pounced forward. There were more than one cases of friends being killed with one punch. Impossible. More than a dozen emperor-level experts couldn't accept it and roared. They had been famous for a long time. Their realms were profound. Unexpectedly. Losing to a young cultivator like Lin Feng was a huge blow to their morale. No matter how strong their psychological endurance was. They couldn't bear such a blow. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He quickly rushed to the second emperor-level expert and arrived in front of him in an instant. Then. He performed the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. I'll fight you to the death. The second emperor-level expert roared. His face was ferocious, and he wanted to fight back before he died. Bang. The two sides collided. The emperor-level expert's body directly exploded. He was no match for Lin Feng at all. He was directly killed by Lin Feng. Strong. Too strong, the remaining emperor-level experts were scared out of their wits. Run, there was only one thought left in everyone's mind. In their opinion, Lin Feng was like a devil. It was really too scary. Their hearts trembled. They didn't dare to continue to fight with Lin Feng. That was because it was a dead end. They didn't want to die. So. They chose to run away. Under the watchful eyes of everyone. More than a dozen emperor-level experts were scared into fleeing by a young cultivator who had just broken through to the great emperor realm. It was really embarrassing. Who knew how many people would criticize them in the future? However. It was better than dying, right? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly chased after them. Puff. Puff. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. One emperor-level expert after another was killed by Lin Feng. However, it was a pity that Lin Feng couldn't kill all the emperor-level experts. After all, these emperor-level experts fled in different directions. It was really difficult for Lin Feng to kill them all by himself. In the end, 4 or 5 of them escaped. The rest of the emperor-level experts were all killed by Lin Feng. That's too cruel. Is he really a cultivator who had just broken through to the great emperor realm? He's just like the Grim Reaper from hell. Every cultivator had a look of disbelief on their faces. Lin Feng's combat strength deeply shocked everyone's heart. Lin Feng's indifferent gaze swept over the cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance. After feeling Lin Feng's gaze, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look at Lin Feng. This was a kind of mental oppression. In front of Lin Feng, they felt like ants. After Lin Feng left, he found a place to cultivate in seclusion. He needed to consolidate his realm. And he had just obtained some emperor origin. It was just right to refine it. To increase his cultivation. Lin Feng did not leave the withered forest. He directly found a cave in the withered forest. Then, he sealed the cave. Then, Lin Feng entered the time and space. Time passed. In the time and space. 5 years. It was fleeting. And in the outside world. A year had passed. This time, he went into seclusion. It showed that he had completely consolidated his cultivation. At the same time. This time, he went into seclusion. After Lin Feng refined the Emperor Law, his cultivation increased to the 8th heaven of the Emperor God realm. His accumulation was really too powerful. So, it was really too difficult to increase one level now. The results of this seclusion. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. Lin Feng planned to go directly to the Undying Realm after coming out of seclusion. Now that his cultivation had increased, Lin Feng wanted to enter the Undying Realm. He was already looking forward to it. He needed to enter the Undying Realm to explore the place where his mother was suppressed. He also needed to go to the Undying Realm to find the Lin clansmen. Coming out of the cave, Lin Feng flew into the distance. Suddenly, an immortal crane flew over and circled above. The immortal crane let out a cry from time to time. Lin Feng was surprised. The immortal crane seemed to have come for him. Lin Feng stopped. The immortal crane swooped down. Only then did Lin Feng see that there was a jade tube tied to the immortal crane's neck. Lin Feng took off the jade tube. The immortal crane's body immediately turned into a paper crane and then spontaneously combusted. The female giant god had used this method of communication a few times in the past. But later, the female giant god never sent another message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was once very worried about the safety of the female giant god. Lin Feng guessed the jade tube should have been sent by the giant goddess as well. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the jade tube. Immediately, light flickered. Lin Feng's divine will saw a person. The Empress. It was actually the Empress. It wasn't the female giant goddess. Lin Feng hadn't seen the Empress for a long time. Ever since the Empress left, Lin Feng even lost contact with the Empress. The Empress. He had not made any contact with Lin Feng either. Some time ago, she saw the Empress's clansman, Granny Ghost. Lin Feng told Granny Ghost about the Empress. Presumably, Granny Ghost had gone to look for the Empress. However, did he manage to find the Empress? I have already entered the Undying Realm. Before I entered the Undying Realm, I saw the Undying Realm's army sealing off several entrances to the Undying Realm. Moreover, they have joined forces with many powerful forces in the universe to search for young masters' whereabouts. Among them, there are experts of the Emperor Realm. Young master, you must remember, before you have the ability to protect yourself, don't come to the Undying Realm and take risks. Immediately after, the Empress's figure dissipated. The jade tube shattered. The experts of the Undying Realm sealed off the void to search for me? Could it be someone from the Heavenly Court? Di Wudao's men? Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. When he was transcending the tribulation, Di Wudao's phantom appeared. Di Wudao was too powerful. He had become someone else's lightning tribulation. Perhaps Di Wudao could sense this. If Di Wudao sensed it, Di Wudao would indeed set up an inescapable net and wait for him to enter. Di Wudao controlled 9 stone swords. He was also someone with heaven-defying luck. He was also a cultivator of the celestial race with an extremely powerful bloodline. And he was the son of the celestial emperor. The resources that he could obtain, it was also unimaginable. In the past, Di Wudao could even fight with his father for dozens of rounds without being defeated. From this, one could see how terrifying Di Wudao was. And an existence like Di Wudao, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. So many years had passed. What level of existence had he become? Lin Feng could roughly guess Di Wudao's current combat strength. Therefore, facing an expert like Di Wudao, Lin Feng still needed to continue accumulating his cultivation. Perhaps break through to the emperor level, or even cultivate to an even more powerful level. Only then could he challenge Di Wudao. Undying World. Undying World. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Di Wudao had set up an inescapable net, waiting for him to enter. From the looks of it, the plan to head to the Undying World should be put on hold for now. I have to quickly increase my strength. Although I'm already a God Emperor level cultivator. However, compared to those behemoths in the Undying World, I'm still too far away. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng knew that the current him was no longer the same as before. In the Starry Sky world, he was also an overlord-level existence. However, Lin Feng was also clear. He couldn't be complacent. Not to mention fighting against those top forces in the Undying World. Even the royal family of the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng knew that with his current combat strength, he couldn't contend against them. On the surface, the royal family of the Sacred War Alliance might not have any emperor-level experts. However, those royal families' foundation was extremely powerful. Who knew? What was their foundation? Heavenly Sage Great World. It was a place to hone his cultivation. And Lin Feng felt that. The grudge between him and the Heavenly Sage Great World. It wasn't over yet. Withered Silence City. Withered Silence State's main city. It was the territory of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan. Lin Feng arrived at Withered Silence City. Withered Silence City was very lively, with people coming and going. In the city, there were many experts. Roar. A low roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a group of flaming dragon tiger beasts galloped in the void. On the back of the leading flaming dragon tiger beast, a young female cultivator sat cross-legged. Lian Yunsheng. The #1 genius of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan. After seeing that woman, many cultivators immediately exclaimed. Lian Yunsheng was definitely a peerless genius that was hard to come by even in several great eras. It was rumored that when Lian Yunsheng was born, she was accompanied by 7 immortal lights. She was simply stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. 3,000 years ago, Lian Yunsheng was lucky enough to enter the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace to cultivate. Now that 3,000 years have passed, she has walked out of the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. A cultivator said. After hearing the words Myriad Tribe's sacred palace, many cultivators of the Myriad Tribes revealed expressions of fascination. Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. Where is this place? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. You don't even know about the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace? Immediately. The surrounding people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. That was a place that countless people of the Myriad Tribes dreamed of entering. There was actually someone who did not know about the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. How ignorant and ill-informed. I'm from the outer realm, so I don't know much about it. Please enlighten me. Lin Feng said. The Myriad Tribe's sacred palace is one of the sacred grounds of the Myriad Tribes. It was forged by the 3 saints of the Myriad Tribes in the past. Who are the 3 saints of the Myriad Tribes? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Damn. You don't even know about the 3 saints of the Myriad Tribes? Even alien cultivators should know about the 3 sages of the myriad races, right? Brat, which corner of the starry sky world did you come from? Immediately, a myriad race cultivator mocked him. Lin Feng was a human. These myriad race cultivators looked down on humans to begin with. Therefore, they looked down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with those small fries. His gaze. He was still looking at the myriad race cultivator beside him. That myriad race cultivator cleared his throat. He decided to show off in front of everyone. He liked the feeling of pointing at the world. Because he felt that this was really cool. In the Immortal Era, the Order of Cultivation was rebuilt. That was an era when the world of cultivators went from being weak to being prosperous again. And the myriad races had 3 peerless powerhouses who rose up. They were the 3 saints of the myriad races. These 3 peerless powerhouses were unparalleled and invincible. They dominated the myriad worlds and were invincible. This myriad race cultivator reached an exciting part and was in high spirits. Lin Feng said. Wasn't the only sovereign of the Immortal Era the Lord of Gods? Countless forces, countless races, they are all nothing more than the subjects of the Master of Gods. This myriad race cultivator coughed dryly twice, then glared at Lin Feng and said. What Lord of Gods? This is just a character in myths and legends. If there really is a character like the Lord of Gods, then he should have a very powerful family, right? He should have descendants, right? But does he have any? He doesn't. That's why. The Lord of Gods is simply a fiction. That's right, the Lord of Gods is just a character in myths and legends. Brat, don't take myths and legends for real. Many people were talking at once. Lin Feng was silent. After the collapse of the pre-celestial era, the order of the cultivators' world was reconstructed. The Lord of Gods who reconstructed the cultivation system. He had actually become a fleeting figure. It really made people sigh with emotion. Lin Feng really wanted to say. He had descendants. The descendants of the Lord of Gods were standing in front of you bastards, but Lin Feng. In the end, he held back. He did not say these words. Because there was no need to argue with these people. What is the current responsibility of the myriad race's divine temple? Lin Feng asked. Legacy, the myriad race's cultivator said with a fascinated expression. What kind of legacy? Lin Feng asked. It said. That place. Not only did he possess all kinds of 3,000 great Daos. Most importantly, that place has many heaven-defying abilities that have been lost. The myriad race's cultivator said. A lost heaven-defying divine ability? Lin Feng was surprised. 3,000 great Daos. It was the foundation of achieving the Tao. The 3,000 great Daos were naturally extremely important to cultivators. However, to be honest, among the 3,000 great Daos, apart from the great Daos that were ranked at the top, the offensive power of those great Daos was stronger. The other 3,000 great Dao had average attack power. A true offensive divine ability. Furthermore, it was a top-notch inheritance like a thought flower blooms, sovereign descends to the world. Once a cultivator became an immortal emperor, their great Dao foundation would be set. At that time, there would not be much need for the 3,000 great Daos. And at this moment, he needed to cultivate more offensive divine arts to increase his combat strength. After hearing Lin Feng's question, the myriad race's cultivator said, It's the legacy of some top experts of the innate lifeform era. In the past, the three sacred ancestors went to many places and collected those top inheritances. The immortal technique level attack techniques are only the most ordinary. Lin Feng was shocked. The myriad race's divine temple. It was actually so heaven-defying. What a good place. Now, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to ransack the myriad race's divine temple. Of course. Lin Feng knew. This was not an easy task. The myriad race's divine temple was one of the sacred grounds of the myriad races. There must be many terrifying existences guarding it. The myriad race's cultivator continued, the myriad race's divine temple appeared 3,000 years ago. The Sacred War Alliance, the Immortal Alliance, and the Demon Alliance discussed and let the young experts hold a competition. The top 100 geniuses are qualified to enter the myriad race's divine temple to cultivate for a maximum of 3,000 years. If they withdraw midway, they will not be able to enter again. Every cultivator of the myriad races only has one chance to enter the myriad race's divine temple in their lives. But it's really too difficult to seize this opportunity. Because the cultivators who participate in the battle are all top young experts of the major forces with a lifespan of less than 30,000 years. It's easier said than done to stand out among so many experts. So, once qualified to enter, basically no one will come out early. Who would give up the opportunity to cultivate inside? Moreover, every time you cultivate a powerful divine ability, your combat strength will increase by a large margin. Now that 3,000 years have passed, it seems that a new round of competition will begin soon. Stop talking, I'm so depressed. The surrounding myriad races cultivators said gloomily. They didn't even have the chance to participate in this competition. Because, the cultivators who could participate in the competition were all powerful. Moreover, they needed to bring a recommendation token. Only then could they register. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. This myriad race's divine temple was really tempting. Could he go in and get a few powerful divine abilities to cultivate? Now that Lin Feng had cultivated all 3,000 great Daos, his great Dao foundation was extremely strong. However, Lin Feng felt that he had cultivated too few top-tier divine abilities. Many of the divine abilities that he had cultivated in the past were no longer useful. It was time. He should cultivate a few more top-tier divine abilities. But that was the myriad race's divine temple. He didn't seem to be able to enter. Perhaps he could go to the Immortal Gods Alliance to take a look. Because there were 3 human experts in the Immortal Gods Alliance. They were the big shots in the Immortal Gods Alliance. With their help, he might be able to participate in that competition. At this moment, a group of people riding on flaming dragon lions passed by where Lin Feng and the others were standing. Lian Yunsheng, this woman. She was wearing a fiery red dress that wrapped around her sexy and voluptuous body. This woman had flaming red lips. She was really a stunner. She had a powerful cultivation and was born in the myriad race's divine temple. She had even entered the myriad race's divine temple to cultivate. This woman was probably a goddess in the hearts of countless people in the myriad races. However, this woman did indeed have the aura of a goddess. Lin Feng quickly left. He planned to find a place to stay first. In the crowd, a pair of venomous eyes stared at the departing Lin Feng. Little bastard. Just you wait. Very soon. You'll die a horrible death. He 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 he. The owner of the pair of venomous eyes laughed eerily, like the laughter of a malicious spirit. That person was very scary. He had been following Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng found a place to stay for the time being. Then, he planned to inquire about the various things that happened during this period of time. Lin Feng came to the Baishao Pavilion to inquire about the news. First, it was about the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance. It was said that the two alliances were planning to deal with the Sacred War Alliance together. This made the higher-ups of the Sacred War Alliance very anxious. In addition to the alliance between the two alliances, there was also the arrest warrant issued by the Sacred War Alliance. There were 2 arrest warrants. The first arrest warrant was for Immeasurable Daoist. Immeasurable Daoist's bounty was 300 million immortal stones. Immortal stones here referred to ordinary immortal stones that could be exchanged for high-grade immortal stones. The second arrest warrant was for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's bounty was a shocking 700 million immortal stones. This was also the highest bounty in the history of the Sacred War Alliance. Obviously, the people of the Sacred War Alliance were very afraid of Lin Feng. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. Lin Feng's existence made many forces of the Sacred War Alliance very afraid. However, after searching for Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist for a period of time, no one was able to find their whereabouts. In addition, the news of the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance spread. Therefore, now, everyone's attention was on the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance. The number of cultivators paying attention to Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist also decreased by a lot. The alliance army of the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance constantly had conflicts with the Sacred War Alliance. The two sides had already fought several times. Many people were paying attention to the tense situation in the Heavenly Sage Great World. There were rumors. It was the 3 human experts of the Immortal God Alliance who led this alliance. The 3 human experts of the Immortal God Alliance hated the 10,000 races of the Sacred War Alliance. They had always been the pro-war faction. And the 3 of them were high scepters. They had a strong right to speak. There was news. It was said that the Sacred War Alliance sent experts to assassinate the 3 human experts of the Immortal God Alliance. As long as they could kill the 3 human experts of the Immortal God Alliance, then the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance would collapse. At that time, the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance would no longer pose such a big threat to the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng found out a lot of information. He was still in the area ruled by the Holy War Alliance. Lin Feng planned to head to the region ruled by the Immortal God Alliance. Of course, he could also observe the situation for a while before making a decision. Lin Feng wanted to go to the Celestial Gods Alliance because of the 3 strong cultivators from the Celestial Gods Alliance. Lin Feng wanted to borrow the other party's power to enter the myriad race's sacred grounds to learn top-notch offensive divine abilities. But the key point was that Lin Feng didn't know much about those 3 human experts. Although they were all humans. But he was a cultivator of 9 regions. And the other party was not a cultivator of 9 regions. There was no knowing what was in a person's heart. When he was outside, he had to be on guard. What should he do next? Lin Feng planned to think about it over the next few days. After Lin Feng came out of the all-seeing pavilion, he walked towards the black market. After arriving at the withered city, Lin Feng had heard that the black market in Withered Silence City was one of the most famous black markets in the Heavenly Sage Great World. On this trip, naturally, he wanted to see if there was anything he needed in the black market. Now, Lin Feng was in a hurry to obtain some precious insect materials. First of all, he had to nurture the Emperor Archaic. The insect materials of the primordial ancestral insect were almost used up. It was time to replenish. Secondly, Lin Feng needed to buy insect materials to nurture the primordial demon refining insect queen. The primordial demon refining insects that Lin Feng had nurtured were all killed by the immortal corpse. Now, he needed to nurture them again. Finally, Lin Feng needed to find insect materials to nurture the celestial devouring insect queen. He hoped that the celestial devouring insect queen could also lay eggs soon. But these insect materials were extremely precious. The most important thing was that these insect materials were extremely rare. As for the little dragon, Lin Feng was rather relieved. Ever since this little guy was born, it got along well with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. Moreover, this little guy also ate all kinds of spirit essences with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit to satisfy its hunger. The three little guys had extremely crafty appetites. They didn't even smell spirit essences that were less than 500,000 years old. Many of Lin Feng's million-year-old spirit herbs, and spirit fruits were ruined by the three little guys. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. These things would be of great use to the growth of the three little guys. Since they wanted to eat, he couldn't stop them from eating, right? The black street of Withered Silence City was very lively. There were many stalls on both sides of the street. There were also shops at the back. Most of the things on those stalls were worthless. But there was no lack of good things. This required a cultivator's eyesight. There was a huge commotion in front. Many people were alarmed and surrounded it. Lin Feng also walked over and found that more than a dozen cultivators had surrounded a Taoist priest's stall. They directly smashed all the things on the Taoist priest's stall into pieces. "What are you doing?" The Taoist priest was quite old, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. But now, the morale of this group of cultivators was not low. This was because he had just set up his stall. His stall was smashed by someone else. Who would have encountered such a terrible thing? They would be in a bad mood. "If it wasn't for your age, I would have slapped you. I hate immoral Taoists like you the most," the leader of the cultivators said fiercely. This was an expert of the three-eyed ox demon. He had a typical temper. He was quite fiery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something like smashing someone's stall. "You're going too far." The old Taoist priest was so angry that his face turned ashen. "Damn it. Why didn't Taoist Wu Liang say that when he dug up my ancestor's grave? You're all Taoists. I think you're in cahoots," the three-eyed ox demon said fiercely. Lin Feng couldn't help but slap his head. It seemed that this old Taoist priest was implicated by Taoist Wu Liang. The three-eyed ox demon immediately thought that this old Taoist priest was in cahoots with Taoist Wu Liang. He was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. What Taoist Wu Liang? I don't know this person at all. The old Taoist priest was speechless. Hurry up and get out of Witherness City. Otherwise, this Lord Ox will beat you until half your body is paralyzed. Do you believe me? The three-eyed ox demon waved his fist and threatened. The old Taoist priest said, "Everything is about reason. You think I'm afraid of you when you're making trouble without reason? You have to compensate me for my losses." Damn, this old Taoist priest is really lost. His life is more important at this time. Why does he want compensation? Lin Feng was speechless. You still dare to ask for compensation? I'll beat you until your peach blossoms bloom. The three-eyed ox demon heard that the old Taoist wanted compensation. His temper immediately flared up. The huge fist was about to hit the old Taoist. At this moment, crack. A palm reached out. He grabbed the fist. The person who attacked. It was Lin Feng. Although this old Taoist looked rather pedantic. However, the old Taoist was innocent. He was implicated by a miserable Taoist. Lin Feng naturally had to help a miserable Taoist take care of these matters. After all, he was immeasurable Taoist's good friend. Kid, did you eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall? You even dare to interfere in my matters? The three-eyed bull demon looked at Lin Feng fiercely. His eyes were the size of copper bells. His eyes were wide open as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng. Who is this kid? He actually dares to meddle in other people's business? Is he tired of living? He seems to be a human cultivator. Is he from the outer realm? Or is he a human cultivator from the Immortal God Alliance? Who cares where he's from? This is the territory ruled by the Sacred War Alliance. Here, even if the three human supremes of the Immortal God Alliance came, they would have to tuck their tails between their legs. Many cultivators of the myriad races immediately began to discuss. They were very arrogant. They didn't take a young human cultivator like Lin Feng seriously at all. These people didn't recognize Lin Feng's true identity. This was because, when Lin Feng was transcending the tribulation, he was transcending the tribulation in the lonely ancient forest. That place. Ordinary people didn't dare to go there. The cultivators of the lonely ancient state who went to watch Lin Feng transcend the tribulation. They were too far away from Lin Feng and couldn't see what Lin Feng looked like. As for Lin Feng's portrait, it couldn't be spread. This was because Lin Feng's providence was monstrous. In the unseen world, a powerful providence was protecting Lin Feng. If someone wanted to spread Lin Feng's portrait, those portraits would quickly combust. Actually, it wasn't just Lin Feng. This kind of thing would happen to many cultivators with powerful providence. For example, Xianxia. Powerful providence. If others wanted to spread Xianxia's portrait, it would be detrimental to Xianxia. Those portraits would also spontaneously combust. This was also the reason why it was not easy for experts to be wanted in the world of cultivators. It was impossible to draw a portrait. Comparatively speaking, it was much more difficult. Therefore, if one wanted to find the whereabouts of these people, they would often need some supreme treasures. For example, a treasure like the Heavenly Cycle Mirror could explore the Heavenly Cycle. When Lin Feng appeared within a certain range, he could sense Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, such a treasure was not something that an ordinary power could possess. Lin Feng looked at the three-eyed ox demon cultivator and said, "Since you've destroyed someone else's belongings, you should pay up. Take out 1,000 immortal stones as compensation and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll cripple your arm." "Go to hell," the three-eyed demonic ox roared furiously. The other fist also smashed towards Lin Feng. However, he had just punched out. Lin Feng suddenly tightened his grip on the three-eyed ox demon's fist. A heart-wrenching pain immediately engulfed his entire body. The three-eyed ox demon couldn't help but cry out miserably. He even thought that his bones would be instantly broken by Lin Feng. The fist that was originally smashing towards Lin Feng was also quickly pulled back. "It hurts. It hurts. Hurry up and let go of me." The three-eyed ox demon shouted loudly. "Take out the immortal stones," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Take out your sister. All of you, attack. Cripple this little bastard." The three-eyed ox demon roared in exasperation. Several cultivators beside the three-eyed ox demon ferociously pounced towards Lin Feng. "Scram!" Lin Feng coldly looked at them. When his eyes met Lin Feng's expression changed. Those cultivators. Their faces became as pale as paper. Thump. Thump, one by one, they actually knelt on the ground. Lin Feng didn't release any pressure on them. However, an expert like Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a trace of pressure. It was enough to make these ordinary cultivators unbearable. So, these cultivators. They directly collapsed. What's going on? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. The fight hadn't even started yet. Kneeling to the other party first. Could this be a new duel ritual? But obviously, not at all. Although this human cultivator is young, he doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. A cultivator from the myriad races said. Many people agreed with what the cultivator from the myriad races said. They also felt that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although Lin Feng looked really harmless. He looked like a big brother next door. But what kind of person was Lin Feng in reality? One couldn't just look at his appearance. The three-eyed ox demon also felt that things weren't going well. His heart couldn't help but sink slightly. He said, "All right. I'll give it to you. But you have to let me go first." Lin Feng let go of the three-eyed ox demon cultivator. He wasn't afraid that he would play any tricks. If he dared to play any tricks, when the time came, he would break all four of his legs. Shwa. The three-eyed ox demon cultivator took out 1,000 immortal stones and handed them to Lin Feng. Looking at these immortal stones, the corner of his mouth twitched violently a few times. Immortal stones were precious. After so many years, he had only saved up a little more than 3,000. Now, he spat out 1,000 immortal stones at once. 1/3 of his wealth. He was about to vomit blood. "Let's go." The three-eyed ox demon cultivator left with his subordinates in a hurry. "Continue to stay here. It was too embarrassing. Retreat first. Find an opportunity to take revenge and wash away his previous shame." Wasn't there a saying that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? If he was a man, he had to be able to pick up and let go. Moreover, he didn't need 10 years to take revenge. The three-eyed ox demon cultivator comforted himself like this. His heart finally felt a little better. Taoist priest. The immortal stones are all compensation for you. Lin Feng handed all the immortal stones to the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest said, "There's no need for so many. 10 is enough." Lin Feng didn't care about these immortal stones. He felt that the old Taoist priest was implicated by immeasurable Taoist. The extra immortal stones. Just take it as compensation. Lin Feng said, "When you go out, with immortal stones, you will have more confidence. Before those three-eyed ox demons come to find trouble, Taoist priest, quickly leave." "Thank you, benefactor. Good people will be rewarded," the old Taoist priest said and kept the immortal stones. After hesitating for a while, the old Taoist priest wanted to say something but stopped. "Taoist priest, do you have anything else to say?" Lin Feng asked. "To thank you for your great kindness, I have divined for you. If you are in danger in the future, you can open this brocade pouch." The old Taoist priest took out a brocade pouch and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This old Taoist priest's cultivation was so weak. How good could his divination skills be? He actually divined for him and even left behind such a brocade pouch. Perhaps this old Taoist priest's divination skills were inferior to his. Although he couldn't be considered particularly proficient in divination skills. Fortunately, he had obtained the inheritance of Fushi's Khanate 8 trigrams. Lin Feng did not refuse the old Taoist. He accepted the brocade pouch. It was not because he trusted the old Taoist's ability, but because he hoped that the old Taoist would leave as soon as possible. If he did not accept it, it was inevitable that they would be entangled again. "Take care, benefactor. See you again if we are fated," the old Taoist said. Then he left. Lin Feng put the pouch into the mountain and river ring. Then he continued to walk into the black market. Lin Feng would sometimes stop at some small stalls. Then he would see if there was anything good. Maybe there was a treasure covered in dust, but if he wanted to find a dusty treasure from these small stalls, it was really not an easy task. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a shop. The name of this shop was "There is a Shop." This name was really strange. There was also a couplet in the shop. The left couplet read, "The past is billions of years old." The right couplet read, "All the treasures in the world belong to me." The horizontal scroll read, "Everything you need." After seeing this couplet and the horizontal scroll, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The content of this couplet was too good at bragging. Lin Feng walked towards the shop. In the shop, it was quite lively. People came and went. There were few people buying things and many people watching the show. After all, anyone who saw such a bragging couplet and horizontal scroll, they could not help but come in to see if the shop was really like what the couplet and horizontal scroll said. All the treasures in the world were here. This was a 3-story shop. The first floor was divided into counters. The counters were made of crystal and transparent. There were all kinds of items inside. Behind the counters were shelves of items. There was also a dazzling lineup of goods on them. The things here were more complicated. There were all kinds of secret manuals on arrays, cultivation manuals, and so on. There were also all kinds of formation materials. There were also forging materials. All kinds of items. It was simply everything. But these items. It couldn't attract Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng noticed that a group of people were heading to the second floor. He walked up to the second floor as well. The entrance to the second floor was guarded by 2 guards. It seemed that not everyone was qualified to enter. Young master. Please wait. The second floor is only for VIPs. A guard said. Lin Feng slightly released his aura. The 2 guards immediately sensed something. They were as weak as ants. And this young master in front of him. He was like a high and mighty god. Please forgive us, young master. The 2 guards hurriedly said. Who would dare to offend someone like Lin Feng? Are you qualified to go up now? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Please. The 2 guards hurriedly said. Then he made a gesture of invitation. Lin Feng went up the stairs. They went up to the second floor. The second floor was similar to the first floor. There were many things placed there. However, there were far fewer people on the second floor. Of course. There was one difference between the second floor and the first floor. That was. There were many young girls on the second floor. They were all wearing the same clothes. They should be the salespeople here. They were fat and thin. They were all different. Eat. 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 I want to eat, eat, eat. Just as they arrived at the second floor, Xiaolong sent out a telepathic message. This little guy seemed to be extremely excited. It was as if. On the second floor. There was something. It seemed to be attracting the little guy. Did you find something? Lin Feng sent a telepathic message to Xiaolong. Dragon Core. Dragon Core. It's on the 3rd floor. Xiaolong shouted excitedly, wanting to rush out of the time and space. Lin Feng was shocked. It was a treasure like the dragon core that attracted Xiaolong. This shocked him greatly. Xiaolong was too extraordinary. Once it rushed out, Lin Feng was worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble. So he comforted Xiaolong. He asked him to wait for a while. Very soon. He would buy the dragon core for him. Only then did the little guy quiet down. Lin Feng walked straight to the 3rd floor. There were also guards on the 3rd floor. Seeing Lin Feng walking over, the guard said, Young master, anyone who wants to go up to the 3rd floor needs a token. Token? I don't have one, but I do have immortal stones. Lin Feng flicked his finger. 2 balls of light flew out. The 2 cultivators hurriedly kept them. They sensed it. They found that there were 100 immortal stones inside. They were instantly ecstatic. They looked around, worried that others would notice them. They found that no one had noticed them. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Young master, please. The 2 guards said respectfully. Lin Feng was a little emotional. Money really made the world go round. These races usually thought highly of themselves. But in front of immortal stones. Weren't they all like grandchildren? Lin Feng walked towards the 3rd floor. When he arrived at the 3rd floor, Lin Feng found that there weren't many people here. There were more than a dozen salespeople. There were only 5 or 6 customers. There were more salespeople than customers. It seemed that they wanted to come up. It was indeed not easy. Eat, eat, eat. Xiaolong cried out excitedly, jumping in time and space. He danced with joy and excitement. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit looked at Xiaolong as if they were looking at a fool. Looking at their disdainful gazes. It was as if they were saying that this guy was too ignorant. It was just an item. Was there a need to be so excited? Where is it? Lin Feng asked. There's a black stone in the 3rd counter on the left. The dragon core is wrapped in the black stone. Xiaolong said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he walked towards the counter. He came to the counter. Sure enough, he saw a black stone. Purgatory Demon Stone, a demon stone from hell, worth 80,000 immortal stones. Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised. The price of this Purgatory Demon Stone was really high. It was just a fist-sized demon stone. It was actually worth 80,000 immortal stones. One had to know. Before breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, Lin Feng used a lot of immortal stones. After absorbing the energy in the immortal stones, Lin Feng only had a little more than 1,000,000 immortal stones left. Even for an Emperor realm expert, it was extremely difficult to accumulate more than 100,000 immortal stones. Young master, how may I help you? A sweet-looking saleswoman walked over. I want this Purgatory Demon Stone. Lin Feng said. Okay. Please wait a moment, young master. I'll take it out for you. The saleswoman said. She took out the Purgatory Demon Stone. Then, she placed it in a crystal container for Lin Feng to examine carefully. If there were no problems, both sides could make a deal. Xiaolong was flying around in time and space, and he couldn't wait to break the Purgatory Demon Stone. Then, he took out the dragon core and the Purgatory Demon Stone and refined it. Lin Feng only took a few glances. Because his goal wasn't the Purgatory Demon Stone, but the dragon core inside. Lin Feng was about to take out the immortal stones to make the deal. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lin Feng turned his head to look. He noticed. It was a beautiful woman who spoke. She was wearing a fiery red dress. She was voluptuous and sexy. She had flaming red lips. She was a stunner. How charming. Why does she look familiar? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Soon, Lin Feng remembered who the woman was. Wasn't she Lian Yunxiang, the #1 genius of the Crimson Demonic Snake clan? Usually, there were very few women who could become the #1 genius of the Myriad Clan's royal clan. Lian Yunxiang was an exception. This woman. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but she was also terrifying. She wasn't someone ordinary people could provoke. In addition to Lian Yunxiang, there were more than a dozen young masters following her. Although Lian Yunxiang had just returned to the Crimson Demonic Snake clan, it had already caused a sensation. Before Lian Yunxiang returned, the news that she was about to come out of seclusion in the Myriad Clan's divine palace and return to her clan had already spread. Therefore, many skyprides came to Witherness City to meet Lian Yunxiang. Some wanted to ask Lian Yunxiang about the Myriad Clan's divine palace. After all, only the first batch of people from the Myriad Clan's divine palace, a mere 100 people, had entered. And it had happened 3,000 years ago. Everyone was curious about the situation in the Myriad Clan's divine palace. In addition, a goddess like Lian Yunxiang had countless suitors. She was like a beautiful flower. Even if she stood there motionless, she could attract many butterflies and bees. Once the news of Lian Yunxiang coming out of seclusion spread, many cultivators came one after another. Most of them had improper thoughts about Lian Yunxiang. This woman was indeed beautiful. Of course, there were many beautiful women. But there were too few women like Lian Yunxiang, who was beautiful, came from a good family, and had a powerful cultivation. Scarce resources. Naturally, they would be hunted. Women were no exception. Those who could follow Lian Yunxiang at this moment. Their identities were definitely extraordinary. Maybe they were young masters from the Sacred War Alliance's royal family. Lin Feng guessed. Those young masters from the royal family might not be qualified to follow Lian Yunxiang. You want it? Lin Feng glanced at Lian Yunxiang indifferently. Lian Yunxiang frowned slightly. She believed that Lin Feng must know her. Who saw her? His eyes were not shining. His imagination ran wild. However, Lin Feng's gaze was extremely indifferent. Pretentious. This guy must be putting on an act. Maybe he wants to use this method to attract my attention. Lian Yunxiang could not help but think. There were too many people pursuing Lian Yunxiang. What kind of method was this? Lian Yunxiang had seen them before. Therefore, when she saw Lin Feng's performance in front of her, she was shocked. Lian Yunxiang felt that Lin Feng was being pretentious. He looked down on Lin Feng. Yes. Lian Yunxiang said coldly. She believed it. If he said yes, Lin Feng would definitely take this opportunity to get close to him. This kind of trick. Lian Yunxiang had seen it before. No. Lin Feng said indifferently and then took out 80,000 immortal stones. He sealed the immortal stones in a space porcelain bottle and placed it on the table. The salesperson naturally did not dare to take it. Because, Lian Yunxiang also took a fancy to this item. If she took Lin Feng's immortal stones, the deal would be done. Wouldn't he offend Lian Yunxiang in Withered Silence City? Did he want to go to hell to massage Yama's back and legs? How dare you trick me? Lian Yunxiang's gaze turned cold. Although she looked hot and seductive on the outside. In fact, Lian Yunxiang was able to win the first competition among the geniuses under 30,000 years old. She stood out and made it to the top 100. One could tell how powerful this woman was. It's not a trick. I'm just asking you. Can't I? Lin Feng said. The corner of Lian Yunxiang's mouth twitched violently. After asking, she knew the answer. She gave herself hope. Then she rejected him. She dashed her hope. This was not a trick. What was it? Lian Yunxiang suddenly felt that Lin Feng was despicable no matter how she looked at him. She really wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Do you know the consequences of fooling me? Lian Yunxiang looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and said, I said I'm not fooling. But since you think I'm fooling you, then I'm fooling you. I forgot to tell you. Don't be too self-righteous. How rude of you to interfere with someone else's purchase. You don't sound like someone from a big family. You sound more like a street thug. Lian Yunxiang was furious. Wasn't Lin Feng implying that she was a street thug? Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he mock her in Withered Silence City? Was he tired of living? Brat. Are you courting death? Brat. How dare you? Now. Immediately. Apologize to Fairy Yunxiang immediately. Otherwise, I'll make sure you walk out of here alive. When the group of young masters saw that Lin Feng dared to offend Lian Yunxiang, they perked up. Because, their chance to perform had arrived. All of them released their domineering auras. They criticized and threatened Lin Feng in all sorts of ways. It was clear that if Lin Feng dared to disobey them, they would immediately take action to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Lian Yunxiang and said, These flower protectors are making a ruckus like a bunch of rascals. Fairy, don't you think it's beneath you to let them follow you around? When the group of young masters heard Lin Feng's words, they nearly coughed up blood. Lin Feng's mouth was simply too sarcastic. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. Lian Yunxiang glared at Lin Feng, ignoring Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent the Purgatory Magic Stone into the spacetime continuum. Xiaolong impatiently opened the Purgatory Magic Stone. Sure enough, a dragon core was sealed inside. Xiaolong opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon core. Lin Feng used the Great Restoration art. The Purgatory Magic Stone that Xiaolong had opened was glued back together. Of course. After all, it was glued back together using a divine ability. Naturally, it wouldn't be as good as before. However, from the outside, the difference wasn't too big. Lin Feng took out the Purgatory Magic Stone again. He fiddled with it in his hand. He smiled and looked at the group of young masters, who were glaring at him. Then, he said, Everyone, do you like Fairy Yunxiang? Come to think of it, she's a top-notch beauty. She comes from a good background, possesses great talent, and is strong. Her future is limitless. She's the perfect woman. Who wouldn't like a woman like her? Now, I'll give you a chance to show her who likes her more. How? Someone frowned. After hearing Lin Feng's words. How could Lian Yunxiang not know what Lin Feng wanted to do? This guy obviously wanted to use her to trick this group of childs. How could this guy be so shameless? Lian Yunxiang had the urge to stomp Lin Feng to death. However, Lian Yunxiang didn't say anything. Because this group of childs had been following her all the time. It made Lian Yunsheng feel as if she had lost her freedom. She was very disgusted with these people. It was just that these childs were from the royal family of Wang clan. She couldn't just drive them away. After all, this was likely to make the forces behind both sides hostile. Now Lin Feng was using this method. Even though they were using her name to deceive a group of young masters, it was still a big deal. However, it could help her to get rid of these annoying guys. If these people didn't compete, would they still have the face to stay? If these people competed, would those who failed in the competition still have the face to stay? As for those who succeeded in the competition, she would accept his things and tell him that he was a good person, but they weren't suitable for each other. In this case, Lian Yunsheng wouldn't be embarrassed to say it. She had always been an extrovert. She would do things swiftly and decisively. She had rejected people countless times since she was young. It was a walk in the park. Thinking of this, Lian Yunsheng couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was because she could use this opportunity to get rid of these people. So, Lian Yunsheng's gaze towards Lin Feng seemed to be gentler than before. Of course, it was just a little gentler. Now Lin Feng was still a very hateful bastard in Lian Yunsheng's heart. Damn. This bastard wants to kill us? This group of childs wasn't stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Everyone knew Lin Feng's big plan. It was because they knew Lin Feng's plan that these childs were unusually angry. Lin Feng was obviously tricking them. However, they had to bite the bullet. If they didn't, then he would lose the right to pursue Lian Yunsheng. Lin Feng said indifferently, the base price is 80,000, and each increment cannot be less than 10,000. Because if it is less than 10,000, it will damage your status as a young master of the Wan clan's royal family. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Yunhong nodded. Lian Yunsheng couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. However, he felt that it was inappropriate to laugh like this. He could only stifle his laughter. But holding it in like this was really uncomfortable. Lian Yunsheng glared at Lin Feng again. Well, all of this, it was all Lin Feng's fault. If it wasn't for this guy, how could he laugh? See how this fairy will deal with you later. 80,000 immortal stones was naturally not a small number. Venerable sovereigns usually only had a few 100,000 immortal stones in their savings. Of course, there might be millions or millions of immortal stones, but they must have obtained a heaven-defying fortune to be able to possess so many immortal stones. Such people were not common. Therefore, even if these young masters were direct descendants of the myriad race's royal family, they would still be able to take out a large amount of immortal stones. It wasn't an immortal stone either. More than half of them could not even take out 80,000 immortal stones. Not to mention participating in the competition. The faces of these young masters were gloomier and uglier than the last. They really wanted to smash Lin Feng to death with their spiked clubs. Said Lin Feng. Celestial being. You have to look at these people clearly. Don't misjudge them. Before you started dating, they were unwilling to spend money on you. After you started dating, or even after you got married, don't expect these guys to spend money on you. It doesn't matter what a man looks like. What matters is whether he is willing to spend money on you. Lian Yunsheng rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She felt that Lin Feng was really good at stabbing people's hearts with his words. This was because Lian Yunsheng saw that several young masters' faces had turned the color of pig liver. 90,000. I'll take it. One of the young masters said. TSK. Generous. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. 100,000. I'll take it. Another young master said. Good man. Lin Feng gave him another thumbs up. 150,000. I'll take it. A third cultivator said. He increased the price by 50,000. He wanted to scare off the others. These young masters' faces were extremely ugly. More than 100,000 immortal stones. This was not a small number. These young masters had so many immortal stones on them. Some of them had obtained great fortuitous opportunities. That was why they had so many immortal stones. Some of them were about to break through. Their families had provided them with a lot of immortal stones to break through. In addition, they had accumulated immortal stones over the years. Therefore, they had a lot of immortal stones on them. However, in order to compete for the Inferno Hellfiend stones, these young masters did not even think about breaking through. They would think about breaking through after they got the beauty, 200,000. Another young master made a new bid. The surroundings quieted down. A price of 200,000. That was extremely high. It exceeded the limits of many people. 300,000. Someone was in a frenzy and continued to make a bid. 300,000. True love. True love is invincible. Is there a higher bid? If not, it proves that you don't love Fairy Lian Yunsheng as much as this young master. Lin Feng said. The group of young masters glared at Lin Feng. They really wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Lian Yunsheng could not help but gnash her teeth. Could they not talk when they were auctioning things? However, it was obvious that Lin Feng ignored everyone's gaze. Is there a young master who loves her even more than true love? Come out quickly and show Fairy Lian Yunsheng where you are. Lin Feng continued, 400,000. One of the young masters gritted his teeth and offered a new price. What a heartache. It seemed that he was going to go bankrupt. Damn. This young master is really rich and overbearing. It's as if he's going to love her even if she's dead. Is there anyone else who wants to make a higher bid? Lin Feng said with a smile. The young master who made a bid of 400,000 was suppressing the anger in his heart. That was a sky-high price. His heart was aching. He was even ridiculed by Lin Feng. It was really depressing. This time, it seemed that no one was bidding. No matter how Lin Feng encouraged them to continue bidding, no one made a new bid. It seems that no one loves Fairy Lian Yunsheng as much as this young master. Lin Feng sighed. The group of young masters remained silent with gloomy expressions. 400,000 going once, 400,000 going twice, 400,000 going thrice. Just as Lin Feng was about to shout sold, that young master was about to let out a sigh of relief. A voice came from the stairs. 1 million. I'll take it. This voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look. They saw 5 or 6 young masters coming to the 3rd floor. The person who made the bid. This young master was from the Skyfiend race. This person was very handsome, but his slightly long and narrow eyes gave him a gloomy and terrifying feeling. The Skyfiend race was one of the top 10 races among the royal families. Of course, there were many branches of the Skyfiend race. There were extraterrestrial demons and heavenly sage great world demons. But in the end, their ancestors might have been from the same family, but they were not as close as before. Tycoon bro, true love is eternal, Lin Feng grinned. 1 million immortal stones. How could this guy be so rich? Lin Feng knew some of the top elites of the myriad races. For example, Skyfiend race's Xianxia. Sacred God race's Divine Firmament King. Ancient God race's Divine Path Xia. And others. This young master from the Skyfiend race was so rich. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. This person. Could he also be a young elite who entered the myriad race's temple to cultivate? It was possible. Gongzi Huang. After seeing this young master from the Skyfiend race, many of the geniuses from the myriad race's royal families turned solemn. They looked at the young master from the Skyfiend race with wary eyes. Gongzi Huang. The number 1 genius of the heavenly sage great world Skyfiend race. This person was Gongzi Nie's cousin. In the past, Gongzi Huang was also sealed. Time stopped flowing. He broke the seal more than 3,000 years ago. Not long after, the myriad races temple's arena battle began. The geniuses of the myriad races competed. Gongzi Huang was practically invincible as he slaughtered his way into the hundreds and thousands. He was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. And now, he had cultivated in the myriad races temple for 3,000 years. How powerful was Gongzi Huang now? No one knew. These young masters from the royal families were in a terrible mood. Because of the competition of wealth, They could not compete with Gongzi Huang. And the competition of family background, talent, cultivation, etc. seemed to be at a disadvantage. What qualifications did they have to compete with Gongzi Huang for a woman? Tycoon Bro's love for Fairy Lian Yunsheng can be seen by the sun and moon. Is there anyone who loves Fairy Lian Yunsheng more than Tycoon Bro? If there is, quickly step out and let Fairy Lian Yunsheng see. Lin Feng said. Many people looked at Lin Feng from the corner of their eyes. They really wanted to beat him up. 1 million immortal stones. Was this a price that ordinary people could afford? And he wanted to trick them into bidding, said Lin Feng. If you don't have enough celestial stones, you can take out your ancestral treasures, such as great imperial weapons, celestial medicines, and other precious treasures. Of course, you can also use them as collateral. When you have enough celestial stones, you can exchange them for them. That was Lin Feng's last sentence. Everyone pretended they did not hear it. Everyone could tell. The guy in front of him was truly shameless. If the treasure really ended up in his hands, was there any possibility of switching it back? Wasn't that just daydreaming? Fairy Yunsheng. Wei Lian Yunsheng. Gongzi Huang walked over with a faint smile. Lian Yunsheng also saluted Gongzi Huang. How many immortal stones can this treasure be exchanged for? At this moment, a young master gritted his teeth and took out a treasure. This young master had bid 300,000 immortal stones before. Now, he took out a supreme treasure. It seemed like he really loved Lian Yunsheng. Otherwise, he would not take out his own Dharma treasure to sell. Lin Feng found that the treasure the young master took out was a green lamp. The surface of the lamp was densely covered with runes. It was simple and elegant. It was obviously a powerful treasure. Moreover, Lin Feng felt the power of Buddhism from the lamp. Lin Feng liked this treasure very much. He held it in his hand and played with it. He could not put it down. What's the price? The young master asked. A shabby copper lamp. Lin Feng began to bid. After hearing the first half of Lin Feng's words, many people's mouths twitched. This green lamp was obviously a treasure. In Lin Feng's hands, it had turned into a tattered copper lamp. Fraud. How could he be so fraudulent? Many people looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. The cultivator who took out the bronze lamp turned green. He was cursing Lin Feng in his heart. This guy is really shameless. Even Lian Yunsheng could not stand it anymore. She began to slander Lin Feng in her heart. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would quote a very low price. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would quote a high price? Lin Feng quoted a price of 1 million immortal stones for the copper lamp that Lin Feng called a shabby copper lamp. Many people were stunned. Didn't he say that it was a shabby copper lamp? Why was he quoting such a high price? Soon, everyone figured it out. Lin Feng was killing two birds with one stone. First of all, this copper lamp was indeed a supreme treasure. It was also a Buddhist supreme treasure. Buddhist supreme treasures were different from other treasures. They could restrain evil spirits and ghosts. Therefore, they often had miraculous effects. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the specific price of Buddhist supreme treasures. Lin Feng quoted a price. Naturally, it was acceptable. Secondly, if Lin Feng quoted a low price, if the total price did not exceed 1 million. In the end, Gongzi Huang quoted a price of 1 million immortal stones. If he quoted a high price and succeeded in exceeding 1 million, would Gongzi Huang still follow? No. Lin Feng got the copper lamp and the 300,000 immortal stones from the cultivator from before. If he followed, Gongzi Huang had to quote a higher price. This time, Lin Feng was obviously here to cheat Gongzi Huang. Brother True Love has offered a total price of 1,300,000 immortal stones. Are you still following? Lin Feng looked at Gongzi Huang with a faint smile. The corner of Gongzi Huang's mouth twitched slightly. 1 million to him. It was not a small amount. It was half of all his immortal stones. But now it seemed, even if he bid 1 million, he could not get the Purgatory Fiend stone. Gongzi Huang was a person who would never admit defeat. He said coldly, 1,500,000. The brother True Love in Lin Feng's mouth sighed. He was powerless to continue and could only choose to withdraw. Is there anyone with a higher price than Brother Tycoon? Lin Feng looked around. No one spoke. You keep saying how much you like Fairy Lian Yunsheng. It seems that you were just talking. Lin Feng pursed his lips. The group of young masters clenched their fists together, making creaking sounds. One by one, they glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng acted as if he did not see their expressions. 1,500,000 going once. 1,500,000 going twice. 1,500,000 going thrice. Deal. This purgatory fiend stone. It belongs to this Brother Tycoon. 1 hand for the immortal stone, 1 hand for the goods. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Gongzi Huang. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Then he waved his hand. It was quite shocking to see 1.5 million immortal stones being taken out. That was a huge sum of money. Now, this river of immortal stones was made up of 1.5 million immortal stones. Many people's eyes were wide open. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this transaction. He got the most precious dragon core in the Inferno Hell Magic Stone. He sold the Inferno Hell Magic Stone that he bought with 80,000 immortal stones for a sky-high price of 1.5 million immortal stones. This business was absolutely amazing. Such a business could not be done at any time. Lin Feng received 1.5 million immortal stones. Then, he handed the Inferno Hell Magic Stone to Gongzi Huang. After receiving the Inferno Hell Magic Stone, Gongzi Huang smiled at Lian Yunsheng. He said, Fairy Yunsheng. This Inferno Hell Magic Stone is a gift from me. I hope you like it. Thank you, Gongzi. Lian Yunsheng bowed to Gongzi Huang. She did not feel embarrassed at all. She directly took the Inferno Hell Magic Stone from Gongzi Huang. What are you all still doing here? It's time to leave. Gongzi Huang glanced indifferently at the other young masters who were pursuing Lian Yunsheng. This group of young masters was now disgraced. They did not have the face to continue staying here. Many people walked out with a sullen face. Brother, please wait. Lin Feng looked at the owner of the green lamp. This person was a cultivator of the Sacred Soul race. The Sacred War Alliance launched a war to invade the 9 states back then. But in fact, not all the forces in the Sacred War Alliance participated in this war. For example, the Sacred Soul race was one of them. What's the matter? The cultivator of the Sacred Soul race looked at Lin Feng angrily. His tone was also cold. I want that green lamp. How about we make a deal? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator of the Sacred Soul race and said. Since this person dared to take out the green lamp to make a deal, Lin Feng knew. That green lamp should not be this person's ancestral treasure. If it was passed down from his ancestors, lend him 3 times the courage. He wouldn't sell his ancestors' magic treasure just because he wanted to please a woman. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the green lamp was a treasure that the Sacred Soul race cultivator had obtained through a fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, since this person had taken out the green lamp to trade, it must be a supreme treasure. To him, it was not so important that he could not give it up. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to make a deal with him. It's impossible for you to make a deal with me, not in this lifetime. The Sacred Soul tribe cultivator said coldly. Then, he walked outside. Young man, don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Lin Feng said with the tone of an experienced person lecturing a junior. The cultivators of the Sacred Spirit race were furious. This guy was too shameless. However, he really didn't want to stay in this place any longer. Especially, he thought that he had lost all hope of pursuing Lian Yunsheng in the future. His mood was terrible. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Lin Feng. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng before quickly leaving. Why aren't you leaving? Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, I still have something to discuss with little Xianxia. Little Xianxia? Everyone was stunned. Gongzi Huang was also stunned. Wasn't little Xianxia referring to Lian Yunsheng? Gongzi Huang's expression was as ugly as it could get. Did this guy eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he call Lian Yunsheng that? Gongzi Huang knew that Lian Yunsheng was definitely not to be trifled with. Lian Yunsheng was also very surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to call her that. Was she familiar with this guy? It seemed that the two of them didn't know each other. Lian Yunsheng had always thought that Lin Feng was a shameless person. Now, she suddenly felt that calling Lin Feng a shameless person, that was not enough to describe Lin Feng's shamelessness. Little Xianxia, this is not the place to talk. Let's find a place where no one is around. Lin Feng looked at Lian Yunsheng with a smile. Lian Yunsheng's eyes darted around before she looked at Gongzi Huang and said, Brother Huang, I have some other matters to attend to today. I can't accompany you any longer. I hope Brother Huang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Gongzi Huang thought that Lian Yunsheng would fly into a rage. However, Lian Yunsheng did not. Gongzi Huang was extremely depressed. However, he still had to put on a gentlemanly look. He said, Fairy, please don't say that. You should attend to your important matters first. Let's meet again another day. I'll take my leave then. Lian Yunsheng bowed slightly to Gongzi Huang. Then, she walked out with Lin Feng. Brother Huang. Could Lian Yunsheng and that guy be putting on an act to extort money? A cultivator next to Gongzi Huang said. I think that's possible. A second person said. The rest of the cultivators also expressed their opinions. They all felt that it was possible. However, Gongzi Huang shook his head and said, Lian Yunsheng wouldn't offend a group of imperial family disciples for a sum of immortal stones. That guy must be using Lian Yunsheng's name to make a fortune. Lian Yunsheng, on the other hand, doesn't like being followed by so many people, so she's going with the flow. Since Brother Huang has seen through this, why are you still bidding? Someone asked in confusion. Gongzi Huang said, because I don't like to see so many flies flying around Lian Yunsheng. Then, Gongzi Huang's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, no one has ever taken immortal stones from me. That guy won't be able to do it either. At this point, Gongzi Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng and Lian Yunsheng walked out of the shop. He used my name to extort so many immortal stones. We'll split it half. Lian Yunsheng said. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, didn't I help you drive away those annoying fellows? I also helped you get rid of Gongzi Huang. You also got the Inferno Hellfiend stone. You should be content. You can't be too greedy. You're the greedy one. You got 5 million immortal stones. I've never seen so many immortal stones in my life. Lian Yunsheng glared at Lin Feng as she spoke. Lin Feng said. Eh? Gongzi Huang came down to look for you. Lian Yunsheng turned to look at the shop. Gongzi Huang was nowhere to be seen. Lian Yunsheng immediately knew that she had been tricked by Lin Feng. She turned to look at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. Bastard, bastard. How dare you trick me? I think you're tired of living. As long as you stay in Forsaken City, I have many ways to find you. Lian Yunsheng said fiercely. One had to admit that Lian Yunsheng was a supreme beauty. She became angry. They were both so beautiful. Lian Yunsheng did not stay for long. Instead, she quickly left the black market. Lin Feng went to the biggest shop in the black market. This shop. It was called the Divine Wind Restaurant. It was said that the owner was very mysterious. Was very capable. No one dared to provoke him. Therefore, the business of the Divine Wind Restaurant was doing well. The Divine Wind Restaurant had a total of 7 floors. It was very big. There were many customers here. People came and went. There was an endless stream. It was said that the Divine Wind Restaurant would hold a huge auction every once in a while. At the auction, usually, there would be some good items. Lin Feng entered the Divine Wind Restaurant. A servant girl on the first floor saw that Lin Feng had an extraordinary aura and knew that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. She walked up to him. This maidservant was quite tall, and she was also quite beautiful. She was very pleasing to the eye. Is there anything I can do for you, young master? The servant girl bowed to Lin Feng and asked. I need to buy a large amount of precious insect materials. Can you help me contact the elders who can make the decisions here? Lin Feng said. The maidservant said, Young master, please follow me to the VIP room to rest for a while. I will inform the elders soon. Lin Feng nodded. He followed the servant girl to the VIP room on the first floor. The servant girl poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. Then, she left. Not long after, a series of footsteps came from outside. Then, a beautiful woman walked into the main hall. This beautiful woman should be the person in charge. Lin Feng was very surprised. Because he had been to many places like the Divine Wind restaurant. The person in charge. Usually, they were men. This was the first time the woman saw them. Of course. Lin Feng did not show his surprise on his face. I am Yao Yu. Greetings, young master. May I know how to address you? The woman smiled and bowed to Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng and asked about his identity. The surname is Lin. Lin Feng said. He only said his surname, not his first name. Many cultivators were actually like this. In order to avoid trouble, they would only reveal their surnames and not their names. There were even a lot of people. He directly changed the name. He used a fake name to hide his true identity. This kind of thing was commonplace in the world of cultivators. So it's Lin Gongzi. I heard from my subordinates that Lin Gongzi needs some insect materials. I wonder what kind of materials Lin Gongzi needs. The beautiful woman asked with a smile. Nurture the primordial ancestral insect. Emperor Archaic. Prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The materials of the celestial devouring bug queen. I want as many as you have. Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman was shocked because the spirit insects that Lin Feng mentioned were too shocking. And now, Lin Feng collected these insect materials. Could it be that Lin Feng was cultivating these spirit insects? The beautiful woman asked calmly. These insect materials are not easy to find. Moreover, they are very expensive. No problem. Just bring them over. Lin Feng said. Young master, please wait for a while. This servant will go to the warehouse to check how many insect materials are left. When I'm done, I'll bring them all to young master. The beautiful woman said. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The beautiful woman chuckled and said, we should be thanking young master for patronizing our divine wind sex business. When the beautiful woman laughed, she looked as if she was trembling. She was really beautiful. Lin Feng could not help but take a few more glances at her. The beautiful woman was very pleased with herself. She had always been attracted to him. She was very confident. The beautiful woman left to sort out the various insect materials. An hour later, the beautiful woman returned. She brought over 200 types of insect materials. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This divine wind sex ability was really big. They actually had so many insect materials in stock. There are a total of 84 types of insect materials to cultivate the immemorial ancestral insect, 56 types of insect materials to cultivate the emperor archaic, 67 types of insect materials to cultivate the desolate arid demon refining insect queen, 60 types of insect materials to cultivate the immortal devouring insect queen. As the beautiful woman spoke, she took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. She said, the quantity and price of each insect material are all recorded inside. Young master can take a look. Lin Feng took the jade tube. His divine sense sensed it. Sure enough, he found it. It recorded the introduction, quantity, price, and other contents of various insect materials. It was very complete. The Divine Wind sect was very meticulous in doing things. This point, Lin Feng admired it very much. No problem. Lin Feng's divine sense withdrew from the jade tube and said. The price of these things added together is 830,000 immortal stones. But today, our Divine Wind sect will form a good relationship with young master and only take 800,000 immortal stones from young master. The beautiful woman said with a smile. 800,000 immortal stones was actually an astronomical figure. World of cultivators. Many people did not raise pets, spirit beasts and so on. These pets, spirit beasts and other living creatures could play an important role at critical moments. They could even reverse the situation of a battle. But why were there still so few people who raised these pets and spirit beasts as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns? It was not that those cultivators did not want to raise them. It was that they really could not afford to raise them. Only a rich cultivator like Lin Feng could do that. Could afford to raise them. Thank you, fairy. Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he took out 800,000 immortal stones. He sealed the 800,000 immortal stones in a spatial porcelain bottle and handed it to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman did not check if the number of immortal stones inside was enough. She kept the porcelain bottle. She did this as if she was telling Lin Feng. She trusted Lin Feng 100%. She had a 100% trusting attitude towards her customers. It was easy for people to have a good impression of her. Lin Feng continued, I still need some things, but I don't know if the Divine Wind sect has them here. What things? The beautiful woman asked curiously. Dragon cores, dragon crystals, and the like. It's a treasure that can help the dragon race grow quickly. Lin Feng said. In fact, the dragon core and the dragon crystal were the same thing. It was just that they had different names at different stages. There was a huge difference in the purity of the energy contained within. These things are not easy to find. However, I heard that a fellow Taoist has a bottle of dragon marrow. It is said that it is the marrow of a true dragon. Priceless. True dragon marrow? Good fellow. Lin Feng heard the words true dragon bone marrow. He was shocked. This item was even more valuable than a dragon core or a dragon crystal. It would definitely play a huge role in promoting Xiaolong's growth. Eat, eat, eat. When Xiaolong heard the words true dragon bone marrow, he was shocked. He shouted excitedly. Is that fellow Taoist in Withered City? Lin Feng asked. Said Lin Feng. Thank you very much, Celestial. The beautiful woman chuckled. You're too polite, young master. Lin Feng chatted with the beautiful woman for a while before leaving. He had gained a lot from this trip to the black market. As for this trip, Lin Feng was very satisfied. Lin Feng walked outside. A group of people rushed towards Lin Feng. Among the crowd, Lin Feng saw the three-eyed bull demon that he had defeated. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Was this guy here for revenge? The three-eyed bull demon had never invaded the 9 prefectures before. So, Lin Feng didn't like this race. He didn't hate them. But if this guy didn't have eyes and came to find trouble with him, Lin Feng wouldn't be merciful. Big brother, it's him, the three-eyed bull demon pointed at Lin Feng. This guy had brought over an expert who was somewhat similar to him, but his aura was much stronger. Eat this old bull's fist. The reinforcements brought over by the three-eyed bull demon couldn't help but roar. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He casually sent out a palm strike. Bang, this reinforcements was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm strike. Crack, crack. Even the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The bones in his body, it was unknown how many were broken by Lin Feng. Ah, so strong, so strong. The three-eyed bull demon that was sent flying by Lin Feng once again rushed towards Lin Feng. The three-eyed bull demon from before also rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought that the two of them wanted to gang up on him. Just as Lin Feng was about to make his move, who would have thought, the two of them directly flopped on the ground. Flop. They knelt in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The surrounding cultivators were also dumbfounded. Weren't these guys here for revenge? The fight had only just begun. Kneeling on the ground, what was the meaning of this? Even if he couldn't win, he could still leave. There was no need to kneel on the ground, right? Lin Feng didn't know what to do with those two guys. What are you doing? Lin Feng asked speechlessly. Young master. You're too strong. We brothers are willing to follow young master. We hope that young master can bestow upon us the method to become stronger. The three-eyed ox demonic cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng hurriedly said. Young master, please accept us. We are willing to become young master's followers. We can help young master with a lot of things. Another three-eyed bull demon said. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. These two guys actually did such a thing and caught Lin Feng off guard. Get up, this is not the place to talk. Lin Feng said. Naturally, he had no interest in accepting these two followers. If young master doesn't accept us brothers, we brothers will kneel for a long time. The two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators said in unison. Once a bull's temper flared up, it was completely one-track minded. If you want to kneel, then kneel. I'll take my leave first. Lin Feng directly walked outside. The two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators hurriedly got up. There were still some other cultivators following them. They were all followers they had taken in. Now, the two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators had driven away their followers. They then chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned to his residence. The two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators followed Lin Feng back to his residence in the Bee Garden district. They didn't knock on his door. Instead, they sat on the branches of a tree not far away and rested. When the innkeeper found out about this, he came to Lin Feng's residence. He asked Lin Feng if he needed to drive the two away. The innkeeper had a great background. It was said that it was related to the city lord's mansion. Perhaps the city lord's mansion was the force behind it. Lin Feng asked, "What's the background of these two?" The older one is called Niao Meng, and the younger one is called Niao Yan. Speaking of which, these two brothers are quite pitiful. Their parents were killed when they were still very young. Originally, their father was the eldest son of the three-eyed ox demon clan's patriarch. Moreover, the old patriarch's soul was about to return to the nine heavens due to an old illness. The brother's father was about to inherit the patriarch's position, but he suddenly died tragically, and the position of patriarch fell to the second brother. The situation of the two brothers, Niao Meng and Niao Yan, is getting worse and worse. Although their bloodline is powerful, they have no one to rely on in the clan after their parents died. Therefore, they missed the best period of cultivation when they were young. Therefore, their powerful talents have not been fully displayed. All these years, they have been thinking of avenging their parents, so they want to become stronger. The innkeeper said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect these two stubborn brothers to have such a tragic background. Lin Feng's sharp senses told him that. Was the death of the Niao Meng and Niao Yan's father related to this second uncle of theirs? Of course. This was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng didn't have any evidence. Let them stay there. They will leave soon if I don't go out. Lin Feng said. Young master's kindness is admirable. The innkeeper cupped his fists. Then he left. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to the Niao Meng and Niao Yan brothers. Perhaps everyone in this world had their own story behind them. And Lin Feng. He didn't want to be too involved in other people's affairs. Afternoon. A maid came to Lin Feng's place. This maid was from the Divine Wind Pavilion. She received Jiao Yu's order and came to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter. A light flashed. On the letter, a graceful figure appeared. It was Jiao Yu. Jiao Yu said, "Young master, I have already visited that fellow Taoist. Tomorrow, that fellow Taoist will go to the Divine Wind Pavilion and take out the true dragon bone marrow. However, that fellow Taoist seems to have informed many people to go, so young master must be mentally prepared." Her voice faded. That illusory figure of Jiao Yu disappeared. On the blank letter, there was a dense row of small words. Those small words, including the specific time, guesses of what the other party might need, and so on. Jiao Yu was quite meticulous. She was very thoughtful. I have received the letter. Go and reply to manager Jiao Yu. Say that I will be there on time tomorrow. Lin Feng looked at the maid who delivered the letter and said. Yes. This servant will go back and report to master. The maid said. Then she left. The next day, Lin Feng went to the Divine Wind Pavilion. Seeing Lin Feng come out, the Niao Meng and Niao Yan brothers hurriedly jumped down from the tree. Then they followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't want the Niao brothers to follow him. Because there were too many people from the Sacred War Alliance who wanted to kill him. Once Lin Feng's identity was exposed, there would definitely be experts to deal with him. This was also the reason why Lin Feng didn't want the Niu brothers to follow him. Because once the war broke out, the Niu brothers, I'll pass on 3 divine abilities to you 2 brothers. These 3 divine abilities, one is called Green Ox Heaven Trampling Steps, one is called Divine Ox Dragon Kill, and one is called Divine Ox Demon Art. Come find me after you've successfully cultivated these 3 divine abilities. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and 2 light beams flew out. Each beam of light recorded 3 divine abilities. These 3 divine abilities were obtained from the immortal corpse's soul. They were very powerful. The 2 light beams that recorded the divine abilities entered the minds of the Niu brothers. Thank you, young master. The 2 of us brothers will definitely cultivate well. We won't disappoint young master's expectations. The Niu Meng and Niu Yan said excitedly. They thanked him repeatedly. Then they left. After seeing the 2 brothers leave, Lin Feng continued to walk towards the Divine Wind Tower. Arriving at the Divine Wind Tower, the beautiful woman Yao Yu received Lin Feng. Is he here? Lin Feng asked. He's already here. He's currently drinking tea and chatting with the deputy head. There's still an hour before the trade fair begins. Young master should also go to the VIP lounge to rest. Yao Yu said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Yao Yu brought Lin Feng to a separate VIP lounge on the 5th floor. A maidservant brought in tea. As the manager of the Divine Wind Tower, Yao Yu had a lot of things to do. So after chatting with Lin Feng for a while, she went out to deal with the affairs of the Divine Wind Tower. An hour later, a maid came to the VIP lounge where Lin Feng was. The maid said, Lin Gongzi, the trade fair is about to begin. Let's go now. Lin Feng nodded. He got up and followed behind the maid. The trade fair was also on the 5th floor. It was only a dozen meters away from the VIP lounge where Lin Feng was resting. When they entered the trade fair, there were already 7 or 8 cultivators gathered here. There were elderly cultivators, middle-aged cultivators, and also relatively young cultivators. After seeing Lin Feng come in, these people all looked indifferent. They didn't pay too much attention to a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Soon after, a group of people arrived. The 2 people in the lead. They were 2 young masters, and Lin Feng actually recognized one of them. It was none other than Gongzi Huang. The young master beside Gongzi Huang was extremely handsome. It was just that his eyebrows were raised, making him look rather frivolous. Gongzi Huang. That person also came out of the Holy Palace. In the past, Gongzi Huang was the most powerful existence among the younger generation. Now that he has cultivated in the sacred palace for such a long time, it is simply unimaginable just how powerful his combat strength has become. That's right. Perhaps he can catch up to the older generation of experts. I heard that Gongzi Huang came for Lian Yunsheng. I've heard about this as well. The one with Gongzi Huang is Lian Yunsheng's younger brother, right? This fellow is a spoiled brat with exceptional talent. However, he does not want to improve himself and has always been a fool when it comes to cultivation. After obtaining so many precious resources over the years, he has only just broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. What a waste of resources. The cultivators in the VIP lounge began to whisper to each other. Lin Feng could hear the ants fighting. Naturally, he could hear the mutterings of some cultivators. He rather admired Lian Yunsheng's younger brother. This fellow had probably heard the others' evaluation of him. However, he did not seem to care at all. Perhaps, a dead pig does not fear boiling water. This was how this fellow was acting now. Anyway, it was already like this. You can say whatever you want. When Gongzi Huang saw Lin Feng sitting down, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Brother Huang, do you know this fellow? Lian Limo asked in surprise. Yes. This is the fellow I told you about before. He is the one who used your sister's reputation to auction the Purgatory Demon Stone. Gongzi Huang said. Moreover, he did not lower his voice when speaking. Obviously, he did not mind being overheard by Lin Feng. This fellow was fanning the flames of trouble. He did it so blatantly. When the others heard this, they were all surprised. They all looked at Lin Feng. They wondered who this fellow was. He actually dared to use Lian Yunsheng's reputation to make a fortune. Lian Yunsheng was beautiful. However, she was not a good-tempered person. Was this fellow not playing with fire? However, this fellow was actually sitting there calmly. It seemed that Lian Yunsheng did not take revenge on him. Could it be that he had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Lian Yunsheng, or else? Why did Lian Yunsheng not teach this fellow a lesson? Many people began to make guesses. Lian Limo walked toward Lin Feng. Many people muttered. It seemed that Lian Limo was going to deal with this fellow. Soon, Lian Limo came to Lin Feng's side. He looked at Lin Feng condescendingly and asked, "Is it true that you used my sister's name to make a fortune?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "You can think of it that way." Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to answer so straightforwardly. "Humph. Do you know? Did you commit a heinous crime?" Lian Limo snorted coldly. "What heinous crime? Tell me about it." Lin Feng said calmly. "My sister has a fiery temper. She was furious that you used her name to make a fortune. She wanted to smash you into a pulp with her mace, but I tried my best to stop her. In order to save you, I was almost slapped to death by my sister." Lian Limo said. Lin Feng, Gongzi Huang, everyone, Lian Limo muttered to himself. "For you. I offended my own sister. Now, I don't dare to return home. So. You should know what to do now, right?" Everyone was speechless. It was rumored that Lian Limo was not only a second-generation heir, but also a dabbler. They did not believe it at first. Now, they believed it. This fellow was really a weirdo. He actually dared to make up stories about his own sister. Moreover, his intentions were clear. He had said so much. He wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng. Thank you, thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. After that, Lin Feng ignored Lian Limo, the idiot. Lian Limo said, "Thank you? That's it? Think about the sacrifices I made for you." Lian Limo said. He even stretched out his right hand and made a rubbing motion. Lin Feng said, "What are you doing? Your hand is rubbing here and there. What exactly are you rubbing?" Many people could not help but laugh. Lin Feng was obviously teasing Lian Limo. Lian Limo rolled his eyes, thinking, "Why is this fellow so stupid? He can't even understand what I'm trying to say." Lian Limo then remembered that Gongzi Huang had spent 1.5 million to buy a purgatory fiend stone from Lin Feng. Lian Limo could not help but despise Gongzi Huang's intelligence. Each one was stupider than the other. "I'm still the smart one." Lian Limo originally wanted to ask for a portion of the immortal stones from Lin Feng. But at this moment, Yao Yu and another cultivator arrived. Everyone naturally knew Yao Yu. As for the other cultivator, very few people knew him. Someone seemed to recognize the cultivator's identity and was extremely shocked, but he didn't say much. That cultivator didn't look particularly old, around 30 years old. But cultivators all looked relatively young. That cultivator must have cultivated for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. After seeing Yao Yu arrive, Lian Limo shrunk his neck. He seemed to be quite afraid of Yao Yu. He didn't continue to pester Lin Feng, but quickly found a place to sit down. "Everyone. This fellow Taoist Zhuge is the fellow Taoist who possesses the true dragon bone marrow," Yao Yu said. Everyone cupped their fists towards the cultivator surnamed Zhuge. "I am Zhuge Ming. Greetings, fellow Taoists." The cultivator introduced himself. Of course, it was unknown whether it was his real name or not. When cultivators went out, there were very few who used their real names. Other than those who were confident in their own strength or those who came from large factions, who used their real names. The rest of the people liked to use aliases, because they were worried about being retaliated against. Therefore, it was more convenient to use an alias. Although this Zhuge Ming looked very amiable, he was not a person to be trifled with. But this person gave Lin Feng an unusually dangerous feeling. This existence. He was definitely a powerful character. He wasn't someone ordinary people could provoke. Yao Yu said, everyone is here for the true dragon bone marrow. As for how to obtain the true dragon bone marrow, it will depend on what fellow Daoist Zhuge's specific request is. I still have something to take care of, so I won't disturb everyone. Yao Yu bowed to everyone. Then she walked outside. Take care. Everyone said. Watching Yao Yu leave. Seeing Yao Yu leave, Lian Limo's expression returned to normal. Lin Feng had been observing Lian Limo the entire time. He realized that this guy seemed to be very afraid of Yao Yu. Lian Limo was the son of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan's patriarch. Was there a need to be afraid of Yao Yu, unless Yao Yu and the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan had a deep relationship? And her identity was different. That was why Lian Limo, the second generation, was so afraid. Ladies and gentlemen, I need an item. Who could take it out? The true dragon's bone marrow belongs to him. Zhuge Ming said. What is it? Everyone was curious. Immortal's inner core. Zhuge Ming said. Immortal's inner core? What the hell is that? Lian Liamo couldn't help but mutter to himself. Zhuge Ming said, cultivators usually don't condense inner cores. They usually convert the energy in their bodies into qi. For example, magic power belonged to a type of qi, and qi was also the most primitive force that propelled a cultivator's life. Even the flow of blood needed to be carried by qi. However, there are some immortals who can condense an inner core within their bodies. This inner core is called the Great Golden Core, and is formed by the condensation of the immortal's energy source and their own qi. Many people frowned. What Zhuge Ming wanted was simply too rare. Lin Feng had prepared many treasures. However, these treasures were of no use. Immortal Niden. These things were condensed from the bodies of immortals, and only a very small portion of immortals could condense them. Where should I go to find them? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who couldn't produce such an item. Everyone present couldn't produce such an item either. Zhuge Ming took in the expressions of everyone present. He then said, if you can't produce an immortal's inner core, it's fine. Everyone can name a price, and everyone will have one chance. If I'm satisfied with what you have, I'll give you the true dragon bone marrow. Good. This is a good suggestion. I'll go first. Lian Liamo immediately shouted, then took out a jade tube and handed it to Zhuge Ming. What is this? Zhuge Ming didn't check the jade tube, but asked instead. Lian Liamo wanted to go forward and whisper to him. However, he was rejected by Zhuge Ming. There's nothing that can't be said. Just say it. Zhuge Ming said. Lian Liamo recited, Guan Guan Judo in the river, a gentle and graceful lady, a gentleman's desire. We men live in this world, aren't we born to enjoy ourselves? Women, on the other hand, are able to show off our men's status. I'm sure there's no man who doesn't like women, right? In this jade tube of mine, there's information on many of the top beauties in our great sage world. Even their interests and hobbies are recorded. Fellow Daoist, you can take a look. If you take a fancy to any of them, you can approach them according to their interests and hobbies, then launch a powerful attack. When the time comes, you'll definitely be able to win the heart of the beauty. After hearing Lian Limo's words, the corners of many people's mouths couldn't help but twitch. This Lian Liamo. What a weirdo. As expected of someone like a spoiled brat. Did he think that everyone had the same thoughts as him? Apart from eating, drinking, and playing with women, there was nothing else to do? Next. Zhuge Ming ignored Lian Liamo. You really don't know anything about romance. Lian Liamo rolled his eyes and said. An old man said, I once obtained a Taoist scripture passed down from an ancient immortal in the primordial era. It contains endless wonders, and I can copy it for you. Zhuge Ming didn't say anything directly. Instead, he wanted to see what other people had. He needed to weigh the pros and cons. After the old man finished speaking, a middle-aged cultivator said, I have an unparalleled divine ability here, but it's incomplete. Even so, it's still heaven-defying. I plan to use this divine ability to exchange for true dragon bone marrow with you. After the middle-aged cultivator, the only female cultivator said, I have an unrefined Xianxia gourd here. It said that it's a gourd formed from the most ancient immortal root. One of the three pure ones, Taisheng Laojun, had a treasure that was refined from this Qiankuan gourd. It said that it can absorb all living things in the world, and it only takes 49 days to refine anyone to death. Fellow Taoist, you can use the Qiankuan gourd to refine such a supreme treasure. The cultivators said one after another. Naturally, the items they took out were all extremely precious. There were only 2 people left. Gongzi Huang. Lin Feng. Gongzi Huang said, I'm sure you've heard of the antediluvian secret realm. After hearing the words Eldritch Mystery Realm, many people's expressions changed abruptly. Gongzi Huang continued, this is the most mysterious and ancient mystery realm in the Eldritch era. The inheritance and treasures inside are unimaginable. I have a token here, which is a token to enter the Eldritch Mystery Realm. The Eldritch Mystery Realm appears once every 10 million years. Calculating the time, it should appear somewhere in the starry sky world in a few years. When the time comes, the holder of the token will be able to sense it. At that time, you can find the Eldritch Mystery Realm and enter it. Once you enter the Eldritch Mystery Realm, you'll obtain unimaginable opportunities. After Gongzi Huang finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand. A token appeared in his hand. Gongzi Huang should have more than one token to enter the antediluvian secret realm. Or else, he wouldn't have taken out this token at this moment. The antediluvian secret realm. The biggest secret realm of the antediluvian era. The secret realm with the most opportunities. Since ancient times, countless people wanted to find the antediluvian secret realm. To explore the antediluvian secret realm. However, it was still difficult to find the antediluvian secret realm. Now, with this token, there was hope to enter the antediluvian secret realm. Therefore, this token, it was indeed too attractive. Compared to the antediluvian secret realm token that Gongzi Huang took out, although the other people took out various precious items, however, it was still incomparable to Gongzi Huang's token. Many people shook their heads. They felt that they had no hope. Everyone knew how to choose. Zhuge Ming looked at Lin Feng and said, what are you going to use to persuade me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. When Gongzi Huang took out the antediluvian secret realm token, Lin Feng knew that ordinary items, even emperor weapons, were not as attractive as the antediluvian secret realm token. As for the more precious treasures, for example, treasures like the Bell of Hell were too important to Lin Feng. He couldn't take them out. Therefore, Lin Feng knew, if he wanted to suppress Gongzi Huang to make a deal with Zhuge Ming, he couldn't use conventional methods. Conventional methods naturally referred to using items to make a deal with Zhuge Ming. At this moment, he needed to use some unconventional methods. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng indifferently and couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery. Gongzi Huang was ruthless. When Lin Feng had received 1,500,000 celestial stones, Lin Feng smiled. He already had the intention to kill Lin Feng. However, Withered Silent City was not a place to make a move. Therefore, he was waiting for an opportunity. A chance for me to do something for you. However, the prerequisite is that what you want me to do doesn't go against my conscience and it won't harm anyone. Lin Feng said. Everyone looked at each other. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. This kid, who did he think he was? With empty words, it was the true dragon's marrow that wanted to escape. Was he daydreaming? Zhuge Ming said, one must know their own limits. Lin Feng said, one must know how to seize opportunities. Everyone couldn't help but slander him incessantly. This brat seemed to think too highly of himself. This guy. Could it be that he really thought of himself as a powerful figure, in the eyes of everyone? Very soon, Lin Feng would be crushed by the cruel reality. Let him know. In this world, it wasn't as simple as he thought. Zhuge Ming took a deep look at Lin Feng. A light flashed in his hand. A space crystal appeared. Sealed within the space crystal was a ball of liquid. Groan. A loud dragon roar was heard. A true dragon was flying in the space crystal. Waves of dragon roars resounded throughout the world. That was a true dragon. It was not a true dragon. Instead, it was formed by the spiritual aura of the true dragon's bone marrow. True dragon marrow. Cries of surprise could be heard. Everyone looked at the true dragon bone marrow with burning gazes. This was definitely a supreme treasure. Refining pills had an obvious effect on one's cultivation. Zhu Gaming flicked his finger. Whoosh. The space crystal flew out and landed in Lin Feng's hand. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected such a situation. Zhu Gaming. He actually chose to make a deal with Lin Feng. It was really shocking. Lin Feng was a young cultivator. He didn't take out any treasures. He only uttered a fleeting promise. Zhu Gaming actually chose Lin Feng. It was really unbelievable. Among everyone, the one with the ugliest expression was none other than Gongzi Huang. Originally, he was very confident. He believed that the true dragon bone marrow belonged to him. Who would have thought that the true dragon bone marrow would actually fall into Lin Feng's hands? Fellow cultivator. You have to consider carefully. Gongzi Huang said. You don't have to worry about that. Zhu Gaming said indifferently. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, I know who you are. We will meet again. After saying that, Zhu Gaming stood up. Then he left. Lin Feng frowned. Zhu Gaming actually knew his identity. This made Lin Feng very surprised. In his impression, he didn't seem to know Zhu Gaming. Of course. Maybe Zhu Gaming had seen him before. So, he recognized him. Eat, 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 I want to eat. Xiaolong, who was in the time-space, couldn't wait to shout. Lin Feng was astonished by the little guy's digestive abilities. After all, not long ago, this little guy had just eaten a dragon core. Logically speaking, he was so young. After eating the dragon core, he would need some time to digest before he could continue to eat other things. But this was obviously not the case for Xiaolong. After eating the dragon core, it didn't even fall asleep. It was estimated that the energy of the dragon core. It had already been digested by Xiaolong. The stronger the race, the stronger the digestive ability. Lin Feng still didn't know which race Xiaolong belonged to. He suspected that Xiaolong was a descendant of the ancestor dragon. But there wasn't much substantial evidence for this suspicion. You're awesome. You're still awesome. You actually used an empty sentence to cheat the true dragon's bone marrow away. If I had known earlier, I would have said the same thing. Lian Limo said. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, if you say that, Zhu Gaming will probably throw you out directly. Out of sight. Out of mind. Lian Limo still hadn't forgotten to ask Lin Feng for benefits. He said, hurry up and give me some immortal stones. At least half. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the next time my sister wants to deal with you, I'll be able to stop her. This guy obviously had a hidden meaning in his words, threatening Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted Lian Limo's shoulder and said earnestly, your sister was also present at that time. She didn't get angry when she saw me using her name to make a fortune. Do you know why? Why? Lian Limo asked doubtfully. He really didn't understand this matter. His sister's temper. She actually didn't flip out. It was really unbelievable. I usually call your sister Little Xianxia. Lin Feng said. You're my brother-in-law? Lian Limo's eyes widened. The sun really rose from the west. There was actually someone who could make his sister admire him? I'll go back to the clan and tell my father about this. Lian Limo said, then ran off in a flash. Who was this kid? How dare he take advantage of Lian Yunsheng? Wasn't he courting death? And this idiot Lian Limo actually believed it just like that. This is too much. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Lin Feng looked at Gongzi Huang indifferently. This person was incomparably terrifying. He had entered the Myriad tribe's sacred palace to cultivate for 3,000 years. But so what? Gongzi Huang was slightly taken aback. Then, his expression darkened completely. He had never thought that Lin Feng would dare to refute him. Gongzi Huang was a lofty existence. Who would dare to refute him? In the great sage world, no one dared to offend him. But Lin Feng dared. This made Gongzi Huang's desire to kill Lin Feng even more. Do you know that people like you usually don't even have the right to talk to me? But now, if you don't want face when I give you face, then I don't mind letting you know what a lowly wretch you are. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. The rest of the people stayed to watch the dispute with great interest. Everyone knew that Gongzi Huang was one of Lian Yunsheng's suitors. It was just that Lian Yunsheng did not agree. Lin Feng had made his relationship with Lian Yunsheng sound so ambiguous. Perhaps Lin Feng and Lian Yunsheng really did have a close relationship. It was no wonder that Gongzi Huang was so against this young cultivator. The others did not know that Gongzi Huang had spent 1,500,000 to buy the Purgatory Fiend Stone from Lin Feng. If they knew about this, they would know that Gongzi Huang wanted to kill Lin Feng. It was not just because of Lian Yunsheng. Gongzi Huang had always been ruthless. The heavenly fiends had always been like that. How many of them had a good temper? You keep saying that others are lowly. Do you think the heavenly fiends are a noble race? Lin Feng looked at Gongzi Huang with a mocking gaze. Of course the heavenly fiends are noble. With your lowly bloodline, you are destined to look up to the heavenly fiends. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. This was a kind of pride that was emitted from his bones. The heavenly fiends. They were indeed very powerful. Lin Feng said indifferently. I'm afraid you've forgotten that your ancestors were enslaved by the primitive demons. Back then, the heavenly fiends' ancestors were merely slaves of the primitive demons. What? Have you forgotten about this period of time? A bunch of descendants of slaves are actually discussing whose bloodline is noble and whose is lowly with me. Do you think there's a need to talk about this? You're courting death. Boundless killing intent burst out from Gongzi Huang's eyes. Being enslaved by the primitive demon race had always been viewed as a great humiliation by the heavenly demon race. Whoever dared to mention this matter would be viewed as an enemy by the heaven fiend race. Therefore, no one dared to mention that the heavenly devil race had been enslaved by the primitive devil race in front of the heavenly devil race cultivators. But Lin Feng. But today, he mentioned this matter. It was like plucking fur from a tiger. Breaking the ground on the Tai Sui's head. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was courting death. They didn't think that Lin Feng was a match for Gongzi Huang. One had to know. Even among the experts of the older generation. Perhaps. Only those who stood at the pinnacle would be able to do so. Only then could he suppress Gongzi Huang. Although Gongzi Huang was young. However, he had already become a supreme overlord of the starry skies. Who would dare to underestimate him? Boom. After Gongzi Huang's cold voice fell, an incomparably terrifying aura was emitted from his body. That aura. It directly oppressed Lin Feng. Gongzi Huang wanted to use his aura to suppress Lin Feng. Such a terrifying aura oppression, although it wasn't directed at anyone else. However, the other cultivators in the VIP lounge still felt as if there was an immemorial mountain pressing down on them. That feeling was really terrible. It made them feel as if they were about to suffocate. It was hard to imagine. How tyrannical was Gongzi Huang? The others felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to be miserable this time. However, at this time, they realized that Lin Feng was actually fine. What a bunch of clowns. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and look at Gongzi Huang with a mocking gaze. Everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Lin Feng could ignore Gongzi Huang's powerful aura. Secondly, Lin Feng was actually provoking Gongzi Huang again. Was this guy really not afraid of Gongzi Huang? Could it be that he was hiding some powerful trump card? Since you want to die, this young master can fulfill your wish. Gongzi Huang's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Lin Feng, wanting to take action against Lin Feng. At this moment, Yao Yu walked in and said, Gongzi Huang. This is the Divine Wind Tower. This is not a place for you to fight. Before you do anything, you should think twice before you act. You're protecting him? Gongzi Huang looked at Yao Yu with a gloomy expression. In this world, you can't do anything as you wish. You have to abide by some rules. Why? Didn't anyone teach you this? Yao Yu said coldly. Lin Feng was surprised. Normally, he only felt that Yao Yu was a very charming woman. Although Yao Yu's cultivation was also very tyrannical, she gave people the feeling that she was charming and seductive. Today, Yao Yu was actually so strong. To be able to become the chief manager of the Divine Wind Tower, Yao Yu was naturally not a simple person. He had underestimated this woman before. Now that Yao Yu had appeared, the first reason was to uphold the rules set by the Divine Wind Tower. The second reason was that Yao Yu had fallen out with Gongzi Huang was to support Lin Feng. This point was also quite thought-provoking. Good. Very good. Yao Yu. I'll remember you. Gongzi Huang looked at Yao Yu with an indifferent expression. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? A person like you doesn't even have the right to die in my hands. Don't worry, I won't kill you personally because that will dirty my hands." Lin Feng said indifferently, "I don't mind stepping on you personally. After I step on you and dirty my shoes, I can change them for a new pair." Everyone was speechless. Gongzi Huang was speechless. Yao Yu was speechless. The corner of Gongzi Huang's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng's ability to talk was indeed impressive. Gongzi Huang did not say anything else. Arguing with Lin Feng would only infuriate him to death. "Let's go," Gongzi Huang said in a deep voice. He took the lead and walked out. Gongzi Huang's followers followed closely behind him. The others did not stay and left one after another. "Thank you for helping me out just now." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Yao Yu charmingly smiled and said, "In any case, with young master's ability, you shouldn't be afraid of Gongzi Huang. Just now, I targeted Gongzi Huang because I wanted to tell young master that our Divine Wind Hall has always been young master's friend." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Yao Yu's personality had always been straightforward. This was one of the things that people liked about her. From Yao Yu's words, he could roughly guess. The Divine Wind Tower, they already knew his identity. The Divine Wind Tower was not simple. The power behind it was most likely the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion master was a member of the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan. Therefore, the Divine Wind Tower had a close relationship with the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I also like to be friends with celestial beings." Fairy's personality. It's very likable. Is it just my personality that is likable? Yao Yu asked with a charming smile. Of course, you look like a celestial being. You're so beautiful that anyone who sees you would be attracted to you, said Lin Feng while smiling. Yao Yu stared at Lin Feng and asked, "Then, is Lin Gongzi tempted by Yao Yu?" Lin Feng gently lifted Yao Yu's snow-white chin and looked at her delicate face up close. This woman. She was really beautiful. But unfortunately, Lin Feng was not tempted. Lin Feng had many women. All of them were peerless beauties. Now, there were only a few women who could make Lin Feng fall in love. There seemed to be fewer and fewer of them. "If you want to make me fall in love, you might need to work harder," Lin Feng said. Yao Yu bit her red lips and said, "How hard should I work? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I was just joking with you a moment ago. Fairy is such a peerless beauty, so I'm naturally tempted. Unfortunately, I'm now wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Otherwise, I'd definitely do everything I can to pursue Fairy." He, Yao Yu laughed. She was so beautiful even when she laughed. She said, "Yao Yu is already very satisfied to be able to make you fall in love with me. I don't dare to hope that I can have a relationship with you." Lin Feng smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, he said, "It's getting late. I will take my leave. I will send you off." Yao Yu said. Lin Feng nodded. Accompanied by Yao Yu, he walked out. On the other side. After Lian Limo left the black market, he went straight to the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan's territory. After returning to the clan, he quickly went to see his father. Lian Yunshang and Lian Limo's father was called Lian Shuxian. He had been in control of the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan for more than 100,000 years. Of course, Lian Yunshang and Lian Limo's grandfather was still alive, but he had chosen to live in seclusion to pursue the ultimate Tao. He didn't want to be disturbed by trivial matters. That was why he passed the authority of the family to Lian Shuxian. Among the experts of the Sacred War Alliance who were about to break through to the Emperor realm, one of them was Lian Yunshang and Lian Limo's grandfather. Lian Limo rushed into Lian Shuxuan's study. How dare you? Lian Shuxian had always had an extremely strict personality. He had 7 sons. The most disappointing of all was Lian Limo. Lian Limo was also basking in his sister's limelight. Otherwise, with his temperament, not having his legs broken by Lian Shuxian was already not bad. In truth, Lian Limo was extremely afraid of his father. If not for his sister's matter, he would have been forced to flee. He wouldn't even look for his father. Your son was blinded by an urgent matter just now, please forgive me, father. Lian Limo quickly apologized. What is it? Lian Shuxian asked in a deep voice. Lian Limo was a spoiled brat, and he had an extremely amusing personality. He was always very interested in the gossip of others. Not to mention the gossip of his own sister. Lian Limo said, Father, do you know that my sister has a lover? What nonsense are you talking about? Lian Shuxuan's expression suddenly sank. Lian Yunshang's talent. It was too heaven-defying. The only pity was that she was a girl. Therefore, Lian Shuxian or the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan would never allow Lian Yunshang to casually have emotional entanglements with other men. Lian Yunshang was destined to sacrifice a lot for the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan. Including her feelings. Or rather, who Lian Yunshang would marry in the future was not up to her to decide. I'm not lying. There's a guy with the surname Lin. 2 days ago, he used my sister's name to make a fortune, and he even called my sister Little Shangchang. Father, if they're not lovers, who would dare to call my sister that? Lian Limo said. Lian Shuxian couldn't help but frown. He understood Lian Yunshang's temper quite well. Although Lian Yunshang was as beautiful as a goddess. She looked charming and flirtatious. Gentle as water. But in reality, she didn't have a good temper. Lian Yunshang's prestige in the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan was extremely high because she had been teaching her peers a lesson since she was young. As she grew older, then she began to challenge the experts in the clan. The most important thing was, once they started fighting, she had no intention of stopping at all. Those who didn't know would think that it was a life and death battle. Several respected elders in the clan were seriously injured. But after the incident, Lian Yunshang kept apologizing. These elders couldn't be calculated with the juniors, right? So later, the people of the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan all avoided Lian Yunshang when they saw her. They were afraid that Lian Yunshang would drag them to be her sparring partner. That would be a fate worse than death. So, with Lian Yunshang's personality, she was definitely someone who couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. If she didn't have an intimate relationship with another man, if anyone dared to take advantage of her, it would be strange if they didn't get beaten half to death. What's the name of that guy with the surname Lin? Lian Shuxian asked in a deep voice. Lian Limo said, I don't know what that guy's name is, but I secretly used a precious crystal ball to imprint his appearance. After Lian Limo finished speaking, he handed a crystal ball to Lin Feng and Lian Shuxian. Okay. You can leave too. You don't have to worry about this matter. Lian Shuxian said. Then I'll take my leave. Lian Limo left the study. In the next few hours, Yi Zichen had already made his decision. The people of the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan began to discuss this matter. Lian Limo was a blabbermouth. He didn't care if there was evidence or not. This guy said that his sister Lian Yunshang had affairs with a man. When Lian Yunshang went out, she found that many people were pointing at her and whispering about something in private. After asking around, she found out what was going on. Lian Yunshang was so angry that she went straight to Lian Limo. She didn't care if he was her biological brother. She went up and beat him up. Sister, I'm innocent. I'm really innocent. That guy with the surname Lin told me that he was my brother-in-law. I was deceived by him. Shouted Lian Limo. He wanted to make Lin Feng the scapegoat. Previously, she had been played by Lin Feng outside the Divine Wind restaurant. Lian Yunshang hadn't vented her anger yet. Now, Lin Feng had spread rumors that she was his woman. Lian Yunshang was on the verge of exploding. Lian Yunshang had wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson before, so she had already found out where Lin Feng lived. Lian Yunshang grabbed Lian Limo's collar. When the little dragon swallowed the dragon core, it didn't fall into a deep sleep. But this time, the little dragon fell into a deep sleep after swallowing the true dragon bone marrow. The little guy's digestive ability was extremely strong. But after all, it had swallowed 2 treasures containing pure energy in a very short period of time. It needed some time to completely digest the energy. For some young beasts, deep sleep was the best way. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng planned to have a good rest for a few days. Then he would head to the area where the Immortal Gods Alliance was located. When he arrived at the Immortal Gods Alliance, he didn't necessarily look for the 3 human experts immediately. Lin Feng decided to observe for a while and inquire about the specific situation of the 3 human experts. Then he would consider whether to show himself. People's hearts were unpredictable. Of course, Lin Feng was worried that the 3 strongest cultivators of the human clan were plotting against him. This kind of thing. It wasn't completely impossible. Lin Feng had just returned to his residence not long ago. There was a loud bang. Lin Feng sensed that the entire house was shaking violently. Someone was attacking the restriction of the house, so the restriction counterattacked. Therefore, under the impact of the powerful energy, only then would the house shake violently. Bastard! Bastard! Hurry up and come out for this fairy. At this time, there was a shout outside. After hearing the curses, Xianxia was stunned. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wasn't that Lian Yunsheng's voice? Was Lian Yunsheng causing trouble for him? Such a big commotion naturally attracted a lot of people. Lian Yunsheng was very famous. So many people couldn't help but point and whisper to each other. Sister! Every wrong has its perpetrator. If you want to take revenge, you should look for that Lin guy, right? Can you put me down now? You see, so many people are pointing at me. I'm really embarrassed to be caught like this. Lian Limo said with a bitter smile, looking at Lian Yunsheng with pleading eyes. He was lifted in the air by Lian Yunsheng like a chicken. It was hard to struggle. It was really embarrassing. Lian Yunsheng glared at Lian Limo coldly and said, "Shut up. You aren't a good person either." Lian Limo paled at the sight of the furious Lian Yunsheng. Although they were siblings, Lian Yunsheng was still angry. Lian Yunsheng would not show mercy. Little Xianxia. Why was he so angry? Why don't you come down and have a cup of tea in peace? Drinking tea can reduce internal heat. Lin Feng walked out of the courtyard and smiled at Lian Yunsheng. Who is that kid? How dare he call Lian Yunsheng Little Xiang? Wasn't this a term of endearment between lovers? Did that brat eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? I don't know her. He had never seen it before. Could he be Lian Yunsheng's lover? Otherwise, why would he dare to call Lian Yunsheng that? But Lian Yunsheng came here in a rage. She looked like she wanted to eat someone. How do you explain that? Could it be that the kid is not satisfied with the food in the bowl and is looking at the food in the pot? Many of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but start discussing. Many of them even felt that Lin Feng didn't only have Lian Yunsheng as his lover. Moreover, he wasn't satisfied. How dare he flirt with other women outside? As a result, Lian Yunsheng was completely infuriated. One had to admit that these people's thinking was very fast. Even this kind of thing, they actually thought of it. Brother-in-law. Save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. Only you can save me from this abyss of suffering. Lian Limo wailed loudly when he saw Lin Feng. Damn, brother-in-law? Lian Limo actually called that guy brother-in-law? Is that guy really Lian Yunsheng's man? Lian Yunsheng, such a talented girl, is already taken. Oh heavens, oh earth, why is this happening? I was still thinking that I could get close to her one day, but it seems like there's no hope now. The most hateful thing is that that guy doesn't cherish a goddess like Lian Yunsheng. He doesn't know how lucky he is. Support goddess Lian Yunsheng and kick that guy out. The surrounding cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. They were envious of Lin Feng. All of them were cursing Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was their goddess's man. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. Lian Yunsheng glared at Lian Limo, who was being held in one hand. Lian Limo's face turned pale when he heard Lian Yunsheng's words. He didn't dare to say another word. He quickly shut his mouth. He only looked at Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng looked at Lian Limo speechlessly. This guy was the kind of person who caused trouble for himself and implicated others. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to solve the problem. To put it simply, he was a person who liked to show off but didn't have the ability to do so. Fortunately, this guy had also called him brother-in-law a few times. Although he was just a cheap brother-in-law, he was still brother-in-law, wasn't he? Lin Feng looked at Lian Yunsheng and said, "Little Yunsheng. Did Lian Limo, that bastard, offend you? Don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry over that bastard." Lian Yunsheng rolled her eyes. She realized that Lin Feng was as shameless as ever. On the left was little Yunsheng. On the right was little Yunsheng. He made it seem like they were really close. "You shut up too." Lian Yunsheng threw Lian Limo out of her hand. Then, she quickly flew toward Lin Feng. Lian Yunsheng descended from the sky. She slapped her palm toward Lin Feng. Endless immortal light surged out of Lian Yunsheng's body. After feeling the terrifying power of Lian Yunsheng's palm, many people turned pale with fright. I've long heard that Lian Yunsheng has a fiery temper. It seems like it's true. That guy deserves it. Who told him not to cherish Lian Yunsheng? It's best if he's beaten to death. If I can get the beauty back, why would Lian Yunsheng be angry? He dotes on her and everything. Who isn't like that? That guy doesn't deserve Lian Yunsheng at all. Seeing Lian Yunsheng attack, the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show became excited. They were looking forward to Lin Feng being slapped to death by Lian Yunsheng. Then, they would have a chance. She's murdering her husband. Lin Feng did not fight Lian Yunsheng head-on. Instead, he quickly moved to the left. After dodging Lian Yunsheng's attack, he shouted loudly. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll break all your bones." Lian Yunsheng's palm missed Lin Feng. Then, she glared at Lin Feng fiercely and threatened him through gritted teeth. Lin Feng said earnestly, "Little Yunsheng, don't be angry. After all, you're not alone now. If you hurt your body, my heart will ache." Not alone? What does that mean? Could it be that Lian Yunsheng is pregnant? Many people were dumbfounded. Lian Limo was indeed an idiot. After knowing that his sister was pregnant, not only did he not blame Lin Feng for not paying attention to his cheap brother-in-law. Instead, he was complacent because he had become an uncle. When he saw Lian Yunsheng carrying Lian Limo and charging over angrily, Lin Feng had already guessed what had happened. Although he had only seen Lian Limo once, Lin Feng believed that he had a good eye for people. Lian Limo had an unruly personality. Naturally, he could do anything. He probably wouldn't say anything good when he returned. Then, after being beaten up by Lian Yunsheng, he would slander him. Then, Lian Yunsheng came over with anger. Needless to say, Lin Feng's guess was extremely accurate. Everything. Lin Feng's guess was pretty close to the mark. But even though he had guessed all this, Lin Feng couldn't be angry at Lian Limo. "Bastard, bastard. I'll kill you." Lian Yunsheng couldn't help but roar. She leaped out and charged toward Lin Feng. Her eyes were spitting fire. Boom, Lian Yunsheng attacked. This time, 7 immortal lights rushed out of her body. The 7 immortal lights surrounded Lin Feng. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. Something amazing happened. The 7 immortal lights turned into 7 fairies. Every single one of them was breathtakingly beautiful. Now, the 7 fairies were charging toward Lin Feng. They were fairies evolved from a divine ability. They weren't real fairies. This divine ability was abnormally terrifying. After feeling the power of this divine ability, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was definitely a divine ability that defied the natural order. It was very likely that Lian Yunsheng had learned this divine ability from the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. But Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Lin Feng's combat strength had increased to an unimaginably terrifying level. Lian Yunsheng was indeed powerful. But Lin Feng thought Lian Yunsheng was still lacking compared to him. Technique of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Facing the attacks of the 7 fairies, Lin Feng made his move. He had condensed this powerful divine ability. This was a supreme divine technique passed down from the previous era. Its power was terrifying enough. When this divine ability was unleashed within Lin Feng's body, he exuded an aura of supremacy and supremacy. At that moment, it was as if Lin Feng was about to become the ruler of the world. With Lin Feng as the center, the surrounding void began to distort. Dense golden runes appeared in the distorted void. When the attacks of the 7 fairies arrived, they were all blocked by the dense runes. Afterward, those runes immediately engulfed the 7 fairies. The bodies of the 7 fairies collapsed. Lian Yunsheng was horrified. She could not believe her eyes. In the past, she was one of the top 100 geniuses of the heavenly sage great world. Although some people might not have participated in the battle of geniuses for various reasons, 90% of the top geniuses had participated in that battle. Lian Yunsheng could make it to the top 100. It was enough to prove how powerful she was. Moreover, later, Lian Yunsheng entered the Myriad Tribe Palace to cultivate. Not only did she learn some heaven-defying divine abilities, her cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds. But even so, today, she made her move. She had unleashed a powerful attack. It was actually broken by Lin Feng. Lian Yunsheng could not accept this. Brother-in-law, you are so powerful. I admire you so much. Lian Limo immediately shouted excitedly. He had been beaten by his sister since he was young. Every time, he was beaten up badly. But there was nothing he could do. Lian Yunsheng was too powerful. He wanted to resist, but he could not resist. In the Crimson Demonic Snake clan, even the highly respected elders did not dare to fight with Lian Yunsheng, because Lian Yunsheng was too powerful. Now, Lian Limo finally saw someone who could subdue his sister. Lian Limo was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Himself. Could he finally find someone to rely on, himself? Could he stop being beaten in the future? The cultivators who were watching the show were extremely shocked at this moment. Lian Yunsheng was powerful. They knew it very well. But Lian Yunsheng attacked. She was actually suppressed by the young human cultivator. It was unbelievable. No wonder that guy could win the beauty's heart. He was indeed too powerful. Not bad. Not bad. The power of that divine ability is not bad, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lian Yunsheng's face darkened, because she heard Lin Feng's tone. The divine ability that she had just used was only at the level of not bad. Was this guy looking down on her? Thinking of this, Lian Yunsheng became even angrier. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Don't be so smug. Soon, you will be beaten to the point where you can't even recognize yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, Lian Yunsheng leaped out. Her body turned into a dazzling immortal light. She was like a flying immortal. She quickly attacked. This divine ability was called the Nine Heavens Flying Immortal Technique. It was also a heaven-defying divine ability. Lian Yunsheng seemed to have turned into an omnipotent fairy from the 9 heavens. When she was flying over quickly, Lin Feng felt an extremely terrifying aura from Lian Yunsheng's body. Lian Yunsheng's divine ability. It was enough to threaten him. What a powerful divine ability. Is this also a divine ability passed down in the Myriad Tribe's Sacred Palace? The Myriad Tribe's Sacred Palace is becoming more and more attractive to me. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lian Yunsheng quickly attacked. This time, facing Lian Yunsheng's attack, Lin Feng directly used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack Lian Yunsheng. Bang! Lin Feng and Lian Yunsheng exchanged blows. Lian Yunsheng was originally very confident in her 9 heavens flying immortal technique. But when she received Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Punch, she was astonished. Her expression abruptly changed, because she realized that Lin Feng's punch was destroying her divine ability. Lian Yunsheng wanted to retreat quickly, but it was too late. Lin Feng waved his hand. He used the 8 divine seals. A dense array of runes shrouded Lian Yunsheng. They wrapped around Lien Yunsheng's body. Those runes. They directly sealed Lin Feng and Lien Yunsheng's shoulders. Lin Feng carried Lien Yunsheng on his shoulders. Put me down. You bastard. Put me down. Lien Yunsheng began to struggle violently after her dermic powers were sealed. But she couldn't break free at all. Kid. Didn't you hear? Fairy Yunsheng asked you to put her down. Why aren't you letting her go? Many cultivators said coldly. Lin Feng said, we're just flirting. What does it have to do with trash like you? Get lost, or I'll make your heads explode. I'm arrogant. I'm happy. Lin Feng was still as arrogant as ever. His attitude was so arrogant that it made people want to hammer him to death. However, when they thought about how Lien Yunsheng was suppressed by Lin Feng despite her powerful cultivation level, they did not dare to make a move. Moreover, the matter between Lin Feng and Lien Yunsheng had nothing to do with them. Brother-in-law, my sister is pregnant. Don't carry her like this. You'll crush her belly. Lien Limo reminded him. Lien Limo, you bastard. I don't have a brother like you. Lien Yunsheng could not break free, so she could only vent her anger on Lien Limo. Lien Limo said, Sister. You can't forget about your brother just because you have a baby. Our blood is thicker than water. Let go of me. I'm going to hammer that idiot Lien Limo to death. Lien Yunsheng's eyes were spitting fire. Lien Limo said, Sister, you used to praise me for being smart, but now you're calling me an idiot. People say that pregnancy makes a woman stupid for 3 years. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing you like this, I really believe it. However, I won't blame you since you're pregnant. Sister, you have to stop saying such silly things in the future. After all, it'll damage your reputation if word gets out. Damn it. This guy is really... Many cultivators who were watching the show rolled their eyes. Lin Feng was speechless as well. Lien Limo, he was really the weirdo in Withered City. I don't have a brother like you. Lien Yunsheng turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Feng carried Lien Yunsheng in his arms and walked toward his courtyard. Quick, get someone to save me. Lien Yunsheng shouted. Sister. Don't say such things out of anger. Enjoy your time with my brother-in-law. I'll go back and think of a cool name for my future nephew. As soon as he finished speaking, Lien Limo fled. Nephew my ass, Lien Yunsheng could not help but curse. She was about to cry because of her idiot brother. Bang, Lin Feng carried Lien Yunsheng into the courtyard. Then, he closed the door. This is Withering Silence City. The headquarters of our Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan. You better put me down quickly. If you dare to touch me, you better think about the consequences. Lien Yunsheng began to threaten Lin Feng. Do you really want to come down? Lin Feng looked at Lien Yunsheng with a faint smile. Nonsense. Lien Yunsheng glared at Lin Feng. When this hot and sexy beauty got angry, she was also quite beautiful. Lin Feng loosened his grip. Bang. Lien Yunsheng fell to the ground. He landed on his bottom. Tears were about to fall out. You bastard. How dare you treat me like this? You don't even know how to show mercy to a woman. You're worse than a beast. Lien Yunsheng cursed. Said Lin Feng. You were the one who told me to put you down. I just did what you told me to do. Lien Yunsheng said angrily, I did ask you to put me down, but I didn't ask you to put me down like this. Lin Feng said, but you didn't say that I couldn't put you down like this. Lien Yunsheng was so angry at Lin Feng that she gritted her teeth. Ever since this bastard appeared in her world, she was angry at him. She seemed to be more angry than all the other living beings before her. She was at a disadvantage. She seemed to be at a disadvantage more than all the other living beings before her. This made Lien Yunsheng extremely depressed. Lien Yunsheng got up from the ground. Her dermic powers were sealed. Therefore, she did not dare to run away from Lin Feng. Because, she knew that she could not run away at all. If she ran away, she would anger Lin Feng. What if this guy went berserk? Who are you? Lien Yunsheng looked at Lin Feng and asked. She was extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. With her strength, it was very difficult for anyone in the younger generation of Heavenly Sage Great World to defeat her. However, Lin Feng did it. And Lin Feng was just a human cultivator, nothing more. Furthermore, he was a very young human cultivator. Therefore, Lian Yunxiang was so curious about Lin Feng's identity. She wanted to know who Lin Feng was. "I'm your husband." Lin Feng winked at Lian Yunxiang and said. This otherworldly woman had such a fiery temper. Lin Feng liked to tease Lian Yunxiang. Bullsh** T. Lian Yunxiang glared at Lin Feng fiercely. "If you want to know who I am, come over and massage my legs and shoulders." Lin Feng sat on a rocking chair outside and smiled at Lian Yunxiang. "Why don't you die?" Lian Yunxiang said hatefully. However, the woman walked straight toward Lin Feng. Then, she began to massage Lin Feng's legs and shoulders. Although she didn't want to do it, however, she was curious about Lin Feng. Her curiosity overcame her insistence. "It feels so good." Lin Feng was enjoying it. "I'll pinch you to death, pinch you to death, pinch you to death." Lian Yunxiang began to increase her strength. However, Lin Feng still looked like he was enjoying it. Lian Yunxiang had the urge to punch Lin Feng in the face. However, she restrained herself in the end. An hour later, Lian Yunxiang stopped and asked, "Can you tell me who you are now?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm loved by everyone. Flowers bloom when they see me. People call me the little white dragon of the river. I have the most handsome face in the world, the #1 genius of the human race, Lin Feng." Lian Yunxiang was shocked when she heard the name Lin Feng. "Lin Feng? You're that Lin Feng from the 9 states?" Lian Yunxiang looked at Lin Feng in shock. Although she had never seen Lin Feng before, however, when Lian Yunxiang walked out of the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace, she had heard too many legends about Lin Feng. Moreover, more than a year ago, Lin Feng even underwent his tribulation in the withered forest. After his tribulation, he even killed 7 or 8 sovereigns. This incident, it caused a huge uproar in the Heavenly Sage Great World. Currently, the Sacred War Alliance was looking for Lin Feng everywhere. However, there had been no clues. Many people thought that Lin Feng had escaped from the Heavenly Sage Great World. Therefore, the various factions looking for Lin Feng could not find his whereabouts. Lin Feng's whereabouts were unknown. However, who would have thought, Lin Feng did not leave the Withered Silence Prefecture at all. Moreover, he swaggered into the Withered Silence City. "Are you shocked? Are you surprised? As your husband, I should give you some face, right? How about this? Let's have our wedding night tonight. What do you think?" Lin Feng looked at Lian Yunxiang with a smile and said. Lian Yunxiang's pretty face immediately turned red. After learning about Lin Feng's true identity, Lian Yunxiang realized that Lin Feng was much more pleasing to the eye than before. "In your dreams?" Lian Yunxiang snorted. This woman's every move, frown, and smile. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a blood-red color. In the courtyard, Lin Feng started a bonfire. He had some free time. Lin Feng planned to cook some delicious dishes himself. When he had nothing to do, he could do this to relax his tense mind. She saw Lin Feng cutting the flood dragon meat. Lian Yunxiang rolled her eyes and said, "You're still eating these nonsensical things?" Lian Yunxiang usually paid attention to her diet. This was because cultivators didn't need much food. Eating was also to replenish their strength. Powerful cultivators like her would often choose spirit fruits to satisfy their hunger. This was because there were fewer impurities in spirit fruits. Moreover, spirit fruits contained pure energy that was beneficial to cultivation. If they ate other food, they would accumulate a lot of impurities. These impurities were far more than the impurities accumulated in the body from eating spirit fruits. These impurities needed a certain amount of time to be refined. This was also the reason why so many cultivators didn't like to eat other food to satisfy their hunger. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Life is not the only thing we need to focus on. Cultivation isn't the only thing we need to do. We should also enjoy life." Lian Yunxiang couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't agree with Lin Feng's statement. But she didn't refute it. Because everyone had their own way of life. There was no need to impose one's way of life on others. Lian Yunxiang was very smart and understood this. So, she wouldn't refute Lin Feng's point of view. Lin Feng ignored Lian Yunxiang. He continued to enjoy this rare moment of peace and quiet. Lin Feng made a table full of delicious food. In addition to roasting meat, which he was best at, Lin Feng also made charcoal roasted matsutake, crispy fried matsutake, braised winter bamboo shoots, liuzhou sour bamboo shoots, pickled tofu fresh, all fish banquet, and many other delicacies. These delicacies were all recipes that Lin Feng had researched himself. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Bibi and the dragon rabbit flew out of the time and space after smelling the fragrance of the food. As for the dragon, it was still asleep. So it didn't come out with Bibi and the dragon rabbit. Dragon rabbit, and an even more bizarre little beast, Lian Yunxiang was shocked when she saw Bibi and dragon rabbit. She could only recognize the dragon rabbit. As for what race Bibi was, she didn't know. Before that, he had never seen a creature like Bibi. The two little fellows began to enjoy the delicious food with an intoxicated expression on their faces. Lin Feng took out some fine wine. He then looked at Lian Yunxiang and said with a smile, "Barbecue, delicacies, and a pot of wine. It's a heavenly experience. Do you want to try it? This fairy doesn't eat junk food." Lian Yunxiang raised her proud head. "Then you really don't know how to enjoy life." Lin Feng shook his head. Then, he began to enjoy these delicacies. "Yeah, yeah." Bibi stared wide-eyed at the wine pot in front of Lin Feng. This little guy had drunk a few times. Every time, he was drunk to death. Bibi waved its paw. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. A pot of wine flew out from Lin Feng's mountain river ring. The dragon rabbit also began to squeak at the side. Bibi passed the pot of wine to the dragon rabbit. The dragon rabbit waved its paw again. A second pot of wine flew out. The two little fellows opened the pot of wine and started gulping it down. Little drunkards, Lian Yunxiang stared at the scene with her mouth agape. She couldn't help but purse her lips. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "That snow-white little beast looks extraordinary. What race is it?" Lin Feng said, "I'm not too sure, but I believe it has an extraordinary background." "Yeah, yeah, Bibi." The little guy mumbled to Lian Yunxiang in a charmingly naive manner. Lian Yunxiang's heart melted. Anyone who saw an adorable little beast like Bibi, they would probably fall in love with Bibi. The little guy was obviously more attractive to females. Lian Yunxiang wanted to hug Bibi. Bibi immediately shook its head like a rattle. "Eat, eat, eat." Bibi wants to eat, the little guy chewed on the meat while shouting. Lian Yunxiang couldn't help but laugh. Bibi was simply too adorable. Lian Yunxiang really wanted to snatch Bibi away. However, she could only dream about it. She wanted to snatch Lin Feng's pet away from Lin Feng. That was impossible. Moreover, Bibi was psychic. It was still young. It was extremely intelligent. Even if she snatched it away, the little guy would still run back on his own. She watched as Lin Feng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit enjoyed the food. Lian Yunxiang couldn't help but gulp. Gurgle. Sounds came from her stomach. It was the sound of hunger. Lian Yunxiang looked eagerly at Lin Feng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit, who were enjoying the food. In the end, she couldn't hold it in. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "I thought about it carefully. Since you invited me to eat, it would be disrespectful if I didn't eat at all. I'll give you face and eat a few bites." Lin Feng laughed inwardly. Lian Yunxiang was obviously suffering because of her pride. She wanted to eat. However, she was worried about this and that. It wasn't easy for her to make up her mind to eat. She had to find some reasons. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't expose Lian Yunxiang at this time. He smiled and said, "Thank you, fairy, for giving me face. It seems that it's good to be handsome. Wherever I go, people have to give me some face because of my handsome face. Shameless." Lian Yunxiang muttered. Then, she picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of fled dragon meat. She ate it in small bites. Her eyes lit up instantly. she said, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be SOSO. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's not easy to get such a comment from you. Fairy, try my barbecue. Lian Yunsheng cut a small piece of barbecue meat. When she took the first bite, Lian Yunsheng's eyes suddenly widened. How is it? Lin Feng asked. It's not too bad, Lian Yunsheng said. Although she said it was not too bad. However, Lian Yunsheng's actions clearly told Lin Feng. Lin Feng's barbecue was not as simple as not too bad. Because Lian Yunsheng was wolfing it down. She didn't care about her ladylike image at all. While Lin Feng and Lian Yunsheng were enjoying the food, thousands of miles away from Withered Silence City, a middle-aged cultivator shrouded in holy light walked toward Withered Silence City step by step. The space around the cultivator began to distort. With every step he took, he was already 1,000 meters away when he appeared again. This was an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng, you brat. I'll be here soon. Are you ready to die? Don't fight with me. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Lian Yunsheng couldn't help but scream. She went from not eating, to barely eating a few mouthfuls, to wolfing down the food like a hurricane. It was just a momentary change. There was a huge table full of delicious food. There was also a lot of roasted meat. Most of it was eaten by Lian Yunsheng alone. Her appetite was amazing. Lin Feng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit were all dumbfounded. Eat, 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 Bibi wasn't full yet. She waved her little paws aggrievedly. How about some more roasted meat? Lin Feng looked at Bibi with a smile. The little girl nodded. Lian Yunsheng's eyes lit up again when she heard about roasted meat. Lin Feng made these things. She liked roasted meat the most. It had a unique taste. It was unforgettable. After eating it, she wanted to eat more. Lian Yunsheng said, Me too. Me too. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he took out the flood dragon meat and continued to roast it. In the end, almost half of the flood dragon meat was eaten. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit drank 3 jars of wine in a row. They couldn't take it anymore. They fell to the ground drunk. Lin Feng sent them back into the mountain river ring. Because there was too much to eat. So, Lian Yunsheng's flat stomach bulged slightly. It's getting late. Let's wash up and sleep, Lin Feng looked at Lian Yunsheng and said with a smile. You really want me to sleep with you? Sure. It's going to be a long night. Lian Yunsheng laughed too. Seeing Lian Yunsheng's expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but shudder. Because Lian Yunsheng's expression was too evil. He didn't know what this woman was thinking. It was really frightening. At this moment, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a serious expression. He waved his hand. He removed the restriction on Lian Yunsheng. Go back quickly. If you continue to stay here, I don't know what I will do to you. Lin Feng said. Shameless bastard, Lian Yunsheng snorted coldly and dashed toward the door. Then, he kicked open the door. Then, he quickly left. Lin Feng. Die. When Lian Yunsheng was about to return to her family, suddenly, a deep voice resounded above Withered Silence City. A terrifying pressure. It permeated between heaven and earth. Endless holy light intertwined. Everyone saw it. In the void, a cultivator was standing there. The cultivator struck out with his palm. In an instant, a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky was formed. That big hand. He descended from the sky. Then, he slapped his palm toward a courtyard. Holy Emperor, at this moment, countless cultivators in every corner of Withered Silence City were alarmed. Those cultivators. They all rushed out and looked at the large hand that was surrounded by holy light in the distance with astonishment in their eyes. A holy emperor has struck. That holy emperor seemed to have shouted the name Lin Feng. Could it be the Lin Feng from Jiuzhou? Isn't it rumored that Lin Feng has already escaped from Heavenly Sage Great World? It seems that the rumors are false. This guy is so bold. Not only did he not leave Heavenly Sage Great World, but he also swaggered into Withered Silence City. However, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape this time. When everyone saw a Saint Emperor make a move, they all began to discuss among themselves. Such a terrifying expert had struck. In everyone's opinion, this time, Lin Feng would definitely die. Oh no! Lian Yunshang's expression changed drastically when she saw this scene from afar. She turned around and rushed toward Lin Feng. However, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Lian Yunshang's father, Lian Shuxian. Lian Shuxian confined the void. Lian Yunshang could not struggle. Father, why are you stopping me? Lian Yunshang looked at Lian Shuxian in confusion. Actually, Lian Shuxian had gone to Lin Feng's place earlier. He saw Lin Feng and Lian Yunshang talking and laughing as they ate. He did not appear. Until this moment, he only appeared. The person who struck is Xingjiuji. He's from the Holy God clan. He's also one of the top 10 holy emperors. We shouldn't get involved in this matter, Lian Shuxian said. The Crimson Demonic Snake clan was part of the Holy War Alliance. However, they had always kept a low profile. They stood aloof from worldly affairs. For example, invading Jiuzhou and fighting the Immortal God Alliance. This clan had never participated in it. This was also related to the personalities of the Crimson Demonic Snake clan's higher-ups. Lian Shuxian naturally would not interfere in this matter. But father, Lian Yunshang wanted to refute. She did not know why. At this moment, she desperately wanted to be by Lin Feng's side. Lian Yunshang even felt that Lin Feng had asked her to leave. It was very likely that he had discovered Xingjiuji. Say no more, Lian Shuxian said indifferently. Bang! Xingjiuji's terrifying palm slammed into the courtyard where Lin Feng was, and an earth-shaking sound was heard. However, what was shocking was that although the courtyard was shaking non-stop, it was still shaking. It did not shatter. This was because, after Lian Yunshang left, Lin Feng took action and strengthened this courtyard. So when the opponent's attack came down, it was blocked by the courtyard's restriction. Xingjiuji's expression was rather gloomy. He stood in the void and looked coldly at the courtyard below. The reason why Xingjiuji knew Lin Feng's whereabouts, it was because he received a secret message. Xingjiuji did not know who sent him the message. But he did not care about this. He only cared about whether he could find Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Holy War Alliance wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was born in Jiuzhou. Back then, Lin Feng seriously hindered the invasion of the Holy War Alliance. These were only part of the reason. Until today, it was not even the biggest reason. The biggest reason was that these forces all knew how many powerful abilities, magic treasures, fortune, wealth, secrets Lin Feng had. Kill Lin Feng, they could take all these things away. Especially for experts like Xingjiuji. If they could kill Lin Feng, they could take away Lin Feng's fortune. Little bastard. You think you can hide? You think you can escape death? If you think so, then you are too stupid. Today, I will take your life. Xingjiuji's voice was cold. Then, step by step, he walked towards Lin Feng's courtyard. Soon, Xingjiuji arrived at Lin Feng's courtyard. He directly tore apart the courtyard's great formation. Then he rushed into the courtyard. Little bastard! You dare trick me! Then, Xingjiuji's furious roar resounded from the courtyard. What happened? The cultivators outside looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened in the courtyard. It made Xingjiuji so angry. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed out of the courtyard. When Xingjiuji had just entered Withered City to search for Lin Feng, Lin Feng felt Xingjiuji's divine will lock onto him. Therefore, Lin Feng let Lian Yunshang leave. Then, he quickly set up a few large formations. Lin Feng knew that Xingjiuji was too powerful. It would not be easy to escape from him. He needed a large formation. Lin Feng set up a large formation because he was in a hurry. Therefore, these few large formations were relatively simple. Therefore, it was difficult to trap Xingjiuji for too long. So this person is Lin Feng from Jiuzhou. Kill him. When everyone saw Lin Feng rush out, they immediately began to incite the crowd to attack Lin Feng. This person's luck is monstrous. Kill him and we can share his luck, This person has many Dharma treasures on him. Kill him and we can share his Dharma treasures. This person has many powerful divine powers. Kill him and we can get his divine powers. The surrounding cultivators shouted one after another. Killing intent filled the sky. A large number of cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Third level of Supreme Aura. Shatter heaven and earth. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. He directly activated his Supreme Aura. This was an indiscriminate attack. When the terrifying aura surged out, everyone was enveloped by Lin Feng's Supreme Aura. And the third level of Supreme Aura. Its power could be said to be heaven-defying. It was shocking and moving. This peerless and invincible attack instantly erupted with unimaginable power. The surrounding void directly shattered. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of bodies exploding, there was the sound of bodies exploding. One by one, the fleshly bodies of the cultivators shattered along with the surrounding space. Be it boundary emperors, god emperors, immortal emperors, emperor lords, or even emperor sect experts. They could not withstand Lin Feng's attack at all. Only venerable sovereigns could barely withstand Lin Feng's supreme aura attack. Retreat, hurry up and retreat. The cultivators in the outer region cried out in horror. They were afraid that they would be enveloped by Lin Feng's domineering aura. If he was enveloped by it, he would most likely die. Lin Feng's endless domineering aura. It was truly too terrifying. The power it displayed scared the guts of the cultivators of the myriad races. Lin Feng, on the other hand, soared into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. No one dared to stop Lin Feng anymore. It's great that he's fine. Lian Yunsheng looked delighted. Lian Shuxian couldn't help but take a deep breath. He'd thought that Lin Feng would die at Xingjioji's hands, but who would have thought, surprisingly, nothing had happened to Lin Feng. Instead, it trapped Xingjioji. This child. It was truly shocking. Little bastard. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Lin Feng rushed out of Withered City. Xingjioji destroyed the array that trapped him and then roared in exasperation. He was a high and mighty existence. Below the Emperor Lord. One of the top 10 peak holy emperors. An existence that countless people looked up to. And now, he'd actually been schemed against by a young cultivator. This was hard for Xingjioji to accept. It was simply a great humiliation. It almost drove him crazy. Right now, Xingjioji only wanted to catch Lin Feng as soon as possible. And then tear Lin Feng to pieces. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Xingjioji quickly rushed out. His face was filled with a sinister smile. Little bastard. I've already locked onto your aura. No matter where you run to, I'll find you. Let's go, let's follow and watch. Many cultivators said. They followed behind Xingjioji, wanting to watch the battle. But Lin Feng and Xingjioji were too fast. Therefore, those cultivators simply couldn't catch up to Lin Feng and Xingjioji. 5 days later, Xingjioji caught up to Lin Feng. A great battle broke out between the two sides. Xingjioji, as expected of one of the top 10 peak holy emperors, his cultivation was too terrifying. Lin Feng brought out all kinds of magic treasures. He was multitasking. His peak battle strength erupted. But he was still far from being Xingjioji's opponent. His body was almost split in two by Xingjioji's ninth heaven saint god slash. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lin Feng dodged Xingjioji's terrifying attack. Little bastard. You really don't look like someone who just broke through to the Emperor realm. I'll let you grow. How can this be? But it's all over now. No matter how amazing your talent is, if you fall early, what's the use? Xingjioji said with a sinister smile. He once again charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Xingjioji was indeed too terrifying, making him feel the threat of death. Lin Feng was now locked onto by Xingjioji. He couldn't get rid of Xingjioji. Could it be? Was he really going to die at Xingjioji's hands today? That's right, didn't the old Taoist give him a brocade pouch? Lin Feng's mind suddenly flashed. He thought of the old Taoist he saw in the black market. That old Taoist looked quite ordinary. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't really believe the old Taoist's methods. But now, the situation was dangerous. Lin Feng had no other way to deal with Xinjiuji. So, he could only choose to believe in the old Taoist. Lin Feng took out the brocade pouch and opened it. A golden brocade flew out. The golden brocade suddenly burst into flames. Golden light surged out from the golden brocade. Finally, the golden light turned into a golden door. Die! Xinjiuji attacked, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had almost run out of energy because of Xinjiuji's attacks. Therefore, it was almost impossible to continue to resist Xinjiuji's attack. When Lin Feng saw the golden gate, he didn't even think about it and immediately ran towards it. But Xinjiuji's attack speed was faster. Before Lin Feng rushed into the golden door, his attack had already landed and was about to hit Lin Feng. But at this time, the golden door, holy light shone. The holy light gushing out from the golden gate blocked Xinjiuji's terrifying attack. Whoosh! And at this time, Lin Feng rushed into the golden door. After Lin Feng rushed into the golden door disappeared. Damn it, I actually let that brat escape. Xinjiuji couldn't help but roar in anger. He was about to kill Lin Feng, but in the end, it was all for naught. This made him extremely depressed. In the distant forest, a mysterious person coldly looked at all of this. This little bastard really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He's lucky this time. Let's see how he'll die next time. The mysterious person's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He had been following Lin Feng the entire time. And the reason why Xinjiuji knew that Lin Feng was in Withered City. A sandstorm blew across the sky. There were very few people on the road. Lin Feng didn't know where this place was. The only thing he could confirm was that this was still the great heavenly sage world. It was just that the environment here was a little too harsh. Even though those mountain ranges were almost completely barren, there were still a lot of trees in them. There were no flowers or trees. Most of the places, it seemed to be a desert with a harsh environment. Occasionally, sandstorms would sweep across the world. Lin Feng traveled through the desert. He had been looking for a town. He hoped to find a town. During the day, the temperature was extremely hot. In the evening, Xianxia was still in the room. The temperature would become extremely cold. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. Lin Feng was alarmed. He quickly flew into the distance. A large area of the desert in front of him collapsed. An incomparably huge crater had appeared. The moonlight shone into the crater. 5 stars and moons. This is an ancient tomb? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He directly flew into the depths. When he flew into the ancient tomb, he immediately saw it. In the huge ancient tomb, there were densely packed coffins. In the middle of the ancient tomb, there was a huge platform. On the platform, there was a stone coffin. The moonlight shone on the stone coffin. Waves of evil aura surged out from the stone coffin. Bang! The lid of the stone coffin flew into the air. The next moment, a woman in white clothes flew out. The woman in white had her eyes closed. Her skin was snow white, and her face was exquisite and beautiful. However, her body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. She wasn't human. She was a female corpse. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the woman in white opened her eyes. Her eyes were blood red. Lin Feng and a pair of eyes looked at each other. He immediately felt that he was being pulled into an endless purgatory. An endless number of wraiths rushed towards him. Illusion! Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly activated Luya's stargazing chart to get rid of the illusion. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the woman was already beside him. The female corpse struck out with her palm, trying to kill Lin Feng. Then, it devoured Lin Feng's primordial yang qi. Fortunately, Lin Feng woke up in time. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. He quickly threw a punch at the female corpse. Bang! the attacks of both sides collided. In an instant, a powerful force surged out. Lin Feng felt as if his body had been hit by an immemorial mountain. He was sent flying by the impact. His face flushed red. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng was horrified. The female corpse was too terrifying. Whoosh, Lin Feng didn't even think about it. He turned around and flew away. We can't leave. This fairy wants to devour your primordial yang qi to increase my strength. The female corpse said coldly. After devouring the primordial yang qi, her cultivation increased rapidly. However, Lin Feng would die. Bah! You're just a corpse cultivator. How dare you call yourself a fairy? How can you be so thick-skinned? Lin Feng cursed. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Unfortunately, you can't do it. This fairy won't get angry. The female corpse looked at Lin Feng indifferently. She was very fast, and her aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng even felt that she was stronger than Xianxia. Crescent slash. The female corpse attacked Lin Feng from more than 1,000 meters away. A beam of moonlight condensed and quickly slashed at Lin Feng. Holy shit, an attack released from so far away still has such power when it flies over? What a monster. After feeling the terrifying power of the moonlight, Lin Feng suddenly shouted in horror. Under normal circumstances, even if it was a peak holy emperor, from a distance of a few hundred meters, the power of a divine ability attack would basically dissipate. However, the female corpse's attack from more than 1,000 meters away was still incomparably terrifying. It was too inconceivable. Lin Feng found that his intuition was really good. The female corpse, much stronger than Xianxia. The situation was not good. Lin Feng quickly activated the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor protected Lin Feng. At this moment, the moonlight condensed by the female corpse slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was blown away by the attack. Cough, 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 Lin Feng coughed violently. He found that he had coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. The female corpse must have the battle strength of an emperor. However, perhaps it was because the female corpse had just woken up. Therefore, she had not been able to skillfully use the power she controlled. It was hard to imagine. How powerful was the female corpse when she was alive? This armor. Why does it give me a feeling of déjà vu? Where did you get it? When the female corpse saw the ruler's armor on Lin Feng's body, she suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Then she asked aloud. The ruler's armor was a supreme treasure forged by a supreme existence in the wasteland. It had been passed down from generation to generation. In the end, it fell into Lin Feng's hands. The female corpse. She actually had a feeling of déjà vu about the ruler's armor. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be, was the female corpse a powerhouse in the wasteland? If you don't chase me anymore, I will tell you the origin of this armor. Lin Feng said. If I catch you, I will search your soul. You can also know everything I want to know. The female corpse said coldly. You win. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he sped up again. However, it was still almost impossible to get rid of the female corpse. The distance between Lin Feng and the female corpse was getting closer and closer. And the female corpse would condense a powerful attack every once in a while. She attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only choose to take the female corpse's attack head-on every time. He didn't dare to stop and fight with the female corpse. If he were to be entangled by an emperor-level existence, he would definitely die. If it weren't for the ruler's armor's powerful defense, Lin Feng's powerful body, and the immortal body's recovery ability, Lin Feng had already died countless times in the hands of the female corpse. The situation was getting worse and worse. Lin Feng's expression was also getting gloomier and gloomier. If this goes on, sooner or later, he would die in the hands of the female corpse. 15 minutes later, Lin Feng saw a temple appear in the desert. In the darkness, a faint divine light surged out of the temple. Lin Feng's spirit was suddenly lifted. He quickly flew towards the temple. When he got close to the temple, Lin Feng found that the temple was already very dilapidated. But there was still divinity emanating from the temple. Lin Feng rushed into the temple. The female corpse tried to enter the temple, but the temple vibrated with the divine sound of heaven and earth. The female corpse was forced back. Humph, a dilapidated temple, you want to stop this goddess? The female corpse floated in the air, coldly looking down at the dilapidated temple below. Although her words were full of disdain for the dilapidated temple. But in reality, Lin Feng stood in the courtyard and looked at a statue inside the temple. It was a statue carved out of stone. But now, only half of it was left. The other half was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng entered the temple. He found that the marks on the statue were very smooth. The statue seemed to have been split in half from the middle by a peerless weapon. This was an unknown existence, not a human. A lion's body and a human face. Although only half of the statue was left, it still gave off a faint divine glow. The divinity was immortal after billions of years. It was truly inconceivable. This is a temple from the era of titled gods. This should be a titled god, the demon lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. A titled god was powerful, immortal, ancient, and mysterious. In the past, they were high above, ruling over the heavens. Now, countless years had passed. The titled gods had long since disappeared. But there were still rumors about titled gods. A lion's body and a human face. Does the demon lord know the origin of this titled god? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said. I don't know. There are only a lot of titled gods, and many of them are abnormally powerful, and their origins are extremely mysterious. It's hard to find out their secrets. Lin Feng said. The female corpse was so powerful, but she was still blocked outside the temple. It should have something to do with this statue. Indeed. Although this statue is broken, it still has divinity flowing through it. That's why the female corpse couldn't enter the temple. The demon lord said. Outside. The female corpse looked at the entire temple with an indifferent expression. She sneered and said, soon you will know that hiding in the temple is useless. As soon as she said that, the female corpse took out a flute. It was a bone flute. It was unknown what kind of bone it was made of. The female corpse blew the bone flute. The sound of the flute could be heard. Crack, crack. Then, many places in the desert world cracked open. Terrifying existences crawled out from the cracks one after another. They were ferocious beasts. They lived under the desert. Normally, they would not appear. They would only appear when they were summoned. The female corpse's flute could summon those ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were covered in scales, and their limbs were relatively thick. From their appearance, they looked like a branch of the wolf clan. But it wasn't the wolf clan. Those ferocious beasts were called the subterranean fiend clan. It was a ferocious beast that lived in the depths of the desert. During the day, they would hide in the desert. They would only come out at night to look for food. This was a type of ferocious beast that lived in groups. It was exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Once they moved out, they would usually move in groups. Right now, the female corpse had summoned the underground demon beast. She wanted to use the underground evil beasts to destroy the temple. Roar, a deep roar resounded through the desert world. A large number of underground demons rushed towards the lone temple from all directions. If one were to look down from the sky, one could see that the underground devil beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surrounded the temple. The earth was shaking violently. Lin Feng was startled. He gazed into the distance and saw an endless number of demonic beasts. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Charge! The female corpse gave the order to attack. Hordes of underground devil beasts quickly pounced on them. Kill! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. It was a moment of life and death. He had to resist the attack of the underground demons. Otherwise, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng displayed endless domineering aura. The subterranean devil beasts that were charging from all directions were shrouded. Bang! 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 The sound of bodies exploding came one after another. One by one, the hell demons were killed by Lin Feng's endless domineering aura. A large number of hell demon corpses were piled up. They piled up into mountains one after another. This was a tug of war. Under this kind of consumption, Lin Feng's magic power was consumed extremely quickly. It lasted about 4 hours. Lin Feng's magic power had been exhausted. For Lin Feng, the situation was extremely bad. If the underground demons attacked a few more times, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist. When the time came, the underground demons would be able to rush into the temple. The female corpse obviously knew that Lin Feng's situation at this moment was very bad. A cold curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. In her opinion, Lin Feng this time, he would definitely die. But just at this moment, the female corpse looked into the distance. Her eyes twitched violently. The female corpse seemed to have sensed that something was rushing here quickly. And that thing, it made the female corpse tremble with fear. Therefore, the female corpse did not dare to stay and directly rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. The female corpse left. Lin Feng was surprised. He did not understand why the female corpse chose to leave at this time. Soon after, Lin Feng knew the reason. In the distance, the blood cloud surged. A large blood cloud almost pressed down from the void. No one knew what terrifying thing was in the blood cloud. Wherever it passed, all of the underground demons died in an instant. Then they were swallowed by the blood cloud. Roar! The remaining hell demons screamed in horror and hurriedly drilled into the ground. But in the end, only a few underground demons drilled into the ground and escaped. Most of the underground demons did not manage to escape. They were all swallowed by the blood cloud. Even the corpses of the demonic beasts Lin Feng had killed before were there. They were also swallowed by the blood cloud. The blood cloud was not picky at all. As long as it had flesh and blood and spirit, it swallowed them all. It swallowed as much as there was. Heaven and earth became completely silent. In addition to the dilapidated temple, there was the blood cloud above the temple. The blood cloud had no intention of dissipating. Lin Feng did not know what was in the blood cloud. However, he vaguely felt that in the blood cloud, there must be an unimaginable existence. Or else, it would not scare the female corpse away. Huff. 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 At this moment, a powerful devouring force surged out of the blood cloud. The powerful devouring force poured down directly. It wanted to devour the entire temple. Creak. Creak, the temple began to shake. The temple was already dilapidated. How could it withstand the devouring of the blood cloud? The temple began to dismember. Many tiles, wood, separated walls, and other things flew toward the blood cloud. Then they were swallowed by the blood cloud. Damn. Is this guy so abnormal? Is there anything that this guy doesn't swallow? Lin Feng's face was very ugly. The blood cloud was too terrifying. It could swallow everything. The temple was about to fall into pieces. When the time came, even he would be swallowed by the blood cloud. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Quick! Carry that statue, the demon lord said. Lin Feng didn't know why the demon lord wanted him to carry that statue. But Lin Feng didn't hesitate and went in front of the statue. Then, he tried to carry the statue on his body. But what shocked Lin Feng was that the statue didn't move. It's so heavy. Lin Feng's face showed an expression of disbelief. The demon lord said, heavy is right. In the era of the titled gods, the statues were the incarnations of the gods. The titled gods of that era could sense every statue, and with a thought, they could descend on any statue. Therefore, during that era, miracles were often shown, and the statues of that era were also called the incarnations of the gods. Statues can't be touched. If you touch the statue, it's equivalent to disrespecting the gods, and you'll be punished by the gods. Lin Feng was shocked and said, this statue is so extraordinary, and it even has divinity. Am I blaspheming this god now? I won't be punished, right? The demon lord said, "You don't have to worry about this at all, because this god is already dead. Now, only a part of its divinity hasn't completely disappeared, and it's still hidden in this stone statue. That's why I asked you to carry the statue. Since this statue can scare the female corpse so much that she doesn't dare to come forward, maybe it can scare the blood cloud away." Hearing that, Lin Feng nodded. He activated the dragon elephant arm and grabbed the statue again. When the dragon elephant arm was activated, Lin Feng was finally able to carry the statue. Finally, the statue was carried on Lin Feng's back. And at this time, the whole temple was completely shattered. All the broken walls were swallowed by the blood cloud. Only Lin Feng wasn't swallowed by the blood cloud. That dilapidated statue was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng carried the statue on his back and dissolved the blood cloud, swallowing. "Ha ha ha ha, this statue is awesome," Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The blood cloud began to twist violently. A large amount of blood clouds descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Feng. He wanted to drag Lin Feng into the blood cloud. When the blood cloud descended, a bone-chilling aura engulfed him. Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping him. The blood clouds were too terrifying. There was simply no way to resist. But at this moment, divine light surged out from the statue on Lin Feng's back. A powerful creature appeared in the divine light. That living being, Sphinx. Standing in the void, he roared at the blood cloud. The blood cloud quickly retreated and hovered in midair. It did not continue to devour Lin Feng. This statue is really extraordinary. Even Shui Yun is intimidated and doesn't dare approach it. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. In the distance, endless darkness engulfed the world. Even the last ray of light between heaven and earth was swallowed by the darkness. When he saw the darkness in the distance, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Wasn't this the dark erosion? The dark erosion had appeared in the swamp of destiny. It was incomparably terrifying. Anyone who was shrouded in the darkness would die without a burial place. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the dark erosion would only appear in the swamp of destiny. But who would have thought the dark erosion would actually appear outside the swamp of destiny? What is going on? Why would the dark erosion appear here? Could it be that the dark erosion does not only appear in the swamp of destiny? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Lin Feng was very clear about the terror of the dark erosion. The blood cloud had not left yet. The dark erosion had already arrived. Where had he come to, that old Taoist? Did he deliberately lead him here? Lin Feng rubbed his teeth. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had originally relied on the brocade bag left behind by the old Taoist to escape. He was very grateful to the old Taoist. Who would have thought the other side of the golden door was actually such a place? A place more dangerous than the swamp of death. Lin Feng had been here for many days, but he did not even know where this place was. The aura of death was everywhere. It was a boundless desert. A barren mountain range. It was as if he had arrived in hell. The dark erosion had arrived. Lin Feng could not help but feel extremely nervous. Back when they were in the swamp of destiny, they had to enter the mountains to avoid being devoured by the darkness corrosion. In the end, they were lucky enough to survive. But there were no mountains here that could resist the dark erosion. What a terrible place. Roar. The Sphinx creature that appeared from the statue let out a low roar. His roar seemed to be extremely effective. It actually startled the dark erosion to stop. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was so excited that he almost burst into tears. The dark erosion had arrived. It was really too dangerous. Fortunately, this statue was extremely extraordinary. "Leave this place," the demon lord said with a serious expression. This place made him feel very uneasy. It was not just the blood clouds and dark erosion. The demon lord felt that there might be other terrifying existences. Lin Feng nodded. He naturally did not want to stay here any longer. Although the statue temporarily deterred the blood clouds and dark erosion. However, the blood clouds and dark erosion did not leave. This meant that the statue was not enough to scare them away. After all, the statue Lin Feng was carrying was only a broken statue. the path was incomplete. It was destined that it would be difficult to scare away the blood clouds and dark erosion. The most important thing was to leave this place as soon as possible. If he could cross the desert, perhaps he could escape the blood clouds and dark erosion. But the prerequisite was that before leaving the desert, the blood clouds and dark erosion could not break through the statue's defense. The statue was very heavy. With every step Lin Feng took, a deep pit would appear on the ground. Lin Feng's speed was not fast. No one would be able to increase their speed while carrying such a statue. Not long after, a gloomy and terrifying aura surged from the depths of the desert. A tall figure suddenly stood up. Lin Feng looked at that gigantic silhouette. That silhouette looked as gigantic as a mountain. What the hell is this? Lin Feng's hair stood on end as he looked at the terrifying existence in the depths of the desert. His body was too huge, wasn't it? Walala, walala, that terrifying existence walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Moreover, he was dragging a chain in his hand. The sound of the chain colliding could be heard. Even though they were far away, Lin Feng could still hear it very clearly. Could it be that I will die here? Lin Feng's face was extremely ugly. The blood clouds and dark erosion had not left. In the depths of the desert, the unknown terrifying creature that was dragging the chain was also walking towards him. Today's situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng wanted to find a way to escape, but he didn't have any clue. He wanted to escape. It was too difficult. The blood cloud, the dark erosion, and the huge and unknown terrifying creature. These three existences were divided into three directions. They completely surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng sped up. He wanted to break out of the encirclement of the three terrifying creatures. However, Lin Feng realized the three terrifying auras locked onto him. He couldn't escape. He couldn't escape. He had to face the three terrifying existences head-on. Soon, the huge terrifying creature came to Lin Feng's side. His body was simply too intimidating. No matter who it was, they would never be able to face such a being. All of them would feel a sense of horror in their hearts. Clatter. The sound of chains colliding could be heard. The huge chain. It directly whipped towards Lin Feng. Danger. Danger. Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping his body. At the same time, the blood cloud and the dark erosion also rushed towards Lin Feng. Buzz. At the critical moment, in the statue, a large amount of divine light gushed out. Every ray of divine light. They all formed a halo. The halos overlapped one another. A total of 99 halos appeared. These halos formed by the divine light protected Lin Feng. The chains in the hands of the gigantic and unknown creature lashed out at the rings of light. A series of violent collisions could be heard. The power of the chain was very strong. But it didn't destroy the halos formed by the divine light. And the attacks of the blood cloud and the dark erosion also bombarded the energy halos at the same time. The attacks of the blood cloud and the dark erosion were also blocked by the energy halos. The defensive power formed by the statue was unusually strong. It made Lin Feng extremely shocked. But even so, Lin Feng's face was still extremely solemn. Because the attack of the huge and unknown terrifying creature, the blood cloud, and the dark erosion were just the beginning. After a few consecutive attacks, it was hard to say whether the defense formed by the divine statue could withstand the attack of the gigantic and unknown creature, the blood cloud, and the dark corrosion. Lin Feng still hadn't given up on finding a way to escape. Even if the chances of finding a way to escape seemed so slim. However, Lin Feng was never a person who gave up easily. However, what made Lin Feng extremely depressed was that no matter how hard he racked his brains, he was still unable to come up with a solution. He was also unable to find a way to escape. Under the continuous attacks of the gigantic and unknown creature, the blood cloud, and the dark corrosion, the defense formed by the statue of the god, it began to crumble. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly turned ugly. It was just as he had guessed. The divine statue was unable to withstand the continuous attacks of the gigantic and unknown terrifying creature, the blood cloud, and the dark corrosion. The current situation. For Lin Feng, it was extremely bad. Lin Feng thought of something. Perhaps it could be used, but he did not know if that thing would be of any use. Crack. Crack, the divine statue on Lin Feng's back also began to crumble. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face became more and more ugly. It wouldn't take long. The divine statue would be completely destroyed. At that time, he would be in danger. It seemed that he had to use that thing. And he had to use it before the divine statue was destroyed. The probability of success might be higher. The thing that Lin Feng planned to use was not any other treasure. It was the Stone of Destiny that Lin Feng's senior sister Shui Linglong gave him before leaving the 9 regions. However, facing the attack of the gigantic and unknown terrifying creature, the blood cloud, and the dark corrosion, Lin Feng knew that this Stone of Destiny would most likely be suppressed. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng naturally hoped that when he used the Stone of Destiny, there would be a good result. Just as Lin Feng was about to use the Stone of Destiny, suddenly, the desert under Lin Feng's feet collapsed. Lin Feng fell into the desert. Let's go. Before Lin Feng came back to his senses, he heard a familiar voice. A figure appeared not far away from Lin Feng. It was the cursed doll. When Lin Feng saw the cursed doll, he could not help but be shocked. He did not expect to see the cursed doll here. Lin Feng had not seen this guy for many years. Lin Feng did not have time to ask why the cursed doll appeared here. He quickly joined up with the cursed doll. Then they drilled into the ground together. But at this moment, a sinister and terrifying aura came from above. The dark corrosion quickly rushed into the ground. The blood cloud also surged in. At the same time, the desert above began to split open. A huge desert abyss appeared. The gigantic and unknown terrifying creature split the desert into a desert abyss with one palm. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were exposed. The dark corrosion quickly enveloped Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The blood cloud vibrated with endless blood light and attacked Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The terrifying chain controlled by the gigantic and unknown terrifying creature flew out like a chain dragon. Then, it wrapped around Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Looks like Sir's system has no choice but to use his ultimate move. The cursed doll began to wail loudly. The cursed doll's hands kept forming seals. Dense runes appeared. Every rune was mysterious and contained a powerful force. Those runes turned into cursed dolls. Those cursed dolls were everywhere. There were countless of them. They wrapped Lin Feng and the cursed doll in them. When the gigantic and terrifying creature, the blood cloud, and the dark corrosion attack bombarded the densely packed cursed dolls, the densely packed cursed dolls began to explode. The energy of the cursed doll's self-destruction dissipated. Lin Feng and the cursed doll disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! 100 miles away. With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the cursed doll fell from midair. They fell directly into the desert. The two of them climbed up from the desert. The cursed doll shouted, "Go, go, go, let's leave this place quickly. If we're slow, those guys will catch up." Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression, "If we don't know the way out, we're destined to be trapped here until we die. Follow me, I know." The cursed doll chose a direction and quickly flew in that direction. Lin Feng followed behind the cursed doll. A day later, Lin Feng finally saw some sparse trees. After seeing those trees, Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. Lin Feng and the cursed doll walked out of the strange desert. Plop! Plop, they fell to the ground. They could finally heave a sigh of relief. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked. "I accidentally barged in," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng felt that the cursed doll was not telling the truth. However, since this fellow was unwilling to tell the truth, of course, Lin Feng wouldn't expose him. Moreover, that was just Lin Feng's suspicion. Perhaps the cursed doll was telling the truth, Lin Feng asked. "Do you know where this desert is?" "This is Bitter Cold State's endless ghost sand," the cursed doll said. "What? It's actually this place." Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Although he had not been in the heavenly sage great world for long, Lin Feng had heard of Bitter Cold State's endless ghost sand. Bitter cold state. It was the state with the worst conditions in the heavenly sage great world. Rumor had it that this state was enveloped by the power of a curse. Therefore, very few cultivators were willing to come to this state. The people who came here, most of them were people who were chased by their enemies and had nowhere else to go. They came to bitter cold state to seek refuge. Although these people who sought refuge had formed towns and had descendants, however, the number of people here could not be compared to the other states. As for bitter cold state's endless ghost sand, it was even more famous. Rumor had it that it was an extremely dangerous place. It was called the land of death. It was not an exaggeration at all. Since ancient times, who knew how many experts had mistakenly entered the endless ghost sand? In the end, they died in the endless ghost sand. Rumor has it that every few years, something terrifying will happen in the endless ghost sand. The creatures inside will walk out of the endless ghost sand. I wonder if the rumor is true. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked. The rumor is true. Calculating the time, the terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand might be able to walk out soon, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng's heart trembled. This was simply too shocking. If those terrifying creatures walked out of the endless ghost sand, they would be able to do so. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying massacre it would cause. The corrosion of darkness, the blood clouds, and that enormous, unknown, terrifying creature that had appeared later on. Of course. Amidst the endless ghost sand. It was very likely that they had some other terrifying existences. Once they walked out, everywhere they went, there would be a rain of blood. Lin Feng sat up from the ground. Right now, they were still relatively close to the endless ghost sand. Lin Feng felt uneasy and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Because this place gave Lin Feng a terrible feeling. Lin Feng stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's see if there's a town where we can settle down." The cursed doll nodded and left with Lin Feng. 10 days later. Lin Feng and the cursed doll saw a small town. This was the town closest to the endless ghost sand. The town wasn't very big, and there weren't many people. Most of the residents in this small town had a lifeless look on their faces. Perhaps the people living in the bitter cold state were like this. They were always frowning and had lost hope in life. Of course, not everyone was like this. There were also some people. They were still full of hope. They were working hard to fight for life. The cursed doll was sitting on Lin Feng's shoulder. It looked like a little puppet. Almost no one noticed him. This guy was very good at disguising himself. And Lin Feng, a young human, came to a small town in the bitter cold state. Naturally, he attracted the attention of many people. Many people's eyes flickered with a cold light. Every place. It was filled with violence, cold-bloodedness, darkness, ruthlessness, and killing. The bitter cold state was naturally the same. Perhaps the bitter cold state was even more cruel than other places. Because there were too few resources here. In order to obtain cultivation resources, cultivators had to do everything they could. And killing people to snatch treasures. That was the most straightforward method. Young master, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in our bitter cold state? A middle-aged cultivator rushed out from the street and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. This was a middle-aged cultivator who looked somewhat thin and small. His eyes were always narrowed, and from time to time, they would reveal a sharp light. He looked like a very shrewd person. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, it's my first time here. Young master, you've met the right person to meet me, Gui Jianzhou, for the first time in the bitter cold state." The middle-aged cultivator grinned and said, "Gui Jianzhou?" Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. This name was so strange. The middle-aged cultivator said, "As the saying goes, even ghosts have to worry when they see me. That's where my name comes from. The bitter cold state is a demonic place. You can't go out at night. It's extremely terrifying." Lin Feng said. "I haven't felt it yet." Previously, Lin Feng had only experienced many dangers at night in the endless ghost sand. After walking out of the endless ghost sand, it was relatively safer. Although he had encountered some powerful ferocious beasts on the way. However, they were far from being comparable to the terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand. Xianxia said, "This is because the thing in the endless ghost sand is about to come out. Therefore, during this period of time, the bitter cold state is relatively safer. However, as the saying goes, the calm before the storm is the most peaceful. Therefore, a peerless terror will arrive soon. Look at those people's worried faces. You can tell how dangerous the thing in the endless ghost sand will be when it comes out." Lin Feng did not need to look at the expressions of the others to know how terrifying the thing in the endless ghost sand was. If it came out, who knew how many people would die? No one would not be worried. I have an evil warding talisman here that can scare away those terrifying existences. Young master, do you want to buy some? Xianxia continued. He began to sell his things to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. After all this time, this guy was actually a salesman. The creatures in the endless ghost sand were so terrifying. Not to mention jade talismans. Even the most top-grade magic treasures. They could not contend against those terrifying existences. Therefore, Lin Feng did not believe in the evil warding talisman that Xianxia was selling. Not interested. Lin Feng said indifferently. If you are not interested in the evil warding talisman, I have a peerless ability here. I wonder if young master is interested? Xianxia said. Peerless ability? What ability? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Xianxia lowered his voice and said, rumor has it that, this is an ability that transcends epochs. An ability that transcends epochs? You have such an ability for sale? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia spoke as if it was true, making it easy for others to believe his words. However, Lin Feng felt that Xianxia was not very reliable. Of course. Maybe what Demon's Grimace said was true. Perhaps this divine ability was really brought out by Xianxia from the endless ghost sand, Lin Feng asked. What divine ability is this? Xianxia continued to speak in a low voice. This divine ability is called Immortal King Shattering the Nine Heavens. It is definitely a peerless divine ability. Immortal King Shattering the Nine Heavens? Lin Feng was very shocked, because the name of this divine ability could easily cause one to fall into endless imagination. The Immortal King was high and mighty, and the Nine Heavens was an ethereal saying. It referred to the supreme heavenly Tao. Therefore, the meaning of Immortal King Shattering the Nine Heavens was very thought-provoking. If there was really such a divine ability, this was definitely an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Take it out and let me see. Lin Feng said. My rule has always been to pay first, then give the item. Xianxia said. Lin Feng frowned. He suddenly felt that Xianxia was more and more like a swindler. How much? Lin Feng asked. 1,000 immortal stones. Xianxia said. This was an extremely high price. It was not a price that ordinary cultivators could afford. However, Lin Feng still planned to buy this divine ability. If this divine ability was real, 1,000 immortal stones would be a huge profit. If this divine ability was fake, then it was fine. 1,000 immortal stones was just an insult to Lin Feng. It was nothing. He flicked his finger, and a ball of divine light flew out. The divine light wrapped around 1,000 immortal stones. Lin Feng said. The immortal stones are inside. Give me the divine ability. Xianxia hurriedly kept the immortal stones, and his face was like a blooming flower. He took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Then he said, Young master. I see that you are a cultivation genius. You will definitely be able to cultivate Immortal King Shattering the Nine Heavens to an unfathomable realm. After saying that, this guy ran away like a wisp of smoke. Lin Feng put away the jade tube and walked towards an inn. When the shopkeeper saw Lin Feng enter, he shook his head and said, I believe that Xianxia must have promoted the Immortal King Breaking the Nine Heavens divine ability to young master, right? That's right. Lin Feng nodded. He then asked in surprise, How did you know? The shopkeeper said, That guy cheated a lot of people. What Immortal King Breaking through the Nine Heavens? This divine ability has a huge flaw. It can't be practiced. Otherwise, your meridians will reverse and you will die suddenly. Now, Gui Jianzhou can only deceive new cultivators. But young master, don't even think about finding trouble with Gui Jianzhou. Although this guy is a bastard, his cultivation is still very strong. Young master, you are new here and unfamiliar with this place. There is no need to offend Gui Jianzhou. Lin Feng smiled and said, I already guessed that this divine ability might be fake. The shopkeeper was puzzled and asked, since young master guessed that it's fake, why are you still wasting your money? Lin Feng said, but what if it's real? Also, according to what you said, this divine ability should only be incomplete. It doesn't mean that it's fake. It still has research value. The shopkeeper shook his head and didn't say anything else. Lin Feng booked a guest room. The waiter brought Lin Feng to the guest room. Young master, if you need anything, just let me know. Young master, you are new here, so it's best if you don't walk around outside. Falling Dragon Town isn't peaceful. The waiter reminded him. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. The waiter then left. After closing the door, Lin Feng sat on a stool placed in front of a table and sent his divine sense into the jade tube. Suddenly, Lin Feng had the impression he was looking at a mysterious world. In that world, there was a man in snow-white clothes. He looked like an immortal. He soared into the sky. He directly shattered the vast 9 heavens. Then, all the images disappeared. Lin Feng's heart trembled. The images just now, was this the immortal king breaking through the 9 heavens? His divine sense returned to reality. Lin Feng memorized the cultivation technique recorded in the jade tube. He frowned slightly. These cultivation techniques were indeed incomplete. Every once in a while, some parts were missing, and it was impossible to connect these cultivation techniques together. The divine ability was incomplete. It couldn't be cultivated. Forcefully cultivating. It would be like what the shopkeeper said. In the end, he would die a tragic death. The cursed doll asked, how is this divine ability? There are many flaws, but if it can be perfected, it will definitely be a heaven-defying divine ability. Lin Feng said. The cursed doll laughed strangely and said, actually, there are many good things in the endless ghost sand. However, after the cursed doll said that, it didn't continue. What are the good things? Lin Feng asked. Previously, Lin Feng felt that the cursed doll's appearance in the endless ghost sand was not a coincidence. The cursed doll. It was very likely that it had entered the endless ghost sand to search for something. However, Lin Feng didn't have any evidence to prove this point. However, the cursed doll's words just now made Lin Feng even more certain of his judgment. The cursed doll laughed and said, I can finally see the bed. I can have a good rest now. This fellow deliberately avoided Lin Feng's topic and then flew to the bed, directly falling asleep on the bed. Lin Feng used a powerful restriction. Then, he sealed the room. He planned to enter the space of time and then check what was in the 7th palace of the Chonglu Demon Palace. At the same time, Lin Feng wanted to see if the evil corpse ring could be opened. The thing in the evil corpse ring, it kept attracting Lin Feng's attention. This made Lin Feng extremely curious. He felt that, the thing in the evil corpse ring, it would definitely shock the world. But unfortunately, evil corpse ring, Lin Feng had been unable to open it. Now that Lin Feng had become an emperor, it was no longer the same as before. Lin Feng felt that, perhaps he could open the evil corpse ring. Shua, with a flash of light, Lin Feng entered the space of time. Lin Feng's space of time was rather special. It was stored in Lin Feng's acupoints, but it was connected to the void. When Lin Feng entered the space of time would be hidden in the void, making it difficult for outsiders to find it. After entering the space of time, Lin Feng took out the Chonglu Demon Palace. With a thought, he appeared on the 6th floor of the Chonglu Demon Palace. Black Bear Sage. Come and see me quickly. Lin Feng said. With a flash of light, the Black Bear Sage appeared. The Black Bear Sage cupped his fists towards Lin Feng and bowed, Greetings, Master. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the Emperor realm. Yes. Master. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the Black Bear Sage hurriedly responded. Next. The Black Bear Sage wrapped around Lin Feng. They disappeared from the 6th level space. The next moment, they appeared. They arrived at the 7th level space. Every layer of space had a restriction on it. To enter, one had to rely on the Black Bear Sage to pass through the restrictions. Of course, Lin Feng only needed to enter once. In the future, these restrictions wouldn't obstruct Lin Feng's path. Ba. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. Convert to Buddha and you will become a Buddha. Lin Feng had just arrived at the 7th level space. A series of earth-shaking noises could be heard. These voices contained the endless aura of the Great Path. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. It directly touched one's heart. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that his mind was greatly affected. A powerful force had invaded his soul and was trying to enslave his soul. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This was the power of purification. Lin Feng was very familiar with the power of purification produced by the Great Purification Technique. This was because Lin Feng himself had cultivated the Great Purification Technique. This was definitely a heaven-defying technique. It could purify others. It could make the other party completely lost. It could make the other party become his slave. Lin Feng didn't expect that he had just entered the 7th level space of the Chonglu Demon Palace. He was almost purified by the power of purification of the Great Purification Technique. Luckily, his soul was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been purified just now. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Great Purification Technique. Lin Feng's body also produced the power of purification. The power of purification. All of it surged into Lin Feng's mind. It collided with the power of purification in his mind that wanted to purify him. Next, the two types of power of purification dissipated. Lin Feng woke up. He saw that there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged in the 7th space. It was a skeleton. It was a golden skeleton. The surface of the skeleton was covered with runes. The skeleton was also wearing a kasaya. That kasaya, shrouded in holy light, it was obviously an extraordinary Buddhist treasure. Is this the skeleton of a Buddhist monk? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. He had guessed it before. What exactly was in the 7th space of the Chonglu Devil Palace? But no one could figure it out. It turned out to be the skeleton of an eminent Buddhist monk. Moreover, this eminent Buddhist monk was wearing a supreme treasure, a kasaya. That kasaya treasure was definitely a Buddhist treasure. It could ward off evil. At the critical moment, perhaps it would be of great use. Do you know who this Buddhist monk is? Lin Feng asked the Black Bear Sage. The Black Bear Sage said, I heard that it is related to the Buddha of the past. Is it related to the Buddha of the past? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In the beginning of Buddhism, the 7 ancient Buddhas were in charge of Buddhism. After the 7 ancient Buddhas, they were the past, present, and future Buddhas who ruled Buddhism. The Buddha of the past was the Dipankara Buddha. The Buddha of the present was Shakyamuni Buddha. The Buddha of the future was Maitreya Buddha. Among the 3 Buddhas, the Buddha of the present was Shakyamuni Buddha. However, Lin Feng had more or less heard some rumors about Buddhism. It was said that Buddhism was like other factions. There was also a lot of conflict. The Buddhas of the past, present, and future led many monks. They were divided into 3 factions. On the surface, they might be amiable. But in secret, they were also fighting fiercely. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't sure if the legends were true. However, this ancient Buddha was related to the Buddha of the past. It was obvious how extraordinary it was. Lin Feng asked, do you know what the relationship is? The Black Bear Sage said. I'm not sure. Lin Feng nodded and flew out of the 7th space. Then, he summoned the broken statue in front of him. Back then, in the endless ghost sand, he had relied on this broken statue. Lin Feng blocked the attack of the huge and terrifying creature, the blood cloud, and the dark erosion. Lin Feng was very grateful to this statue. Now, this statue was extremely broken. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The statue was broken and it would be difficult to recover. And Lin Feng was sharp enough to notice that. The trace of divine power that was originally contained in the statue. It had also disappeared. It seemed that the statue was about to be completely damaged. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the statue cracked. It turned into a pile of rubble. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. The statue was broken. This was a titled god. The last divine power left in the world. It had also disappeared. I've also built many temples, and countless people worship me. However, I'm destined to be different from these titled gods. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he didn't know these titled gods very well, Lin Feng more or less had a certain understanding of the abilities of these titled gods. It was because he had some understanding. That was why he knew. He was different from these titled gods. For example, the titled gods could only do it through the statues in various temples. They could perform miracles. Lin Feng couldn't do that. Moreover, it was said that the power of faith gathered by believers in the era of titled gods could even form a godhead in the body of a titled god. And godhood, it could greatly increase a practitioner's combat power. But Lin Feng had so many believers. There was no godhood in his body. These were the differences between Lin Feng and these titled gods. Is it because I haven't mastered some special methods of these titled gods? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The special methods he was talking about were special methods that allowed Lin Feng to perform miracles through the statues and let the believer's power of faith help him condense a godhood. The demon lord said, perhaps it has something to do with the investiture of the gods. Investiture of the gods? The investiture of the gods passed down by the Jiang family? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Jiang Yudi's family was extremely ancient. And they had passed down the investiture of the gods, a supreme treasure. The ancestor of the Jiang family. The demon lord said, actually, the investiture of the gods passed down by the Jiang family isn't the real investiture of the gods. The history of the Jiang family didn't start from the primordial age. If you really want to trace it back, you should go back to the innate age. Every titled god is recorded in the investiture of the gods. If you don't enter the investiture of the gods, you won't be able to receive a title. Therefore, those titled gods who don't enter the investiture of the gods are all fake gods. They can't be considered real gods, but the investiture of the gods disappeared with the end of the innate age. Another investiture of the gods? How powerful is that investiture of the gods? Can it become a god? I heard that back then, the Jiang family even created the Copper Sparrow Pavilion to confer the gods. But these are all things from the ancient times, so I don't know the specifics. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, he thought of some things he had heard in the Sky Martial continent. The Vermilion Bird Pavilion of the Jiang family was still standing in the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. It was just that, before the invasion of the myriad races, the Jiang family had already moved, and no one knew where they had gone. Lin Feng still had no news of the Jiang family. However, Lin Feng had heard some rumors. It was said that the cultivators of the Jiang family had gone to search for the sacred ground of the Jiang family in the Xianxia era. If he could find it, this clan might be able to restore their former glory. Of course. It was hard to say whether he could find it or not. In the past, the ancient investiture of the gods was created because of the right time, right place, and right people. Because of this, the investiture of the gods had a special meaning. Not only was it a powerful magic treasure, but it could also confer titles to gods. As for the matter of the Jiang family creating the investiture of the gods in the ancient times and conferring the gods again, it seems like a joke now. The power of the investiture of the gods that was created in the ancient times was indeed extraordinary, but it was unable to confer the gods. In the past, when the Copper Sparrow Pavilion conferred the gods, at most, those cultivators only received a portion of the luck and strength bonus, and their strength increased a little, but it did not have the effect of conferring the gods. The demon lord said. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, although it did not have the effect of conferring the gods, it was already heaven-defying enough to be able to increase a cultivator's cultivation and obtain a large amount of luck. Back then, I had always wanted to see what the investiture of the gods looked like. Unfortunately, before I could go to the Jiang family to see the investiture of the gods, the Jiang family had already left the Sky Martial continent. It's fine if you don't look at the fake investiture of the gods. If you can find the real investiture of the gods and carve your name on it, you will be able to obtain endless benefits. The demon lord said. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but feel slightly warm. He was indeed looking forward to seeing the true investiture of the gods and writing his name on it. But Lin Feng knew. For the time being, it was fine to just think about it. The true investiture of the gods had disappeared for countless years. It was unknown whether or not it had been destroyed. Perhaps the world would never see the real investiture of the gods again, right? Lin Feng calmed himself down and took out the evil corpse ring. The evil corpse ring emitted a cold and gloomy aura. This aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people simply could not withstand the sinister aura emitted from the evil corpse ring. If he held the evil corpse ring, it was very likely that he would be instantly frozen by it. Evil corpse ring. What secrets are you hiding? Today, let me break your restrictions and see all your secrets. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He began to break the restrictions on the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor realm. For the Great Tao. As for formations, they all had a deeper understanding and understanding. Originally, Lin Feng faced the restriction of the evil corpse ring. He was at his wit's end. But this time, Lin Feng faced the evil corpse ring. It was a completely different situation. Originally, it was an incomparably profound restriction. Under Lin Feng's cracking, it began to gradually disintegrate. Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. The restriction of the evil corpse ring was being broken. Finally, he could finally explore what was inside the evil corpse ring and what secrets were hidden inside. Layer after layer of restrictions were opened by Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened a total of 36 restrictions. After breaking the 36 restrictions of the evil corpse ring, a series of low and deep roars came out from the inside of the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng's spiritual will sense the runes of 9 vicious beasts. These 9 vicious beasts were Sky-Splitting Hoe, Scarlet Flame Golden Swanny Beast, Ice-Armored Horned Demon Dragon, 8-Clawed Fire Hoe, 9-Winged Heavenly Dragon, Thunderbat Dragon, Blue-Winged Sea Dragon, Sea-Splitting Mysterious Dragon Whale, and Kuei Cow. Every single one of the vicious beasts was terrifying, and their auras were shocking. Lin Feng frowned. The runes of the 9 vicious beasts should be the final restriction of the evil corpse ring. As long as he could open it, he would be able to check the space inside the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng tried to break the runes of the 9 vicious beasts. However, something terrible happened. The 9 vicious beasts formed from the runes of the 9 vicious beasts attacked and instantly destroyed Lin Feng's spiritual will. Then, the 9 vicious beasts formed from the runes of the 9 vicious beasts actually wanted to rush into Lin Feng's mind and destroy Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly and forcefully cut off the connection with the runes of the 9 vicious beasts. Only then did he get rid of the attack of the runes of the 9 vicious beasts. What a terrifying rune of the 9 vicious beasts. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The power of the runes of the 9 vicious beasts shocked Lin Feng. It seems that I still need to wait for a while. The runes of the 9 vicious beasts are not easy to deal with, but fortunately, the matter of cracking the evil corpse ring has also reached the final step. Destroying the runes of the 9 vicious beasts, the secret of the evil corpse ring will appear in front of my eyes. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. He kept the evil corpse ring. Then, he flew out from the time and space. Lin Feng returned to his room and discovered that the cursed doll was gone. This guy didn't leave any message, so he didn't know where he went. The cursed doll should be looking for something, but what is he looking for? It's so mysterious and sneaky. It seems that the thing he's looking for must be extremely heaven-defying. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Everyone had their own life to live. Lin Feng wouldn't interfere with other people's lives. Afternoon. Lin Feng walked out of the inn. He planned to inquire about some information regarding the Bitter Han state. Because, for the Bitter Han state, Lin Feng really lacked understanding. Lin Feng saw a bookstore. But there were no customers here. There was no business. Lin Feng entered the bookstore. Inside the bookstore, it was very dark and gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Is there no one? Lin Feng asked. he discovered. There was no one in the bookstore. Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, a violent coughing sound came from behind a bookshelf. An old man walked out from behind the bookshelf. This old man. His body was bent. His entire body was dry. It was as if there was only skin and bones left on his body. And this old man's eye sockets were sunken. A green light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he was a malicious spirit that had crawled out of hell. His appearance was too frightening. When Lin Feng saw this old man, he couldn't help but be shocked. He finally knew why there weren't any customers in this bookstore. So you're here to buy something? The old man looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. He sized up Lin Feng from head to toe. It was as if he was sizing up an exquisite piece of art. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly when he sensed the old man's sinister gaze. Why is this old man's gaze so meaningful? Is he plotting something against me? If this old man dared to plot against me, I don't mind tearing down his store. Lin Feng said calmly, I want to buy some books about Bitter Cold Prefecture. The old man did not immediately hand the books over to Lin Feng. Instead, he asked, did you just arrive at Bitter Cold Prefecture? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. There are very few humans in Heavenly Sage Great World, especially in a place like Bitter Cold Prefecture. What a coincidence, I'm also a human. You're the first human cultivator I've seen since I arrived at Bitter Cold Prefecture. Don't you think we're fated? The old man said with a smile. Lin Feng could not help but slander him inwardly. What kind of fate was this? Lin Feng increasingly felt that this old man was plotting something against him. Of course. Lin Feng would not voice his thoughts out loud. As the saying went, one should not hit a smiling person. Lin Feng naturally understood this principle. He smiled and said, indeed, we're fated to meet. This junior is Lin Feng. How should I address you, senior? I don't dare to call myself senior. I'm just a dying man trapped in Bitter Cold Prefecture, barely hanging on by a thread. The old man sighed and continued, my surname is Yen. You can call me Old Eccentric Yen. As Old Eccentric Yen spoke, he took a dozen books from a bookshelf. Then, he handed all the books to Lin Feng. Old Eccentric Yen continued, you can rent or buy the books here. Do you want to rent them or buy them? Buy them. How much are these books? Lin Feng asked, 100 immortal stones. Old Freak Yen said. Lin Feng's jaw almost dropped. These books weren't even worth 100 gold coins, let alone 100 immortal stones. However, Lin Feng did not say anything. He simply took out 100 immortal stones and handed them to the old man. Lin Feng was rich and willful. It was a personality that treated money like dirt. Seeing how straightforward Lin Feng was, Old Man Yen let out a strange laugh and said, you're different from the previous guests. What's the difference? Lin Feng asked. They think it's expensive. Old Monster Yen said. The rarer something is, the more precious it is. Your bookstore seems to be the only bookstore in the entire town. Lin Feng said. Old Monster Yen was stunned for a moment before he said, I originally thought that you were a little stupid, but now it seems that you're the smart one. I can't be considered to be extremely smart, but even if there's a second bookstore, I'll still pay you 100 immortal stones. Lin Feng said. Why? Old Monster Yen was confused. Then, he said to himself, could it be because you're lazy? So you don't want to run a few more steps? Lin Feng said indifferently, no. I have money. I can spend it however I want. That's all. You're an interesting person. The old man smiled. He said, you can read here for a while. I'll go inside to find some things. If there are any customers, please help me greet them. With that, Old Monster Yen walked inside. Can customers come to this damn bookstore? Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. Then, he began to flip through the contents of the books. The contents of these books were all-encompassing. There were all kinds of introductions. For example, there was an introduction to the endless ghost sand, some ancient temples, and some ancient factions. Although the bitter cold state was only the poorest world in the heavenly sage great world. However, it was not that there were no top factions in the bitter cold state. There was a powerful dynasty in the bitter cold state. It was called the Divine Kingdom of Despair. The origin of this Divine Kingdom of Despair was unknown. However, this Divine Kingdom of Despair was incomparably powerful. Moreover, the Divine Kingdom of Despair was extremely hostile to foreign forces. If foreign forces dared to enter the bitter cold state, they would be crazily attacked by the Divine Kingdom of Despair. Because the bitter cold state was located in the northwest, the surroundings were enveloped by the Sacred War Alliance's sphere of influence. So, in history, the Sacred War Alliance had sent an army into the bitter cold state more than once. After all, how could they allow others to snore in their bed, however? Every time the Cultivator army of the Sacred War Alliance entered the bitter cold state, they suffered heavy losses. Several blows. The Sacred War Alliance knew they could not conquer the bitter cold state. So, they never sent an army into the bitter cold state again. When Lin Feng was halfway through reading, a cultivator came to the bookstore. This cultivator, he had a long blade on his back. He was wearing a bamboo hat, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. The aura of this cultivator was extremely terrifying. He was definitely an expert. The boss is not here. If you want to buy books, you'll have to wait for a while. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator with the blade and said. The cultivator with the blade did not pay attention to Lin Feng. Instead, he found a place and stood there. His aura was extremely sharp. His entire being was like a peerlessly sharp treasured saber. Anytime, anywhere, he would unsheath his blade. What a strange person. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. He did not pay attention to the cultivator with the blade and continued to read. But not long after, the second cultivator arrived. The second cultivator was a one-legged old man. The one-legged old man had a prosthetic leg and was leaning on a walking stick. He was also a powerful figure. Squeak, squeak, squeak. And a monkey with black and white fur was crawling around the one-legged old man's body. The monkey's pupils had a pale green light, as if it could see through the two worlds of yin and yang. But in the eyes of outsiders, the monkey's pupils looked extremely gloomy and terrifying. Immortal monkey, the demon lord's shocked voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Very few things could surprise the demon lord like this, but this strange-looking monkey surprised the demon lord. Obviously, this monkey was extremely extraordinary. Immortal monkey? This name is really strange. Could it be that this monkey has the ability to come back from the dead? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. That's right. Rumor has it that the immortal monkey does have the ability to come back from the dead. This kind of creature is a heaven-defying spirit born in the infernal world. I originally thought that it was just an existence in myths and legends. Who would have thought that such an immortal monkey would actually appear? The demon lord said. The immortal monkey sensed Lin Feng's gaze. It stood on the shoulder of the one-legged old man and bared its teeth at Lin Feng. It seemed to be provoking Lin Feng. At this time, the female cultivator who came in was wearing a snow-white palace dress that wrapped around her graceful and moving body. She was born with an exquisite and beautiful face that could be broken by the wind. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. What day was this? This lousy bookstore probably wouldn't even have a single customer a day. Why were there so many customers one after another, moreover? The cultivation of these customers. They all seemed to be very powerful. This was what puzzled Lin Feng the most. Where's the owner? The woman in white looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said indifferently. He went inside. Maybe he'll come out later. The woman nodded and found a place to sit down. Lin Feng continued to read his book. The atmosphere in the bookstore was extremely strange. Lin Feng, who was reading as if no one else was around. He sized up the woman in white in the bookstore with interest. The silent cultivator with a blade on his back. And the one-legged old man with an undying monkey. Cough, 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 cough. It wasn't until the sound of coughing was heard that this strange atmosphere was broken. Old Monster Yen walked out. He was too old, much older than the one-legged old man. His face was as pale as paper. His eyes were turbid, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Even if old Monster Yen had fallen to the ground and his soul had returned to the 9 heavens, Lin Feng wouldn't doubt it at all. "You are that person," the woman in white said. "I don't know what the fairy is talking about. I'm just an ordinary old man who lives in a bitter cold place, struggling at death's door, waiting for death." Old Monster Yen said. "We know who you are. Hand over that thing and we won't make things difficult for you," the cultivator with a blade on his back said. His voice was extremely cold. "What thing? This old man really doesn't know what you're talking about. The things this old man has the most here are these books. If you want, you can take these books away." Old Monster Yen continued. Every time he spoke, he would cough a few times. It seemed that his physical condition was indeed not ideal. The one-legged old man said gloomily, "Don't play dumb with us. We have no grievances in the past, and we don't want to disturb your life. So you should cooperate with us obediently. If you refuse to cooperate with us, don't blame us for being ruthless." Old Monster Yen said, "An honest man doesn't do underhanded things. This old man really doesn't know what you are talking about. If I knew, I would definitely tell you." Buzz. Right at this moment, the sound of the saber resonated through the void. The cultivator with the saber drew his saber and slashed at old Freak Yen. A dazzling saber light condensed. The chi wave formed by the saber aura directly split the counter in front of him into 2 halves. There were many bookshelves around it. They were all torn apart by the saber chi. That dazzling blade light. Falling from the sky. He slashed down at old Monster Yen. Old Monster Yen put his palms together. Clang. His withered hand actually caught the saber light that was chopping down. However, old Monster Yen was too old after all, and he was unable to completely block the power of the saber light. Although he caught the saber light with his hand, he was still forced back by the saber light. The saber light dissipated on its own. Old Monster Yen coughed even more violently. Lin Feng was really worried that old Monster Yen would cough out his lungs. The cultivator with the saber sneered and said, "Can an ordinary bookstore owner withstand my peerless saber? Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then we can only suppress you first, and then interrogate you about the whereabouts of that item." The one-legged old man sneered. Squeak, the undying monkey bared its fangs and brandished its claws, constantly roaring. It seemed incomparably irritable. The white-cloaked female cultivator said, "Let's do it." Boom. The 3 experts attacked at the same time, wanting to kill old Monster Yen. "The item is with my disciple." Old Monster Yen pointed at Lin Feng. The 3 of them were shocked. They all looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was full of black lines. He had actually been tricked by old Monster Yen. This old thing. He looked like an old ghost. As expected, he was not a good person. Squeak. The undying monkey reacted the fastest and directly pounced at Lin Feng. Its sharp claws grabbed at Lin Feng. "Stinking monkey, get the hell away from me." Lin Feng casually slapped out with his palm. In the void, a huge energy palm was condensed. Then, it slapped on the undying monkey's body. It directly slapped the undying monkey away. Schwa, at the same time. Old Monster Yen directly jumped into the void and left. "This old thing is lying to us. Chase him." The faces of the 3 experts suddenly sank. Then, they quickly jumped into the void and left. They went to chase after old Monster Yen. Not too stupid. Lin Feng curled his lips. He put away the books that old Monster Yen gave him and then left old Monster Yen's bookstore. After leaving old Monster Yen's bookstore, Lin Feng returned to his residence. When Lin Feng returned, he found that the cursed doll had not returned. Lin Feng didn't know if the cursed doll would come back or not. This guy had been nagging. And his whereabouts were strange. Lin Feng was not worried about the cursed doll's safety. There were many ways to deal with the cursed doll. Very few people could threaten him. After going back, Lin Feng started reading all the books he had collected. He finally had a more systematic understanding of the Bitter Han state. Of course, Lin Feng was clear that his current understanding of the Bitter Han state was still only at a basic level. In a place like the Bitter Han state, there must be many secrets. However, these secrets, obviously, they would not be recorded in these ordinary books. Books that could record these secrets, they would not be sold outside. Late at night, Lin Feng entered a dream. He dreamed that he had arrived at the boundless ghost sand. Blood clouds, dark corrosion, huge and unknown terrifying creatures. Terrifying existences appeared one after another. They were chasing after him. Lin Feng fled crazily. He wanted to avoid the pursuit of those terrifying creatures. However, over and over again, Lin Feng could not avoid the pursuit of those terrifying creatures. The situation, it was in danger. At this moment, a fire phoenix. It flew over from afar. That fire phoenix dispelled the darkness and quickly flew to Lin Feng's side. Then the fire phoenix let out a series of cries to Lin Feng. It seemed to be telling Lin Feng to sit on its back. Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly flew over and grabbed the fire phoenix's back. Blood clouds, dark corrosion, huge and unknown terrifying creatures, and other existences quickly chased after him. And the fire phoenix was very fast. It flew quickly above the endless ghost sand. In the end, the fire phoenix rushed into a huge abyss. The fire phoenix had just entered the abyss with Lin Feng. Those terrifying existences chased after them. But those terrifying existences stopped outside the abyss. They did not dare to cross the line. There seemed to be something in the abyss that made those terrifying existences fearful. Therefore, those terrifying existences. The fire phoenix carried Lin Feng and continued to fly towards the bottom of the abyss. Lin Feng was very puzzled. What was the origin of this fire phoenix? Where did it want to take him? Lin Feng really wanted to know. He didn't ask the fire phoenix. Later, perhaps he would be able to know everything. In the end, the fire phoenix brought Lin Feng to the depths of the underground world. In the depths of the underground world, Lin Feng saw a sea of fire. In the depths of the sea of fire, there seemed to be something distorting the void. But he couldn't see clearly what it was. Lin Feng was puzzled. The fire phoenix let out a loud and clear cry. Then, it spread its wings. It suddenly flapped its wings. Then, it quickly flew towards the sea of fire. The fire phoenix was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly rushed into the sea of fire. However, the mysterious thing in the depths of the sea of fire shook slightly. Terrifying flames swept over, enveloping Lin Feng and the fire phoenix. Lin Feng and the fire phoenix. In an instant, he was burned to ashes. The next moment, Lin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. He actually had a dream. And he even had such a dream. This dream. What did it mean? Lin Feng got up and went to the window. At this moment, it was night. The silver moon was like a plate. The small town at night seemed very cold and deserted. Because in a place like the Bitter Han province, some terrifying things would always happen at night. So, very few cultivators would come out at night. Why would I have such a dream? Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. Everything in the dream was vivid and lifelike. It was so real. But Lin Feng didn't know why he had such a strange dream. This made him puzzled. Lin Feng felt that the dream was definitely not simple. Perhaps there was something hidden in it that he didn't know. Or perhaps it wanted to give him some inspiration. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. He paced around the room. In the end, Lin Feng took out the dozen or so books that old Monster Yen gave him. Dream. It didn't happen for no reason. There must be some reason. Only then would he dream. Ordinary people were like this. What about cultivators with strong willpower? Cultivators rarely dreamed. The number of times that Lin Feng dreamed could be counted on one hand. After thinking for a while, he felt that it might have something to do with what happened during the day. Or It had something to do with old Monster Yen. The three experts who appeared during the day were all very powerful. They were looking for old Monster Yen and seemed to want to ask him for something. Lin Feng didn't know what they wanted from old Yen. But Lin Feng was very clear about one thing. That was, old Monster Yan's item must be extremely important. Lin Feng looked at these books. He didn't see anything special from these books. But after thinking about it, he only got these books from old Monster Yen. He associated it with the dream he had that night. Was it related to these books? Lin Feng flicked his finger. A flame flew out. It landed on the book. The book immediately burned. In an instant, it turned into ashes. That's, Lin Feng saw something and revealed an extremely shocked expression. He hurriedly dug up the ashes left behind after the book was burned. Then, one thing. It appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. That thing. It was actually a feather. The book burned. The feather didn't burn. Obviously, that feather was extremely extraordinary. Or else, it should have turned into ashes long ago. Lin Feng looked at the feather. That feather was a fiery red feather. It was still emitting a faint scorching energy. This was the energy of the fire attribute. Could this be a phoenix feather? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of the fire phoenix that appeared in his dream. The demon lord said. That's right. This is indeed a phoenix feather. Lin Feng was shocked. Now, he could confirm that this was a phoenix feather. Then, the dream he had before should be related to the phoenix feather. Everything he had experienced in the dream. Could it all be true? Lin Feng thought of a possibility and couldn't help but take a deep breath. If all of that was true, it would be too shocking. That place is in the endless ghost sand. Such a dangerous place, even if that abyss really exists, who would dare to enter the endless ghost sand to search? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had escaped from the endless ghost sand. Therefore, he was very clear about how terrifying the endless ghost sand was. It was a forbidden zone that devoured life. Entering the endless ghost sand, it was simply courting death. Now that he thought of the blood clouds that appeared in the endless ghost sand, the corrosion of darkness, and that huge and unknown terrifying creature, Lin Feng still had a lingering fear in his heart. The cursed doll entered the endless ghost sand to search for something. Could it be that that fellow is also searching for the abyss that I saw in my dream? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The cursed doll knew a lot of secrets and also knew a lot of treasure lands. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were already very familiar with each other. He knew how many secrets the cursed doll was hiding in its heart. However, the cursed doll was quite stingy. It didn't want to share the secrets in its heart with others. The next day, 3 waves of cultivators came to the town. The first wave of cultivators was a group of cultivators in grey robes. Each of them had a deep and powerful aura, and each of them carried a saber on their back. The second wave of cultivators was a group of people with disabilities. They also had a terrifying aura. The third wave of cultivators was a group of young women. Each of them was as beautiful as fairies. Their appearance in the town caused quite a stir. People from the Godly Saber sect, Remnant Immortal Valley, and 100 Immortal Pavilion. These people are from 3 of the 9 top forces of our bitter cold state. What are they doing here? Some cultivators recognized the cultivators from the 3 forces and couldn't help but ask in confusion. The 9 forces also belonged to the Despair Divine Nation. They were the 9 top forces within the Despair Divine Nation. Usually, the experts of these forces wouldn't appear in such a remote place. Therefore, the people in the town were discussing animatedly. They didn't know what the cultivators from the 3 forces were doing here. Soon, this group of people arrived at the inn where Lin Feng was staying. Lin Feng happened to walk out of the inn. He planned to go to the bookstore to take a look. He didn't know what the bookstore was like now. Lin Feng felt that he might be able to find some other clues from the bookstore. However, Lin Feng had just walked out of the inn. Among the 3 forces, the leader of the Godly Saber sect was called Dao Wudi. The leader of the Remnant Immortal Valley was called Han Chu. The leader of the 100 Immortals Pavilion was called Bai Huaxiang. Dao Wudi looked like he was in his 40s, but he was actually 32 million years old and had the cultivation of an emperor realm. He was the seventh elder of the godly saber sect. He had a high position and power. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and asked, "Are you old Monster Yan's disciple?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He already knew why these people were here. Therefore, Lin Feng said angrily, "You believe old Monster Yan's lies? Can you be any more stupid?" Dao Wudi's expression immediately darkened. He said coldly, "Kid, trouble comes from the mouth. Watch your tone. You can't afford to offend some people." Lin Feng said indifferently. "What? You came here early in the morning to stop me just to say this to me? Now that you're done, you can leave." Dao Wudi's expression became uglier. Because he realized, he was speechless because of Lin Feng. This made him quite angry. The leader of the remnant Immortal Valley, Han Chu, sneered and said, "What a sharp-tongued kid. Come with us now. We have something to ask you." Han Chu said in an unquestionable tone. It seemed that if Lin Feng dared to say no, he would immediately attack. Kill Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators didn't know who Old Monster Yan was. Therefore, they didn't know what was going on. However, there was a show to watch. That was enough. It was human nature to watch a show. This was the case even for powerful cultivators. Many people watched the dispute with great interest. The three forces didn't seem to have any intention of letting Lin Feng go. If he was targeted by the three forces, he wanted to escape. Of course, he was daydreaming. "I'm afraid that kid is going to be unlucky," many people shook their heads. "I've had my eyes on that kid since the first day he came to town, but it seems like I was too late. Now that I've been targeted by the three major powers, I have nothing to do with this anymore." A ferocious-looking cultivator said fiercely. The cultivator who had his eyes on Lin Feng. He wasn't the only one. Many cultivators wore gloomy expressions. Because Lin Feng was also their target. But now that Lin Feng was targeted by the three major forces, there was nothing for them to do. Naturally, there was nothing good about the three major forces asking him to follow them. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't let them have their way. "No," Lin Feng said indifferently. His answer was very straightforward. The onlookers all shook their heads. Right now, the three major forces had yet to make a move. If Lin Feng didn't go, the three major forces would definitely force Lin Feng to go. Therefore, this wasn't because Lin Feng didn't want to go. He could choose not to go. Han Chu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Then he said coldly, "It's not up to you. If you don't know what's good for you, we don't mind breaking your bones and then taking you back. Anyway, the orders from above are to take you back as long as you're still breathing." Lin Feng said, "Why didn't those three guys make a trip personally? They actually sent a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to catch me?" Shrimp soldiers and crab generals? After hearing these words, everyone was stunned. Because of these words. It wasn't a good word. Describing others as trash. That was why he used the words shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It was a complete disdain for others. Lin Feng was alone. Facing the experts of the three major forces, he actually called them shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This was simply a slap to the faces of the experts of the three major forces. Arrogant. He was really too arrogant. However, in the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Feng's arrogance was completely courting death. And the cultivators of the three major forces were indeed furious with Lin Feng. Their faces were gloomy. There was murderous intent in their eyes. If not for the orders from above that they had to capture him alive, they couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng right now. "Ha ha ha ha, this is really interesting. I actually met such a bold person today. He actually called us shrimp soldiers and crab generals in front of the three major forces. Everyone, how do you think we should deal with this lad?" Bai Huaxiang laughed. Bai Huaxiang was a woman. She was wearing a long pink dress. She dressed like a young girl. But in fact, she didn't look young. Judging from her appearance, she looked like a woman in her 40s or 50s. In fact, Bai Huaxiang was already more than 3 million years old. She had a long lifespan. Originally, she wouldn't have aged so quickly. However, when she was young, Bai Huaxiang didn't cultivate the youth-retaining technique or take the youth-retaining pill. Therefore, she aged faster. When she became stronger and started to pay attention to her appearance, it was already too late. She couldn't rejuvenate herself anymore. Hence, Bai Huaxiang liked this kind of girly style of dressing. And she would wear very heavy makeup to hide the wrinkles on her face. Old women are indeed black-hearted. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said. What did you say? Bai Huaxiang even thought that her ears were playing tricks on her. She hated it when people called her old. As such, no one dared to call her old in front of Bai Huaxiang. No one dared to say that. They were simply courting death. However, Lin Feng said it today. Furthermore, in front of so many people. And he said it in such an unpleasant way. Old women have bad hearing? Listen carefully. I said that you're an old woman, an old woman, an old woman. Important things had to be said 3 times. Therefore, Lin Feng said the words old woman 3 times in a row. This made Bai Huaxiang angry. Bai Huaxiang was so angry that her face turned ashen and her body was trembling. As for the surrounding cultivators, regardless of whether they were cultivators from the 3 major forces or those who were watching the fun, at this moment, one by one, the corners of their mouths, they were twitching violently. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. I'm going to kill you. Bai Huaxiang shouted angrily and slapped towards Lin Feng. In her rage, Bai Huaxiang couldn't care about anything else. She only wanted to slap Lin Feng to death to vent her anger. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. This guy can't die. Or else we won't be able to answer to the Lord when we return. Han Shu said hurriedly, afraid that Bai Huaxiang would kill Lin Feng directly. When the time came, they wouldn't be able to answer to the Lord. They would inevitably be punished by the higher-ups. Bai Huaxiang had vented her anger. What about them? They would be implicated by Bai Huaxiang. They naturally didn't want to be implicated. Bai Huaxiang didn't care about Han Shu's words at all. She had no scruples now and only wanted to kill Lin Feng. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Even if you're an old woman. I also have to follow this principle. Lin Feng continued. He was indeed the world's #1 sharp-tongued person. The words he said, it was enough to infuriate someone to death. Bai Huaxiang was so angry at Lin Feng that she almost vomited blood. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng's body moved to the left. Lin Feng dodged Bai Huaxiang's palm, which shocked everyone. Bai Huaxiang was an Emperor realm expert. When an expert of this level attacked, the power was huge. Once locked on by her, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to dodge her attack. But Lin Feng did it. Many people were stunned. How did Lin Feng do it? Everyone was puzzled. Could it be because of good luck? Many people couldn't help but mutter. They felt that it was very likely to be the reason. If a young cultivator like Lin Feng had the strength to fight against Bai Huaxiang, no one would believe it. But no matter what the reason was, after Lin Feng dodged the attack, he was stunned. Bai Huaxiang became extremely angry. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she felt embarrassed. Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge my palm. Take my palm again. Let's see how you dodge my attack this time. Bai Huaxiang looked at Lin Feng angrily. In her eyes, killing intent flashed. She was about to attack again. But she was stopped by Han Shu. Fellow Taoist Han. What are you doing? Bai Huaxiang looked at Han Shu indifferently. Han Shu said, Fellow Taoist Bai Huaxiang. The higher-ups ordered us to bring him back alive. This person can't die. Dao Wudi also nodded and said, we are only responsible for bringing him back. We have no right to punish this kid. Fellow Taoist Bai Huaxiang, don't implicate us because of your personal grudge. Although Han Shu and Dao Wudi also wanted to kill Lin Feng. But they knew the severity of the matter. If they wanted to kill Lin Feng again, now was not the time. If they killed Lin Feng now, how could they report to the higher-ups? Bai Huaxiang's expression was extremely ugly. But Han Chu and Dao Wudi appeared together. This face. She also wanted to give it to them. But at this moment, Lin Feng said, "Young master, my time is limited. You bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, attack together. This young master will beat all of you down in one go and save me a lot of time." Lin Feng said. Around them, absolute silence. They were all cultivators who were watching the battle. He stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. They even felt that they couldn't think straight. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. As for the cultivators of the three great powers, this included Invincible Dao, Han Chu, and 100 Flowers Fragrance. The corners of their mouths twitched violently. Lin Feng was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that they had the impulse to slap Lin Feng to death. Catch this brat. Then, he would pull out his tendons and skin him alive. We just need to keep him alive. Invincible Blade said with a sinister smile. That's a good idea. Han Chu's eyes glinted coldly. No one was happier than 100 Flowers Fragrance. Invincible Dao and Han Chu could no longer tolerate Lin Feng's arrogance. Now, he could finally make a move against Lin Feng. Attack. The three great powers waved their hands. They gave the order. The cultivators of the three great powers around them pounced on Lin Feng. They were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Their eyes were fierce. That brat is too arrogant. Let's wait and see. That brat's fate will be miserable. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show began to talk about it. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely not have a good ending. He provoked the three great powers like this. His fate would be extremely miserable. Boom. Just as the cultivators of the three great powers were about to reach Lin Feng, suddenly, a terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. That terrifying aura. It directly enveloped all the cultivators of the three great powers, including Invincible Dao, Han Chu, and 100 Flowers Fragrance. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have become another person. He seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper of Hell. His eyes emitted a cold and terrifying light. The aura emitted from his body was even more shocking. Kneel down. Lin Feng's cold eyes looked at the cultivators of the three great powers. His voice was like the sound of death drifting out from hell. The faces of the cultivators of the three great powers who were enveloped by Lin Feng's aura turned pale with horror. They felt. In front of Lin Feng, they were like a group of ants. This kind of feeling made their hair stand on end. Plop. Plop, the cultivators could not bear the terrifying pressure emitted from Lin Feng's body. They directly knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled violently. Too powerful. Is he really just a young cultivator? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show also had shocked expressions on their faces. Lin Feng's battle prowess had astonished them as well. Those who were originally plotting against Lin Feng. The cultivators who wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they did not make a move. If they made a move in the face of an expert like Lin Feng, when the time came, they were afraid. They would definitely die. Now that they thought about it, those cultivators could not help but feel scared. Who the hell are you? Dao Wudi asked with a gloomy expression. A powerful young cultivator like Lin Feng. It was impossible for him to be a nameless person. However, they really did not know Lin Feng. Are you qualified to know? Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He was as arrogant as ever. However, now many people even felt that Lin Feng was not arrogant. This was something that he did naturally. Such a powerful cultivation. He was confident in himself. This was a matter of course. Let's attack together. If the three of us join forces, we can definitely defeat this man. Dao Wudi said in a deep voice. Okay, then let's attack together, Han Chu and Bai Huaxiang said at the same time. The three great experts quickly reached an agreement. Saber breaking heaven and earth. Dao Wudi attacked. He slashed at Lin Feng with his saber. The saber light instantly split the void and then slashed in front of Lin Feng, trying to cut Lin Feng in half. Immortal fist. Han Shu attacked. He attacked with the immortal fist. Endless immortal light surged out and condensed into a fist light. Then, it blasted toward Lin Feng. 100 flowers bloom, blood filling the sky. Bai Huaxiang attacked. She also used a peerless unique skill. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the void. The moment they bloomed, they contained endless killing intent. The blood light surged and flooded toward Lin Feng. Good heavens! 3 emperors are attacking together. Can that kid resist the attacks of 3 emperors? The onlookers exclaimed one after another. Their eyes widened as they looked at the center of the battle in shock. Right at this moment, everyone saw it. When the attacks of the 3 emperors arrived, the space around Lin Feng became overlapping. The attacks of 3 emperors. How is this possible? After seeing this scene, everyone's faces were full of disbelief. 3 emperors. Their peerless attacks. They were easily broken by Lin Feng. This was too unbelievable. However, all of this was what really happened in front of their eyes. They were no longer willing to believe it. They had to believe it. Everyone couldn't help but be deeply shocked in their hearts. How powerful was Lin Feng's cultivation? How could he do all this? Weak. You're really too weak. Originally, I didn't want to lower myself to the same level as you ants, but you ants actually don't know how to appreciate kindness. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be able to calm my anger. All of you, kneel down. Lin Feng looked at the 3 Zun-Di cultivators coldly. The Supreme Being's aura was unleashed and suppressed the 3 martial emperors. After breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, Lin Feng's battle strength soared crazily. And with the increase of his cultivation, the power of his supreme aura also increased crazily. Now, the power of Lin Feng's supreme aura. It had increased to a level that made people turn pale with fright. The Supreme Being's domineering aura directly bombarded the 3 venerable emperors. It was like 3 ancient divine mountains. It was as if it was suppressing the 3 emperor masters. The 3 martial emperors began to struggle. However, no matter how hard they struggled, it was difficult to break free from the suppression of the supreme aura. Lin Feng's supreme aura was really too heaven-defying. This was the highest level of aura at the moment. Once it was used, even gods and ghosts would retreat. They couldn't get close. Plop. 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 Finally, the 3 emperors couldn't bear it anymore. They directly knelt on the ground. Humiliation. It was too humiliating. 3 great emperors. High and mighty. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, and today? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was forced to kneel. It really made them wish they were dead. Heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. Where did this person come from? Could he be the reincarnation of an immortal king? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful at such a young age? The cultivators glanced at Lin Feng in astonishment. Those cultivators who originally wanted to attack Lin Feng were now trembling in fear. Who would have thought, the seemingly harmless Lin Feng? How could it be so terrifying? Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. The seawater was immeasurable. The ancients did not deceive us. I've seen the 3 saint emperors of your 3 groups. I have to say, those 3 people are really stupid. They actually sent small fries like you to cause trouble for me. What a joke, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked condescendingly at the 3 emperors kneeling in front of him. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show all smiled bitterly after hearing Lin Feng's casual words. An emperor realm master. They were all high-level members of the myriad clans. They were definitely strong. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were just small fries. However, what Lin Feng said was the truth. They were convinced. Whether the 3 of you want to live or die depends on your choice. Lin Feng looked at the 3 emperors indifferently. We want to live, the three emperors hurriedly said. Even ants wanted to live. Let alone them. They had experienced countless dangers to cultivate to the emperor realm. If they could survive. The three emperors naturally didn't want to die. Good. Since you want to live, then cooperate with me. Later on, whatever I ask you, you will answer. Lin Feng said. We will tell you everything we know. The three emperors hurriedly said. In the face of such a terrifying existence like Lin Feng, the last line of defense in their hearts had been completely destroyed. They didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Feng waved his right hand. A restriction was formed and sealed the void. In this way, the others. They couldn't hear the conversation between the four of them. Who is old Monster Yan? Do you know? Lin Feng asked. Dao Wudi said. We don't know old Monster Yan's previous identity. We only know that he used to be very powerful, but we don't know what happened that caused his cultivation to drop and his lifespan to decrease greatly. He should have been in his prime, but he quickly aged and became a dying man. Lin Feng frowned. It seemed that something must have happened to old Monster Yan that others didn't know about. Lin Feng continued to ask, didn't your higher-ups mention this to you? Han Chu said. They never mentioned it. Lin Feng continued to ask, old Monster Yan has something in his hands. What is it? Why are the higher-ups of the three forces so concerned about it? We don't know what it is exactly, and the higher-ups won't tell us about it. However, we heard that it has something to do with the endless ghost sand. Oh? Tell me more about it. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The endless ghost sand must contain many secrets. First, the cursed doll seemed to be searching for something in the endless ghost sand. Then, there was the phoenix feather that he had obtained. The clues also pointed to the endless ghost sand. The experts of the three forces were looking for old Monster Yan. The thing they wanted from him was also related to the endless ghost sand. He just didn't know if there was a connection between these things. Bai Huaxiang said, we heard that there is a mysterious place in the endless ghost sand. A phoenix once fell there. Perhaps? The place that the higher-ups are looking for is the place where the phoenix fell. Phoenix, it was one of the most mysterious and powerful races. Many people liked to compare the Dragon clan with the Phoenix clan. But in reality. Speaking of which, phoenixes were extremely rare. Not to mention pure-blooded phoenixes, even ordinary phoenixes were extremely rare. However, Lin Feng knew the descendants of the Phoenix clan. Fairy Shuiyao of the Demon clan was a descendant of the Phoenix clan. In addition, Dancing Flame Fairy of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was also a descendant of the Phoenix clan. Lin Feng and Fairy Shuiyao had a good relationship. But it couldn't be considered ambiguous. The relationship between Lin Feng and Dancing Fire Celestial Maiden was rather ambiguous. However, the two of them were only at the ambiguous stage. Nothing substantial had happened. Now, Lin Feng was basically certain. The phoenix feather that he had obtained. It was very likely that it was the treasure that the three forces were looking for. Of course, it might not be. But even if it wasn't, there should be a certain connection between the phoenix feather and the mysterious treasure that the three forces were looking for. Various thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Many things. Everything suddenly became clear. No. This old Monster Yan is full of tricks. Therefore, even the three lords joined forces. They were unable to catch up to old Monster Yan, so the three lords sent us here to capture you. Because the three lords felt that you might be a breakthrough to find old Monster Yan, Dao Wudi said. All right. You can go back. By the way, tell your lords not to provoke me. Or else. The consequences are not something they can bear. Lin Feng said indifferently. The three emperor-level experts smiled bitterly when they heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's words were extremely arrogant. He actually dared to say that even the holy emperor-level experts could not bear his anger. When had the three emperor-level experts ever seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng? However, they did not dare to refute Lin Feng's words. Because Lin Feng was too powerful. They were just prisoners. Lin Feng removed the restriction and walked into the distance. The 3 emperor-level experts and the rest stood up from the ground. Naturally, they did not want to stay here for another minute. Therefore, they all soared into the sky. They flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared without a trace. Who exactly is that young master? I'm not sure. With such combat strength at such a young age, once he grows up in the future, he will definitely be a figure who rules the world. Many cultivators discussed in shock. Lin Feng came to Old Monster Yan's bookstore. Old Monster Yan's bookstore was still eerie. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. This feeling was very strange. Lin Feng used his divine sense to search the entire bookstore. However, the bookstore was empty. There was nothing. Lin Feng frowned. That feeling just now. Was it his imagination? There were many books in the bookstore. A dazzling lineup. All-encompassing. Lin Feng searched carefully. He did not find any valuable clues. You cannot enter the boundless ghost sand as you please. It's too dangerous. Lin Feng muttered to himself. If he could find someone familiar with the boundless ghost sand to bring him into the boundless ghost sand, the situation would be better. However, such a person. It doesn't seem easy to find. Right, Gui Jianzhou. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Gui Jianzhou. Previously, when this guy sold the immortal king shattering the 9 heavens divine ability to him, he was shocked. He once told himself. The immortal king shattering the 9 heavens was a divine ability he had obtained from the boundless ghost sand. Did this guy really enter the boundless ghost sand? If it was true, he was able to come out of the endless ghost sand alive. This was enough to explain a lot of problems. Perhaps Gui Jianzhou really did know how to enter and exit the boundless ghost sand. Lin Feng left the bookstore and went to look for Gui Jianzhou. It was easy to find out where Demon's Grimace lived. After Lin Feng inquired about Gui Jianzhou's residence, he walked towards it. Demon's Grimace lived in the northwest corner of the town. It was said that this was a courtyard that had been passed down from his ancestors. However, Lin Feng found that the courtyard was very dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. This guy was really lazy. He didn't even know how to repair the courtyard, nor did he know how to clean the courtyard. When Lin Feng arrived, he found that there were already 40 to 50 people gathered here. These people were men and women, old and young. However, they were clearly divided into several waves of forces. One of the waves of people was led by a pair of twin brothers. Of these twin brothers, the eldest was called Wang Ziqian, and the second was called Wang Zijuan. The second wave of forces was led by a white-haired old man. This white-haired old man was nicknamed the White-Haired Old Devil. No one knew his specific name. It was said that he was an expert of the demonic path. The third wave of forces was led by a child who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. That child's entire body emitted a scorching aura. He wore a golden steel ring and held a red-tasseled spear in his hand. This child was called the Red-Tasseled Fairy Child. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Of course, he only had the appearance of a child, but his actual age was clearly far greater than that. The fourth wave of people was formed by a few female cultivators. Among them, 3 were quite eye-catching. The first person was dressed in snow-white clothes, like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Her temperament was outstanding and enchanting. This female cultivator was called Xianxia. The second person had an enchanting figure, fiery red lips, and was charming and alluring. This female cultivator was called Nangong Mu'er. The third person had a voluptuous figure. She didn't look particularly old and was very cute. This female cultivator was called An Kursan. The remaining cultivators were all like Lin Feng, coming alone. TSK, brother, why are you here? Could it be that you've also heard about entering the boundless ghost sand? Seeing Lin Feng enter, Gui Jianzhou immediately grinned. Lin Feng really didn't know about this matter. This time, he came. He originally wanted to find out more about Gui Jianzhou. So when he heard Gui Jianzhou say that he had entered the boundless ghost sand, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng said without batting an eyelid. That's right. I've heard of it. So I came to take a look. Gui Jianzhou nodded and didn't say anything else. How long do we have to wait? Someone said impatiently. Just wait. If you can't wait any longer, you can leave on your own. Gui Jianzhou said indifferently. Lin Feng didn't know who these people were waiting for. However, he felt that they should be waiting for an extremely important person. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He stood to the side and remained silent. He waited with everyone. Cough, cough, cough. Not long after, the sound of coughing came from outside. Then, an old man walked in. This old man had a stooped body and was leaning on a walking stick. His face was very pale. It was as if he had contracted a serious illness. Great ancestor. Gui Jianzhou hurriedly bowed to the old man. N. The old man nodded. Then he said, everyone should have already inquired about the rules, right? Everyone, 10,000 immortal stones. Everyone nodded and then took out 10,000 immortal stones each and handed them to Gui Jianzhou. 10,000 immortal stones was not a small amount. To anyone, it was a considerable amount of money. To be able to pay 10,000 immortal stones, the cultivators who came here must have extraordinary backgrounds. Lin Feng also took out 10,000 immortal stones and handed them to Gui Jianzhou. Gui Jianzhou lowered his voice and said, when we enter the boundless ghost sand, follow me. Don't go too far. Lin Feng was slightly stunned and then nodded. Gui Jianzhou obviously wanted to take care of him. Of course we know the rules. A cultivator said. When do we set off? Someone asked. Let's set off now. The old man said. Under the old man's lead, the group of people left the town and flew towards the endless ghost sand. On the way, Lin Feng found out through a conversation with Gui Jianzhou. This pale old man who seemed to be suffering from a serious illness was known as Elder Ghost. He was one of Gui Jianzhou's ancestors. Now, only he and this ancestor were left in Gui Jianzhou's clan. Every time the endless ghost sand moved, a terrifying creature would walk out from the endless ghost sand. His ancestor would bring a group of people with him. He would enter the endless ghost sand to search for opportunities. So, Gui Jianzhou was not lying when he said that he had entered the endless ghost sand. Of course, this guy did not tell the complete truth. For example, what he told Lin Feng before. He had mistakenly entered the endless ghost sand. This was to deceive Lin Feng. To be precise, Gui Jianzhou had entered the endless ghost sand with Elder Ghost. 10 days later, the group arrived at the outer area of the endless ghost sand. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the sky. The sky seemed to be dyed with blood. And the endless ghost sand. But it was so quiet that it made people feel like they were going crazy. We're here. The desert in front is the famous endless ghost sand. Gui Jianzhou pointed at the black desert in front of him. Many people looked at the endless ghost sand. Then, they could not help but exclaim. The endless ghost sand had brought a deep shock to their hearts. I can't wait to enter the endless ghost sand and unlock the mystery of the endless ghost sand. A cultivator said. Lin Feng guessed that some of these people might be cultivators from the large factions of the bitter cold state. Some of them might be cultivators from other states. Some of them might be cultivators from the outer realm. The composition was extremely complicated. Elder Ghost laughed sinisterly and said, don't be anxious. Wait until you enter the endless ghost sand. There will be plenty of time for you to comprehend the glory of the endless ghost sand. Are we entering the endless ghost sand now? A cultivator asked. Many people were moved. They did not want to wait any longer. He wanted to enter the endless ghost sand right now. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He had escaped from the endless ghost sand and knew how terrifying the endless ghost sand was at night. And now, it was nightfall. It probably wouldn't take long. Therefore, now was not a good time to enter the endless ghost sand. The spectral elder said, it's almost dark now. The night of the endless ghost sand is the most annoying time. I don't want to experience so many nights. You guys rest here today. Tomorrow at dawn, after the darkness disperses, we'll enter the endless ghost sand. Although many cultivators were unwilling to do so. However, they couldn't go against Elder Ghost's words. Everyone nodded in agreement. The group of people arrived at a mountain range 30 miles away from the endless ghost sands. They entered a valley. Ghost Grimace pulled out a pouch and pulled out a large amount of silver powder. Next, he scattered the powder in a circle with a diameter of over 20 meters around the valley. Everyone was puzzled. He didn't know what Demon's Worry was doing. Someone asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Ghost Grimace said, "The endless ghost sand is very strange. This silver powder can ward off evil spirits and help us avoid the detection of those unknown and terrifying creatures." Someone nodded. They felt that the other party was very thoughtful. However, there were also some people who had indifferent expressions and didn't think much of it. Elder Ghost said, "Don't leave the circle. Everyone find a place. Rest here. When we enter the endless ghost sand tomorrow, it won't be as easy as it is now." Lin Feng found a place to sit cross-legged. He adjusted his state of mind. The others also found a place to sit down and rest. Night fell. Darkness enveloped the land. Gusts of cold wind blew from the direction of the endless ghost sand. Even though it was dozens of miles away, it still made many cultivators in the valley feel their hair stand on end. Many people were woken up. Under such circumstances, there was no way to rest. Because the aura emitted from the endless ghost sand was too terrifying. And now, no one had entered the endless ghost sand. In the latter half of the night, something seemed to fly out from the endless ghost sand. That terrifying creature's body almost merged with the darkness. It flapped a pair of huge wings. It quickly flew over from the sky. What kind of creature is it? Its aura is too terrifying, a cultivator said with a pale face. No one could answer him. Elder Ghost and Gui Jianqiu were silent. The creature in the endless ghost sand can already walk out? Blood clouds and dark corrosion. Will that huge and terrifying creature also walk out from the endless ghost sand? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although the creature that just flew over was terrifying, Lin Feng felt that, compared to the blood clouds, dark corrosion, and that huge and terrifying creature, there was still a big gap. Perhaps, those existences, they were the true overlords of the endless ghost sand. Whoosh, whoosh, there seemed to be something moving on the ground. What is that? Someone pointed outside the mountain range. Everyone saw a huge body. It seemed to be a huge snake. It was moving on the ground. The snake's body was too thick. It was even taller than a mountain that was 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. It was impossible to imagine how huge the snake's body was. Suddenly, the snake seemed to have sensed something. It raised its head. It was an unimaginably huge head. Its eyes were as huge as 2 moons. At this moment, its cold eyes were looking at the mountain range. Everyone was silent. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone even held their breaths. They were worried that their breathing would attract the snake's attention. The snake's body was so huge. It was hard to imagine how terrifying its strength was. Many people felt that their hearts were about to jump out. They were afraid of being discovered by the snake. If they were really discovered, when the time came, they might become the snake's food. Fortunately, the silver powder had an effect. It covered everyone's aura. The snake didn't sense the people in the valley. Whoosh, a silver creature flew over from afar. It had a pair of wings on its back and was covered in silver scales. No one knew what race it was. However, the creature's aura was extremely terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. The silver creature quickly flew into the distance. The snake's attention was attracted by the silver creature. It didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. Until now. Were those creatures just now the creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand? How terrifying. A cultivator said with lingering fear. Fortunately, they were not discovered by the giant snake. Or else, it would be too dangerous. Many people nodded, feeling extremely emotional. Now, they all felt a lingering fear. If they were really discovered by the giant snake, it was hard to say how many of them would be able to survive in the end. Gui Jianqiu said, "Everyone, don't talk. The danger is not completely gone yet." It was still night. The peerless terror was still entrenched. They had to be cautious. Everyone hurriedly kept quiet. They did not dare to say anything more. Because, this place was simply too dangerous. Everyone was also worried about attracting the attention of other creatures. That night, more than 10 terrifying creatures continuously passed by the mountain range above or around the mountain range. Fortunately, those terrifying creatures did not discover Lin Feng's group. Dawn arrived, and the darkness dissipated. This made everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Since it's daytime, those terrifying creatures should not appear anymore, right? Someone said. Elder Ghost said, theoretically speaking, those terrifying creatures won't appear during the day, but this isn't an absolute thing. Especially during this period of time, the creatures in the endless ghost sand are coming out one after another. Some of them might choose to appear during the day. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble slightly. Those creatures were so terrifying. If they encountered them, it would be too dangerous. Therefore, many people could not help but feel very worried. Elder Ghost said sinisterly, everyone knows that there are treasures in the endless ghost sand. However, how can the treasures here be so easily obtained? Once we enter the endless ghost sand, we will definitely encounter many dangers. Therefore, before entering, everyone should think thrice. Everyone should have already seen those terrifying creatures last night. However, those terrifying creatures we saw were only the tip of the iceberg after entering the endless ghost sand. I will now give everyone 15 minutes to think. If you regret it, it's not too late to leave now. Of course, this old man will not be greedy for the immortal stones that you have paid. I will return all of them to you. Many people's expressions were gloomy and uncertain. The dangerous situation last night, they had already seen it. Moreover, they had already seen so many terrifying creatures before entering the endless ghost sand. One could imagine how dangerous the endless ghost sand was. However, they were truly unwilling to leave just like that. In many people's eyes, since Elder Ghost, a veteran of the pugilistic world who had been safe and sound in the endless ghost sand many times, was leading the way, Elder Ghost, who was leading the way. Naturally, there wouldn't be any danger. Even if there was danger, he should be able to overcome it smoothly. Wealth comes from danger. Soon, some cultivators expressed their opinions. One after another, more and more cultivators stood out to be perverts. In the end, no one backed out. Since none of you are leaving, I will repeat what I told you before. Once we enter the endless ghost sand, do not act on your own. Listen to my commands. Do you understand? Elder Ghost looked at everyone with an aggressive gaze. Everyone nodded. Some people naturally decided to listen to Elder Ghost's orders. Because Elder Ghost's experience was there for all to see. But some people, he didn't intend to listen to Elder Ghost's orders at all. They had their own opinions. Of course, these people did not express their inner thoughts. Otherwise, the Ghost Elder might have directly chased them away. Since no one has any objections, then follow me. As Elder Ghost spoke, he took the lead and walked towards the endless ghost sand. Everyone followed behind Elder Ghost and walked into the endless ghost sand. Once again, they arrived at the endless ghost sand. Lin Feng was filled with emotions. Within the endless ghost sand, danger lurked everywhere. But now, there were so many of them entering the endless ghost sand together. There was also Elder Ghost, who had entered and exited the endless ghost sand many times to lead the way. Thus, his current mood was completely different from the last time. Within the endless ghost sand, a gloomy and cold aura filled the air. Even though it was daytime, there were still gusts of ghastly wind blowing in this place. Even though the sun was scorching, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Look, a palace appeared in front of us. Someone pointed forward. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, they saw a palace. It was luxurious and magnificent. Sacred and heavy. Brilliant and glorious. It was like an immortal palace where immortals lived. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Only Elder Ghost's expression remained unchanged. That's not a real immortal palace. It's an illusion imprinted by heaven and earth. We will never be able to reach that place. Elder Ghost said. It can't be, that palace looks so real. A cultivator said. They felt that the palace should be real. Thus, they didn't want to give up. Instead, they wanted to head towards the palace. Often, the more real something looks, the more it can deceive people, Elder Ghost said. Seeing Elder Ghost's insistence, those cultivators who originally wanted to explore the palace could only give up. Everyone followed behind Elder Ghost and continued to head deeper into the endless ghost sand. At noon, Sun Jingrong's eyes lit up. They saw an oasis appear in their line of sight. Everyone quickly headed towards the oasis. It was really too difficult to see an oasis in the endless ghost sand. There's a cave abode under the oasis, Elder Ghost said. What? Cave abode? Is that true? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone came here to look for various opportunities. It was just that they couldn't find anything before this. However, after hearing Elder Ghost's words, everyone became excited. Will there be danger down there? Someone asked. They were worried that there might be some terrifying creature down there. If everyone went down rashly, if they encountered that terrifying creature, the consequences would be unpredictable. That creature has already left. I don't know if there are any other dangers. If you're worried, stay up there and wait. The rest of you can go down with me to take a look, Elder Ghost said. He took the lead and flew towards the oasis. The opportunity was right in front of them. Even if there was danger, no one would choose to retreat. Everyone also soared into the sky. They flew over. Then, they entered the pool of the oasis. The water in the pool was extremely cold. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the pool wouldn't be very deep. However, after diving in, he realized that he was completely wrong. The pool was very deep. After diving for 400 to 500 meters, he finally saw the bottom. However, what surprised Lin Feng was, at the bottom, there were a few corpses. Those corpses were already extremely rotten. It was hard to tell what kind of creature those corpses belonged to. Lin Feng originally wanted to go closer to take a look. However, when he tried to go closer to the corpses, he smelled a foul stench. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that the rotten corpses contained a strong poison. Therefore, Lin Feng gave up on exploring the rotten corpses. Look, there's a cave abode over there. Below the pool was a rock wall. The cave abode was located on top of a rock wall. After seeing the cave abode, everyone flew towards it. In front of the cave abode, there was a platform. Everyone landed on the platform. It should be here. But everyone must be careful. Just in case something unexpected happens later, Elder Ghost reminded. He was very experienced and knew what they needed to pay attention to now. Many times, due to carelessness, it was very likely to cause serious consequences. Especially in this kind of place where danger lurked everywhere. It was even more so. Everyone nodded. Then, they followed Elder Ghost into the cave. The cave was deep and serene. Everyone went deep into the cave. Everyone was very careful. However, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. In the end, they reached the depths of the cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a huge belly of the mountain. Around the belly of the mountain, there were many stone rooms opened up. When they saw those stone rooms, many people's eyes instantly lit up. In the past, this was very likely a hidden place opened up by the ancient cultivators. Later, it was occupied by the terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand. These cultivators consciously spread out and each locked onto a stone room. Elder Ghost and Gue Jianchou did the same. Firstly, they wanted to earn immortal stones from these cultivators. Secondly, when they were looking for opportunities, they would also try their best to maximize their own benefits. Anyone would choose to do so. There was no doubt about it. Lin Feng locked onto a stone room. He came to the front of the stone room. Then, he pushed open the stone door of the stone room. Then, he entered the stone room. Lin Feng looked at the stone room in shock. Inside this stone room, there were actually insect nests. This stone room. It should be a place to cultivate the insect race. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He didn't know if he would be able to gain anything. Right now, he liked to cultivate all kinds of insects. This was especially true for insects that lived in groups. Lin Feng carefully examined the hives. He couldn't help but sigh. The eggs in those nests died before they could even hatch. It should be because of long-term malnutrition. In the end, he died. Lin Feng didn't find the insect queen. Even the corpse of the insect queen was nowhere to be found. This was very strange. Could it be that the owner of this cave didn't die here? He left the cave and took the brood mother away. I don't know what happened after that, but he never returned. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought. The credibility of this speculation was still very high. Lin Feng discovered that there were still some insect materials piled up here, but these materials were too old. It was also completely destroyed. There was nothing to be gained in the stone chamber. Lin Feng planned to leave. However, at this moment, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This is a spirit parasite worm's egg. This kind of spirit parasite worm is very special. The egg contains a large amount of pure matter. This pure matter, it can be absorbed by other spirit parasite worm eggs. Although the spirit parasite worm's egg is already dead, the pure matter inside is still there. These spirit parasite worm's egg are good stuff. You can collect these spirit parasite worm's egg, then grind it into powder and sprinkle it on top of the great desolate demon refining worm's egg. With these spirit parasite worm's egg, the great desolate demon refining worm's larvae will be able to hatch very quickly. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. He didn't expect. These eggs actually had so many uses. It was really too good. The heavens were simply helping him. Lin Feng kept the spirit parasite worm's egg. Just as he left the stone chamber, he heard the sound of fighting. Two groups of cultivators were fighting in a stone chamber. And the fight was very intense. The two groups of cultivators fighting were the white-haired old devil and the red-tasseled immortal child. Why are these people fighting? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and asked. There seems to be some kind of treasure inside. The two forces are fighting over it. As for what kind of treasure it is, I didn't see it. This battle was extremely tragic. The white-haired old devil side lost 2 experts. And the red-tasseled immortal child side lost 3 experts. In the end, that treasure was obtained by the red-tasseled immortal child. This red-tasseled immortal child was extremely terrifying. Originally, he was evenly matched with the white-haired old devil. However, he could spit out a type of true samadhi fire. That true samadhi fire was extremely terrifying. Once it burned, it was almost impossible to extinguish. It would cause great harm to cultivators. Thus, the white-haired old devil lost to the red-tasseled immortal child. As the result of the battle between the 2 strongest experts came out, these 2 groups of cultivators did not continue to fight. Although the red-tasseled immortal child had lost 3 of his subordinates, he had obtained the treasure. He seemed to be in a good mood. On the other hand, the white-haired old devil, not only did he lose 2 subordinates, he also did not obtain the treasure. His mood was rather gloomy. Thus, his expression was extremely ugly. Elder Ghost had long been used to this kind of thing. As a result, he did not stop the 2 forces from fighting at all. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, no one has ever died in the hands of the terrifying creatures of the endless ghost sand, but someone has already died in the hands of an ally who is exploring together. How ironic. Everything is for the sake of benefits. Xianxia said. This sentence was very much in line with reality, but it was also incomparably cruel. Everything was for the sake of benefits. That was why he was able to act so coldly and mercilessly. Everyone dispersed and continued to search for other things. The stone room had already been opened. The things inside had also been taken away by others. Lin Feng did not know what others had obtained from the stone room. He did not care about that either. The only thing Lin Feng cared about was what he had obtained. This time, Lin Feng was very satisfied to be able to obtain the eggs of the spiritual goo. Because very soon, he would be able to cultivate a swarm of great desolation demon refining insects. And the swarm of great desolation demon refining insects would be of great help to him. After searching for a while and finding nothing, everyone decided to leave. Everyone went out of the cave and came to the pool outside. The group did not stop and flew up. Lin Feng glanced at the rotting corpses lying on the ground. He frowned slightly. Then, he flew up. After flying for about 100 meters. It was at this moment that something terrible happened. One by one, the cultivators' bodies fell uncontrollably to the ground. What's going on? Many people's expressions suddenly changed. The companions of those cultivators wanted to catch them. So, they turned around and swam down. Oh my God, those rotting corpses have revived, those cultivators who swam down exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. The group looked at the bottom of the pool. The rotting corpses that were originally lying at the bottom of the pool, unmoving, had all stood up. Each of the rotting corpses emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation from within their bodies. Those pairs of cold eyes were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper, filled with a gloomy and terrifying aura. It contained an endless amount of killing intent. Corpse poison. They must have been poisoned by the corpse poison. Hurry up and take the antidote pill. Elder Ghost couldn't help but shout in a deep voice. The corpse poison invaded their bodies. It depended on each person's physique. Some people might have their bodies invaded by the corpse poison in an extremely short period of time. It was difficult to resist the corpse poison. And some people, their physiques were stronger. Therefore, they could resist for a longer time. No one dared to hesitate. They quickly took out the antidote pill. Then, they swallowed it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, the rotting corpses quickly soared into the sky. They quickly rushed towards the group of cultivators above. Hurry up and leave. Don't bother with those who are deeply poisoned. Otherwise, even you will die. Elder Ghost shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and rushed up. Those cultivators who originally wanted to save their companions all had gloomy expressions. They gritted their teeth and quickly turned back, also rushing up. Corpse poison immortal. Corpse poison immortal. At this moment, the rotting corpses below let out a sinister and terrifying sound. Their sound. It was even worse than the sound of the evil spirits in hell. No matter who saw those terrifying existences, they all felt their hearts tremble. They would feel a sense of horror. Those terrifying rotting corpses opened their big hands. Then, in the big hands, a large amount of dark green energy surged out. That dark green energy. It was actually an extremely terrifying poison. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. Those rotting corpses just now didn't attack them at all. The reason why someone was poisoned before. It was probably the corpse poison that was automatically emitted by those corpses. And that corpse poison. It blended into the water. Although everyone had an energy light shield to protect their bodies when they entered the water. However, the corpse poison should have seeped through the energy barrier. Then, it silently entered the cultivator's body. It was just that no one had noticed this before. Now, the corpse poison had truly erupted. Immediately, an extremely terrifying scene unfolded. The water in the pool had turned dark green. The slower cultivators were directly swallowed by the dark green pond water. Lin Feng and the others saw that the cultivators who were swallowed by the dark green pond did not even scream. Their bodies were instantly dissolved. Holy shit! What level of poison is this? After seeing the terrifying might of the corpse poison, Lin Feng was so scared that his face turned pale. That kind of corpse poison was too terrifying. He didn't give anyone a chance to detoxify the poison. Although Lin Feng had the white jade toad, which could neutralize all kinds of poisons in cultivators' bodies, Lin Feng still had the white jade toad. However, the prerequisite was that the cultivator was still alive. However, the current situation was clearly not like that. Because the toxicity of the corpse poison was too strong. He didn't even give you a chance to resist. Once he was submerged by the corpse poison. In an instant, his body was completely corroded. Even the white jade toad had no way to detoxify the poison. Everyone pushed their speed to the limit. They quickly flew upwards. However, there were still many cultivators who did not manage to escape in time and were submerged by the corpse poison. In the end, they died tragically in the pool. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. One cultivator after another rushed out. A total of 35 people rushed out. The remaining people all died in the pool. Hurry up and leave this place, Elder Ghost said. No one dared to stay. One by one, they sped up. They left quickly. Night fell. Gui Jianzhou took out the silver powder again and scattered it in a circle. Everyone hid in the circle to rest. This night was not peaceful. There were terrifying creatures passing by where they were. But fortunately, those terrifying creatures did not notice Lin Feng and the others. The next day, the sun rose. The group continued to set off. When it was almost noon, the sun was covered by dark clouds. Then, it began to rain heavily. The rain fell heavily. From afar, Lin Feng saw a temple. Look over there. Lin Feng pointed at the temple in the distance. He didn't know if that cluster of temples was a mirage or a void brand. In the desert, mirages and void imprints often appeared. So, after seeing some scenes in the desert, try not to chase after them. Because it was very easy to get lost in the desert. Especially in a terrifying place like the endless ghost sand. All the more one should not casually explore it. Because of this place, the endless ghost sand. One wrong step. They might be consigned to eternal damnation. They had to be careful. It doesn't seem to be a mirage or a void imprint. Elder Ghost said in shock. He had entered the endless ghost sand many times, so he understood the situation here very well. He also had his own unique understanding of the various scenes that appeared in the endless ghost sand. Thus, when they heard Elder Ghost's words, everyone could not help but feel happy. That cluster of temples looked extraordinary, and it was a cluster of temples that appeared in the boundless ghost sand. A temple that appeared in such a place, anyone who saw it would probably let their imagination run wild. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the temple that he saw in the endless ghost sand. It worshipped the statue of a lion with a human face. Thanks to that temple, he was able to survive. Therefore, regarding the temple that appeared in the endless ghost sand, Lin Feng was extremely interested. Perhaps that place, he would gain something. Come, let's go and take a look. Elder Ghost said and took the lead to fly toward the temple. The rest of the people followed closely behind. Everyone was looking forward to it. Not long after, Lin Feng and the rest finally arrived outside the temple. Those temples were still emitting the power of divinity. It was extremely extraordinary. I wonder what we can get here. Many people said excitedly. Everyone entered the temple complex. But just as they arrived here, they saw densely packed thousands of flying swords slashing toward them. Every flying sword was incomparably terrifying. There were too many flying swords. Those flying swords instantly tore through the void. It was simply peerless and terrifying. The sky was filled with sword shadows. They intertwined in the void. It was extremely shocking. Many people's expressions changed abruptly. They did not even have time to react. Those flying swords had already slashed toward them. Many people felt the aura of death. Humph. Elder Ghost snorted and waved his hand. A mysterious golden metal ball flew out. That mysterious golden metal ball emitted a golden light. And those golden light. It directly formed a golden light shield, enveloping everyone in it. Clang, clang, clang. Elder Ghost's magic treasure was extremely extraordinary. It formed a defensive light shield that blocked the attacks of the densely packed flying swords. At this moment, dozens of people flew out from the temple. The person in the lead was a middle-aged cultivator in white with an extraordinary temperament. The middle-aged cultivator in white waved both of his hands. Suddenly, the densely packed flying swords all flew towards him. Then, those flying swords turned into a flying sword. It flew into the scabbard on the back of the middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator was dressed like a sword immortal. Who was he? Ha 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 ha. Elder Ghost. Long time no see. It seems that your harvest these years is not small. You actually obtained such a powerful defensive magic treasure. The middle-aged cultivator suddenly laughed and said. Lin Feng could not help but reveal an incomparably astonished expression. It seemed that the middle-aged cultivator should be acquainted with Elder Ghost. However, Lin Feng was not clear about the relationship between him and Elder Ghost. Elder Ghost took back his treasure and said sinisterly, Bai Jian. Your imperial sword technique is getting more and more powerful. However, we have not interfered with each other's business. What is the meaning of this? The middle-aged cultivator said with a smile, Elder Ghost, don't be angry. Just now, after meeting an old friend, I couldn't help but say hello. There is no other intention. This Bai Jian had a knife hidden in his smile. Obviously, he was a rather sinister person. Elder Ghost coldly looked at Bai Jian and said, You go your way, I will cross my single-plank bridge. Don't test this old man again. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Elder Ghost, why do you have to be so angry? Bai Jian said with a slight smile. Elder Ghost's expression was gloomy. He did not pay attention to Bai Jian and left with Lin Feng and the others. Master. These people have also entered the temple group. If there is an opportunity here, I'm afraid that I will have to share it with them. I am really unwilling. After Lin Feng and the others entered the temple group, a cultivator beside Bai Jian said. His expression was extremely gloomy. Bai Jian said, For ordinary opportunities, there is no harm in them going. If they come across some heaven-defying opportunities, then think of a way to get rid of these people. Among these people, although there are many experts, but as long as we get rid of Ghost Elder, the rest will definitely die. My lord is wise. The group of cultivators hurriedly flattered him. Let's go. Let's go to the temples and see if there are any good things left behind. Bai Jian said. Then, he rushed toward the temples. Who is that Bai Jian? Lin Feng looked at Gui Jianchou and asked curiously. Gui Jianchou said, the son of the great elder of the Holy Sword sect, which is ranked third among the 9 major forces of the divine nation of despair. This person has cultivated for 520,000 years, and his cultivation is unfathomable. His sister is one of the most beloved concubines of the Despair Divine Kingdom's monarch. Lin Feng said, I never thought that this person would have such an extraordinary identity. However, this Bai Jian gives me the feeling that he is the kind of person who hides a knife in his smile. This person must be guarded against. Yes. Be careful. Sometimes, the human heart is the most terrifying. Demon's Grimace said. At this time, everyone had arrived in front of the first temple that was relatively intact. Then, everyone entered the temple. The shrine in this temple was already broken. As for the statue that was originally placed on top of the shrine, it was long gone. After entering the temple, everyone searched carefully, but they did not find anything. Then, everyone continued to walk toward the second temple. The shrine in the second temple was broken, and the statue disappeared. Then, the third temple. The fourth temple. The fifth temple. They searched more than 10 temples in a row. The similarity between these temples was that the shrine was broken. The statue disappeared. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. It was understandable that the shrine was broken. After all, over the years, the shrine could indeed be damaged. However, Lin Feng found it hard to understand why the statue disappeared here. Could it be that someone had taken away all the idols in the temple? Of course. This possibility could not be ruled out. However, other than this possibility, Lin Feng could not think of any other possibilities for the time being. Then, everyone looked at many other temples, and the situation was the same. All the shrines inside the temples were damaged, and the statue disappeared. The group of people led by General Bai Jian was the same as Lin Feng's group. None of them gained anything. In the end, the two groups of cultivators gathered again. They came to the largest temple. In front of this temple was a huge square. And after the square was the temple. This should be the main temple. Looking at the structure, it even looked a bit like an ancestral hall. The cultivators on both sides looked at each other coldly. But there was no conflict here. The two groups of cultivators entered the main temple. What surprised everyone was that the shrine and statue in the main temple were still intact. The statue on the shrine was the statue of an enlightened monk. The enlightened monk was sitting cross-legged with his palms together. In the gap between his fingers, there was a piece of golden leaf between them. When they saw the golden leaf, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. It was definitely an extraordinary thing, but they didn't know what was recorded in it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one cultivator after another flew towards the golden brocade. They wanted to snatch the golden brocade. But at this moment, the statue actually opened its eyes. Endless Buddhist light surged out from the statue's body. Namo Amiba. Benefactors, let go of the stubbornness in your hearts, and you can become a Buddha on the spot. Suddenly, the statue spoke. His voice was like the divine voice of the heavenly Tao. It instantly resounded in their ears. When they heard the words of the statue, everyone's spirits suddenly shook. They felt as if their spiritual worlds were about to be controlled by the statues. This statue was incomparably terrifying. And it used the great purification technique of Buddhism. It wanted to enslave everyone. What an evil monk. Many people's expressions became ugly. They hurriedly used all kinds of wondrous techniques to resist the corrosion of the statue's purification power. Luya Star Chart. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was using the supreme divine ability of Luya Star Chart to resist the terrifying purification power of the statue. Luya Star Chart was indeed worthy of being the supreme technique passed down by Taoist Luya. His cultivation might not be the strongest among the crowd. However, Lin Feng was the first cultivator to resolve the statue's purification power. After Lin Feng resolved the statue's purification power, he leaped up and flew directly towards the statue. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly arrived in front of the statue. Then, he grabbed the golden leaf in his hand. After Lin Feng took the golden leaf, the statue closed its eyes and no longer moved. The gold leaf was in his hands. Lin Feng played with the gold leaf in his hand. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. What was recorded on the gold leaf, it really made one look forward to it. Of course. Now was not the time to check what was recorded on the gold leaf. He planned to put the gold leaf away. After leaving the endless ghost sand, he would carefully check the contents of the gold leaf. Kid. Hand it over. Kid, this thing is too hot to handle, and it doesn't belong to you, so you should know how to deal with it. Cold voices suddenly rang out one after another. One by one, cultivators stepped forward. They looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They watched as a rogue cultivator like Lin Feng got the gold leaf. The rest of the people were naturally very unwilling. Moreover, this piece of gold leaf clearly recorded something extraordinary. They would naturally fight for it. Among these cultivators who forced Lin Feng, there were cultivators who followed Elder Ghost in, and also cultivators on Bai Yijian's side. Lin Feng smiled and said, since the thing was taken by me, then it's mine. In this kind of place, what treasures can be obtained depends on our own luck. Everyone, don't violate the rules. Immediately, a cultivator sneered and said, the weak are not qualified to talk about rules, and rules are set by the strong. If you are a smart person, you shouldn't say such words. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, I don't mind letting another skeleton appear in the endless ghost sand. The other party was blatantly threatening Lin Feng. They didn't put Lin Feng in their eyes at all. Or else, they wouldn't ignore Lin Feng like this. But thinking about it, it was normal. Lin Feng was really too young. In addition, he was still a human cultivator. Although these cultivators could sense Lin Feng's realm, the cultivation of the God Lord realm. However, in their eyes, Lin Feng was still like an ant. Therefore, this was also the main reason why they dared to bully Lin Feng. The strong were high and mighty, bullying the weak. Such a thing, in the world of cultivators, they could be seen everywhere. Stupid people have their own opinions. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Clearly, he was implying that the cultivators who looked down on him and wanted to snatch the gold leaf from him were idiots. Reckless fool. The expression of a cultivator beside Bai Yijian suddenly sank and he stepped forward. Some of the cultivators who followed Elder Ghost and also wanted to make a move, but in the end they still had to give Elder Ghost some face. He didn't make a move immediately. Of course. If Lin Feng was killed, obviously they would not hesitate to snatch the gold leaf from the other party. One move. It's enough to take your dog life. The cultivator who stepped forward was an imperial emperor. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and sneered. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with contempt and disdain. It was a kind of contempt that came from the depths of his bones. Emperor. Looking down on the god emperor. It seemed to be a very normal thing. Boom. After this emperor-level cultivator arrived beside Lin Feng, he directly struck out a palm towards Lin Feng. Powerful magical power surged out. In his hand, endless mountains and rivers were condensed. The endless mountains and rivers flew out in an instant. It was as if they were going to evolve into a real world of mountains and rivers. A lion would still use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Although this cultivator who attacked Lin Feng was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. From his tone, it seemed like killing Lin Feng was as easy as killing an ant. However, when they really fought, it was definitely not the same as what he said. When they really fought, this cultivator was still extremely cautious. Even though he did not use his full strength. But he still used 70 to 80% of his combat strength. When they felt how terrifying the power contained in this cultivator's terrifying attack was. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. No one thought that Lin Feng would be able to withstand the attack of this emperor-level expert. Just as that terrifying attack was about to hit Lin Feng flicked his finger. Buzz. The void trembled slightly. Then, a stream of sword chi condensed and slashed towards the emperor-level expert. That sword chi instantly tore apart the world of mountains and rivers that this emperor-level cultivator had created. Then, the power of that sword chi did not decrease much. It directly arrived in front of that emperor-level cultivator. The imperial emperor-level cultivator didn't even have time to react. In the next moment, a poochie sound was heard. That emperor-level cultivator. His body was instantly torn into two halves. Lin Feng only used one move to kill that emperor-level cultivator. Instant kill? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Exclamations of surprise rose and fell one after another. Many shocked gazes looked at Lin Feng. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Who would dare to believe it? Lin Feng's attack actually had such terrifying power, that was an Imperial Emperor realm expert. Just like that, he was instantly killed by Lin Feng. It was really unbelievable. You're just a small fry, yet you dare to come out and jump around? You're really courting death. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Any Imperial Emperor was an expert whose name could shake a region. How could he possibly be a small character that didn't enter the mainstream? Lin Feng's words showed that he didn't care about Imperial Emperors at all. It could be said that he was extremely arrogant. However, Lin Feng did have the strength. No one could refute it. Lin Feng looked at the cultivators beside Bai Yijian and Elder Ghost with an indifferent expression. He sneered and said, "Are there still any blind people who want to come out and die? You can come out now. It's best if you come out together because my time is very precious. If I don't want to deal with you one by one, it's simply a waste of time." Arrogant. He was really too arrogant. Many people's gazes were gloomy, and their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Kid. You do have some strength, but you're too arrogant. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator in blue beside Bai Yijian stepped forward. His cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. This was an emperor-level expert. Dongfeng Haojuan, this person is a third heaven emperor-level expert. A cultivator beside Elder Ghost couldn't help but exclaim. Obviously, he recognized the identity of this cultivator. A third heaven emperor-level expert was definitely a terrifying existence. If an emperor-level expert makes a move, no matter how monstrous that kid is, I'm afraid he'll die. Someone said. They felt that Lin Feng would definitely die. Many people were even prepared. As long as Lin Feng was killed, they would immediately take action to snatch the gold foil. Another one who wants to die? Emperor Realm Cultivation? Barely let me take another look at you. After coming to the bitter cold province, I haven't had a servant who can handle miscellaneous matters for me. You are barely qualified to be my servant. How about this, kneel on the ground and swear loyalty to me, and I'll spare your life. As soon as Lin Feng said that, the crowd fell silent. Lin Feng was still so arrogant in the face of an emperor-level expert. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. Even Elder Ghost and Bai Yijian, the two unfathomable figures. They also narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Feng. I've been roaming the world for millions of years, but I've never seen someone as arrogant and ignorant as you. Dongfang Haojuan looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He was also a decisive person. Since he had decided to kill Lin Feng, he would definitely not show mercy. Boom, a terrifying aura was emitted from Dongfang Haojuan's body. Dongfang Haojuan did not use any divine ability. He only used his powerful magic power. The magic power lingered around his palm. Dongfang Haojuan clenched his right fist. He directly punched towards Lin Feng. The reason why he did not use any divine ability was naturally because he was extremely confident in himself. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master. Against an Emperor-level expert. If he did not have confidence in himself, then all these years of cultivation would have been in vain. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, I don't mind taking your life. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He directly took a step forward. Then, he punched towards Dongfang Haojuan. Lin Feng punched. The power was also extremely terrifying. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng and Dongfang Haojuan's fists collided. A tsunami-like power instantly erupted, producing an extremely terrifying destructive power. Cracks began to appear in the void. The cracks intertwined with one another, forming a destructive pattern that caused the void to collapse. Kacha-kacha sounds were heard. Dongfang Haojuan, who had exchanged a punch with Lin Feng, was directly sent flying. Then, in midair, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face became as pale as a sheet. Who knew how many of his bones had been broken? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. An Emperor Realm Master had actually been defeated by Lin Feng's attack. As for Lin Feng, he had only used one move. Wasn't the battle prowess that Lin Feng displayed a little too powerful? How is this possible? Dongfang Haojuan exclaimed in disbelief. He couldn't accept that he had lost to a young human cultivator just like that. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. This time, he used the Devil Ancestor Sacred Fist to attack Dongfang Haojuan. Lin Feng's attacks were relentless. Dongfang Haojuan had just been repelled by Lin Feng. He hadn't even recovered from the shock yet. Lin Feng's attack came again. This made it difficult for him to withstand. He wanted to block Lin Feng's attack, but it was already too late. No! Dongfang Haojuan cried out in horror. Kid, let's see if you dare to kill him. Bai Yijian's face suddenly darkened as he couldn't help but shout coldly. He directly threatened Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't care about Bai Yijian's threat at all. Bang! The Devil Ancestor Sacred Fist was condensed and directly bombarded Dongfang Haojuan's body. Dongfang Haojuan's body directly exploded. An Emperor Realm Master was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Dead. Dongfang Haojuan was an Emperor Realm Master, but he died just like that. It's really unbelievable. I can't believe that all of this is real. An Emperor Realm Master was killed just like that, and the cultivator who killed an Emperor Realm Master is so young. It's like a fairy tale. The cultivators exclaimed one after another. Even now, they were still in deep shock and couldn't recover from it. Kid, you're courting death. Bai Yijian shouted angrily as he jumped out and raised his hand to slap Lin Feng. Although this person was an expert in sword Dao, his attainments and divine abilities were also extremely high, and the power of his divine abilities was very powerful. However, Lin Feng was completely fearless. Facing Bai Yijian's attack, Lin Feng slapped out with a backhand. Bang, his tyrannical palm directly collided with Bai Yijian. Thump, 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 both sides retreated several steps in succession. They were evenly matched. Oh my god, this person can actually exchange a palm with a Saint Emperor Realm Master like Bai Jian and not be at a disadvantage. Isn't this too terrifying? Who the hell is he? Why is he so powerful? At such a young age, he already has such combat strength. How did he cultivate? Questions appeared in everyone's heart one after another. Everyone was extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity and origin. However, no one knew Lin Feng. Everything about Lin Feng. To everyone, it was destined to be full of secrets. You're just an early-stage Saint Emperor. I'll kill you. It's as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Feng looked at Bai Jian indifferently. Brat, you're really arrogant. This seat wants to see if you have the ability. Bai Jian looked coldly at Lin Feng. The immortal sword on his back flew out and floated above him. It buzzed. Good. Then I'll take your life as well. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he directly took out 3 stone swords. He confronted Bai Jian with equal harshness. Lin Feng seemed arrogant, but cultivators who knew Lin Feng's true combat strength. Only then did they know. Lin Feng wasn't arrogant at all. It was simply domineering. The two of you, this is not the place to fight. With the strength of the two of you, once you start fighting, you will definitely alarm some terrifying creatures. If those terrifying creatures are attracted, it will be a disaster for us. Seeing that Lin Feng and Bai Jian were about to fight, Elder Gui hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Both of them couldn't help but frown slightly. It was indeed the same as what Elder Gui said. The endless ghost sand was too dangerous. It was indeed not suitable for a confrontation between Saint Emperors. If they left the endless ghost sand, they could fight without any scruples. I'll remember you. Bai Jian coldly looked at Lin Feng, then took back the immortal sword and quickly left with the people around him. Lin Feng also put away the 3 stone swords. Brother Lin, big brother Lin, you're really awesome. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Gui Jianqiu grinned and said. These days, he got along well with Lin Feng. So the two were already quite familiar with each other. As for the rest, they didn't have much interaction with Lin Feng. Those cultivators who originally wanted to make a move on Lin Feng were all scared. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have died without a burial place. Who would have thought that Lin Feng was such a seemingly harmless young cultivator? He was actually terrifying to this level, even if one looked at the universe. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay in the temples and quickly left. Now, everyone was in awe of Lin Feng. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was too powerful. And the strong, no matter where they went, would be respected. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In the next few days, under the lead of Elder Ghost, everyone found a few secret places one after another. They found a lot of good things. The female cultivator called Nangong Muir obtained an ancient stone artifact. That stone artifact was definitely a top-notch treasure that made people covet it. The rest. They all had their gains. Some people obtained powerful magic treasures, some people obtained powerful divine ability inheritances, or some other treasures. Lin Feng obtained a fragment of the World Tree. This fragment of the World Tree contained a majestic vitality. Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely excited. In the past, the World Tree was one of the 3 divine trees in the world. After the World Tree was shattered, it was difficult for future generations to find the World Tree. But Lin Feng obtained the fragment of the World Tree by chance. Then, he cultivated the World Tree sapling. The World Tree sapling could continuously devour the providence of heaven and earth. And this providence of heaven and earth. Lin Feng's body was strengthened by the strength. Why was Lin Feng's providence so strong? Of course, there were many reasons. But the World Tree sapling absorbed the providence of heaven and earth and fed it back to Lin Feng. It was definitely an extremely important factor. The World Tree sapling was extremely extraordinary. As it continued to grow, it also had a strong defense and attack power. Lin Feng naturally wanted the World Tree sapling to grow quickly. But how could this be easy, however? Now, After obtaining this fragment of the world tree, the world tree sapling would definitely be able to grow again. On this day, Lin Feng and the others were attacked by an endless ghost sand creature. The endless ghost sand creature that attacked them had a scorpion body with 3 heads. The middle head was a giant scorpion head. The head on the left was that of a lion. The head on the right was a ferocious, ugly, and terrifying devil head. It was unknown what kind of race this creature belonged to, but its battle prowess was almost heaven-defying. Everyone joined forces to fight against this terrifying creature, but they were no match for it at all. Whoosh, light flashed. The scorpion tail, flickering with a blue luster and containing a lethal poison, circled behind Enkerson and stabbed towards her. Enkerson was the typical cute type of beauty. He was usually more active. After sensing the terrifying aura behind them, Enkerson hurriedly turned to look. Then, he saw the scorpion tail coming at him. He wanted to avoid the terrifying attack of the scorpion tail. But it was already too late. She was so scared that her face turned pale. The stinger at the end of the scorpion's tail was about to pierce Enkerson's body. At this moment, a figure appeared at lightning speed. It was Lin Feng. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and directly slashed at the stinger, causing it to deviate. Enkerson came back to her senses and looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Then, she quickly retreated and distanced herself from the terrifying creature. This battle. In the end, it ended with the loss of 3 people. The terrifying creature didn't chase after Lin Feng and the others. Instead, it wrapped up the 3 corpses. Then, it went into the desert to enjoy the delicious food. Night came. Everyone sat cross-legged in the light circle formed by the silver powder to rest. Enkerson came to Lin Feng's side and thanked Lin Feng. "Thank you for saving us, young master. If not for you, this time, we would have been doomed. I will remember your kindness in my heart." "It's nothing. Fairy, you're welcome," Lin Feng said. He didn't intend to continue communicating with Enkerson, although Enkerson was very charming. But now, Lin Feng didn't intend to provoke women. He just wanted to improve his cultivation. Rustling sounds could be heard from afar. Fire snakes drilled out from the ground. Fire snakes. Spirit snakes born from the flames. This was an extremely terrifying creature that contained powerful perception and attack power. In the desert, there were many snakes, scorpions, centipedes, lizards, and other creatures. There were all kinds of poisonous snakes. These days, Lin Feng and the others didn't know how many kinds they had seen. They couldn't remember at all. However, the number of poisonous snakes they had seen before wasn't particularly large. And these fire snakes in front of them were in groups. There were too many of them. "They're crawling over." A cultivator pointed to the fire snakes in the distance and couldn't help but say in a deep voice. Then, someone said, "Don't worry. These guys definitely won't be able to discover us." Many people in the team had the same view as this cultivator. Because many terrifying creatures had appeared before. Those terrifying creatures passed by them. But they didn't discover them. This time, facing the fire snakes, everyone naturally thought so too. However, this time everyone guessed wrong. Those fire snakes' perception was too strong. They actually surrounded the place where Lin Feng and the others were. The silver powder emitted bursts of silver light, which intertwined with each other. It formed a silver light shield. And that silver light shield, it blocked the fire serpents on the outside. However, those fire snakes had already confirmed the existence of Lin Feng and the others. The fire serpents that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed towards the silver light barrier. Crack! Crack! Under the attack of the fire snakes, the silver light shield suddenly produced cracking sounds. Dense cracks appeared. The silver light shield, it would shatter at any time. What do we do now? Many people's faces were as pale as paper when they saw the scene. Everyone looked at Elder Ghost. The fire snake's attack power is extremely strong, and they contain poison. They can spit out all kinds of poison to attack the enemy. We can't go head to head with these fire snakes. Break out. We must break out. There's no time to lose. Let's break out now. Elder Ghost couldn't help but shout in a deep voice. Hearing that, everyone didn't dare to hesitate. They all took out their defensive Dharma treasures to protect their bodies. Then, everyone attacked together and began to attack the fire snakes around them. Clang! 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 When the Dharma treasures in everyone's hands bombarded the fire snakes, the sound of collision was instantly heard. It was as if they had bombarded a peerless divine weapon. They couldn't kill those fire snakes at all. And those fire snakes directly spat out a large amount of poison. When the poison was sprinkled on everyone's defensive Dharma treasures, sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. Everyone's defensive Dharma treasures were corroded by the fire snake's poison. The venom of the fire snakes was extremely terrifying. It made people extremely fearful. Some cultivators' defensive magic treasures were quickly destroyed by the venom of the fire snakes. Without the protection of the defensive magic treasures, those cultivators were simply exposed in front of the fire snakes like live targets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large number of fire snakes. They directly pounced towards those cultivators. Those cultivators were unable to withstand the fire snake's attack and were instantly killed by the fire snakes. This was the terrifying part of the fire snakes. Highly poisonous. Powerful attack power. And it was a habit of living in groups. It could simply deal with any enemy. It could cause a near-fatal blow. The current situation was naturally extremely bad for Lin Feng and the others. Even the defensive light shield formed by Lin Feng's Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was corroded. Moreover, the defensive light shield formed by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda had the possibility of shattering at any time. From this, it could be seen how fierce the venom of these fire snakes was. Lin Feng simply took out his Dominator's armor. The Dominator's armor was strong enough to withstand the corrosion of the venom. Lin Feng took the lead to tear open a passage and then quickly rushed out. The rest followed behind Lin Feng and rushed out of the fire snake's encirclement. This time, they lost another 6 or 7 cultivators. Many people's faces were extremely gloomy. Look around, the situation doesn't seem right. Someone said in a deep voice. Everyone looked around and found that something was wrong. A large amount of ghost chi filled the air. It surrounded Lin Feng and the others. The ghost chi was eerie and terrifying. The endless ghost sand at night was an extremely terrifying world. It was very likely that there would be many terrifying existences that would make people tremble in fear. No one knew what terrifying things were hidden in the violently rolling ghost chi. From afar, everyone could even hear the sound of crying. It was as if a malicious spirit was crying. What Buddhist magic treasures do you have? Hurry up and take them out. Buddhist magic treasures can ward off evil. Gue Jianzhou said in a deep voice. He hurriedly took out his Buddhist magic treasure. It was a string of Buddhist beads. The others also took out their Buddhist magic treasures. Lin Feng took out a demon-subduing pestle. It was also a powerful Buddhist magic treasure. The ghost chi quickly enveloped everyone. Very soon. Someone let out a blood-curdling scream. Because the ghost chi covered the sky and the sun, everyone's vision was blocked. Therefore, he couldn't see what exactly had happened. But obviously, it was the cultivator who let out the blood-curdling scream. At this moment, most likely, he had already suffered a calamity. The situation was extremely bad. Crash! Suddenly, the sound of chains colliding could be heard from the ghostly aura. The next moment, a chain moved towards Lin Feng to bind him. Lin Feng swung the demon-subduing pestle at the chain. Clang! The pestle collided with the chains. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. The chain was covered in runes. It was an extremely rare ghost rune. This was a rune that only existed in the underworld. It was an extremely rare rune among the nether runes. As such, that chain was incomparably terrifying. The Buddhist light from Lin Feng's demon-subduing pestle was dissolved by the ghost runes. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The chain continued to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved the demon-subduing pestle and swept it at the chain. Clang! 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 3 consecutive strikes. The demon-subduing pestle collided with the chain. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng's demon-subduing pestle actually broke. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely solemn expression. Even now, he still couldn't see what was attacking him from within the ghost chi. The only thing he could see was that extremely strange chain. The power of that chain was so powerful and terrifying. It was simply shocking and moving. Clang, the chain wrapped around him again. He saw that the chain was actually growing longer and longer. Very soon. It was already hundreds of meters long. The chain intertwined into a huge chain net. It was like an inescapable net. It enveloped Lin Feng. After feeling the power of that huge chain net, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. Because he found out. When the huge chain net enveloped him. His own magic power. It was almost unable to operate. The situation. It could be said to be extremely bad. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to fall into danger. At this moment. Lin Feng took out a Xianxia. It was the Xianxia that was draped over the old monk's skeleton in the 7th floor of the Chonglu Demon Palace. This Xianxia. It was definitely a supreme treasure. When Lin Feng put that Xianxia on his body. All of a sudden. The Buddha's light shone. An old Buddha appeared in the Buddha's light. That old Buddha. Standing in the void, his palms were pressed together. He chanted the Buddhist scriptures. The world was filled with endless Buddha's voice. The old Buddha's voice merged with the Buddha's light. It turned into runes. Those densely packed runes. They flew towards the surroundings. Those runes. They were extremely powerful. They collided with the huge chain net. The huge chain net. It directly shattered. The Buddha's light illuminated the world. A large amount of ghost chi was directly evaporated. Screech, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came out from the ghost chi. It was like a scream of horror from a malicious spirit. Then. The rolling ghost chi in the surroundings began to quickly dissipate. In the blink of an eye. All the ghost chi disappeared without a trace. Huff, 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 many people were panting violently, full of expressions of having survived a disaster. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Thank you, young master. Everyone thanked Lin Feng one after another. Everyone knew that if it weren't for Lin Feng, it would have been too dangerous just now. It's nothing. No need to thank me. Lin Feng said, and then put away the Xianxia. This time, the team lost another 4 people. The rest of the people left in a hurry. This night was not peaceful. The team encountered danger several times. But fortunately, dawn finally arrived, and everyone could finally let out a long sigh of relief. The boundless ghost sand is getting more and more dangerous. Let's go back now. Someone suggested. During the time they entered the boundless ghost sand, the team had already lost half of its members. And many people. They had also gained a lot of benefits, so they wanted to leave the boundless ghost sand. They didn't want to continue taking risks. All right. Elder Ghost nodded. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity, because he was unable to find the abyss that buried the fire phoenix. Countless secrets. They were all in that abyss. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it was easier said than done to find that abyss. The team turned back. At noon. The black sand that filled the sky swept through the world. It surrounded Lin Feng and the others. And within the sandstorm, there was demonic chi rolling. A gloomy voice. It came from within the sandstorm. Not good. It's the Sand Clan. Seeing the sandstorm that engulfed the world, Elder Ghost's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, a head was thrown out from the sandstorm. It directly landed in front of Lin Feng and the others. That head. Lin Feng had already seen Bai Yijian's power before. How terrifying was a Sage Emperor level expert, now. He was actually killed. It was really unimaginable. Therefore, when everyone saw Bai Yijian's head, everyone's expression changed. Since the other party could even kill Bai Yijian, there was no need to talk about them. Sand Clan people? What is their origin? Lin Feng looked at Gui Jianchou and asked in a low voice. Gui Jianchou looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, "The Sand Clan people are a mysterious race that lives in the endless ghost sand. They are also the only race in the endless ghost sand. It is said that this race has an agreement with the various terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand. Therefore, those terrifying creatures will not attack the Sand Clan people. This race is extremely terrifying and powerful. However, they have always lived in the depths of the endless ghost sand and rarely come out. No one knows why these people came out of the endless ghost sand. Now that they have encountered the Sand Clan people, this is troublesome." Gui Jianchou did not say much. Now, he was worried. All his thoughts were on how to escape. "You outsiders should not trespass into the endless ghost sand." A cold voice came from the sandstorm. Then, a white bone throne flew out from the sandstorm. On the white bone throne, a woman was sitting on it. This was an extremely beautiful woman. Her beauty was simply suffocating. Slender and charming figure. She had a beautiful face. Charming eyes. Every move had a charm that could make people unable to help but suffocate. This was definitely a goddess-level female cultivator that would make people gasp in amazement no matter where she went. Her appearance even surpassed Nangong Mu and Kursan, and Shangguan Yao, these three peerless beauties. However, she was sitting on the white bone throne. Although she was beautiful, but under the contrast of the white bone throne, let her look. There was a feeling of a femme fatale. It made people shudder. "So it is Queen Lilicia. We have mistakenly entered the endless ghost sand. We have no intention of offending you. We will leave the endless ghost sand now. Please forgive us, the great Queen Lilicia." Elder Gui bowed and said. Obviously, he was incomparably afraid of this Queen Lilicia. Now, he hoped that the other party would be lenient. "Are you from the Gui clan?" Queen Lilicia snorted coldly and asked. "That's right." Elder Ghost said. "In the past, your clan had some dealings with our Sand Clan. You can take that member of the Gui clan with you and leave." Queen Lilicia said coldly. "Go." Elder Ghost grabbed Demon's Grimace and flew outside. The sandstorm parted. He released Senior Ghost and Gui Jianchou. As for the others, they were all trapped here. Everyone's expression became extremely unsightly. This Queen Lilicia was even able to kill Bai Jian. This was enough to show how terrifying this person was. Now, he was trapped here. It would be difficult for him to escape this calamity. Many people felt incomparably regretful, feeling that they should not have come here. However, what was the use of regretting, because there was no medicine for regret in this world? Kill them all. Queen Lilicia waved her jade-like hand and then gave the order. The sandstorm quickly swept towards Lin Feng and the others. "Let's fight them to the death." Many people gritted their teeth. They took out their magic treasures and quickly rushed outside, wanting to break out of the encirclement. But it was easier said than done. There were Sand Clan people hidden in the sandstorm. And those Sand Clan people were very terrifying. They could control the power of the desert and condense all kinds of powerful attacks. They launched a powerful attack on those who wanted to escape. The cultivators who wanted to escape were stopped one after another. At the same time, Lin Feng also chose a direction to break out of the encirclement. Huge sand dragons condensed one after another. It was a salon. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped out. Bang, one by one, the sand dragons were smashed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng rushed into the sandstorm. Die. Dozens of strong cultivators of the Sand Clan who were hiding in the sandstorm threw themselves at Lin Feng. Endless domineering aura. The domineering aura in Lin Feng's body was released. It directly enveloped dozens of Sand Clan experts. In the next moment, bang 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 sounds of explosions. Endless sounds could be heard. Those dozens of Sand Clan experts were instantly killed by Lin Feng. And Lin Feng rushed out of the sandstorm. Queen Lilicia was slightly surprised. Then, her gaze turned cold. The white bone throne she sat on quickly flew out. She quickly caught up to Lin Feng who had just rushed out of the sandstorm. I didn't expect you to have some ability. Seeing how handsome you are, your cultivation and talent are quite good, this queen has decided to take you in as a male servant. Now, kneel down and swear to this queen will spare your life. Queen Lilicia looked at Lin Feng with interest. She stuck out her tongue, licking her red lips. This action. It was full of temptation. TSK, I also want to take you in as a female servant. Swear to be loyal to me and become my female servant. When the time comes, this young master will take good care of you. Lin Feng looked at Queen Lilicia from head to toe. Queen Lilicia's face instantly turned cold. She was strong. She was high and mighty. Someone actually dared to say that they would take her in as a female servant. How could Queen Lilicia accept this? She was quite angry now. In her eyes, flashing with dense killing intent. But very quickly, Queen Lilicia suppressed the killing intent in her heart. Originally, you deserved to die 10,000 times. However, this queen doesn't want to kill you now, because this queen feels that you are quite interesting. If I kill you directly, it would be a pity. Later, this queen will suppress you. This queen has 1,000 ways to make you kneel in front of this queen and beg to become this queen's male servant. Queen Lilicia's voice fell. Then, she suddenly patted the white bone throne below her. Instantly, in the white bone throne, endlessine fiend ghost chi filled the air. Dozing fiend ghost chi. It was simply covering the sky and the sun. Dong dong dong, in the een fiend ghost chi. The sound of war drums could be heard. One could vaguely see. In the een fiend ghost chi. Densely packed terrifying creatures appeared. Those were all ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Kill, endless ghost soldiers and ghost generals directly roared, crushing the sky. They charged towards Lin Feng. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted by the army, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change suddenly. That white bone throne. It was at least an immortal artifact-level demonic treasure. Only then could it release such a terrifying attack. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I won't lower myself to your level. Lin Feng curled his lips and said to Queen Lilicia. You can't run away. Queen Lilicia looked coldly at Lin Feng. Towards Lin Feng. She was gnashing her teeth in hatred. Because Lin Feng was the first person who dared to be so impudent and rude to her. Queen Lilicia quickly chased after Lin Feng. Her white bone throne was truly extraordinary, and its speed was unbelievably fast. Lin Feng's speed was so fast, but he was still unable to shake off Queen Lilicia. From this, it could be seen. Queen Lilicia's speed was unbelievably fast. Lin Feng turned to look at Queen Lilicia, and then said, Why are you always following me? Do you want to be my maid that much? Queen Lilicia said, Yes, I want to be your maid. Hurry up and stop, take me in as your maid. When she said this, Queen Lilicia had an expression of gnashing teeth. She wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng naturally did not believe Queen Lilicia's words. Queen Lilicia chased after Lin Feng. In the end, the two of them fought above an oasis. Lin Feng was wearing the ruler's armor. He was multitasking. All kinds of powerful magic treasures were taken out, and they attacked Queen Lilicia. After seeing Lin Feng controlling so many treasures, Queen Lilicia said in surprise, My manservant, you really have a lot of treasures. But don't worry, when I catch you later, this queen doesn't want your treasures, this queen values you. Taking in a manservant like you is really something that gives me a sense of accomplishment. Lin Feng said, taking in a maid like you, I want to do it 100 times, 100 times. At first, Queen Lilicia did not understand what Lin Feng meant by 100 times, 100 times. However, she was an extremely intelligent person. She quickly came back to her senses. He understood what Lin Feng meant when he said 100 times. Queen Lilicia sneered and said, My manservant, you're quite bold. Just wait and see how this queen will teach you a lesson when she catches you. Bang, Lin Feng and Queen Lilicia began to fight. He used all of his means. However, it was a pity. He was still no match for Queen Lilicia. Lin Feng felt that this Queen Lilicia was even stronger than Xianxia, who was at the pinnacle of the Sage Emperor realm. But obviously, Queen Lilicia's strength shouldn't have broken through to the Emperor Lord realm. If he broke through to the Emperor Lord realm, he had already taken him down. Lin Feng was defeated in this battle. However, it wouldn't be easy for Queen Lilicia to capture Lin Feng. One fled while the other chased. Lin Feng lost his way in the boundless ghost sand. Because he lacked understanding of the boundless ghost sand. Queen Lilicia was more familiar with the endless ghost sand. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't continue to run in this direction. If you continue to run forward, you will reach a very terrifying area. Queen Lilicia coldly said. Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that even Queen Lilicia was afraid of this place. This endless ghost sand was truly strange. Even a race like the sand race that lived in the endless ghost sand couldn't set foot in this place. It was hard to imagine. Within the endless ghost sand, just how many secrets were hidden here. If you don't chase me, I naturally won't continue to run deeper. Lin Feng said. Then if you agree to be my manservant, I won't chase you anymore. Queen Lilicia coldly said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This woman was truly bewitched. He no longer cared about Queen Lilicia and flew deeper into the sand. Lin Feng realized. The deeper he went, the hotter the temperature became. The endless ghost sand had indeed undergone some changes, escaped to the ends of the earth. This queen will catch you. Wait until this queen catches you. This queen will properly torture you. Or else, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Queen Lilicia fiercely said. She had chased Lin Feng for so long, and her mood couldn't help but become extremely irritable. Moreover, she was so powerful. Before this, during the battle with Lin Feng, she actually couldn't take down Lin Feng. This was hard for Queen Lilicia to accept. 100 times, 100 times. Lin Feng replied from the front. Bastard, Queen Lilicia, who was already very angry, after hearing Lin Feng's words, her face became more and more ugly. She put away the white bone throne. Then she personally chased after Lin Feng. A divine rainbow had appeared beneath Queen Lilicia's feet. She stepped on the divine rainbow. She chased after Lin Feng. Fast. Fast. Fast, it was so fast that it was unbelievable. Seeing the speed that Queen Lilicia displayed, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. In the end, above a mountain range, Lin Feng and Queen Lilicia once again fought. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Lin Feng used all his methods, but he was still defeated by Queen Lilicia. He was sent flying by Queen Lilicia's palm. His body fell down. This woman is too abnormal. I'm afraid she has one foot in the Emperor Master realm. Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Queen Lilicia's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Feng and punched towards Lin Feng. Heaven-mending technique, Shua. Lin Feng also disappeared. At the critical moment, the heaven-mending technique played a huge role. When Lin Feng appeared, he had already arrived behind Queen Lilicia. The power of 6 times the arm of dragon and elephant instantly erupted. Done. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. If this punch landed on Queen Lilicia's body, Queen Lilicia would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Bang. Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, Lin Feng's incomparably tyrannical punch landed on Queen Lilicia's body. Queen Lilicia's body instantly shattered. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. What he had just shattered was only an afterimage of Queen Lilicia. Queen Lilicia's speed was too fast, so much so that when she disappeared, there was still an afterimage. Queen Lilicia must have an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of space. Otherwise, her speed wouldn't be so fast. Lin Feng used the space travel method, wanting to quickly leave. However, it was already too late. In the void, a rope flew out from the ground. It directly wrapped around Lin Feng. Immortal binding rope. This treasure was actually the immortal binding rope. Back then, Lin Feng also obtained such a treasure. However, the immortal binding rope he obtained was an imitation. It wasn't the real immortal binding rope. But Lin Feng felt that. The immortal binding rope that Queen Lalicia took out seemed to be the real one. Because Lin Feng felt that this immortal binding rope, it was actually an immortal artifact-level treasure. Queen Lalicia was actually in control of two immortal items. There were countless secrets and treasures hidden in the endless ghost sand. She had most likely found these two immortal artifacts in the boundless ghost sand secret vault. He, you've been caught by me. Lin Feng really wanted to cry but had no tears. If he was caught by Queen Lalicia, what kind of heinous things would this woman do to him? It was simply unimaginable. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Lin Feng said with a smile. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Queen Lalicia glared fiercely at Lin Feng and said, now that you have become my prisoner, do you know how this queen will deal with you later? Queen Lalicia directly revealed a devilish smile when she said this. Could it be that you want to? Lin Feng looked at Queen Lalicia with a frightened gaze. Seeing Lin Feng's frightened expression, the smile on Queen Lalicia's mouth became wider. She liked to see Lin Feng's frightened look. I already knew that you were only good at talking. Now you know fear? I'm afraid it's too late. Queen Lalicia snorted and said. This woman was beautiful. When she was slightly angry, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. 100 times will kill me. Lin Feng said. Queen Lalicia was stunned when she heard Lin Feng's words. She completely did not understand what Lin Feng's words meant. But Queen Lalicia quickly remembered what Lin Feng had said before, 100 times, 100 times. She finally understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Queen Lalicia gritted her teeth and said, you shameless guy, eat this queen's fist first. As her voice faded, Queen Lalicia's fist hammered towards Lin Feng. This woman's attack was very vicious. This punch, it was powerful and heavy. The power was shocking. Anyone who received such a powerful punch would definitely not feel good. Queen Lalicia's powerful punch was about to hit Lin Feng's body. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard. The ground below Lin Feng and Queen Lalicia directly collapsed. A huge abyss appeared. Then, Lin Feng and Queen Lalicia fell into the abyss. Lin Feng hurriedly tried to break free from the immortal binding rope. However, no matter how hard he tried, but in the end, they all ended in failure. There was no way to break free from the immortal binding rope. Once he was tied up by the immortal binding rope, he would be tied up forever. Unless the owner of the immortal binding rope chanted an incantation. He took the initiative to remove the immortal binding rope. Only then would the cultivator be able to escape the danger of being bound by the immortal binding rope. However, it was impossible for Queen Lalicia to let him go. As such, Lin Feng didn't even think about it. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely helpless against the immortal binding rope. He began to chant the incantation for the Great Fate technique. Almighty power of fate, please bestow me with the power to undo the immortal binding rope binding me, Lin Feng said. The power of destiny descended and struck the immortal binding rope. The immortal binding rope that was originally wrapped around Lin Feng's body. He quickly loosened his grip. After Lin Feng got rid of the immortal binding rope, he quickly retreated and distanced himself from Queen Lalicia. At this moment, only then did Queen Lalicia react. Lin Feng actually got rid of the immortal binding rope. How did you do it? Queen Lalicia looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She knew how powerful the immortal binding rope was. Once bound by the immortal binding rope, there was no way to get rid of the immortal binding rope. However, Lin Feng did it. It was shocking. It's just an immortal binding rope. Naturally, it's not difficult for me. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and say. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Queen Lalicia immediately curled her lips. Lin Feng's words were full of pretentiousness. She could naturally hear it. If I can catch you once, this queen can catch you a second time. Queen Lalicia said coldly. Then, this woman. She rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to attack Lin Feng again. However, at this moment, a fire phoenix. It flew out from the abyss. After seeing the fire phoenix, Lin Feng and Queen Lalicia couldn't help but be shocked. That fire phoenix. Queen Lalicia had never seen it before. The reason why she was shocked was because the fire phoenix was too rare. And here, a fire phoenix actually appeared. It was really shocking. The reason why Lin Feng was shocked was because the fire phoenix in front of him was the fire phoenix that he had seen in the dream before. The fire phoenix flew to Lin Feng's side. It looked at Lin Feng. Its eyes seemed to be telling Lin Feng. Let Lin Feng jump onto its back. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He quickly jumped onto the fire phoenix's back. Then, the fire phoenix flapped its wings. It flew down the abyss. Only then did Queen Lalicia come back to her senses. Queen Lalicia snorted coldly. Then it flew down the abyss. The dream has reappeared. Sometimes I really can't distinguish between the dream and reality, which one is real. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The fire phoenix's speed was extremely fast. Soon it rushed to the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was connected to an underground world. Lin Feng still remembered. There seemed to be a world of fire in the deepest position. At that time, the fire phoenix took him into the world of fire. Then, he and the fire phoenix were burned to ashes. And Lin Feng still clearly remembered that there seemed to be something in the depths of the world of fire. It was the flame released by that mysterious thing that burned Lin Feng and the fire phoenix to death. Lin Feng was now looking forward to it. What exactly was that thing? Could he finally see that thing? Not long after, Lin Feng saw the world of fire in the depths. The fire phoenix flew into the world of fire. Everything was exactly the same as what he had experienced in the dream. This is the legendary place where the fire phoenix fell? Queen Lalicia chased after him. Looking at the burning world of fire, she couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. In the past, she had heard about the fire phoenix before. It was said that it was an extremely ancient fire phoenix. Moreover, it was the fallen fire phoenix. It seemed to be in possession of some treasure of the Phoenix clan. As the fire phoenix fell, that treasure, it also disappeared. Whoosh, Queen Lalicia also entered the world of fire. She followed behind the fire phoenix at a leisurely pace. She wanted to follow the fire phoenix to see what was in the depths of the world of fire. Screech! The fire phoenix carried Lin Feng and flew to the depths of the world of fire. After arriving here, the fire phoenix let out a shrill cry. Then, the fire phoenix's body automatically dissipated. Lin Feng stood above the world of fire. Vaguely, he saw the depths of the world of fire. There was a fiery red skeleton. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was the place where the fire phoenix fell. The skeleton of the fire phoenix should be here. Lin Feng felt that. That fiery red skeleton was the skeleton of the fire phoenix. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the fiery red skeleton. Very soon, he came to the skeleton of the fire phoenix. Buzz! From the skeleton of the fire phoenix, a fiery red light directly shot into the sky and entered Lin Feng's mind. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the world was spinning. He felt that he had been pulled into a mysterious world. That mysterious world. It was boundless. But there was nothing. A short time after, Lin Feng heard the cry of a phoenix. He gazed into the distance and saw a fire phoenix flying out from the depths of the forest. That fire phoenix stopped in front of Lin Feng. Can you please help me? After seeing Lin Feng, the fire phoenix directly said. How can I help you? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. I fell here, but the Phoenix clan's Phoenix grimoire was buried in this place with my fall. Without the Phoenix grimoire, the Phoenix clan is destined to decline. I hope that you can take the Phoenix grimoire that flew into your body to find the Phoenix clan and give it to my clan, the Fire Phoenix said. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The Phoenix clan seemed to have declined a long time ago. Lin Feng had never seen a pure-blooded phoenix. At most, he had seen descendants with a phoenix bloodline. For example, Shui Yao and Fire Dance were both descendants of the Phoenix clan. However, they actually had little to do with the pure-blooded Phoenix clan. And obviously, the fire phoenix in front of him. It was an extremely ancient pure-blooded phoenix. Of course. The universe was vast. Perhaps, between heaven and earth, there were still pure-blooded phoenixes. It was just that he didn't know. May I ask where Senior's clan members are? Lin Feng asked. Undying Realm. Ancient Demon Realm, Phoenix Mountain. Fire Phoenix said. Lin Feng was just about to go to the Undying Realm. In the future, he could also go to the Phoenix Mountain and send the Phoenix Grimoire back. This was as easy as lifting a finger. Good. I promise you, Senior. I will head to the Undying Realm, and at that time I will definitely return the Phoenix Grimoire to the Phoenix clan. Lin Feng said. Thank you. In order to repay your kindness, I left behind a drop of Phoenix's precious blood. That drop of Phoenix blood is also in your body. You can refine it to increase your cultivation. Fire Phoenix said. Brat. Wake up. Wake up. Right at this moment, Lin Feng seemed to hear someone calling out to him. The next moment, Lin Feng's primordial spirit returned from the illusory world constructed by the Fire Phoenix. He came to his senses. Then, he saw Queen Lalicia looking at him like a little devil. Queen Lalicia flew over when she was pulled into the illusory spirit by the Fire Phoenix. Then, he used the immortal binding rope to tie himself up again. When he thought of this, Lin Feng even wanted to cry. Seeing that Lin Feng had woken up, Queen Lalicia sneered and asked, You just entered a spiritual world? Could it be that the Fire Phoenix's skeleton pulled you into a spiritual world? Tell me, what did the Fire Phoenix say to you? It had to be said that this Queen Lalicia was an extremely smart person. She had actually guessed everything that Lin Feng had experienced. Lin Feng said, Fire Phoenix told me that my wife would tie me up with a rope later. Now it seems that my wife is you. What a match made in heaven. You actually dare to talk nonsense. I think you're asking for a beating. Queen Lalicia glared fiercely at Lin Feng, and then threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grimaced in pain and said, Hitting is affection, scolding is love. If you don't hit, you won't be affectionate. Shameless. You're so shameless. This queen has never seen someone as shameless as you. Queen Lalicia looked fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, How am I shameless? What I said was the truth. I know what the queen is thinking. The queen is chasing me relentlessly, isn't it because she likes me? You want to marry me, right? Alright, I agree to this matter. Shut up. Queen Lalicia screamed in anger at Lin Feng. With a wave of her right hand, a restriction flew out. It directly sealed Lin Feng's lips. Woo-woo. Lin Feng cried out, but unfortunately, he was sealed by Queen Lalicia and could not make any sound. You will be this queen's manservant from now on. This queen will take you away and teach you a good lesson. I will let you know how to be obedient as a manservant. Queen Lalicia grabbed Lin Feng's collar. Then, she lifted Lin Feng up. Whoosh. Next. Queen Lalicia quickly flew outside. Lin Feng really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Himself. It seemed that he had never been in such a sorry state before. He had actually become someone else's prisoner. After leaving the abyss, Queen Lalicia brought Lin Feng to the Sand Race's land. The Sand Race's land was located in the northwest of the Endless Ghost Sand. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw a huge oasis. That oasis was like a huge lake. Around the oasis, stone houses were built one after another. It seemed that the Sand Race people should be living in those stone houses. The Sand Race was built around the oasis. The Sand Race's land was scattered in picturesque disorder and was very beautiful. There were still some differences between the Sand Race and the human race. The Sand Race woman's skin was especially delicate. In between their eyebrows, there was a beauty mole. On the other hand, the men of the Sand Race had bronze skin. In between their eyebrows, there was a brand that looked like the word sand. Queen. Seeing Queen Lalicia return, many Sand Race people bowed to her. At the same time, everyone looked at Lin Feng curiously. They were extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. Because, the Sand Race people would not bring prisoners of war back to their land. If they captured prisoners of war, they would usually kill them on the way back. And now, the fact that Queen Lalicia had brought back a prisoner of war caused many people to speculate. Queen Lalicia nodded to the Sand Race people. She then brought Lin Feng and flew towards the depths of the Sand Race's land. Along the way, there were people who greeted Queen Lalicia. At this moment, more than 10 elders of the Sand Race flew over. The skinny elder who was the leader said with a dark expression, "Oh great Queen Lalicia, you're back. May I know who this human is?" "Queen Lalicia, don't you know that we, the Sand Race, do not allow prisoners of war to be brought back to our land? If that's the case, the location of our land might be revealed. As the Queen of the Sand Race, how can your Majesty do something that would harm the interests of the Sand Race?" The skinny old man immediately questioned Queen Lalicia. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. Seemed like within the Sand Race, where there were people, there would be conflicts of interest. This saying was true. Queen Lalicia, as a woman, she controlled the Sand Race. It seemed that this had caused some dissatisfaction among the older generation. Of course. Perhaps. Some people had the ambition to replace Queen Lalicia, right? This kind of thing was not uncommon. There were simply too many. Too many to mention. Lin Feng was already used to it. Is bringing back outsiders harming the interests of the Sand Race? The High Priestess is being too uptight. If I remember correctly, when the High Priestess was young, you also brought back a few women from other races as concubines. Queen Lalicia said calmly. The High Priestess's expression immediately turned ugly. Queen Lalicia actually used what happened back then to refute her. The High Priestess wanted to say something but was directly rebutted by Queen Lalicia. The High Priestess said indifferently, "In the past, this High Priestess could control everything about them. Does your Majesty dare to say that you can control everything about this person?" Hearing this, Queen Lalicia's expression suddenly sank. Along the way, she had used all sorts of threats and promises to get Lin Feng to agree to become her manservant. However, she had failed. Therefore, Queen Lalicia naturally did not have the confidence to completely control everything about Lin Feng. After seeing Queen Lalicia's expression, the High Priestess's face immediately revealed a smug expression. Just as she was about to speak again, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Furthermore, he directly reprimanded the High Priestess. "Impudent! You are only the High Priestess. You are not even the ruler of the Sand Race. How dare you be so impudent in front of the Sand Race Queen? Who gave you the guts to do that? How dare you disrespect the Sand Race Queen like this? Could it be that you want to rebel?" The moment Lin Feng said this, instantly, everyone's expression changed drastically. Naturally, something like rebellion could not be casually mentioned. Once it was confirmed, it was a capital offense. Many people in the Sand Race knew that the High Priestess was indeed very dissatisfied with the young Lalicia inheriting the throne. Therefore, he had always been at loggerheads with Queen Lalicia. It was normal for clansmen to have conflicts. However, if it escalated to the level of rebellion, that would be a completely different story. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't slander me." The High Priestess coldly looked at Lin Feng. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. "That's right. Brat. How dare you slander the High Priestess? What are your intentions? Are you trying to sow discord between the Queen and the High Priestess? Your Majesty, don't be blinded by this brat. This brat has wild ambitions." The High Priestess, everybody was blaming Lin Feng. Some priests even wanted to kill Lin Feng, who was trying to mislead the public. "Guilty conscience," said Lin Feng, twitching his mouth. You. Lin. If it was a war of words, all of them together, they couldn't necessarily compete with Lin Feng. "Your Majesty, this brat harbors ill intentions. If we don't deal with him, the High Priestess will be displeased. It will affect the unity of our Sand Race," the High Priestess said darkly. This old fellow was indeed a sinister and vicious character. His words were aggressive. Moreover, the meaning of his words was very clear. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Calm their anger, Queen Lilicia said. High Priestess. You are exaggerating. This is a friend of mine. He has no ill intentions towards our sand race. All right. This queen has just returned and is tired. You can leave now. This queen wants to go back and rest. After saying that, Queen Lilicia ignored the High Priestess and the others. She gave Lin Feng a look, indicating for him to follow her. Lin Feng followed behind Queen Lilicia and walked inside. Queen Lilicia's residence was a stone palace. It was divided into several rooms. There were cultivation rooms, living rooms, guest rooms, refining rooms, alchemy rooms, and so on. After returning to the stone palace, Queen Lilicia looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, "Don't think that just because this queen said that you are this queen's friend in front of the High Priestess and the others, this queen will let you go. That is absolutely impossible. You have now become this queen's manservant. You are destined to be this queen's manservant forever." Lin Feng said, "There is a saying that a serf sings when he turns over, suppressing the landlord until he cries. So, Queen, you have to be careful when I turn over. I will not sing anything else, I will sing 100 times, 100 times. Looking for a beating." Queen Lilicia was angry. The trace of goodwill that Lin Feng had for helping her out of the predicament instantly disappeared. Now, Queen Lilicia only wanted to do one thing. That was beat this hateful guy in front of her until he was crippled. So, Queen Lilicia directly pounced on Lin Feng. This woman was beautiful, but her temper was quite fiery. Now, Lin Feng's magic was imprisoned by Queen Lilicia. This was an extremely special sealing method. This sealing method, Lin Feng was unable to undo it in a short period of time. Originally, Queen Lilicia was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. What's more, Lin Feng, whose magic was imprisoned, was no match for Queen Lilicia. "Stop!" Lin Feng hurriedly shouted. "Do you have any last words to say?" Queen Lilicia asked fiercely. "You are so beautiful. A beautiful woman like you. How can I be rough? I want. You are not only beautiful. You are also a lady. Elegant. Every move. You are all incomparably charming ladies." Lin Feng looked at Queen Lilicia and said with a loving confession. Even he couldn't help but feel a little mushy. Who didn't like to hear praise from others, even Queen Lilicia? She also liked to hear praise from others. Lin Feng's praise for her. Queen Lilicia enjoyed it quite a bit. But this did not change Queen Lilicia's decision to deal with Lin Feng. "What you're saying is of no use to this queen." Queen Lilicia snorted coldly. The next moment, she rushed in front of Lin Feng. Then, without caring about her image, she attacked Lin Feng. "I'll block it." Lin Feng blocked Queen Lilicia's attack. Of course, his magic was sealed now. He couldn't completely block Queen Lilicia's attack. Sometimes, it was really painful to be punched by Queen Lilicia. Lin Feng finally found an opportunity. A hungry tiger pounced on its food. He directly pushed Queen Lilicia to the ground. "You're courting death." Woo woo woo. Queen Lilicia was furious. Halfway through her words, her lips were blocked by Lin Feng's lips. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Lin Feng was sent flying by Queen Lilicia. With a plop, Lin Feng fell to the ground. "I'll kill you." Queen Lilicia forcefully wiped her lips. She seemed to want to wipe away Lin Feng's aura. She wiped it away as well. She directly pounced on Lin Feng. She looked like she wanted to kill someone. "Murdering your own husband," Lin Feng quickly got up from the ground and ran out. "If you dare to shout again, do you believe that I won't chop you up and feed you to the snakes?" Queen Lilicia looked at Lin Feng fiercely. "We gentlemen use our words, not our fists. If you don't do anything, I naturally won't shout," Lin Feng said. "Humph." Queen Lilicia snorted coldly, thinking of what had just happened. Suddenly, she became a little upset. However, she did not continue to attack Lin Feng. Instead, she said, "This queen can spare you temporarily, But you'd better behave yourself during this period of time. Also, don't talk nonsense about what happened to us. If this queen finds out, this queen will cut off your tongue. Queen Lalicia said fiercely, looking at Lin Feng with a threatening gaze. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I've always been a tight-lipped person. I definitely won't talk nonsense." "It better be as you say," Queen Lalicia said coldly. Lin Feng asked. "What? Could it be that you want to go into seclusion?" "That's right. I will go into seclusion for a few days. Go outside and find the guard commander to arrange your residence." After Queen Lalicia finished speaking, with a wave of her hand, suddenly, the door closed. And Lin Feng was locked outside the door. This was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. When Queen Lalicia went into seclusion, it was just right to break the seal that Queen Lalicia had placed on him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but reveal a smile. Lin Feng walked outside. Thousands of meters away from Lalicia's palace, there were patrolling guards. Lin Feng looked at the guard commander and said, "I'll have to trouble you to arrange a place for me to stay." The guard leader nodded and said, "Young master, please follow me." The news of Lin Feng helping Queen Lalicia to reprimand the high priestess had long spread throughout the race. These were the personal guards of Queen Lalicia. Naturally, he felt very satisfied. In addition, Queen Lalicia had said that Lin Feng was her friend. Therefore, this guard commander was very respectful towards Lin Feng. On the way, the guard commander asked curiously, "Sir, what is your relationship with our queen? It shouldn't be a simple friendship, right?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not convenient to talk about our relationship, but I think you should understand." "Understood, understood, understood. I understand. The queen is also a woman." The guard commander sighed. Very soon, the guard commander arranged a place for Lin Feng to stay. This was a stone palace, but the area was much smaller than Queen Lalicia's stone palace. In the past, this was the place where Queen Lalicia lived when she was still a princess. "If there's anything, sir, please instruct me," the guard commander said. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. "Then I'll take my leave." The guard commander cupped his fists and left. After entering the room, Lin Feng moved his mind. A ball of light flew out. Although Lin Feng's magic power could not be used. However, Lin Feng's mind could be used. He could also use his mind to summon all kinds of things. This ball of light wrapped around two things. The first thing was an ancient bronze book. The second thing was a drop of phoenix blood. On the cover of the ancient bronze book, there were 4 words written in flamboyant calligraphy. However, Lin Feng did not recognize these 4 words. He guessed. Perhaps it was the language of the phoenix race, however, Lin Feng guessed. These 4 words. They should be the words Phoenix Grimoire. What is recorded in the Phoenix Grimoire? Could it be that it records the many top sacred arts of the phoenix race? Lin Feng could not help but think. He felt that there was really such a possibility. In the Phoenix Grimoire, it recorded the various powerful sacred arts of the phoenix race. If that was the case, he could successfully cultivate the various top sacred arts of the phoenix race before handing the Phoenix Grimoire to the phoenix race. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but reveal a happy expression. He tried to open the Phoenix Grimoire. However, Lin Feng failed. This Phoenix Grimoire, it could not be opened. This made him rather depressed. Why can't I open it? Lin Feng frowned. He could not understand this matter, so he temporarily kept the Phoenix Grimoire. He would continue to try in the future. The phoenix blood was also kept by Lin Feng. Right now, Lin Feng could not use his magic power. So, he could not refine the phoenix blood. And he was in the sand race. Danger lurked everywhere. It was also not the time to refine the phoenix blood. "Brat! Get out here!" At this moment, shouts and curses came from outside. After Lin Feng heard the shouts outside, he walked outside. When he came out, he found more than 10 sand race cultivators blocking the way outside. In the distance, There were also many sand race cultivators watching the show. The leader of the sand race cultivators was a young cultivator with a thin figure. The person who shouted was not this person, but a sturdy sand race cultivator. His face was fierce. Fiendish. Whose dog is this, to actually run to someone else's door and bark? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the sturdy cultivator who spoke. Brat, you dare to insult me? The sturdy cultivator immediately glared at him. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. His expression was as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, when did I insult you? I was just insulting the dog. What? Could it be that you're that dog? That's quite strange. This is the first time I've seen people fighting to call themselves a dog. I really admire you. Lin Feng's words were too sarcastic. Many people's mouths twitched violently. The sturdy cultivator clenched his fists and looked at Lin Feng with gritted teeth. Axe. I want to challenge you to a life and death battle. I want to defend my dignity. Do you dare to accept? The sturdy cultivator said with a fierce expression. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, a trash like you is worthy of challenging me to a life and death battle. Who do you think you are? I don't even want to make a move against trash like you because it will dirty my hands. Lin Feng could be said to be incomparably arrogant. Although his magic power was sealed. However, Lin Feng's physical body was there for all to see. When the physical body was strong enough, it could break any divine ability with a punch. Lin Feng was extremely confident in his 6 times dragon elephant arm. Even if his magic power was sealed, he could still break 10,000 techniques. Axe was completely infuriated by Lin Feng. No matter what. He was also an emperor-level expert. Lin Feng. He seemed to be just an emperor god. An emperor god. He actually dared to humiliate him, an emperor-level expert. Axe. Naturally, he couldn't bear it anymore. In his heart, his anger burned, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Kid, I'll trample you under my feet later and make you beg for mercy. Axe looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Then, he leaped up. Powerful dermic power surged out. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Above his fist, the image of the endless ghost sand appeared. This divine ability. It evolved into endless ghost sand. It became one with his body. A punch was thrown. Its power was endless. Such a terrifying and tyrannical punch would definitely cause great damage to him. However, Lin Feng looked at Axe with contempt. He directly activated the dragon elephant arm. Then, he punched towards Axe. To deal with Axe, Lin Feng didn't use the dragon elephant arm at all. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a pig. That was the reason. This kid didn't even use his magic power? Isn't this kid too arrogant? He doesn't put Axe in his eyes at all. Otherwise, why didn't he use his magic power? This brat seems to only be a celestial emperor, while Axe is a celestial emperor. The gap between their cultivation levels is huge. Even if this brat is a cultivation genius, with such a low cultivation level, he shouldn't be able to cause any harm to Axe. This kid is simply courting death. Let's see how Axe will deal with him later. The sand race cultivators began to discuss among themselves. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was courting death. At this moment, Lin Feng and Axe's attacks. They collided. Bang, along with the earth-shaking sound of the collision, there was the sound of the collision. It was as if 2 ancient mountains had collided. Everyone saw. After Lin Feng threw a punch, it directly destroyed Axe's spirit technique. Then, Lin Feng's fist. It collided with Axe's fist. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Subsequently, the news spread. Axe's arm was directly broken by the powerful force. Broken bones. It pierced through his flesh. It was exposed. Ah! Axe screamed in pain. His entire being. They were all sent flying. In midair. Alex. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There was a thump. Axe fell to the ground. He hugged his broken arm. Screams rang out continuously. Around them. Absolute silence. Axe was such a powerful figure. He was actually crippled by Lin Feng with a single punch. It was simply too unbelievable. What was even more unbelievable was that Lin Feng was only using the power of his physical body. He had crippled Axe. It was truly inconceivable. It was hard to imagine. If Lin Feng were to use his transcendence energy, how terrifying would his combat strength be? I told you. You are in my eyes. He was just a piece of trash. You didn't believe it. You just had to rush up and ask for humiliation. Lin Feng looked at Axe indifferently. He still had a high and mighty attitude. That attitude. It made many Sand Clan people want to rush up and teach Lin Feng a lesson. Kid. I didn't expect that. You still have such strength, but remember, this is the Sand Clan, not a place for you to behave atrociously. At this time, the thin cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and said sinisterly. This person. He was the leader of these Sand Clan people. He was also the most powerful among these Sand Clan people. Lin Feng said indifferently, so what if you are from the Sand Clan? My fist is powerful enough. The world is so big, where can I not go? What? A piece of trash like you wants to be crippled by me? What did you say? This Sand Clan cultivator looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. He had never thought that Lin Feng would dare to call him trash. The surrounding Sand Clan people also looked at each other in dismay. They also did not expect Lin Feng to be so arrogant. This Sand Clan cultivator was not an ordinary person. He was the son of the high priest. His name was Arihan. He had cultivated for 3,820,000 years and was at the peak of the Emperor realm. He stood there. It gave people a great sense of oppression. This was a kind of oppression of the realm. It was suffocating. And Arihan. He had never hidden his aura. So. Everyone knew. Even though Lin Feng did not know Arihan's specific realm. But he definitely knew how terrifying Arihan was. However, under the premise of knowing how terrifying Arihan was, Lin Feng still called Arihan trash. It was really out of everyone's expectations. No one knew what Lin Feng was thinking. I said you are trash. Don't you understand human language? I don't have time to chat with you. Take your people and get lost. Don't disturb my peace. Lin Feng said indifferently. You are courting death. Arihan looked coldly at Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. I'm courting death? What a joke. I can take a piece of trash like you within 3 moves. Lin Feng said as he stretched out 3 fingers. He was as arrogant as ever and did not put an expert like Arihan in his eyes. Arihan was originally a gloomy person. But now. He was so angry at Lin Feng that his face turned ashen. He could not bear it any longer. Since you are courting death, then I will fulfill your wish today. Arihan looked coldly at Lin Feng. His body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Then. Arihan. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. At this moment, the guard commander who had heard the news led his men to surround the place. The guard commander said coldly, Lord Arihan. Lin Gongzi is our queen's distinguished guest. Don't go too far. This kid insulted me. If I don't kill this kid, where will my face go? If anyone dares to stop me. Whoever dares to stop me is my, Arihan's, enemy. Arihan said coldly. Pfft, Lin Feng could not help but laugh. Brat. What are you laughing at? Arihan looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, You are the son of the high priest? Even your father is only a subordinate of Queen Lilicia. Who do you think you are? You even dare to threaten Queen Lilicia's personal guard commander? Do you really think you are someone important? Or is it really as the rumors say, that you father and son are planning to rebel, so you are ignoring Queen Lilicia's majesty? Don't slander us father and son. When he heard the word rebel, Arihan's pupils suddenly shrank. He then shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Talk of rebellion. It was originally a groundless matter. It was something he said casually. Previously, the high priest did not show any abnormalities. That was because the high priest was an old fox who was good at hiding himself. However, Arihan appeared to be a little flustered. Could it be? Queen Lilicia did not hold the position of queen for a very long time, only a mere 1,000 years. It was said that it was because Queen Lilicia's father was plotted against. He was seriously injured and died. The sand race could not be without a leader. Most of the members of the priest order recommended the high priest to take the position of patriarch. However, Queen Lilicia's father stood his ground before he died. He helped Lilicia to the position of queen. This naturally caused the high priest's bloodline to be dissatisfied. The high priest was very ambitious. After losing that opportunity, he no longer had the chance to be patriarch. So, the high priest had been at loggerheads with Queen Lilicia ever since. Moreover, these years, it had become more and more obvious. He even dared to criticize Queen Lilicia in public. It could be seen. How powerful was the high priest? However, although there were conflicts between the two sides, the high priest still prioritized the interests of the clan. And he had never shown any intention of rebellion. Perhaps, it was because the high priest, this old fox, had hidden too deeply. Brat. You can eat whatever you want. But you can't speak carelessly. Ali Khan looked coldly at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng said indifferently, have you done it or not? You are clear about it. Let's go. Ali Khan looked coldly at Lin Feng, then led everyone away. Lin Gongzi. Are you all right? After Ali Khan left, the guard commander stepped forward and asked. I'm fine, thank you for making the trip. Lin Feng said. Young master, you are welcome. This is what I should do. I will leave a group of soldiers to guard here later, in case Ali Khan comes to find trouble with you again. The guard commander said. Good. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Feng cupped his fists. After chatting with the guard commander for a while, Lin Feng returned to his residence. Before the guard commander left, he left a group of people to guard Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng continued to try to break the restriction in his body. These days, Lin Feng had been studying the restriction in his body. The restriction set up by Queen Lilicia was very strange. Although Lin Feng hadn't been able to break these restrictions, he had been studying them for many days. Lin Feng still managed to find some weaknesses in these restrictions. Break these restrictions. It was only a matter of time. While Lin Feng was in seclusion to break the restriction, Ali Khan returned to his residence with a gloomy expression. As soon as he returned, someone came to inform Ali Khan. Send Arihan to the high priest. Arihan arrived at the residence of the high priestess and found that a dozen or so priests who supported the high priestess were also there. Arihan bowed and said, Father. Yes. The high priest nodded. He then asked, You went to cause trouble for that brat? Arihan said, That's right. However, they were stopped by Lilicia's men. The high priest said, Don't bother with this person for the time being. Once we deal with Lilicia, this brat will also die. Now, go out and greet some important guests. Ali Khan's eyes immediately lit up. Father, are we going to make a move? The high priest nodded. Ali Khan was ecstatic, and then said, This child will go and greet father's guests now. Immediately after, Ali Khan quickly left. Lin Feng naturally did not know what was happening here at the high priest's place. Right now, Lin Feng was still breaking the restrictions in his body. Queen Lilicia's restrictions were really strange. Even a great master of array formations like Lin Feng found it quite troublesome to break them. However, fortunately, Lin Feng still found the trick to breaking these restrictions. Under his efforts, one restriction after another began to be broken. It took Lin Feng about 3 days. The restrictions set up by Queen Lilicia were finally completely broken by Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. After breaking the restrictions in his body, his magic power immediately recovered. The magic power in his body was like a surging river. It engulfed his entire body. A series of rumbling sounds came from his body. It was like a river surging endlessly. Shwa, a light flashed. The phoenix blood flew out. Because this drop of phoenix blood had been with him for too long, its effect was no longer as good as before. But this was only relative. The effect of the phoenix blood was still very shocking. Lin Feng planned to refine this drop of phoenix blood to increase his cultivation. He just didn't know. Could this drop of phoenix blood help him break through? Right now, Lin Feng was at the 8th layer of the Divine Lord realm. And Lin Feng's own accumulation was too huge, so he had to break through. It wasn't easy. Lin Feng was already satisfied that the phoenix blood could help him break through a level. Lin Feng swallowed the phoenix blood. Then, he began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Under the refinement of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the phoenix blood turned into the purest energy. The pure energy was all absorbed by Lin Feng's body. And Lin Feng's realm also began to steadily increase. Very soon, Lin Feng's realm broke through to the 9th layer of the Divine Lord realm. However, his realm's breakthrough didn't stop there. The effect of the phoenix blood. It was much stronger than he had imagined. Lin Feng's face revealed joy. Perhaps, the phoenix blood could help him break through again, as expected. It was just as Lin Feng had guessed. The phoenix blood increased Lin Feng's realm by another level. Lin Feng's realm finally stopped at the 10th layer of the Divine Lord realm. Not bad. Not bad. I'm only one step away from breaking through to the Immortal Lord realm. Lin Feng's face revealed a satisfied expression. Next, he had to prepare for breaking through to the Immortal Lord realm. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that breaking through to the Immortal Lord realm wasn't easy. Because, breaking through from the Divine Lord realm to the Immortal Lord realm was equivalent to breaking through a large realm. Compared to breaking through a small realm, it was unknown how many times more difficult it was. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he didn't directly leave the sand race. Because he discovered the sand race high priest's plot. Lin Feng decided to tell Queen Lalicia about this matter. After interacting with Queen Lalicia, Lin Feng knew that Queen Lalicia's heart was actually quite pure. This woman gave Lin Feng a good feeling. Moreover, Queen Lalicia's first kiss was taken by him. No matter what. He should also remind Queen Lalicia, right, after Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Queen Lalicia had yet to come out of seclusion. Lin Feng's gaze looked towards the deepest part of the sand race. There was a huge stone tower. Lin Feng had seen it before, but previously, his spiritual power was sealed. Lin Feng was focused on breaking the seal, so he didn't pay too much attention to the stone tower. Now, Lin Feng's spiritual power recovered. His perception also recovered. He felt that the stone tower was extremely extraordinary. The absolute beginning era. Until now. It was too long ago. This was one of the first few eras after the start of the era. Some said that the absolute beginning era was the 3rd era after the start of the era. Some said that the absolute beginning era was the 6th era after the start of the era. However, it was hard to say which era it was in. After all, it was too long ago. However, there was one thing. It was certain. The absolute beginning era was definitely one of the most ancient eras. It was also one of the most glorious eras. The glory of the absolute beginning era shone on the world. The immortality of the absolute beginning era was hard to extinguish. The things left behind by the absolute beginning era were definitely shocking. Perhaps it was enough to shock the world. It was shocking. And in this era, there were basically not many things that had been passed down to this day. Time was enough to erase everything. Many supreme treasures from the absolute beginning era were gradually destroyed in the long river of time. It was really not easy for the stone pagoda to be passed down until now. Can I enter the stone pagoda to take a look? Lin Feng asked. He wanted to enter the stone pagoda to take a look. Perhaps there would be a shocking discovery inside. To be able to enter such a place, it would be no less than a great opportunity. The guard commander said. I can't make the decision. Either the high priest team has to discuss and make a decision, or the queen has to personally write a decree. Only then can you have a chance to enter. The high priest team was in the hands of the high priest. To go through the high priest team, entering the stone pagoda was obviously not realistic. Then, the only way was to enter the stone pagoda through the relationship with Queen Lalicia. Queen Lalicia was currently in seclusion. Therefore, he could not enter the stone pagoda for the time being. Moreover, even if Queen Lalicia came out of seclusion, would he be able to enter the stone pagoda? Actually, even if Queen Lalicia came out of seclusion, the probability of entering the stone pagoda was extremely low. Lin Feng did not think so. Queen Lalicia would let him enter the stone pagoda. Let's wait for the queen to come out of seclusion, Lin Feng said. Actually, he no longer had any hope. That night, Yizichen the guard commander came to find Lin Feng. He also gave Lin Feng a piece of news that surprised him. Queen Lalicia herself wrote a handwritten decree. This handwritten order was the pass to enter the stone pagoda. Lin Feng did not expect that Queen Lalicia would write a letter for him to enter the tower. Has the queen come out of seclusion? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. He hasn't come out yet. However, Her Majesty the Queen had once cultivated an avatar. This avatar was controlled by Her Highness the Queen's divine sense and had a part of Her Highness the Queen's consciousness. When Her Highness the Queen was in seclusion, this avatar would guard the stone palace for Her Highness the Queen. Today, when I learned that you wanted to enter the stone tower, I went to report this matter to Her Highness Queen Lalicia's avatar. In the end, Queen Lalicia's avatar wrote this order. The guard commander said. Queen Lalicia's avatar was equivalent to Queen Lalicia herself. Therefore, this order was written by Queen Lalicia. This woman actually agreed to let me enter the stone tower. I wonder what kind of attitude she has towards me now. Could it be that she has decided to fall in love with me with a kiss? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Then, a smile appeared on his face. If it was really a kiss, then it seemed that his charm was really great. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for your help, my lord." The guard commander revealed a smile. He hoped that Lin Feng would remember his kindness. It seemed that Lin Feng was someone who knew how to deal with people. The guard commander said, "Young master, there is no need to be so courteous. This is what I should do." Then, the guard commander took his leave. Lin Feng took Queen Lalicia's handwritten order and headed to the stone pagoda. Under the night sky, the stone pagoda emitted a layer of holy light. That layer of holy light enveloped the stone pagoda, making it look magnificent. It was exceptionally beautiful. Lin Feng arrived before the stone pagoda. He saw two old men sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the stone pagoda. They were the elders of the sand race. They were like two stone statues that had never moved since ancient times. Lin Feng arrived. These two people. They did not move at all. They did not even open their eyes. These were two extremely powerful existences, and they were extremely ancient. They should be one of the foundations of the sand race. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. It seemed that the sand race was much stronger than he had imagined. Two seniors. This junior has come with Queen Lalicia's handwritten order to enter the stone pagoda to cultivate. Lin Feng said. The two sand race elders opened their eyes. At the same time, they looked at Lin Feng. The elder on the left said, "Hand over the handwritten order." Lin Feng walked towards the elder. After arriving in front of him, he handed the handwritten order to the sand race elder. The sand race elder looked at it. Then, he nodded. He looked at the other person. He said, "Open the stone pagoda." "Okay." The other sand race elder replied. Then, the two sand race elders formed seals with both hands. Incantation after incantation. Condensed. Those seals. Runes were condensed one after another. Those were runes. All of them flew towards the stone door. On the stone door, mysterious runes appeared. Those mysterious runes. They were like small golden dragons. Rumble, 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 the stone door. It let out an earth-shattering sound. Then, the stone door gradually opened. Finally, the stone door opened completely. "You can go in now," the sand race elder on the left said. Lin Feng cupped his fists towards the two sand race elders. Then, he entered the stone pagoda. After Lin Feng entered the stone pagoda, the stone door closed again. the descendant of the sovereign emperor race. A glint flashed across the aged eyes of the Sand Clan elder on the left. Perhaps, this is the will of the heavens. The Sand Race elder on the right said. Yes. The Sand Race elder on the left nodded. The two of them did not communicate anymore. Instead, they closed their eyes. They continued to meditate. It was as if they had become two unmoving stone statues. This stone pagoda. There was a total of 70%. Lin Feng had entered the first level. The first level contained a large amount of immortal qi and was filled with stone chambers. Lin Feng guessed. This should be a sacred place for cultivation. Cultivating here. One could absorb immortal qi. Cultivation speed. One would be able to improve greatly. Lin Feng also realized. There was a sign outside each stone chamber. The front of the sign said, "Do not disturb." The back of the sign said, "No one." The first level of the stone pagoda had a total of 18 stone chambers. These 18 stone chambers were all facing upwards. In other words, within the 18 stone chambers, there were cultivators cultivating inside. The second floor was the same as the first floor. It was also divided into many cultivation stone rooms. Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested in these cultivation stone rooms. He hoped that he would be able to find some of the opportunities he wanted in the stone pagoda. For example, some divine abilities, cultivation insights, or other things. The third floor. The fourth floor. The fifth floor. It was also a cultivation stone room. Lin Feng wanted to enter the sixth floor, but there was a powerful restriction on the sixth floor. The powerful restriction blocked Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng tried to break the restriction here. However, when he carefully observed the powerful restriction on the sixth floor, Lin Feng suddenly felt as if his head was about to split open. The restriction on the sixth floor. He couldn't open it at all. What a terrifying restrictive array. Even I am incapable of breaking the restrictive arrays here. It is hard to imagine, just what level did the cultivator who created these restrictive arrays belong to? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The restriction here was indeed too terrifying. Lin Feng was extremely curious. What exactly was on the sixth floor? As a result, the restriction here was so terrifying that it was simply shocking to the extreme. However, it made Lin Feng give up. He was really unwilling to give up. Lin Feng planned to continue trying and see if he could break the restriction on the sixth floor. However, this attempt was exactly the same as the previous one. The restriction on the sixth floor. Not to mention breaking it. He took a few glances. Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to split open. This feeling was simply worse than death. What a pity. Even though I know that there might be a huge secret hidden in the sixth floor, these secrets are ultimately not fated with me. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He planned to leave the stone tower. However, just as Lin Feng turned to leave, suddenly, something shocking happened. Lin Feng's sovereign blood. It actually activated on its own. Every time it activated, the blood of a sovereign would emit waves of powerful energy. And these energies all merged into the restriction on the sixth floor. This is? Lin Feng looked at this scene in shock. He didn't expect this to happen at all. His sovereign emperor blood. Why would it change at this time? And Lin Feng discovered that when the energy from the sovereign blood entered the restriction on the sixth floor, the restriction on the sixth floor became weaker and weaker. This made Lin Feng feel even more confused. Could it be that his sovereign blood had the ability to break restrictions, after so many years? He didn't know that the sovereign blood had such an effect. There must be something strange. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that something was very wrong. There must be something strange. Lin Feng even felt that this abnormality, it was very likely related to his bloodline. Lin Feng thought of one possibility. Could it be that there was something on the sixth floor that was intimately connected to his sovereign emperor's blood, therefore? Was that why such a strange situation had occurred? Lin Feng didn't know if he was right or not. However, the situation in front of him made Lin Feng extremely happy. Because the restriction on the 6th floor was constantly disappearing. It wouldn't be long before the restriction on the 6th floor completely disappeared. When the restriction disappeared, he would be able to ascend to the 6th floor. At that time, he would know. In the 6th floor. What was it, an hour later? The restriction on the 6th floor was finally broken. Lin Feng entered the 6th floor. When Lin Feng entered the 6th floor, the restriction that had been broken appeared again. Then, the 6th floor was sealed again. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the restriction that sealed the 6th floor again. His gaze. It was all on a skeleton in the 6th floor. In the 6th floor, there was a stone bed. And on the stone bed, a skeleton sat cross-legged. When he saw the skeleton, he was shocked. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Then, tears flowed down uncontrollably. What's wrong with me? Lin Feng wiped away his tears. Then, he muttered to himself. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Why, when he saw the skeleton, he would feel a sharp pain in his heart. Why would he cry, all of this? It was a mystery. It was his first time seeing that skeleton. Could it be that the skeleton is the skeleton of the ancestor with the sovereign emperor's blood? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He couldn't break the restriction and come to the 6th floor. However, when he was about to leave, the sovereign emperor's blood automatically awakened. The mysterious power emitted from the sovereign emperor's blood. To help him, he opened the restriction on the 6th floor. All of these things. It seemed to point directly. This skeleton. It had a lot to do with the sovereign emperor's family. Since the beginning of the era, the sovereign emperor's family was extremely powerful. And it had been passed down until now. Lin Feng knew even less about the ancestors of the sovereign emperor's family. He only knew a few ancestors of the sovereign emperor's family. For example, the ancestor of the sovereign emperor's family, the master of gods, the sky-devouring demon master. The ancestor of the sovereign emperor's family who smashed open the undying realm with a punch, the sky-devouring demon emperor. Actually, even his understanding of these ancestors was extremely limited. He only knew a few things about them. Their life stories might have long been buried in the long river of history. At this moment, the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the stone bed actually emitted cracking sounds of bones rubbing against each other. Lin Feng saw it in shock. That skeleton. It actually stood up. Then, it walked towards him step by step. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng immediately felt a chill down his spine. He kept retreating. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. It simply made one's hair stand on end. An existence that had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Only a skeleton was left. Now, this existence. It was actually resurrected. It was too unbelievable. Anyone who saw such a situation, they would probably suck in a breath of cold air. But now, the restriction on the 6th floor had already sealed the 6th floor. So, Lin Feng had nowhere to retreat. The skeleton walked down from the stone bed. He looked at Lin Feng and actually said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You're not dead?" Lin Feng looked at the skeleton in shock. Skeleton speaking, it was really a fantasy. But all of this, it was really happening in front of him. When Lin Feng heard that, he couldn't help but be astonished. Now, he was finally certain. When this skeleton was alive, it was really an expert from the Sovereign Emperor clan. It was one of his ancestors. Descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan, Lin Feng. "Greetings, ancestor." Lin Feng bowed to the skeleton. "There's no need for so many formalities," the skeleton said. "It's a pity that I didn't record down the divine ability inheritance. However, the Sovereign Emperor clan doesn't need to pass down the divine ability inheritance orally. As your bloodline continues to awaken, you will gradually grasp many powerful abilities of the Sovereign Emperor clan. In fact, the most important thing is not what the ancestor passed down to you, but what you create yourself." Living under the protection of the ancestor, you will never be able to truly grow. Perhaps one day, you will be able to grow into a cultivator like your ancestor. But so what? In the end, you won't be able to withstand the erosion of time. Or perhaps, you won't be able to withstand some terrifying creatures. When he heard this, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan was talking about some terrifying creatures. What kind of creatures were they? Lin Feng was puzzled. However, he didn't interrupt. Instead, he continued to listen to the ancestors' teachings. Only by creating your own Tao will you be able to surpass your ancestors and go further. Do you understand the meaning behind my words? The skeleton looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were empty. There wasn't even a ghost fire. However, Lin Feng knew. This unknown ancestor. He must be looking at him. Connected by blood. He told himself. He must be filled with many expectations. I understand what you mean, ancestor. Lin Feng said firmly. That's good, the skeleton said with relief. Ancestor. Are there even more terrifying creatures that can threaten the strongest in the world? Lin Feng asked. There are some things that you don't know now. As your cultivation increases, you will come into contact with a new world. At that time, you will know many things. Yes. Lin Feng replied. Child. Do you have a wife? Suddenly. The skeleton asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He didn't know why his ancestor would ask him that. Lin Feng indeed had a lot of women. He replied, I already have a wife. Have you ever given birth to a child? The skeleton asked. Not yet. Lin Feng replied. The skeleton said, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it is to give birth to a child. Since the beginning of this era, our Sovereign Emperor clan's population has been extremely small. Therefore, child, you must cast more nets. If you cast more nets, there will be a net that can catch fish. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He naturally understood what the ancestor meant by casting more nets. However, the ancestor's words were indeed reasonable. The stronger the partner, the higher the chances of successfully giving birth to a child. The skeleton said. Is there such a thing? Lin Feng asked in surprise. The skeleton replied, to my race, that is indeed the case. Yes. This junior will definitely remember that. Lin Feng said. To be able to see that there are still descendants of the Sovereign Emperor clan alive in this world, I can rest in peace. Child, open up your spiritual world and let your body relax. This skeleton contains a drop of my origin blood. Perhaps it can help you undergo a deeper bloodline baptism. The skeleton said. As soon as it finished speaking, the skeleton's body began to crumble into dust. It dissipated into the world. At this moment, Lin Feng. He was incomparably shocked. Lin Feng's undying bloodline had already undergone 3 bloodline baptisms. As for the Sovereign Emperor bloodline, it was still unable to undergo a second bloodline baptism. This was because Lin Feng needed to find the Sovereign Emperor bloodline's ancestral grounds. Perhaps there was a chance of obtaining the Sovereign Emperor bloodline. A second bloodline baptism. However, where exactly was the Sovereign Emperor bloodline's ancestral grounds, Lin Feng didn't have any clues. Lin Feng truly hadn't expected this. Within the Sand Race's sacred tower, it was actually able to awaken the Sovereign Emperor bloodline on a deeper level. Lin Feng hurriedly opened up his spiritual world and allowed his body to relax completely. Finally, the ancestor skeleton was completely reduced to dust. A drop of blood essence hovered in the air. This was the Sovereign Emperor bloodline's origin blood essence. Swoosh. This drop of origin blood essence quickly flew towards Lin Feng. And then, it entered Lin Feng's body. It entered Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor bloodline. At this moment, Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor bloodline seemed to have been revived. Within his Sovereign Emperor bloodline, powerful ripples of energy emanated from it. After Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor bloodline devoured the Sovereign Emperor bloodline's origin blood essence, it began to transform. This was a deep-seated transformation. The Sovereign Emperor bloodline's hope, the undying heroic spirit, a supreme technique. Yi Futian murmured. The secret of eternal life, countless voices rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Those voices, it was like the voice of Lin Feng's ancestor. They were calling out to Lin Feng. The bloodline shackles in Lin Feng's bloodline. At this moment, they were opening. In Lin Feng's dantian, holy light quickly gathered. There seemed to be something. It was about to condense. When the bloodline awakened, it would awaken some special abilities. For example, when the undying bloodline awakened at a deeper level. A small golden person condensed in Lin Feng's dantian. When the undying bloodline awakened for the third time, Lin Feng mastered the ability to be reborn. The Sovereign Emperor bloodline. It was also an extremely terrifying bloodline. To be honest, the Sovereign Emperor bloodline. It was even more powerful than the Undying bloodline. The Undying bloodline was not an offensive bloodline. The Undying bloodline was a bloodline that healed injuries and was reborn from nirvana. Although the Undying bloodline also had many powerful offensive techniques, these techniques could not be compared to the offensive techniques recorded in the Sovereign Emperor bloodline. Because, the Sovereign Emperor bloodline. It was an offensive bloodline. Since ancient times, countless powerful bloodlines had appeared. Many bloodlines had heaven-defying abilities. Their attack power shocked all the worlds. However, no matter how powerful the bloodline was, in terms of attack power, it could not be compared to the Sovereign Emperor bloodline. The Sovereign Emperor bloodline was this era. It deserved to be called the first bloodline. And now, Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor bloodline was undergoing a deeper level of awakening. Although he did not know what the holy light condensed in his dantian was, but Lin Feng knew, once that thing was successfully condensed, it was absolutely heaven-defying. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor bloodline finally completed a deeper level of awakening. A powerful force surged out from Lin Feng's bloodline. That powerful force actually caused Lin Feng's realm to begin to rise. Soon, Lin Feng's realm rose to the peak of the Emperor God realm. Moreover, breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Naturally, it was not an easy task. However, at this very moment, after Lin Feng received the blessing of the ancestor's origin, everything seemed to be happening naturally. The barrier to the Immortal Emperor realm. It could not stop Lin Feng from breaking through. Bang! 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 He tried again and again. The dermic powers in his body surged like a torrential river. It swept through heaven and earth. There was a deafening sound. He tried to break through 49 times in a row. Finally, Lin Feng successfully broke through the barrier to the Immortal Emperor realm. Lin Feng's body began to condense the Immortal Emperor laws. His dermic powers. They were also rising steadily. However, this time, Lin Feng did not attract the Thunder Tribulation. Logically speaking, breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm should attract the Thunder Tribulation. Of course, the Thunder Tribulation that was attracted might not reach the level of the Great Heavenly Tao Tribulation. However, given Lin Feng's savings, the Thunder Tribulation that was attracted would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, right now, Lin Feng did not attract the Thunder Tribulation. As a result, he was unusually puzzled. Demon Lord. I have broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Why didn't the Thunder Tribulation descend? Lin Feng sent a voice transmission to the Demon Lord. He asked doubtfully. His realm stopped at the first heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Although he was only a beginner Immortal Emperor, he was still an Immortal Emperor. Lin Feng had officially become an Immortal Emperor realm expert. However, no Thunder Tribulation descended. It was extremely strange. The Demon Lord said, there are 2 possibilities. The first possibility. The stone pagoda we're in is simply too extraordinary. It helped you block out the lightning tribulation. The second possibility. Because the time you spent breaking through to the God Emperor realm was relatively short, and when you broke through to the God Emperor realm, the tribulation you faced was the Great Heavenly Tao Tribulation, so the Heavenly Tao is brewing a new lightning tribulation to deal with you. However, because the time you spent breaking through from the Emperor God realm to the Immortal Emperor realm was too short, the Heavenly Tao's new lightning tribulation had yet to be completed. Therefore, the lightning tribulation did not descend this time. So that's how it is, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. no matter what the reason was. Lin Feng had broken through to the immortal emperor realm and didn't experience any lightning tribulations. This was an indisputable fact. Actually, Lin Feng, on the other hand, was looking forward to the arrival of the lightning tribulation. Because every time he transcended a tribulation, Lin Feng would benefit immensely from it. There's still another layer of space. I wonder what's on the 7th floor. Lin Feng looked at the staircase leading from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. The 7th level was still sealed by restrictions. The restrictions here. It was much more terrifying than the restrictions on the 6th floor. Lin Feng tried to break through the array. But he couldn't do it. As for the Sovereign Emperor blood, there was no reaction. Sovereign Emperor blood. The reason why he was able to open the restrictions on the 6th floor was because of the Sovereign Emperor blood ancestor bones. Obviously. The things on the 7th floor. And the Sovereign Emperor race. There was no relationship. Lin Feng walked towards the staircase leading to the 6th floor. Arriving here, the restrictions automatically separated. Lin Feng walked out. After Lin Feng left, the restrictions here. Then they closed again. Lin Feng walked out of the stone tower. The trip to the stone tower. The harvest was huge. The two old men guarding the tower looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Their old eyes flashed. No one knew what they were thinking. Lin Feng returned to his residence and found out that Queen Lalicia had come out of seclusion. Hence, Lin Feng went to see Queen Lalicia. Queen Lalicia was as beautiful as ever. This woman. She was really a beauty in the world. Beautiful queen, did you miss me? Lin Feng said with a smile when he saw Queen Lalicia. Queen Lalicia looked at Lin Feng fiercely and said, "Miss you? Of course I miss you. I want to beat you up every day." As soon as she finished speaking, Queen Lalicia rushed towards Lin Feng. She threw a punch at Lin Feng. She wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Now, Lin Feng's magic power had recovered. So he faced Queen Lalicia's attack. Lin Feng easily dodged Queen Lalicia's attack. Following which, he said, "Your Majesty the beautiful queen, someone as elegant as you, why do you have to resort to violence? This will greatly diminish your Majesty's beauty." Humph. Queen Lalicia couldn't help but snort coldly. Then she said, "You actually broke this queen's seal. You are quite capable." Lin Feng said, "I have to thank your highness for giving me the time to break the seal. Actually, I always knew that your highness had a crush on me and wouldn't make things difficult for me. How can you be so shameless? You actually have the nerve to say such words? Even the stone walls of this queen's palace are not as thick-skinned as you." Queen Lalicia said coldly. "Not thick-skinned? How can I woo such a beauty like your highness?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "I see that you are unrepentant. If I can seal you once, I can seal you a second time." Queen Lalicia said in a cold voice. There was a big disagreement. She planned to seal Lin Feng again. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Your highness' words to me are so deep? So deep that you are afraid of losing me and need to seal me to be at ease." Queen Lalicia couldn't help but roll her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Seeing that your cultivation seems to have improved, let me see how much you've improved." As soon as she finished speaking, Queen Lalicia was about to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally had no interest in fighting with Queen Lalicia. He hurriedly said, "Wait. What? Do you have something to say?" Queen Lalicia asked. Lin Feng said, "There is indeed something important to tell you. I wonder if your highness has noticed that something is wrong with the high priestess?" Queen Lalicia raised her eyelids and said faintly, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Feng said, "Does your highness really not notice anything? Some people might really have bad intentions." Queen Lalicia said, "If the roots of a plant are rotten, the rotten roots must be cut off in order for the plant to survive. However, when cutting off the rotten roots, one must be careful because if one is not careful, the roots that are not rotten will be cut off as well. When that time comes, the plant will die even faster." Hearing Queen Lalicia's words, Lin Feng instantly understood what Queen Lalicia was trying to say. It seemed that Queen Lalicia had already discovered that the high priestess wanted to rebel. However, the high priest was very powerful in the sand race. If they casually made a move on the high priest, the sand race wouldn't be able to do anything. It was very likely that the sand race would fall apart. Therefore, darkness descended. Under the night sky, the endless ghost sand. It was filled with danger. More than a dozen figures flew towards the depths of the endless ghost sand. Shwa. The void split open, and a cultivator stepped out from the crack in the void. This cultivator was none other than Arihan. I am Arihan, the son of the Sand Clan's high priest. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Arihan said. How are your preparations here? An old man said. This old man. His body was surrounded by golden light. He was actually an expert of the Kinwa people. Kinwa people. There were many branches in the myriad worlds. And the Kinwa people of the heavenly sage great world. It was definitely one of the more powerful branches. This branch. In the past, it was the tribe of the Kinwa people who followed the heavenly demon emperor. After the son of the heavenly demon emperor was born, the Kinwa people of the heavenly sage great world followed the son of the heavenly demon emperor. They hoped the son of the heavenly demon emperor could recreate the glory of the heavenly demon emperor. However, the son of the heavenly demon emperor died at the hands of Lin Feng. This matter. It caused a huge uproar among the Kinwa people. The experts of the Kinwa people naturally hated Lin Feng to the bone. However, the experts of the Kinwa people had never found a chance to deal with Lin Feng. Other than the Kinwa people. Among these experts, there were also experts from the God-eating demon clan, the sacred god clan, the nine-headed blood wolf clan, the eight-winged demon clan, the ancient god clan, and other races. Among these people, the strongest was this expert from the Kinwa people. This person was called Jin Daoyuan. He was a holy emperor-level expert. As for the other dozen or so people, they were all emperor-level experts. Arihan said confidently, "It's all ready. We're just waiting for you to arrive." Jin Daoyuan frowned and said, "I heard that the Sand Clan has 2 old men guarding the tower. Their cultivation is unfathomable, and these 2 old men are supporters of Queen Lilicia. When they join the battle, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." Arihan said with a smile. "Don't worry. My father has already contacted 2 of the terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand. Those 2 terrifying creatures will attack the 2 old men guarding the pagoda." "Great, that's great." These people all revealed joyful expressions. Arihan said, "Capture Queen Lilicia and use her as a blood sacrifice. When the time comes, we will be able to open the 6th and 7th floors of the stone tower. These 2 floors hide great secrets. When the time comes, we will share these secrets." "That's good." Jin Daoyuan and the others nodded. However, these people, including Ali Khan, did not know that Lin Feng had already opened the 6th floor of the stone tower. However, Lin Feng was unable to open the 7th level of the stone pagoda. The biggest secret of the stone pagoda. It was also hidden on the 7th floor, Sand Clan. In the side hall, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, familiarizing himself with his new strength. The Immortal Emperor realm was indeed different from the God Emperor realm. They were 2 completely different levels of combat power. In addition to the crazy increase of his magical power, what made Lin Feng the happiest was the deep awakening of the Sovereign Emperor blood. After the deep awakening of the Sovereign Emperor blood, Lin Feng's Dantian condensed a blade of the Sovereign. This blade of the Sovereign was no small matter. Because this blade of the Sovereign was condensed from an ancient killing weapon called the Blade of the Sovereign. Once the Blade of the Sovereign was activated, it could even communicate with the power of that ancient killing weapon. It was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, in the future, Lin Feng could also rely on the senses of the Blade of the Sovereign. Find this ancient killing weapon. If he could find the ancient killing weapon Blade of the Sovereign, that would be too heaven-defying. Lin Feng knew how dangerous the Doomsday battle was. This was a battle that was almost unavoidable. If he wanted to survive this battle and even protect his loved ones, not only did he need to raise his cultivation, he also needed to find all kinds of top-grade treasures. Because these top-grade treasures all contained monstrous luck. After finding these top-grade treasures, these luck would also belong to Lin Feng. The stronger the luck, the more opportunities there were. The faster his strength increased, the more likely he would survive the doomsday battle. Other than that, these top-grade magic treasures were very powerful. Lin Feng was now able to do 18 things at once. In the future, he might be able to do 100 things at once. He might even be able to do more at once. So, the more top-grade magic treasures he collected, the more top-grade magic treasures he could use at once in the future. At that time, the battle power he could release would be even more powerful. This would all help Lin Feng survive the doomsday battle. There was one more point. Between all things, there was a mutual reinforcement and restraint. No matter how terrifying the danger was. In fact, there was a way to resist this kind of danger. Collect enough top-grade magic treasures. Be able to deal with more dangers. Perhaps. Among the many top-grade magic treasures on him, there would always be a top-grade magic treasure that could solve the seemingly unsolvable danger in front of him. So, cultivators. While constantly raising their cultivation, they also had to constantly collect all kinds of top-grade treasures. The Sovereign Emperor blood of the Sovereign Emperor clan is the bloodline with the strongest attack power. How is the power of the blade of the Sovereign? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the power of the blade of the Sovereign should be extremely terrifying. Of course. Now was not the time to test the power of the blade of the Sovereign. The next day, Queen Lalicia came to Lin Feng's residence. She said indifferently, "Since you have already broken the seal, why don't you leave?" Lin Feng said, "I'm worried about my wife. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that I will break your bones?" Queen Lalicia immediately regained her queen-like demeanor. She looked at Lin Feng fiercely. This woman's temper was quite fiery. One word of disagreement, directly starting a fight. So Lin Feng changed his words before Queen Lalicia went berserk. "I mean, future wife, humph." Queen Lalicia snorted coldly. However, this time, she didn't refute Lin Feng again. She said, "Today, the high priest came to find me and said that there will be a priest meeting tomorrow to discuss the matter of the sacrifice." The priests of the sand race were equivalent to the elders of the other forces. And the high priest? He was equivalent to the great elder. Is there something wrong? Lin Feng asked calmly. In the past, the matter of the sacrifice would only be discussed on the fast day. And now it is the fast day. There is still half a month's time. Queen Lalicia said. The fast day was a relatively special day. On this day, the clansmen would often bathe, change clothes, and eat vegetarian food for 3 days. Then, they would worship the ancestors. And the fast day of each force was different. When exactly was it set? It was the day that the upper echelons of the force had decided after a discussion. After the fast day was set. This day would be used every year in the future. And now, the high priest proposed to discuss the sacrifice half a month before the fast day. Lin Feng said, "Could it be? Does the high priest plan to make a move tomorrow?" Queen Lalicia nodded. Lin Feng said, "This person is so bold. Ambitious. He should be punished." Queen Lalicia said coldly. This woman. She was actually a decisive woman. However, Lin Feng felt, if the high priest chose to make a move, he would definitely be fully prepared before making a move. Lin Feng said, "Although I don't have much contact with the high priest, I feel that he is very sinister and cunning. Furthermore, he is very cautious. Since he wants to make a move, he will definitely be fully prepared." Queen Lalicia said, "I am also clear about this. However, if the high priest wants to usurp power, how could it be so easy? It's still not too late for you to leave now. If you don't leave now, you will also be implicated tomorrow. TSK. Didn't I say earlier? At this time, how can I leave my future wife and leave alone?" Lin Feng smacked his lips and said. Queen Lalicia gritted her teeth and said, "Your mouth is very annoying. If your mouth wasn't so annoying, your character would still be passable." Lin Feng said, "Look at how unprofessional your words are. What do you mean by having a bad mouth?" I clearly said the truest thoughts in my heart. Humph. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll beat you until your teeth fall out. Queen Lalicia waved her fist and couldn't help but snort softly. However, it was very difficult for Queen Lalicia to scare Lin Feng now. On the contrary, Lin Feng felt that the slightly angry Queen Lalicia had a different flavor. Of course. If a person was beautiful, no matter when, it was very pleasing to the eye. Just like Queen Lalicia. No matter when or where. They were all so beautiful and moving. Adjust your state today. Tomorrow, there might be a fierce battle. Queen Lalicia said. Good. You go back and prepare well. Lin Feng said. Queen Lalicia nodded. She still had many things to deal with. Therefore, he didn't stay long at Lin Feng's place. He quickly left. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was meditating in the stone hall. He hoped to adjust himself to his best condition. At night, it was eerily quiet. Outside the Sand Clan's ancestral land, some terrifying life forms could be seen passing by from time to time. They were terrifying creatures that lived in the endless ghost sand. Those terrifying creatures would not enter the Sand Clan's territory. Every night, they could all see the figures of those terrifying creatures. Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. The stone hall was not lit. It was pitch black. In the darkness, a middle-aged cultivator stood there. The middle-aged cultivator had his hands behind his back. He was looking at her. Lin Feng suddenly felt his blood run cold. That existence. Who was it? He had arrived at the stone hall, but he hadn't even noticed it. This was too unbelievable. When Lin Feng stood up, only to discover that existence disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Why did it disappear? Lin Feng was puzzled. Just now, it was clearly standing there. Why, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace? Could it be an illusion? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He thought of a certain possibility. Of course. He also thought of another possibility. That figure. Perhaps it was the imprint of the stone hall, exactly. Lin Feng couldn't tell. The night passed quickly. The next day, Lin Feng met up with Queen Lalicia. He followed Queen Lalicia. They went to attend the priest meeting together. Sand Clan. The meeting hall. 29 priests, including the high priest, had all arrived. These priests. 18 of them supported the high priest. Only 10 of them supported Queen Lalicia. Your Highness, this is the priest meeting of our Sand Clan. We are going to discuss the matter of offering sacrifices to our ancestors. What do you mean by bringing an outsider here? A priest who supported the high priest was the first to speak. That's right. Even if you are the queen, the ruler of the Sand Clan, you can't go against the rules of the Sand Clan time and time again, right? Your Highness, you are going overboard by ignoring the rules of the Sand Clan. You are looking down on us priests. Don't forget that we priests have the right to supervise your Highness. The priests who supported the high priest sneered. Although there is no precedent of bringing outsiders to the priest meeting, there is no rule of the Sand Clan. But there is no rule in the clan that says we can't bring outsiders to the priest conference. Although it wasn't written clearly, but everyone knows that it has already become an unwritten rule that we can't bring outsiders to participate in the priest conference. Even if it is not written in the rules, we should abide by it and not break a rule that has been followed for so many years. A priest who supported the high priest sneered. An unwritten rule that is not written in the rules is not a true rule. It's not a real rule. The priest who supported Queen Lalicia retorted. Both sides. They quarreled fiercely. The high priest suddenly spoke. Enough. Let's not argue about this matter anymore. The moment the high priest said that, the priests who supported the high priest immediately shut their mouths. The high priest looked at Queen Lalicia and said sinisterly, Your Highness. We have always been curious about the 6th floor of the sacred tower. What exactly is there in the 7th floor? According to the ancestors' words, the thing inside. It seems to be very beneficial to our clan. We hope that your highness can open the 6th and 7th floor. The thing that the ancestor left behind. It can bring good fortune to our sand clan. Queen Lalicia said indifferently. Didn't the high priest say that we are discussing the sacrificial ceremony? Why are you talking about the sacred tower? The high priest said indifferently. Naturally, we have to talk about the sacrificial ceremony. However, before that, we can talk about other topics that we are more interested in. According to the ancestors' words, the item in the 6th layer of space is preserved by our clan for the descendants of another clan. The item in the 7th layer of space can only be opened when the clan is in danger of being exterminated, and that item can be brought out. Queen Lalicia said. The high priest sneered. If our clan continues to prosper, doesn't that mean that we will never be able to open it? Now that the 5 decay of heaven has appeared, perhaps it won't be long before the world extermination war arrives. Your Highness, please take out the thing in the sacred hall and let us see what it is. This way, even if the world extermination war arrives, we will be prepared. The ancestors' rules cannot be violated. Queen Lalicia said. Rules are dead, people are alive. The ancestors' rules are not necessarily correct. Your Highness Queen Lalicia, do you think that this old man's words are correct? At this moment, a voice came from outside. More than 10 cultivators. The people who had entered the hall were none other than the myriad races. They were the helpers the high priestess had found. The one who had spoken was Jin Daoyuan. Jin Daoyuan. A peak expert of the Sage Hall. Among the myriad races. His status was extremely high. Who are you people? Queen Lalicia's face darkened slightly. At this moment, the high priestess smiled and said, Your Highness, these people are my friends. The high priestess has led so many people into our sand race. Did you not report to this queen? Queen Lalicia's voice was cold. The high priestess said, Your Highness is busy. Thus, such a small matter did not inform your Highness. Queen Lalicia said coldly, Then, why have these people come here? Don't tell me that they have gathered here just to visit the high priestess. The high priestess said indifferently, My friends also want to see what treasures are in the sacred tower. You betrayed the sand race. Queen Lalicia looked at the high priestess furiously. The high priestess waved her hand. In an instant, formation runes intertwined. The hall was sealed. High priestess, are you trying to rebel? The expressions of the high priestess who supported Queen Lalicia could not help but darken. Then, she shouted coldly. Ha 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 ha, how can you say that I'm rebelling? The weak are prey to the strong, and only the fittest survive. How can our sand race develop in the hands of such a woman? When can we walk out of the endless ghost sand? The glory of our sand race should illuminate the starry sky world. Everyone, if you submit to this seat will lead you to rebuild the sand race's glory. The high priestess laughed loudly. Now that things had developed to this point, the high priestess, clearly, she no longer had any scruples. She had completely fallen out with Queen Lalicia. Impudent. You bastard. How dare you betray Her Highness? You will die a horrible death. You bastard, you have let down the old patriarch's kindness in the past. You have wild ambitions, you deserve to die 1,000 times. The 10 high priestesses who supported Queen Lalicia could not help but curse with righteous indignation. Especially when they thought of how the old patriarch had saved the high priestess's life several times. And now, the high priestess had betrayed Queen Lalicia. These priests were burning with rage. The high priest sneered. Cursing is something that weaklings do. High priest. It was too early for him to be proud. So what if you invited these experts? I can get in touch with the 2 pagoda elders now. Once the 2 pagoda elders attack, all of you will die. Queen Lalicia said coldly. Roar. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from outside. Queen Lalicia tried to contact the 2 old men guarding the tower. But he failed. This caused Queen Lalicia's expression to become unsightly. The high priest sneered and said, I've long been on guard against those 2 old bastards. Therefore, I've reached an agreement with the 2 terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand. They will help me deal with those 2 old bastards. The creatures in the endless ghost sand were abnormally terrifying. He wanted to cooperate with them. He would definitely have to pay a huge price. It was unknown what price the high priestess had paid to invite the two terrifying creatures from the endless ghost sand to help her. Of course. No one cared about this. The current situation. It was obviously extremely disadvantageous for Queen Lilicia's side. Brother Jean. Before the death of the previous patriarch, he passed part of his power to Lilicia. So, this woman Lilicia is not to be underestimated. You and I will work together to suppress her. Don't kill her. We need to use her as a sacrifice to the Holy Tower and then open the 6th and 7th floors of the Holy Tower. The High Priest said in a deep voice. Good. You and I will work together. It's enough to suppress her. Jin Daoyuan nodded and stepped out. The rest, kill without mercy. The High Priest shouted in a deep voice. Then, he rushed towards Queen Lilicia and Jin Daoyuan. They also charged towards Queen Lilicia, the rest. They began to besiege the 10 priests who supported Queen Lilicia. Kid. Your dog life. I'll take it. Ali Khan looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. He faced Lin Feng. It was simply monstrous killing intent. He had not continued to find trouble with Lin Feng before. It was because he was waiting for today. Now, he could finally kill Lin Feng. Ali Khan was unusually excited. Ali Khan held a war spear in his hand and pierced towards Lin Feng. He wanted to directly pierce through Lin Feng's chest. Then, he attacked Lin Feng. He was in midair. Swish. A light flashed in his hand. The black dragon sword flew out. It was held in Lin Feng's hand. Go to hell. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and directly slashed towards Ali Khan. Lin Feng, who had broken through to the immortal emperor realm. His battle strength increased greatly. Amir Ali Khan. What was that? Powerful magic power surged into the black dragon sword. Inside the black dragon sword, waves of dragon roars could be heard. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the power of this supreme treasure, it also increased greatly. Clang. Accompanied by that sonorous sound, Lin Feng's black dragon sword directly slashed onto Ali Khan's war spear. A powerful force suddenly erupted. Ali Khan's perlique split open. He couldn't hold the war spear in his hand at all. As a result, the war spear in his hand, it flew out of his hand. And Lin Feng's sword, it didn't slow down at all. It directly slashed towards Ali Khan. Ali Khan didn't expect this scene at all. He originally thought, with his cultivation base, he could not do anything against Lin Feng. He still wanted to kill Lin Feng. How to kill Lin Feng? Who would have thought Lin Feng would be so powerful and terrifying? It was shocking. No. Ali Khan cried out in horror. His shout was loud. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw Lin Feng slashed at Ali Khan with his sword. Little bastard. Let's see if you dare. The high priest's eyes almost popped out as he threatened loudly. Lin Feng ignored the high priest. That sword of his, it brazenly slashed down. Puff, a tearing sound. It was suddenly heard. Ali Khan, the son of the high priest. He was directly split into two by Lin Feng. At this moment, the battle had just begun. Ali Khan was killed. It was truly shocking. It's you're Lin Feng, the human race is Lin Feng. Suddenly, a great emperor of the myriad races couldn't help but exclaim. He actually recognized Lin Feng's identity. What? He's Lin Feng? The great emperors of the myriad races couldn't help but be shocked. You're Lin Feng? Jin Daoyuan's eyes suddenly darkened, and his killing intent surged. Because, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, he died at the hands of Lin Feng. This matter made the Qinwu people incomparably furious. They wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But they never had the chance. Now, Lin Feng actually appeared here. Don't kill this little bastard. Capture him alive. Jin Daoyuan shouted in a deep voice. Yes, Lord. Immediately, there were 5 or 6 emperor-level experts. These great emperors of the myriad clans. They were all top experts among the myriad clans. Now, they were attacking Lin Feng together. Naturally, it was no small matter. However, Lin Feng was not afraid. Because, these great emperors were only at the emperor realm. The holy emperor realm. Perhaps they could make him fear them a little. The emperor realm. It was difficult to hurt Lin Feng. Kid. Our myriad clans have been looking for you, but you know how to hide. You actually hid in the boundless ghost sand. No wonder we couldn't find you after searching for so long. However, today, no one in the world can save your life. An emperor realm expert of the myriad clans said with a sneer. These people. They were all experts of the Sacred War Alliance. So, against Lin Feng. It could be described as hating him to the bone. One by one. They wished they could cut Lin Feng into pieces. Cut him into pieces. Attack. Merciless. A powerful divine ability. It was directly brewed. Towards Lin Feng. They charged towards him. So many Emperor Realm experts besieged Lin Feng. In everyone's eyes. Lin Feng was naturally no match for these experts. Humph, Lin Feng snorted coldly. He directly used the Space Shackle divine ability. Then, it suppressed the few great emperors who were besieging him. The divine ability passed down by the space god. It was indeed terrifying. Even though these great emperors were all Emperor Realm experts. However, when they were enveloped by Lin Feng's Space Shackle divine ability, their movements were also greatly restricted. Their speed plummeted. And the divine abilities they used. They were frozen in midair. How is this possible? Several Emperor Realm experts looked at Lin Feng in horror. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. It deeply shocked them. Let each and every one. They all felt their hair stand on end. 3rd level of Supreme Aura. Shattering heaven and earth. Lin Feng shouted coldly. Then. The Supreme Aura was released. It was the same as the Space Shackle. Lin Feng's Supreme Aura. It was an indiscriminate attack. Anyone who was enveloped by the Supreme Aura. They would be attacked by the Supreme Aura. Bang. 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 A series of violent collisions suddenly rang out. The great emperors who were attacked by the Supreme Aura. They couldn't resist the terrifying power. Their bodies. It directly exploded. He turned into a bloody mist. Oh my God, how is this possible? The rest of them emperors were looking as if they had seen a ghost. It was a young human cultivator. Killed an Emperor Realm expert. It was so easy. It was too. It was unbelievable. If someone told them about this, no one would believe it. However, now all of this. They saw it with their own eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Whoosh. Lin Feng didn't stop. He locked onto his next target. He rushed forward quickly. The cultivator that Lin Feng locked onto. It was a cultivator from the God-Eating Demon clan. Lin Feng could refine the God-Eating Demon into a God-Eating fruit. And the God-Eating fruit contained the power of the law. Once refined, Lin Feng's battle strength. It would soar greatly. The Emperor Realm expert from the God-Eating Demon clan suddenly changed his expression when he saw Lin Feng. He wanted to quickly dodge Lin Feng's attack. However, he had been locked onto by Lin Feng. There was no way to avoid it. Therefore, he had to choose to fight Lin Feng head-on. Demon swallows heaven and earth. The God-Eating Demon clan expert shouted coldly and evolved a huge black hole world. That black hole world. It swallowed Lin Feng. 9 heavens 10 earths. I, the unique and righteous. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He directly used the 9 heavens 10 earths technique. This divine ability. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was used by Lin Feng. Immediately, it displayed an almost heaven-defying battle strength. The divine ability of the God-eating demon clan expert was instantly shattered by Lin Feng's 9 Heavens 10 Earths technique. Then, Lin Feng's attack directly bombarded the body of the God-eating demon clan expert. The body of the God-eating demon clan expert directly exploded. It turned into a bloody mist. Lin Feng opened his big hand and directly compressed all the bloody mist into a bloody energy ball. Then, that bloody energy ball, it turned into a god-eating fruit. An Emperor Realm god-eating fruit. This is great. After refining it, my battle strength will greatly increase. Lin Feng's face revealed a happy expression. This kid is cruel. I'll kill him. High Priest, you hold back Queen Lilicia. Jin Daoyuan couldn't help but shout in a deep voice. Okay. The High Priest said with a gloomy expression. Originally, this battle, it should have been easily resolved. But Lin Feng's appearance caused this battle. An unforeseen event occurred. The High Priest gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Lin Feng. The rest of the Emperor Realm experts didn't dare to approach Lin Feng at all. After they saw Lin Feng's means, they were all killed until their hearts trembled. How could they dare to go against Lin Feng, little bastard? Your dog life. I'll take it. Jin Daoyuan's expression was extremely cold as he blasted a palm towards Lin Feng across the void. Jin Daoyuan was a peak Emperor Realm expert. This level of expert was too terrifying. Lin Feng had fought with Xingjiuji before, so he knew how terrifying this level of existence was. Therefore, facing Jin Daoyuan's attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. Then, a supreme reincarnation fist. It blasted towards Jin Daoyuan. After the supreme reincarnation fist was activated, Lin Feng condensed all the spells he had learned, and the deployment spell he had condensed started revolving. It continuously increased the power of the supreme reincarnation fist. The supreme reincarnation fist was powerful enough. The only drawback was that it consumed too much energy. Lin Feng felt. He attacked with all his might. At most, he could throw out 5 punches. The magic power in his body, it was about to be used up. Of course, these heaven-defying supernatural powers did consume a lot of magic power. Not only the supreme reincarnation fist, but any other heaven-defying supernatural powers consumed an incomparably terrifying amount of magic power. However, such a huge consumption, and the battle strength that erupted, it was proportional. Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist and Jin Daoyuan's palm collided. Instantly, Lin Feng felt it. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged over. He was sent flying. You're not a peak Holy Emperor. Peak Holy Emperor. You don't have such powerful battle strength. Lin Feng looked at Jin Daoyuan with a gloomy expression. Jin Daoyuan sneered, Peak Holy Emperor is already a thing of the past. I'm already at the Quasi-Emperor Lord level. Haven't you heard that there are a few Holy Emperors from the myriad races who want to break through to the Emperor Lord realm? And I'm one of the Holy Emperors. This time, I came to the Sand Race and opened the Sand Race's Holy Tower. I might be able to use the opportunity one obtained from the Sand Race to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. Old thing. You're daydreaming. Lin Feng said with a cold smile. Little bastard. You're about to die, yet you still dare to insult me. Later, I'll pull out your soul and throw it into the boundless purgatory, so that you'll never be able to reincarnate. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Daoyuan walked towards Lin Feng, and a blazing sun condensed on his palm. Jin Daoyuan's palm struck towards Lin Feng. That blazing sun actually flew out from Jin Daoyuan's hand. Jin Daoyuan's attack was naturally extremely terrifying. After all, this person was a quasi-emperor level expert. At this level, it gave Lin Feng a headache. That blazing sun contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng hurriedly took out all kinds of powerful magic treasures. They blasted towards that blazing sun. Pluto Bell. Stone Sword. 9 Demons Painting. Sky Drum. And so on. All kinds of treasures came out. Every single one of them. They all emitted a terrifying aura. They were extremely powerful. These treasures. At the same time, they collided with that blazing sun. Crack. Crack, under the attack of many treasures. That blazing sun also began to crack. Little bastard, you have enough magic treasures on you. But these magic treasures will all become my treasures in the end. After seeing those magic treasures that Lin Feng took out, Jin Daoyuan's eyes immediately revealed a deep greed. Those were all powerful magic treasures. They made him extremely tempted. Jin Daoyuan had long heard that Lin Feng was a person with monstrous luck. Lin Feng not only obtained many powerful supernatural powers. Moreover, he had also collected many supreme treasures. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. And in Jin Daoyuan's opinion, in the past, Lin Feng's good fortune had all been for nothing. As a quasi-emperor level expert, Jin Daoyuan naturally had many attacking methods. The attack just now. It was just a random supernatural power that he used. After the blazing sun collapsed, Jin Daoyuan continued to use an even more terrifying supernatural power. Streaks of Milky Way appeared in the void. Every single Milky Way. They were all like a boundless galaxy world. Those streaks of Milky Way fell down. It was as if they could shatter space and time. They were extremely powerful. It was very moving. And the densely packed Milky Way fell down, all of them smashing towards Lin Feng. The void directly shattered. What a powerful attack. Lin Feng took a deep breath. That old bastard Jin Daoyuan was too strong. However, Lin Feng didn't shrink back. He operated all his magic treasures with all his strength and attacked the Milky Way. Lin Feng and Jin Daoyuan were engaged in a fierce battle. Queen Lilicia was held back by the High Priestess. The High Priest was also an extremely terrifying existence. This old thing's methods were extremely powerful. Lilicia was not able to gain any advantage. Instead, he was forced into a fluster by the High Priest. Battle situation, it was incomparably tragic, puff. 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 At this moment, the sound of tearing could be heard as cultivators were killed one after another. The cultivators who were killed were all priests who supported Queen Lilicia. They had fewer people on their side to begin with. He was besieged by many people. Naturally, the situation was extremely bad. Therefore, after resisting for a period of time, there were people who could not withstand the siege of the other party. In the end, he was killed. He saw the priests who supported him being killed. Queen Lilicia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The anger in her heart. It burned fiercely. The killing intent in her heart erupted like a flash flood. Those priests had helped her gradually stabilize the situation in the clan over the years. They were of great help to Queen Lilicia. Therefore, Queen Lilicia treated those priests as her own family. However, now, she watched them die. Queen Lilicia was unable to help at all. This made Queen Lilicia angry. She hated herself extremely. However, the current situation. It was indeed very disadvantageous to Lin Feng, Queen Lilicia, and the others. Although Queen Lilicia was powerful, it was difficult for her to defeat the old fox, the High Priest. This old fox did not fight to the death with Queen Lilicia either. He swam around Queen Lilicia and held her back. Obviously. The High Priest, that old bastard. He wanted to wait until Lin Feng was killed. Jin Daoyuan was able to merge with him. Then they could deal with Queen Lilicia together. Jin Daoyuan also wanted to end the battle quickly because his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Under Jin Daoyuan's continuous attacks, Lin Feng resisted. It was also getting more and more difficult. On the other side, Queen Lilicia was also in trouble. The High Priest, that old bastard, actually released a few powerful poisonous insects. Those powerful venomous insects. They continued to attack Queen Lilicia. Under the joint attack of the High Priest and the poisonous insects, Queen Lilicia's situation had also become dangerous. She might be able to defeat Queen Lilicia without waiting for Jin Daoyuan's help. Lin Feng's face became extremely gloomy. If this continued, then it would be troublesome. When the time came, they would all die here. Kid. It seems that you won't be able to hold on for long. Jin Daoyuan sneered. His attacks were getting more and more violent and powerful. Lin Feng was also finding it more and more difficult to resist. The situation. It was extremely dangerous. At the same time, the priests who supported Queen Lilicia. 5 people had died one after another. The last 5 priests were still alive. However, the remaining 5 high priests were also injured. It wouldn't take long. 5 priests. He would definitely die and his Dao would vanish. Just when the situation was extremely critical. Suddenly, the void distorted. A cultivator walked out of the distorted void. This cultivator. It was a middle-aged man. When he saw this middle-aged man, Lin Feng was shocked. Because, this middle-aged man was the middle-aged man he saw in the palace last night. At that time, Lin Feng thought that this middle-aged man was a brand or his own illusion. But now it seemed that this middle-aged man was not a brand. He was not an illusion, but a real person. This made Lin Feng's face reveal an extremely shocked expression. This person's cultivation was so terrifying. In front of him, he could actually deceive everyone. It was hard to imagine what cultivation this person had. No, impossible. After seeing this middle-aged man, the high priest and the priests who supported the high priest all turned pale. Your Majesty. As for the priests who supported Queen Lilicia, they revealed a shocked and pleasantly surprised expression. Your Majesty? This person is Queen Lilicia's father? Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Queen Lilicia's father. Wasn't he already dead? Could it be, Queen Lilicia's father faked his death back then? Father. Queen Lilicia looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Even she could not believe that her father would actually appear here. Father. He was clearly dead. The middle-aged man smiled at Queen Lilicia. Then, he looked coldly at the high priest and said, Arts, I never thought that you would betray Lilicia and the sand race. Your Majesty. Give this subordinate another chance. The high priest quickly knelt on the ground. Humph. You betrayed Lilicia. You betrayed the Sand clan. How can I spare you? Queen Lilicia's father said coldly. He was a decisive person, so even though he was a subordinate of his in the past, now that he had betrayed Lilicia, betrayed the Sand clan, he would not hesitate. Kill the other party. I'll fight it out with you. Torrential pear blossom needles. A cold voice suddenly sounded. The high priest waved his sleeve, and a cylindrical hidden weapon appeared in his hand. That hidden weapon shot out densely packed needles. Each needle was only as thick as a strand of hair. Furthermore, each of the needles was dipped in a deadly poison. This kind of hidden weapon. It exploded in a short distance. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. The poison dipped in it was a kind of poison produced in the body of a poisonous toad. That kind of poison. It was extremely terrifying. It was said that once it blended into the blood, it could instantly cause the blood of a cultivator to be contaminated with this kind of poison. The bloodline quickly collapsed. And the cultivator would also die because of the collapse of the bloodline. It was an extremely vicious poison. The high priest was sinister and cunning. He had just knelt down and begged for mercy. Actually, he just wanted to distract Lilicia's father. Then, he suddenly attacked. Killing Lilicia's father caught him off guard. But, this time, the high priest's plan failed. When the densely packed needles were about to pierce through Lilicia's father's body, suddenly, the void in front of Lilicia's father's body directly distorted. And those thin needles were all swallowed by the distorted void. What a powerful cultivation! Lin Feng's heart was filled with deep shock. Queen Lilicia's father was so powerful. Moreover, he did not die back then. Why? He hid for 1,000 years and did not come out. Among them, was there some hidden reason? Lin Feng felt. Perhaps there were some unknown reasons. Or else, Lilicia's father. There was no need to hide at all. My life ends here. Seeing that his sneak attack on Lilicia's father had failed, the high priest could not help but cry out in pain. The next moment, Lilicia's father slapped the high priest's head. A loud bang was heard. The head of the high priest. It was directly smashed into pieces by Lilicia's father. Great King, we were all bewitched by the high priest to do such a stupid thing. Great King, please spare our lives for the sake of our hard work for the sand race for so many years. The priests who supported the high priest knelt on the ground and begged Lilicia's father for mercy. They were now filled with regret. However, it was too late to regret. The deed had already been done. In this world, there was no medicine for regret. Traitor! He deserves death. Lilicia's father's expression was indifferent. He opened his hand and slapped the dozen priests kneeling on the ground. Bang! 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 They took the terrifying blow from Lilicia's father. One by one, the bodies of the oracles exploded. They died on the spot. Now, it's your turn. Lilicia's father looked coldly at the group of cultivators from the myriad races. Spare me. Spare me. These people from the myriad races. They all knelt on the ground. All of them were trembling in fear. Including the quasi-emperor level expert, Jin Daoyuan. Now. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Lilicia's father was too powerful. They didn't have the courage to resist. Now. The group of people hated the high priest to death. If the high priest hadn't told them that there were no more emperor-level experts in the sand race, they definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But now that they were involved, there was no longer any possibility for them to escape. Everyone. They all felt the aura of death. They didn't want to die. The longer they lived, the more powerful they were. The more they didn't want to die. Because only by living would there be infinite hope. Living. Only by living could one see the possibility of eternal life. Get lost. Lilicia's father coldly glanced at Jin Daoyuan and the others and said. This decision made Lin Feng extremely surprised. He didn't understand why Lilicia's father would let these people go. As for Jin Daoyuan and the others, they hurriedly left as if they had been pardoned. Lilicia also didn't understand why her father would let these people go. She asked in confusion, Father, why did you let Jin Daoyuan and the others go? These people deserve to be killed. They do deserve to die. However, we shouldn't offend the Sacred War Alliance. If we kill these people, the Sacred War Alliance might mobilize some of their resources to deal with our sand race. My situation isn't good and I have to leave the sand race. Once I leave the sand race, the Sacred War Alliance's resources will attack us. This is very likely to plunge our sand race into an irrecoverable situation. Lilicia's father said. Lilicia's expression suddenly changed and she asked, Father, your situation isn't good? What's going on? Also, my father had clearly died back then. How did he come back to life? Lilicia's father said, I was targeted by some terrifying creatures, so I had no choice but to fake my death. I hoped to deceive them. Originally, I couldn't make a move because I might be discovered by those terrifying beings. However, when I saw you all in danger, how could I not make a move? A priest said in disbelief, with His Majesty's strength, what existence can threaten His Majesty? Lilicia's father said, Don't ask. I can't tell you these things, or else you will all suffer. Then what do we do now? Lilicia looked at her father worriedly. She didn't want to see her father again. She had lost her father again. The pain of losing a loved one. Lilicia. She didn't want to admit it a second time. I can't stay in the sand race for long. I have to leave now. Perhaps I can avoid those terrifying beings. Lilicia. Cultivate well. If you meet the right person, marry him. Live a happy life. As long as you're lucky. As your father, I'll be at ease. Lilicia's father smiled as he looked at Lilicia. In his eyes, it was filled with the loving gaze of a father looking at his daughter. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, the more they couldn't bear to part with their bloodline, Lilicia's mood was very low. She knew that her father was talking about her and Lin Feng. However, thinking of the danger her father was in, any feelings could be thrown to the back of her mind. Her mood, it was as if she had sunk to the bottom of a valley. Lilicia's father looked at Lin Feng. Then, he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Don't let her down." Lin Feng was stunned. Was Lilicia's father going to entrust Lilicia to him? Wasn't this too sudden? Our feelings, it wasn't that deep. However, Lin Feng still nodded and said, "This junior will definitely take good care of Lilicia. Always remember what you said," Lilicia's father said. Then, his body became illusory. Soon, darkness shrouded the boundless ghost sand. Lilicia's father flew quickly. After he faked his death, he had been hiding in the stone tower for 1,000 years. Occasionally, he would come out for a walk. The last time he came out for a walk, it was because he heard about the matter between Lin Feng and Lilicia. So he wanted to see if Lin Feng was a reliable man. Now that he had made his move, he knew he had to leave. If he didn't leave, the sand race would be implicated. Ever since he found out about that secret, he knew the rest of his life was destined to be a life of escape and hiding. He would not be able to live freely at all. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold aura permeated between heaven and earth. After feeling that gloomy and cold aura, Lilicia's father's expression changed abruptly. He looked behind him and saw a ball of terrifying demonic fog rolling violently. And that ball of demonic fog was chasing after him. Within the demonic fog, a clattering sound could be heard. That sound was like the sound of chains colliding. "They're coming," Lilicia's father revealed an extremely frightened expression. Someone as powerful as him. He actually revealed such an expression. It was hard to imagine. Within the demonic fog. What kind of existence was it? Lilicia's father used his speed to the extreme. But he still could not get rid of the demonic fog that was chasing after him. The speed of the demonic fog was too fast. It soon caught up with Lilicia's father. Then, a chain flew out from the demonic fog. Clatter, 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 the sound of the chains colliding constantly could be heard. That chain. It emitted a cold luster. It contained an extremely powerful force. Moreover, that chain. It was densely covered with runes. Every single rune. They were all mysterious. That chain directly wrapped around Lilicia's father. Lilicia's father was naturally unwilling to be caught like this. He raised his right hand. He slashed out a ray of sword energy. That ray of sword energy was extremely fast and slashed on that chain. But that ray of sword energy was unable to cause any damage to that chain at all. That chain's momentum did not decrease. It flew to the front of Lilicia's father. Then, it wrapped around Lilicia's father. The chain dragged Lilicia's father into the demonic fog. He, and a sinister and terrifying laughter came out from the demonic fog. Then, the demonic fog quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, disappeared without a trace. Sand race. Queen Lilicia's palace. Queen Lilicia suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her body slightly staggered. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng hastily supported Queen Lilicia. "I'm fine," Queen Lilicia said. Then she sighed. "Father-in-law, heaven helps the worthy. Nothing will happen to you," Lin Feng said. "Who's your father-in-law? Don't try to claim connections," Queen Lilicia said angrily. Said Lin Feng. "Before your father left, he asked me to take care of you. There's no time like the present. Why don't we do the ceremony today and become a real husband and wife?" "You're looking for a beating," Queen Lilicia regained her fiery temper. She directly took out a mace. She smashed it towards Lin Feng. I'll go." "She's murdering her husband," Lin Feng immediately wailed. He quickly ran away. And Queen Lilicia's mace smashed into the air. Lin Feng did not dare to continue staying in Queen Lilicia's palace. This woman's temper was rising. It was really possible that she would not recognize anyone. Lin Feng did not want to be smashed into meat paste by Queen Lalicia. In the next few days, the sand race was not peaceful. Although the high priest and the others had been killed. But the high priest and the other priests still had many family members and supporters. Queen Lalicia naturally had to consider how to deal with these people. But these things were not what Lin Feng was thinking about. So, he also did not pay attention to how Queen Lalicia dealt with those people. The sand race changed. It greatly reduced the sand race's strength. Of course, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the sand race's strength was greatly reduced. But they did not suffer any serious injuries. So they were still very powerful. Lin Feng was more interested in the 7th floor of the Holy Tower. He wanted to know what was inside. But the 7th floor of the Holy Tower was destined to be unable to be opened. Queen Lalicia would not easily open the 7th floor. Lin Feng planned to leave the sand race's territory. The harvest here was extremely shocking. The sovereign emperor Blood had completed a deep awakening. And his own realm. He had also broken through to the immortal emperor realm. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng told Queen Lalicia about his plan to leave. Queen Lalicia did not make things difficult for Lin Feng. Perhaps at the beginning, they had some conflicts. But after experiencing so many things, the relationship between the two had eased. Even there was some ambiguity. But on the day Lin Feng left, Queen Lalicia did not send Lin Feng off. 5 priests, the guard commander and other people who were more familiar with Lin Feng came to send Lin Feng off. Take this stone. If there are creatures from the endless ghost sand approaching, they will take the initiative to leave, said a priest, handing a cyan stone to Lin Feng. Thank you. Lin Feng accepted the green stone and said, Lin Gongzi, you are welcome. We should be the ones thanking Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi is the benefactor of our sand race, the priest said. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. Before leaving, he looked towards the palace where Queen Lalicia lived. Queen Lalicia hadn't shown up yet. Lin Feng was a bit disappointed. He glanced at the palace where Queen Lalicia lived from afar. Then he turned around. He never looked back. Queen Lalicia stepped out from behind one of the pillars that supported the palace corridor. Looking at Lin Feng's back as he left. She did not speak for a long time. Her eyes trembled slightly, and her heart was not calm. He just didn't know. At this moment, Queen Lalicia. What was she thinking? Lin Feng successfully walked out of the endless ghost sand. He planned to make a trip to the town to see if old monster Yin had returned. When Lin Feng arrived at the town, he discovered that the town had been destroyed. There were broken walls everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. Moreover, those corpses had already rotted. Obviously, they had been dead for a long time. Was the town attacked by those terrifying creatures? Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He remembered that there was a temple in the center of the town. There was a statue of the giant spirit god in the temple, protecting the town and scaring away the creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand. However, Lin Feng flew towards the inner part of the town. He wanted to see how the Dueling God Temple was doing. Although the statue protected the town, it could scare away the terrifying creatures that came out of the endless ghost sand. But perhaps, when the terrifying creatures that came out of the endless ghost sand were too powerful, the statue would also lose its effect. The possibility of this was extremely high. On the way, Lin Feng saw a large number of destroyed houses. Basically, there were no intact houses. Lin Feng came to the temple in the center of the town. When he saw the temple, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Because the temple was safe and sound. It was extremely strange. The houses in the town were all destroyed, but the temple was fine. Could it be? Could it be that the statue inside only protected the temple? Lin Feng entered the temple. But he found that the statue inside had long been destroyed. The temples in the bitter cold state generally had a long history. In addition, these temples were still bearing the power of incense. So, The statues in these temples were still shrouded in divine power. This was also the reason why the temple protected the surroundings. Roar. Suddenly, a low roar was heard. The entire temple began to tremble violently. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed out of the temple. When Lin Feng rushed out of the temple, something terrible happened. The temple actually turned into a monster. That monster had a huge mouth with dense fangs. Its entire body was pitch black. It was like a demon that crawled out of hell. The temple just now was transformed by a monster. That monster wanted to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. But Lin Feng was more alert. He successfully dodged the monster swallowing. If he was a step later, he might have become the monster's meal. Lowly human, I'm going to eat you, this monster let out a low roar. Then, it stretched out its claws and directly slapped towards Lin Feng. As the claw came crashing down, Yi Zichen was stunned. The void began to shatter. The crumbling void. It wanted to swallow Lin Feng as well. What a powerful monster. Lin Feng's face revealed a solemn expression. Of course. There was still a huge gap between the monster in front of him and the dark erosion, the blood cloud, and the huge and terrifying creature. But even so, the monster in front of him was terrifying enough. The aura emitted from its body made Lin Feng feel like he was about to suffocate. But now that Lin Feng had broken through to the immortal emperor realm, his battle strength had greatly increased, so he wasn't afraid of the monster in front of him. Space restoration. Lin Feng used a space magic. When this space restoration was performed, the space that was shattered by the monster's claw was restored to its original state. Space shackle of space. Lin Feng used another powerful skill, which was also the empty space god's legacy. The void was shackled the monsters of the monsteresses of the monster speed. Multitasking. Many treasures appear. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he summoned one powerful treasure after another. Sky drum. Pluto bell. Stone sword. Black dragon sword. 9 demons diagram. 5-wheel dragon. Green mountain sword. And so on. Under Lin Feng's control, these treasures displayed an extremely heaven-defying power. It shook slightly. The void collapsed. The power was strong. It was shocking. This was the terrifying ability of doing 18 things at once. Lin Feng's attack was equivalent to 18 people attacking at once. Moreover, in the future, if he could obtain other opportunities, Lin Feng's 18 things at once would continue to transform. Lin Feng was looking forward to the day when the 18 things at once became 100 things at once. At this time, the 18 powerful magic treasures had already bombarded the monster under Lin Feng's control. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he could seriously injure or even kill the monster. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that when the 18 powerful magic treasures bombarded the monster's body, the monster's body turned into a very illusory body. What's going on? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. This monster was obviously not an illusory body, but when it was attacked, it could undergo such a strange change. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Could it be this monster? Could it be possible to switch between reality and illusion? Lin Feng felt that it might be true. The shift between real and illusory allowed the monster to easily dodge all the attacks. After neutralizing the attack of Lin Feng's 18 treasures, the monster opened its bloody mouth. It spewed out dark green poisonous gas. The poisonous gas corroded the void, creating black holes. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng suddenly revealed a horrified expression. The poison in the monster's body was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly dodged the poison spewed out by the monster. At the same time, he continued to control the magic treasures to bombard the monster. However, the monster's body. It had always been in an illusory state and never returned to a flesh and blood body. Obviously, the monster was extremely smart. It wanted to use this state to fight against Lin Feng. At the same time, the monster continued to spit out poison to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also forced into a panic. Although its body has turned into an illusory body, what supports the body's transformation is the power of the monster spirit in its body. Although the power of the monster spirit cannot be seen with the naked eye, it is real. Use the heavenly fire to deal with this monster. Burn its power of the monster spirit and ignite its body. When the time comes, it will definitely show its true body. The demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Hearing that, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded. He quickly summoned the 5 heavenly fires. The 5 heavenly fires formed the 5 elements heavenly fire formation and surrounded the monster. Then it burned fiercely. Sure enough, as the demon lord said, the power of the monster spirit that could not be seen with the naked eye was directly ignited by Lin Feng's heavenly fire. Then, the monster's body was burning. Roar, the monster let out a painful roar. Its body changed from an illusory body to a flesh and blood body. When it recovered its flesh and blood body, its body was surrounded by a layer of incomparably demonic energy. That incomparably demonic energy. It resisted the burning of the heavenly fire. Die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. After the monster's body turned into flesh and blood, he quickly operated many powerful treasures to bombard the monster. The monster knew that it was no match for Lin Feng, so it wanted to travel through the void and leave. But at this time, Lin Feng used the great entanglement technique. Dense silk threads wrapped around the monster's body. The other end of the silk thread was caught in Lin Feng's hand. As soon as the monster got into the parallel space, it was pulled out by Lin Feng. And Lin Feng's magic treasure. It carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. All bombarded the monster's body. Bang! The monster's body exploded. It was a purple crystal. Lin Feng grabbed the purple crystal in his hand. Then, he studied it carefully and found that the purple crystal contained an extremely powerful and strange energy. This purple crystal is the energy crystal condensed from that monster's body? Lin Feng said in surprise. This kind of purple crystal had an extremely significant effect on a cultivator's improvement. Refining this kind of purple crystal. His cultivation could greatly increase in a short period of time. Lin Feng put away the purple crystal. This place was very dangerous. It was not a place to refine the purple crystal. And Lin Feng still had an emperor-level divine eating fruit that he had yet to refine. If he could refine the emperor realm divine eating fruit, then Lin Feng's battle strength would also greatly increase. Lin Feng flew in the direction of Old Monster Yan's bookstore. When he arrived, he found that Old Monster Yan's bookstore had been destroyed. He didn't know where Old Monster Yan had gone. There was still no news of this old monster. And the cursed doll had also disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng had always been curious about what the cursed doll was looking for. But now, it seemed that it was impossible to know what the cursed doll was looking for the time being. Lin Feng left the town. He flew towards the depths of the Bitterhan province. The town itself was only in the outer area of the Bitterhan province. Bitterhan province. It was vast but sparsely populated. Resources were scarce. In the end, it had something to do with the laws of heaven and earth here. This was the most barren province, not suitable for the cultivation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, the environment of this province was harsh, and the terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand would come out to wreak havoc every few years. Therefore, the Bitterhan province was an extremely unsuitable place to live. In the past, this was a place of exile. However, as time passed, many forces were formed. Lin Feng flew for a long time. Everywhere was a barren world, lifeless. It was rare to see a forest with green trees. In the end, Lin Feng stopped in a lonely mountain range. He opened a cave abode and planned to cultivate here for a while. Lin Feng sealed the cave abode with a restriction. Then, he began to refine the divine eating fruit. The laws in Lin Feng's body were rather special. Many cultivators only had one emperor law when they broke through to the God Emperor realm. As their cultivation level increased, the number of emperor laws they had increased as well. When he reached the peak of the God Emperor realm, the emperor laws would fuse together once again. Then, the God Emperor laws would start to transform into the immortal Emperor laws. When a cultivator's emperor law successfully transforms, a God Emperor law would eventually transform into an immortal emperor law. As his cultivation base increased, the number of immortal emperors and emperors gradually increased. Thereafter, breaking through to the imperial emperor realm. Emperor sect. Ancestor. The sage emperor. This was the case for the emperor lord realm. Lin Feng was different from ordinary people. After Lin Feng broke through to the god emperor realm, he had two paths to choose from. The first path was the path taken by other cultivators. The number of emperor laws in his body increased as his cultivation increased. When he broke through to the next realm, the emperor laws would fuse into one and complete the transformation. Then, as his cultivation increased, his emperor laws continued to increase. For this kind of breakthrough, the emperor's laws changed from one to many, and then from many to one. The second path was to condense an emperor law. No matter what realm his cultivation base increased to, he would only condense one emperor law. All his power would be fused into this emperor law. This was a secret technique recorded in the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. This secret technique originated from the supreme great Tao of Taoism. One gave birth to two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. 1. It was the foundation of the great Tao. So, when he broke through to the next realm, such as the God Emperor realm, the Immortal Emperor realm, the Emperor realm, and so on, the first Emperor laws were all one. The Emperor laws that followed were all transformed from the word one. Therefore, the secret technique recorded in the immemorial dragonesque elephant art was to make these emperor laws always be one, never to be differentiated. According to the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, when a cultivator's cultivation base increased, the emperor laws would be differentiated, and the differentiation of the emperor laws was related to the increase of the cultivator's own energy. In other words, the emperor laws were also transformed from these energies. However, when the emperor laws were differentiated, they would consume energy. Once the energy was consumed, the increase in battle strength would not achieve the desired effect. If the emperor laws were not differentiated, these energies would all fuse into the original emperor laws, and no energy would be consumed. So, the increase in battle strength was even greater. This secret technique was incomparably miraculous. It was created by the supreme dragonesque elephant. Lin Feng learned of this secret technique. Without hesitation, he chose the second method to condense the emperor laws. He also broke through. The second method. Perhaps the increase in battle strength would be much higher than the first method. Of course, because the emperor laws were not differentiated, the emperor laws in Lin Feng's body would become thicker and thicker. Just like now. An ordinary immortal emperor law was as thick as a thumb. But the immortal emperor law that Lin Feng condensed was as thick as a mountain. It floated above the Pale Sea. It was like a huge mountain floating in the air. It was really shocking. One had to know. The current Lin Feng. He had just broken through to the immortal emperor realm. He was only at the first level of the immortal emperor realm. There were still the second level of the immortal emperor realm to the 10th level of the immortal emperor realm. As Lin Feng continued to break through the immortal emperor law that was as thick as a mountain, it would definitely become thicker and thicker. Lin Feng swallowed the divine eating fruit. Then, he refined the divine eating fruit. There were actually 36 emperor laws inside. This made Lin Feng ecstatic. After refining these emperor laws, his battle prowess would definitely increase greatly. Lin Feng refined all 36 emperor laws into the emperor law that was as thick as a mountain above the Pale Sea. The emperor law that was as thick as a mountain suddenly became several times thicker. The power it contained. It was also more terrifying. After feeling the increase of the powerful magic power in his body, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Refining the divine eating fruit. As expected, it could quickly increase his battle strength. Unfortunately, there was only one divine eating demon here. If there were a few more, they would all be killed. The increase in battle strength would be even greater. Swish. A light flashed in his hand. The purple crystal was summoned by Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to refine the purple crystal. Under the refinement of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the purple crystal gradually turned into the purest energy. The energy was all devoured by Lin Feng. As the energy of the purple crystal was devoured by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's magic power became purer and purer. The Emperor Law also began to transform. Finally, Lin Feng's realm broke through from the first level of the Immortal Emperor realm to the second level of the Immortal Emperor realm. However, this kind of breakthrough, it was far from stopping. Lin Feng continued to refine the purple crystal in his body. When all the purple crystal was refined by Lin Feng, when all the energy was absorbed by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's realm completed another transformation. This purple crystal actually allowed me to break through 2 levels in a row? Lin Feng stood up, his face full of shock. The purple crystal's increase in cultivation was too significant. Perhaps, he could hunt more creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand. He wanted to see if there were crystals similar to the purple crystal in the bodies of those creatures. If there were any, that would be great. He could use those crystals to continuously increase his cultivation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. Of course, not all living beings could be hunted down and killed. There were strong and weak creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand. For example, the creature that Lin Feng had killed earlier should be a relatively weak one. As for the blood cloud and the dark corrosion, that huge and terrifying monster was an extremely powerful creature. If he encountered a creature of this level, he would naturally stay as far away as possible. After making up his mind, Lin Feng began to search for such a terrifying creature. However, it was not so easy to find such a terrifying creature. For the next half a month, Lin Feng did not find such a terrifying creature. Until half a month later, Lin Feng saw a small city. Because it was already night time. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to enter the small city to rest for a night before leaving. However, when he arrived outside the small city, Lin Feng smelled blood in the air. His expression could not help but become solemn. Lin Feng entered the small city. When he entered, he saw corpses everywhere on the streets. It was simply corpses everywhere. Men, women, old and young. They were all killed. The other party's methods were incomparably cruel and ruthless. However, after killing these people, the other party did not eat their corpses. However, Lin Feng soon discovered that some of the people's blood had been sucked dry. Their bodies had also become hard and dry corpses. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the situation was rather strange. So many people had died, but why were there only a few corpses that had their blood sucked dry, and 80 to 90% of the corpses, were they safe and sound? These people who have had their blood sucked dry should be people with special bloodlines. The Demon Lord said. After all, there were too few people with special bloodlines in the world. Anyone with a special bloodline would become a super genius once their bloodline was awakened. The other party is purposefully absorbing the bloodline. Special bloodlines were the most powerful. Therefore, those creatures with mortal blood were only killed, but their blood was not devoured. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. That's right. That's exactly it. The Demon Lord nodded. The other party's methods were simply too cruel. Such methods were simply outrageous. However, if the existence that had attacked was connected to the living beings in the endless ghost sand, all of this seemed to be very normal. Lin Feng walked in the deathly silent city. He wanted to find some survivors. However, there was nothing to be gained. City God Temple. Lin Feng saw a temple in the small city. It was very old and worshipped the Xingwang god. City God. In the era of titled gods, it was an amazing god. Because in the past, almost every city would have a temple for city god. Therefore, it was obvious. City God was a terrifying existence. However, as time passed, the era of titled gods ended. City God's temple was gradually demolished. Nowadays, it was very rare to see a temple for city god. Even for Lin Feng, this was the first time he saw city God's temple. Lin Feng entered the temple. There were many corpses in the temple. Previously, many people had worshipped city god, but this time, city god was unable to protect these people. I've heard that many cities and towns are protected by divine temples. Throughout the endless years, the creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand were unable to destroy those ancient cities and towns. However, why is it different this time? So many cities have been destroyed. Did something happen? Lin Feng could not help but frown as he pondered. The city god statue in the city god temple was destroyed. Lin Feng did not discover anything in the city god temple. He walked out of the Xingwang temple. In an instant, black clouds covered the sky and enveloped the entire city. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. It seemed that some terrifying living being was about to appear. Pretending to be mysterious. "Come out," Lin Feng said coldly. "Ji." A sinister voice came from the dark clouds. Next, a terrifying being surrounded by endless lightning appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. Lin Feng looked over. He discovered that the terrifying being had a body like a human, a head like a ghost, a body like a bat, and sharp claws. It was extremely ugly. It was extremely evil. What kind of monster is this? Does it not look like anything? Lin Feng curled his lips. The monster could hear the sarcasm in Lin Feng's words. Its eyes could not help but reveal dense killing intent. "Lowly living being, you dare to humiliate me? You are courting death." The monster's voice was as cold as ice. "I think you are the one courting death. You should have a crystal in your body, right? It's a good opportunity to kill you and devour your crystal." Lin Feng directly soared into the sky. "No wonder I felt the same kind of aura from you. It turns out that you killed a living being that walked out of the endless ghost sand and refined its crystal. Kid, your good luck will end today. I am not an ordinary living being from the endless ghost sand. I am the demon King Subaru." The monster roared and suddenly flapped its wings. Then, its body was as fast as lightning as it charged towards Lin Feng. F***ck. So fast. After seeing the monster's speed, Lin Feng was shocked. The monster's speed was so fast that it defied the heavens. Even Lin Feng. He was ashamed of his inferiority. In a breath's time, the monster had already charged in front of Lin Feng. Then, it began to attack Lin Feng. Its sharp claws directly grabbed towards Lin Feng. Seeing that it was about to grab Lin Feng's body moved horizontally to the left. Then, he raised his right leg and kicked towards the monster. Crack, however, the monster reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's right leg. Weak. Really too weak. The monster's other claw slashed towards Lin Feng's thigh. His claws were extremely sharp. The monster wanted to cut off Lin Feng's thigh directly. The situation was critical. Lin Feng's right hand slashed out a sword aura towards the monster. The monster felt the sword aura from Lin Feng and did not dare to be careless. It hurriedly extended its claws to block. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly shook his right leg. It shook off the monster's claws. Then, Lin Feng turned into a yin-yang diagram. "Lowly human, you're definitely not this king's opponent." The devil King Subaru roared. Its sharp claws directly slapped towards the yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng. Clang! 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 The two sides collided again and again. Every collision caused a loud clang sound. It shook the heavens and the earth. Even the void was shattered. However, Lin Feng's attack was unable to break through the Devil King Subaru's defense. This guy was simply too powerful. It was even more powerful than Lin Feng imagined. So, Lin Feng turned into his original body and quickly retreated. Subaru's gloomy eyes looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lowly human. This lord can feel your powerful bloodline. That's great. These powerful bloodlines have a huge effect on this lord's improvement. If this lord devours you, his cultivation will definitely increase greatly." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Daydreaming. Keek keek. Was he daydreaming? You'll know once you experience this lord's true attack." Subaru laughed sinisterly. Its pair of huge wings flapped. Every time it flapped, it would form a huge storm. And those storms, they were densely packed and formed by endless wind blades. Any wind blade could easily tear through the void. So many wind blades concentrated together. It was so powerful. It was simply unimaginable. The Devil King Subaru's attack was indeed very powerful. That terrifying storm. It surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out his ruler's armor. The ruler's armor covered his entire body. At the same time, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the Devil King Subaru. When those wind blades slashed towards him, all of them slashed onto Lin Feng's ruler's armor. The ruler's armor's powerful defense. It blocked the wind blades' attack. Finally, Lin Feng rushed out of the storm and charged towards the Devil King Subaru. Lin Feng took out more than 10 powerful magic treasures. He controlled more than a dozen powerful magic treasures to attack Demon King Subaru. The Demon Abyss. Burying billions of gods and Buddhas. In the face of the attacks from Lin Feng's top-tier true treasures, Demon King Subaru once again performed a powerful mystic art. A huge abyss appeared in front of him. That abyss was boundlessly huge. The abyss was pitch black. Anyone who saw the abyss would be overwhelmed with shock. That abyss. It directly suppressed Lin Feng's dozens of magic treasures and Lin Feng himself. That abyss seemed to want to devour Lin Feng and the dozen or so powerful magical treasures. Devour everything. Situation. It was extremely dangerous. Once he was swallowed by the abyss. Who knew what terrible things would happen? Lin Feng quickly traveled through the void. He wanted to avoid being swallowed by the abyss. However, to his horror, he discovered that the abyss had already enveloped him, and there was no way to avoid it. Brat. To be able to be buried in my demon abyss, consider yourself lucky from your previous life. Demon King Subaru said sinisterly. Lucky your entire family, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. The next moment, he was swallowed by the demon abyss. His dozens of powerful magic treasures were also swallowed by the demon abyss. The creatures in the endless ghost sand were indeed terrifying. Most importantly, the creatures in the endless ghost sand all possessed some extremely terrifying techniques. These means were things that cultivators of the same level couldn't master. Therefore, under the situation of the same level, the combat power of cultivators, there was no way to fight against those terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand. At this moment, Lin Feng was in trouble. When he was swallowed by the demon abyss, Lin Feng discovered that the demon abyss was rapidly closing. This was an extremely terrifying scene. If the demon abyss was completely closed, he was still trapped in the demon abyss. Then, he might not be able to get out anymore. Lin Feng knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. In the darkness, he hurriedly activated the Sovereign Emperor blood. Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor blood was awakened. The Blade of God in his Dantian flew out from Lin Feng's Dantian. The Blade of God. The energy blade formed after the Sovereign Emperor blood was deeply awakened. It was rumored the Blade of God could communicate with the legendary ancient killing weapon called the Blade of God. The Blade of God quickly flew towards the demon abyss. It wanted to shatter the demon abyss. At this moment, terrifying laws were flying towards the Blade of God, trying to destroy Lin Feng's Blade of God. However, the Blade of Dominion was simply too powerful. It directly cut off the laws that were blocking its way. Immediately, it flew to the edge of the demon abyss as fast as lightning and attacked the demon abyss that was about to close. Bang! It was as if a heaven-defying peerless weapon had attacked the demon abyss. The demon abyss. It directly blasted a huge hole in it. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. He quickly rushed out. Lin Feng also took out a dozen extremely powerful weapons and rushed out with him. The Blade of God. It didn't slow down. It quickly attacked Demon King Subaru. Break! Demon King Subaru roared and swung his claws towards the Blade of God. Demon King Subaru's claws were extremely hard. His claws were his most powerful weapon. However, this time, facing the attack of the Blade of God, Demon King Subaru's claws couldn't block the attack of the Blade of God. Because, when the Blade of God was about to collide with Demon King Subaru's claws, it actually split into three. This was the terrifying ability of the Blade of God. This ability was called the Blade of God. It was rumored that the Blade of God could split into 99 blades. But now, splitting the Blade of God into 3 was the limit of Lin Feng's current ability. Clang! One of the Blade of God clashed with Demon King Subaru's claws. The other 2 blades of God. Instead, it landed on Demon King Subaru's body. Pooh! Pooh! 2 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard. Demon King Subaru's body was directly pierced through. Fresh blood instantly gushed out. I'm injured, I'm actually injured, Demon King Subaru let out an angry roar. But now that his body was injured, he didn't dare to stay and turned around to escape. At this moment, Lin Feng rushed over. The supreme aura enveloped Demon King Subaru. Demon King Subaru was sent flying by the supreme aura. Lin Feng then used the supreme reincarnation fist. He directly punched Demon King Subaru's body. Bang! After receiving Lin Feng's terrifying punch, Demon King Subaru's body directly exploded. Demon King Subaru was killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered there was also a crystal in Subaru's body. But the crystal in Subaru's body, it was actually a black crystal. It was a different color from the crystal in the monster that was killed before. Of course. Although the color was different, the effect was the same. This black crystal also contained a boundless amount of energy. If he were to refine those energies, he would be able to refine them. To cultivators, it would have an extremely great effect. Lin Feng kept the black crystal into his mountain river ring. He didn't stay in the small city and quickly left. In the following period of time, Lin Feng killed 3 terrifying creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand. And Lin Feng's realm had also risen to the 8th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. As his realm continued to rise, wanting to break through, it was also getting more and more difficult. When he first started to refine a piece of crystal, his realm had even risen by 2 levels. Now that he refined a crystal, it was difficult to even raise his realm by 1 level. Lin Feng's own savings were too huge. The crystal in the bodies of the ordinary creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand had less and less effect on Lin Feng's cultivation. So, now, Lin Feng needed to hunt even more powerful creatures in order to raise his realm. However, Lin Feng had killed 5 creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand. This matter had already attracted the attention of some terrifying creatures. A terrifying creature had its eyes on Lin Feng. It was a black snake. It wasn't particularly long, only about 1 meter long. But this black snake was incomparably terrifying. When the black snake first appeared, Lin Feng even thought that this black snake was just an ordinary small snake. After all, black snakes weren't rare in the forest. However, when this black snake attacked Lin Feng realized how terrifying this black snake was. This was an existence so terrifying that even Lin Feng was shocked. Although it wasn't as powerful as the blood cloud, the dark erosion, or that huge and terrifying creature, it was still a powerful being. But this black snake, he had definitely reached the level of an emperor lord. As expected of a creature that had walked out of a land of death like the endless ghost sand. Whether it was the Tianwu continent, the 9 prefectures, the heavenly sage great world, the exiled great world, or other great worlds. The land of death. It was definitely the most terrifying place. It was fine if the creatures inside didn't come out. Once he was born, it was unimaginably terrifying. Lin Feng was no match for Black Snake. He was almost killed by the Black Snake. Furthermore, he was poisoned. Even with the White Jade Toad's help, Lin Feng was almost poisoned to death. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physique was strong enough to save his life. And now, Lin Feng was fleeing as fast as he could. The Black Snake was in hot pursuit. Black Snake's eyes were filled with contempt. This Black Snake was so powerful, it was naturally psychic. From time to time, the Black Snake would spit out dense flaming arrows towards Lin Feng. This Black Snake was a fire attribute poisonous snake. Thus, it was able to unleash a fire attribute attack. And the fire attribute attack contained a highly toxic poison. You're really haunting me. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he quickly dodged the incoming flaming arrows. Although he had dodged the attacks of the flaming arrows, Lin Feng knew that if this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Because some of the toxins that had settled in his body were toxins that even the white jade toad was unable to resolve. These toxins required Lin Feng to personally resolve them. Therefore, he had to quickly get rid of this black snake and find a place to resolve this poison. Or else, the situation would be very bad. However, for now, Lin Feng had yet to think of a way to get rid of the black snake. This black snake, too powerful. Although the black snake wasn't good at speed. However, its strength was there. With such a powerful strength, its speed was naturally extremely fast. This was also the reason why Lin Feng couldn't get rid of the black snake. Rumble, suddenly. Lin Feng heard an earth-shaking noise coming from the front. It was like the sound of raging waves hitting the shore. Lin Feng was shocked. That sound. Listen. It seemed to be the sound of a river rushing. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The black snake was terrifying. However, the black snake wasn't without weaknesses. This black snake was a fire attribute creature. Water countered fire. Therefore, the black snake was restrained by water. Now, Lin Feng heard the sound of the river surging. It meant that there was a big river nearby. That big river. It would definitely restrain the black snake. Perhaps, he could use the river's restraint on the black snake to avoid the black snake's pursuit. Lin Feng's speed was very fast. He was gradually approaching the big river. The black snake seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. Therefore, it became irritable. It began to attack Lin Feng crazily. Lin Feng used his speed to the extreme, avoiding the black snake's attack. Finally, he saw the big river. It turned out to be a cold river. It was very cold. 10 miles around the cold river. It was all frozen. However, the cold river didn't freeze. This was because the current of the cold river was too fast. Therefore, although the temperature was extremely low, it couldn't freeze. After seeing the cold river, Lin Feng was overjoyed. The river restrained the black snake. What's more, this was not an ordinary river. It was a cold river. It restrained the black snake. It was even more serious. Therefore, as long as he dived into the cold river, he would definitely be able to avoid the black snake's pursuit. At this time, the black snake made a strange sound. It seemed to be chanting a spell. And Lin Feng found that the energy between heaven and earth had become chaotic. The black snake must want to launch some kind of powerful attack. Or else, this would never happen. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. He rushed towards the cold river with all his strength. When Lin Feng was a few dozen meters away from the cold river, a huge ball of energy condensed and formed. That ball of energy was 100 meters in diameter. Inside the ball of energy, it was filled with the power of flames. In addition to the power of flames, and it also contained the power to distort time and space. That power to distort time and space was the most terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The black snake's attack was too terrifying. If it hit him, he would probably die. That huge ball of energy exploded in an instant, and the destructive energy flooded towards Lin Feng. At this critical moment, Lin Feng used the Great Space Teleportation technique, instantly arrived above the cold river, and then drilled into the cold river. The power to destroy the heavens and the earth erupted. Towering waves surged forth. However, fortunately, Lin Feng escaped into the cold river one step ahead of time. Therefore, he avoided the black snake's terrifying attack. Seeing Lin Feng disappear, the black snake let out a series of sharp and ear-piercing cries. This terrifying existence was exceptionally angry. The black snake continuously spat out several huge balls of energy at the cold river to vent the anger in his heart. But those balls of energy were unable to destroy this cold river that was thousands of meters wide. It only set off a few huge waves. The black snake glanced at the cold river with a gloomy expression. Then, no longer staying. Rumble. Rumble, in the gloomy forest, a group of cultivators rode on strange beasts and came through the sky. Loud sounds came from heaven and earth. It was extremely shocking. Every giant beast was incomparably terrifying, and their aura was suffocating. And there was actually a cultivator sitting on each of those giant beasts. There were men and women, old and young. Among these people, there were two unfathomable experts. The first person was a purple-robed old man. The second person was a beautiful woman in white. In addition, there were a few middle-aged cultivators who were also extremely powerful. The dozen or so junior cultivators were also not ordinary people. These people. They came from the Nine Saints Immortal sect. The Nine Saints Immortal sect was a famous force in the Bitter Cold State. It was one of the 9 major forces in the Bitter Cold State. It was said that the current king of the Bitter Cold State's Despair Divine Kingdom joined the Nine Saints Immortal sect to cultivate when he was young. And the reason why this king was able to become the king of the Despair Divine Kingdom was because of the Nine Saints Immortal sect. It was inseparable from the support of the Nine Saints Immortal sect. Among the 9 major forces, the Nine Saints Immortal sect was definitely one of the top forces. Where are we now? The old man in the lead asked. Reporting to my lord. This is the distance from Yang City. It's not too far. A middle-aged cultivator said. The old man nodded. This group of people galloped in the forest. When ordinary beasts saw this group of people, they would hide as far away as possible, not daring to get close at all. When night fell, these people stopped to rest in a forest near the cold river. Splash! Suddenly, a cultivator walked up from the cold river. There are demons in the cold river. These people all stood up. Their expressions couldn't help but become slightly serious. It was said that there were some terrifying demons living in the cold river. It was terrifying. It wasn't much weaker than the creatures in the endless ghost sand. This was just a rumor. No one had seen it before. Of course. Perhaps someone had seen it before. But the cultivators who had seen the cold river demons had already been killed by the cold river demons. Naturally, the news about the great demon of Frigid River would not spread. It's not a great demon of Cold River, it's a human cultivator. The beautiful woman in white said. The others heaved a sigh of relief. A young cultivator said, the great demon of the Frigid River is just a legend, it can't be taken seriously. At this time, a beautiful female cultivator spoke up, why did this brat jump into the cold river? Could it be that he was cultivating in the Frigid River? It is said that the Frigid River's water temperature is several thousand degrees below zero. Even a powerful cultivator would be severely injured by the cold water. Why did this kid jump into the Frigid River? Maybe he's cultivating an ice attribute divine ability. Another tall female cultivator said. Lin Feng glanced at the group of people in the distance. He ignored them and walked straight into the distance. Wait a moment, little friend. The old man suddenly said. Is something the matter? Lin Feng looked at the old man faintly. The old man said, the creatures in the endless ghost sand have already walked out of the endless ghost sand. It's very dangerous at night. Little friend, why don't you stay with us? We can take care of each other. What do you think, little friend? Everyone was very shocked. They were very familiar with this elder. They were very familiar with him. This elder's name was Lu Tanshan, although he was not a snobbish person. However, not everyone could associate with a powerhouse of his level. Ordinary. Lu Tanshan only interacted with people of the same generation. But now, Lu Tanshan actually took the initiative to express goodwill to a young cultivator. This made the cultivators of the Nine Saints Immortal sect look at each other in dismay. They did not know why Elder Lu Tanshan would do this. The beautiful woman in white looked at Lin Feng and could not help but frown. Not interested, Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, he walked into the distance without looking back. Seeing Lin Feng reject Elder Lu Tanshan's invitation with such an indifferent attitude, the group of cultivators of the Nine Saints Immortal sect were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. That kid. He seemed to be only at the Immortal Emperor realm. That kind of cultivation, when compared to them, was far inferior, let alone compared to Elder Lu Tanshan. However, in the face of Elder Lu Tanshan's invitation, he actually rejected it with such an indifferent attitude. He did not give Elder Lu Tanshan any face. Wasn't this too arrogant? Kid! Stop right there. Immediately, one of the young skyprides shouted. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the young genius indifferently and said, "What? What's the matter?" Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent expression, Lin Feng's expression clearly did not put him in his eyes. The young heaven's pride was instantly enraged. He was about to say something. But at this time, Lu Tanshan reprimanded, "Don't talk too much. Otherwise, you will be punished by the sect rules." Hearing this, the young heaven's pride was startled. He quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Lin Feng turned around. He left into the distance. When Lin Feng's figure could no longer be seen, Lu Tanshan retracted his gaze. "Senior brother Lu, why are you so tolerant of that kid?" the beautiful woman in white asked doubtfully. Lu Tanshan said, "That kid gives me a very strange feeling." "Very strange? What do you mean?" the beautiful woman in white asked curiously. Lu Tanshan frowned. "It's an indescribable feeling. Although that kid looks ordinary, when I look at him, I feel an extremely oppressive feeling." "How is that possible?" "Senior brother Lu is a fifth heavenly layer Saint Emperor. How can you feel an oppressive aura from that kid?" the beautiful woman said in disbelief. The rest of the people's expressions changed greatly. They could not believe it. Because Lin Feng was too young. A fifth heavenly layer Saint Emperor expert felt an oppressive aura from an extremely young cultivator. Was that possible? Although Lin Feng was young, he was already an immortal emperor. However, in front of Lu Tanshan, who was a Saint Emperor, this realm was nothing. A female cultivator said, "Is it because we encountered a few creatures that came out of the endless ghost sand? In order to protect us, Martial Uncle Lu was too tired after the continuous battles, so he had an illusion?" Lu Tanshan said, "Perhaps." Then, he said, "You are the future hope of the Nine Saints Immortal sect. You must cultivate well. I hope that one day, when you have the strength to fight against those terrifying creatures, I will be relieved." "Hee, Martial Uncle, don't worry. With our talent, we will reach that level sooner or later. When that time comes, if we encounter creatures from the endless ghost sand, we won't need Martial Uncle to protect us anymore. At that time, we can clean up those blind things for Martial Uncle," a young genius said confidently. The group laughed and chatted for a while. When the darkness completely fell, they withdrew their auras and stopped talking. Lin Feng didn't care about the cultivators from the Nine Saints Immortal sect at all. They were a bunch of strangers. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to care about them. Lin Feng found a secluded place and set up a concealment restriction. Then, he entered the restriction to expel the poison. The black snake's poison was extremely terrifying. Even the white jade toad couldn't completely detoxify it. Luckily, Lin Feng's body was strong enough. In addition, he had the undying bloodline. Otherwise, he would have died many times over. Lin Feng planned to use the heavenly fire to refine the poison in his body. Purple earth core fire, black flame god incinerating fire, hellfire, golden dragon divine flame, and black flame god devouring fire. The 5 heavenly fires were activated. Instantly, the temperature in his body became scorching hot. Under Lin Feng's control, the 5 heavenly fires entered Lin Feng's body and wrapped around the poison in Lin Feng's body. Next, the 5 heavenly fires burned fiercely. As the heavenly fires burned, the poison in Lin Feng's body was gradually refined. After about 6 hours, the poison in Lin Feng's body was finally completely refined. Yang City wasn't a particularly large city. In the bitter cold state, it could only be considered a medium-sized city. The city lord of Yang City was very famous. Everyone knew who she was. Because the city lord of Yang City was called Meng Bingling. This woman. She was one of the top 10 beauties of the bitter cold state. She came from the hell-suppressing immortal sect of the bitter cold state. The Nine Saints Immortal sect was such a strong force, but they didn't dare to say that they were the strongest force in the bitter cold state. The reason was the existence of the hell-suppressing immortal sect. The hell-suppressing immortal sect was also a force with a long history and an extremely strong foundation. The disciples of the Nine Saints Immortal sect and the hell-suppressing immortal sect had been fighting for many years. However, no one could convince the other. However, every few years, the nine forces would hold a martial arts competition between their disciples. The outstanding disciples of the nine forces would gather together. Then, the first place would be decided. In the many battles, the disciples of the Nine Saints Immortal sect and the hell-suppressing immortal sect were the most number one. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Meng Bingling's father was the nephew of the Jinyu Immortal sect's sect master. Therefore, Meng Bingling's background was extremely noble. Such a noble background. In addition, he had top-notch talent and strength. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. One could imagine just how many people in bitter cold state were chasing after Meng Bingling. Although Yang City wasn't a big city, it was bustling with activity. Perhaps it was impossible to see so many top-notch geniuses in any city. Many top prodigies had gathered in Sun City because of Meng Bingling. Many people wanted to win her heart, but so far, no one had succeeded. The reason why everyone chased after Meng Bingling was not just because of her looks. Actually, there was another big reason. That was, strictly speaking, she was the first successor of the Jinyu Immortal sect. Why did he say that? There was a reason for that. Meng Bingling's father was poisoned many years ago. His body was in a bad condition and he no longer had the energy to manage the Jinyu Immortal sect. The sect leader of the Jinyu Immortal sect was the uncle of Meng Bingling's father. When he was young, he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and had no interest in love. So he had no children. In the next generation, only Meng Bingling's father was his nephew. And Meng Bingling's father only had one daughter, Meng Bingling. So, in the future, the power of the Jinyu Immortal sect would definitely fall into Meng Bingling's hands. Whoever married Meng Bingling would have at least half of the power of the Jinyu Immortal sect in the future. Of course, if the husband and wife were in love. Maybe Meng Bingling would give the position of sect leader to her husband. This was also very likely to happen. Therefore, even though the other 9 of the top 10 beauties of the Bitter Han province all came from extraordinary backgrounds and were outstanding beauties. However, the attractiveness of cultivators. It was far from being comparable to Meng Bingling. Whoever married Meng Bingling would not only get the beauty. Moreover, in the future, he would basically be the master of the Jinyu Immortal sect. After Lin Feng came to Yang City, he heard all kinds of things about Meng Bingling. It seemed the cultivators here, as long as they had time, the topic of discussion would always revolve around Meng Bingling. Lin Feng didn't have much interest in this Meng Bingling. Because after all, he was just passing by. He didn't want to have anything to do with Meng Bingling. After arriving at Yang City, Lin Feng first found an inn to stay in, then washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes. After inquiring about the famous restaurants here, Lin Feng went straight to the restaurant. This could be considered one of Lin Feng's little hobbies. Everywhere he went, it was necessary to try the delicacies here. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin Feng had tasted all the delicacies in the world. Heaven Immortal Tower. This was one of the most lively restaurants in Yang City. It was said that the boss of the Heaven Immortal Tower was a woman, and an extremely beautiful woman. Some people said that the beauty of the Heaven Immortal Tower's boss was not inferior to Meng Bingling. So, many people liked to go to the Heaven Immortal Tower to eat. If they were lucky, they could even meet the boss of the Heaven Immortal Tower. And according to those cultivators who saw the appearance of the boss of the Antenna Tower, a woman like the boss of the Heaven Immortal Tower simply didn't look like a woman of the mortal world. She was like a fairy of the 9 heavens immortal world. It was unforgettable. When Lin Feng arrived at the Heaven Immortal Tower, he found that it was indeed very lively. He wanted to find a seat. It was an extremely difficult thing. Lin Feng waited for a while and just happened to see a table by the window leave, so he walked over. His luck was quite good. He actually waited for such a good seat. Lin Feng asked the waiter to clean up the table. Then he sat on the chair and began to order. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicious dishes and a pot of good wine. After the dishes were served, then he drank while enjoying the food. It was really a great enjoyment. At this moment, there was a conflict at the next table. The cause was because the previous table left. 4 cultivators came here, and after the waiter cleaned up, the 4 of them sat down. Of the 4 cultivators, 2 were men and 2 were women. Of the 2 female cultivators, one of them was wearing a tight black leather jacket, completely revealing her hot figure. The other female cultivator had an incomparably cold expression, as if she didn't want anyone to come near her. Regardless of whether it was the hot female cultivator or the cold female cultivator, they were both extremely rare beauties. Therefore, they attracted the attention of many people. And just as they sat down, 7 to 8 cultivators surrounded them, wanting to take their seats. The 4 cultivators naturally weren't willing. The group of cultivators that surrounded them clamored to sit together. Next, 2 of the cultivators did not hesitate to sit beside the 2 peerlessly beautiful cultivators. Their hands moved towards the 2 female cultivators' willowy waists in an extremely disobedient manner. The 2 female cultivators each gave the 2 cultivators a slap. Those with discerning eyes could naturally tell that those cultivators had ulterior motives. Those 2 female cultivators were simply too beautiful. Anyone who saw them would feel a rush of excitement. Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of peerless beauties. When those who had seen all kinds of beauties saw those 2 female cultivators, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Not to mention the others, women were a vulnerable group to begin with. Especially in a world where the strong were respected. The weakness of women was even more vivid. Of course, we can't deny that some female cultivators were very powerful. Their status was very respected. However, the number of female cultivators was simply too small. What about the other female cultivators, even those female cultivators who came from large factions? They seemed to have noble statuses. However, many people's fates were in the hands of their families. They couldn't have someone they liked. They couldn't casually reveal their feelings. Because, they were the marriage tools of their families. This world. It had always been so cruel. So sometimes, a woman had a beautiful face. Especially in the world of cultivators, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. The evil hands of too many cultivators. They would reach out to these beautiful female cultivators. If they didn't have the strength to resist their final fate, it would definitely be extremely tragic. Damn it. We let these bastards beat us to it. Someone cursed in a low voice. It seemed that they also had such thoughts. But now that someone had done what they wanted to do first, they felt depressed, but they could only watch from the side. *TCH. You even dare to hit me, do you know who I am? Capture these 2 women for me. One of the cultivators couldn't help but say fiercely. At this moment, someone said, "Isn't that guy Zhang Yuchen from the Martial God Pavilion?" Zhang Yuchen? The grandson of the 7th elder of the Martial God Pavilion? Someone said in surprise. That's right. That's him. The cultivator nodded. I heard that this Zhang Yuchen is a famous scoundrel. He has harmed many women. Someone said. Rumor has it that this fella cultivated a nourishment harvesting technique. The women he harmed basically all died because they were harvested. Another cultivator said, understanding a bit more inside information. As one of the 9 great powers, the Martial God Pavilion actually allows its disciples to practice such an evil cultivation technique? Someone said indignantly. There are so many demons in the 9 great powers. What kind of people do they lack? Many people shook their heads. They felt that the cultivator's imagination of the 9 great forces was too perfect. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. How could there be any righteous forces? Therefore, after recognizing Zhang Yuchen's identity, many people knew that the 2 women were going to be in trouble. Junior sisters, you 2 go first. We'll stop them. The 2 male cultivators said in a deep voice. However, both of their cultivations were at the quasi-emperor realm. They couldn't stop the cultivators from the Martial God Pavilion for long. In fact, the 2 female cultivators' cultivations weren't particularly high. They were also at the quasi-emperor realm. The cultivator called Zhang Yuchen and the other cultivator were closer to the 2 female cultivators. The 2 of them didn't want to do it themselves. Instead, they let a group of subordinates capture the two female cultivators. But now, their subordinates were temporarily stopped by the two female cultivators' senior brothers. So they decided to do it themselves. These two people, they each locked onto a female cultivator. Then they directly grabbed them. Although these two people weren't good people, their cultivations weren't weak. They were both at the immortal emperor realm. Therefore, when they reached out to grab the two female cultivators who were only at the quasi-emperor realm felt the aura emitted from Xianxia and the other cultivator. Their faces were very pale. Their bodies even staggered back. Under that kind of powerful pressure, the two of them couldn't even circulate their magic power to fight. Xianxia and the other cultivator looked like a cat playing with a mouse. They approached the two women step by step. The two female cultivators were about to be caught. At this moment, the two female cultivators who were constantly retreating bumped into Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't turn around. Instead, he said indifferently, "Isn't this Heaven Immortal Tower a place to eat? Such a big restaurant and such a thing like maliciously snatching a table that was reserved by others. Why didn't the Heaven Immortal Tower do anything about it? Could it be that they are in cahoots? I didn't expect that the Heaven Immortal Tower was still fishing for fame." At this moment, a woman's voice came from the 5th floor of the Heaven Immortal Tower. "This young master's words are a little too serious. My Heaven Immortal Tower naturally won't sit by and do nothing about what happened in the Heaven Immortal Tower. Look, it's the owner of the Heaven Immortal Tower. It's said that she's called Fairy Shui." Someone exclaimed and recognized the woman in the corridor on the 5th floor. That woman had a graceful figure, and her skin was as smooth as jade. One look and one could tell that she was an absolute beauty. It was just that that woman was wearing a veil. One couldn't see the woman's appearance clearly. But one could imagine that under the veil, it was definitely a peerless immortal face. After seeing Fairy Shui appear, Xianxia and the others also stopped. The Heaven Immortal Tower was extraordinary. Xianxia and the others still had to take care of themselves. Let's forget about today's matter. My Heaven Immortal Tower is a place to eat. If you want to cause trouble, you can only be chased out by the guards of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Fairy Shui said. More than a dozen guards squeezed through the crowd and walked in. All of them looked fierce. Obviously, Fairy Shui knew that Xianxia and the others had extraordinary backgrounds. So, she didn't make things difficult for them. If it was someone else, they might have been chased out. Fairy Shui handled this matter very unfairly. However, this world, it was just like that. This world was originally an unfair world. Just now, it was just a misunderstanding. Xianxia said. Fairy Shui nodded and left. After Fairy Shui left, Xianxia sneered and looked at Lin Feng, saying, "Brat. People who meddle in other people's business don't have a good ending. Do you know that?" Lin Feng didn't care about Xianxia at all. Because he wasn't worthy. "Thank you for your help, young master." The two female cultivators first thanked Lin Feng, then said worriedly, "It's just that this time, we've implicated young master." Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm not helping you. It's just that your conflict has disturbed my enjoyment of the food." The two female cultivators couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Feng was so direct that they didn't know what to say next. When Xianxia saw that Lin Feng didn't care about him, his face instantly darkened. However, he had just been warned by Fairy Shui. So now was not the time to make a move. He could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. However, Xianxia didn't want to let Lin Feng go. He planned to wait for Lin Feng to leave the restaurant before dealing with Lin Feng. At this moment, someone outside exclaimed. 9 Saints Immortal Sects Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue are here. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Lu Tanshan. He was a 5th Heavenly Layer Sage Emperor expert. And Feng Qingyue was a 1st Heavenly Layer Sage Emperor expert. A Sage Emperor cultivator was considered a top expert in all the worlds in the universe. Everyone's gaze turned towards the hall on the 1st floor. Lin Feng also couldn't help but take a look. "It's actually them," he revealed a surprised expression. Because He had actually seen Lu Tanshan, Feng Qingyue, and the others before. It was none other than the group of people he saw beside the cold river. The arrival of experts like Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue was naturally a big deal. They were not only strong. More importantly, behind them was the Nine Saints Immortal sect. Who knew how many forces in the bitter cold state were under the Nine Saints Immortal sect? Moreover, countless people wanted to curry favor with the Nine Saints Immortal sect. They wanted to establish a relationship with the Nine Saints Immortal sect. Many people greeted Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue. However, Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue only nodded. They did not say a word to the cultivators who greeted them. Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue were so arrogant. However, everyone felt that this was a matter of course. When the cultivators in the private rooms heard that Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue had arrived, they all came out of the private rooms. They hurried to the main hall on the first floor to greet Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue. Even Fairy Shui heard that Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue had arrived and quickly came to the first floor to greet the people from the Nine Saints Immortal sect. Zhang Yuchen and the others from the Martial God Pavilion also went downstairs to greet Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue. Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue knew Zhang Yuchen, but a junior like Zhang Yuchen was not in their eyes. However, they still gave some face to the Martial God Pavilion. Therefore, Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue nodded to Zhang Yuchen and the others who came to greet them. The people from the Martial God Pavilion were so excited that their bodies were trembling. That was a Saint Emperor level expert. The ones who stood at the peak of the heavenly sage great world were these sage emperors. The Saint Emperors were actually nodding at them in greeting. This was too honorable. Many people looked at Zhang Yuchen and the others with envy. Because when they greeted Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue, they did not even raise their heads. But the people from the Martial God Pavilion had at least attracted some attention from Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue. At this time, Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue walked up the stairs, surrounded by the experts from the various major powers and Fairy Shui. No wonder they all want to become peak experts. Look at Fairy Shui's attitude towards the four cultivators who were bullied, then look at her attitude towards Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. This world is so realistic. Many people began to discuss how he wished he could become a peerless expert like Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue. If he could become an existence at this level, no matter where he went, they would definitely be respected and looked up to by countless people. Just like now. Countless cultivators in the Celestial Immortal Tower were looking at Lu Tanshan and Feng Qingyue. At this moment, the group arrived at the second floor and was about to head to the third floor. It was an unintentional glance. Lu Tanshan was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a shocked expression. Lord Lu, what's wrong? Fairy Shui asked. Lu Tanshan ignored Fairy Shui and walked towards a young cultivator by the window. Beside the young cultivator stood two beautiful female cultivators and their senior martial brothers. When the four of them saw Lu Tanshan walking over, they actually started to panic. He didn't know what Lu Tanshan was doing here. Could it be that Lu Tanshan has taken a fancy to those two beautiful cultivators? I've never heard of Lu Tanshan getting close to women. Many people couldn't help but wonder. The person sitting alone was naturally Lin Feng. Lu Tanshan hadn't forgotten about Lin Feng these days. The oppressive feeling that Lin Feng gave him had always lingered in his heart. He originally thought that it was a hallucination caused by fatigue. But soon, this idea was rejected by Lu Tanshan. Lu Tanshan had a secret that he had never told anyone. This secret was, Lu Tanshan had already mastered the ability of sudden inspiration. This ability. It was a very powerful ability. It could sense danger. Lu Tanshan thought about it carefully and realized why he felt that kind of oppressive feeling from Lin Feng. In fact, it was the ability of sudden inspiration that had played a role. Little friend. We meet again. Lu Tanshan came to Lin Feng's side, clasped his fists and said with a face full of smiles. At this moment, the Heaven Immortal Tower that was originally venting. Instantly, it was silent. Lu Tanshan, a super expert of the fifth layer of the Holy Emperor realm, actually took the initiative to greet a young cultivator. What was going on? Many people's eyes almost popped out. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Many people even felt that this was a dream. But this was what was happening in front of them. He. Who exactly is he? The two beautiful women beside Lin Feng looked at Lin Feng in shock. They didn't see Lin Feng turn around. They didn't even know what the man who helped them looked like. Fairy Shuiyi's expression couldn't help but change slightly when she saw that Lu Tanshan actually took the initiative to greet Lin Feng. She knew that she had been too hasty in dealing with Zhang Yuchen's matter. That young master must have an extraordinary background. What was Zhang Yuchen and the others in front of him, not worth mentioning? But, just now, she seemed to have lost an opportunity to befriend him. Thinking of this, Fairy Shui couldn't help but feel extremely regretful. She began to think about how to salvage the situation. As for Zhang Yuchen and the others in the crowd, seeing this scene, they were so scared that they fell to the ground. It's him. I didn't expect to see him here. I wonder who he is. When she saw Lin Feng, Fang Qingyue couldn't help but guess Lin Feng's identity. It's you. Lin Feng turned around and glanced at Lu Tanshan indifferently. He didn't get up. He didn't have any intention of greeting Lu Tanshan. He spoke so casually. This made everyone feel like they were about to go crazy. He was so young. But, facing a cultivator of the 5th layer of the Holy Emperor realm, he was actually so casual. There was no respect at all. Wasn't this courting death? But, to everyone's disbelief, Lu Tanshan replied with a beaming face, "That's right. It's me. I didn't expect you to remember me." Lu Tanshan called himself me in front of that young man? A cultivator of the 5th layer of the Holy Emperor realm called himself me? Many people were completely dumbfounded. Lu Tanshan. Wasn't he too humble? I remember. Lin Feng took a sip of wine. Then, he ignored Lu Tanshan and looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Can I sit down and have a few drinks with you? Lu Tanshan asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Have a seat." Thank you. Lu Tanshan was overjoyed. He pulled out a stool. Then, carefully, he used half of his butt to sit on the stool. His body was also slightly tilted towards Lin Feng. This was an extremely strange scene. The entire Heaven Immortal Tower was silent. A young cultivator was sitting by the window, drinking wine. His eyes were looking out the window. No one knew if he was looking into the distance or at the endless stream of people on the street. A 5th heavenly layer Saint Emperor expert. Half of his butt was sitting on a stool, and then he would occasionally pick up a bottle of wine to pour wine for the young cultivator. What's your name? After a long time, Lin Feng asked. I am Lu Tanshan, an elder of the 9 Saints Immortal sect. Lu Tanshan's spirit rose as he immediately replied. So it's someone from the 9 Saints Immortal sect. Good. I'll remember you. Lin Feng stood up and casually threw a few origin crystals on the table. Then he walked out. Lu Tanshan hurriedly stood up and sent Lin Feng out. Heavens, who is that young master? He's so young, but he's able to make Lu Tanshan so respectful. It's too unbelievable. Could he be the successor of some superpower? But Lu Tanshan is a 5th heavenly layer Saint Emperor expert. There's no successor of any power in the heavenly sage great world that can make an expert like Lu Tanshan so respectful. Could he be the successor of some foreign power? For example, the Undying World or the 3 Paramount Realms? The Undying World and the 3 Paramount Realms no longer have such strong control over the other great worlds. So even if it's the successor of the Undying World or the 3 Paramount Realms, there's no need for Lu Tanshan to be so respectful. Then why do you think this is? Unless that young cultivator's strength exceeds Lu Tanshan's, then Lu Tanshan would be so careful. That's impossible. That person is too young, and his cultivation seems to be only at the Immortal Emperor realm. Compared to Lu Tanshan, he's thousands of miles away. But other than this reason, is there any other reason? After Lin Feng left, the entire Heaven Immortal Tower was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing Lin Feng. Everyone wanted to know who Lin Feng was, but in the end, they didn't have any clues. After seeing Lu Tanshan and the others send Lin Feng off. Only then did the discussion die down. Lord Lu. That young master just now. Who was it? May I know if Lord Lu can tell me? Fairy Shui asked. Being able to get to know Lin Feng, Lu Tanshan's mood was quite good. For someone as young as Lin Feng to be so powerful, he would definitely become an expert who would roam the three realms in the future. Now, he would form good karma. There were endless benefits in the future. Therefore, Lu Tanshan was in a good mood. He said, Fairy Shui, it's best if you don't try to pry. Some people's identities are too extraordinary. Knowing them won't do you any good. Fairy Shui suppressed the shock in her heart. She nodded and said, Thank you for your guidance, Lord Lu. Shui understands. Lin Feng returned to his residence. However, he realized that the two beautiful female cultivators and their two senior brothers had been following him. Those people from the Martial God Pavilion probably won't find trouble with you anymore. You can leave on your own. Lin Feng waved his hand and said. If it was before, Lin Feng wouldn't mind interacting with these two beautiful cultivators. But now, Lin Feng wasn't in the mood. The current Lin Feng was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Of course, women were indispensable. However, it didn't mean that he had to get to know a beauty when he saw one. He didn't have that much free time. The female cultivator with the hot figure said, Young master. We want to ask you to do us a favor, okay? Lin Feng was speechless. These people were still pushing their luck, they were asking for his help again. Why? Not interested, Lin Feng said indifferently. If young master is willing to help us, we can agree to any condition. The female cultivator with the hot figure bit her red lips and said. Since he had spoken to this extent, it was clear that he was hinting at something. Lin Feng was rather surprised. They were paying such a big price. What was it that they wanted? Follow me in. Lin Feng opened the door of the rented courtyard and said. He took the lead and walked in. The two female cultivators and their two senior brothers were overjoyed. They followed Lin Feng into the courtyard. Everyone came to the hall and Lin Feng gestured for everyone to sit down. The four of them didn't dare to sit in front of Lin Feng. They stood in the hall. Lin Feng didn't continue to ask them to sit down. Instead, he asked, What's the matter? Tell me. The female cultivator with the hot figure said, We are from Numinous Treasure Mountain of the Bitter Han State. Numinous Treasure Mountain. A few years ago, a supreme treasure appeared in Numinous Treasure Mountain and was obtained by my master. However, this matter was leaked out and the evil spirit sect, one of the 9 major forces, sent people to capture my master. We escaped and have been searching for experts, hoping to save my master. However, we have hit a wall time and time again. I hope that young master can help us. Lin Feng said indifferently, Since your master has been captured, she must have been killed long ago. All of you should also disperse and find another sect to join. The female cultivator with the hot figure said, When we escaped, we brought out Master's primordial spirit lamp. Master's primordial spirit lamp is still burning and Master is still alive. Lin Feng said in surprise, Logically speaking, after obtaining the treasure, your master should have been killed. Since your master is still alive, it seems that the people from the spirit evil sect did not obtain the treasure. Could it be that the treasure is with you? The female cultivator with the hot figure hurriedly said, The treasure is not with us, but we are guessing that master might have hidden it somewhere. What exactly is that treasure? Do you know? Lin Feng asked. The female cultivator with the hot figure said, It is said that. It has something to do with condensing qi. It has something to do with condensing qi? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. There were very few cultivators who could control qi, and the use of qi was self-evident. Lin Feng's supreme qi, as well as the magnetic field formed by overlapping qi, had always been one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Moreover, after mastering qi, no matter how strong a cultivator's aura was, Lin Feng would be pressured. Lin Feng could ignore it. And the reason why the 4 masters had obtained that treasure was related to condensing qi. Could it be that that treasure could help cultivators condense qi, if that was the case? This favor. Lin Feng planned to help. Because he was also coveting that treasure. If he could obtain that treasure, he would be able to condense a fourth type of qi. Then, how terrifying would the magnetic field formed by the superimposition of 4 types of qi be, if Lin Feng were to use the 1 qi into 3 pure ones, and then use the superimposition of qi. He could at most condense 12 layers of qi magnetic fields. At that time, relying on this method, in addition to the many treasures on his body. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng found out the names of these 4 people. The hot female cultivator was called Xianxia. The cold female cultivator was called Namgong Lingbing. The rather dull and honest male cultivator was called Li Qixuan. The other thin and weak male cultivator was called Zhang Yunshan. Back then, the sect had suffered a calamity, and only 4 people managed to escape. Back then, they were all orphans and were adopted by the fairy Fanjin. Thus, they were able to survive. So, after escaping, they went around begging for help to save the fairy Fanjin. If it was anyone else, they might have already found a new force to join. Therefore, the character of these 4 people was quite good. At the very least, they knew how to repay kindness. Lin Feng asked the 4 of them to come to him tomorrow. Because Lin Feng planned to head to the Spirit Evil sect tomorrow. This Spirit Evil sect was an evil sect among the 9 great powers. Their way of doing things, vicious and merciless. However, they were powerful, and ordinary forces did not dare to provoke a colossus like the Spirit Evil sect. But Lin Feng did not care. He was alone, and after obtaining benefits, he would leave. The other party would not be able to find him. What's more? So what if the other party found him, with Lin Feng's current battle strength, other than those terrifying creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand, there were not many people who could threaten him. The Spirit Evil sect was indeed a powerful force. Lin Feng was also a little afraid of the Spirit Evil sect. The reason why he was afraid of the Spirit Evil sect was not because he was afraid of the current cultivators of the Spirit Evil sect. Instead, he was afraid of the Spirit Evil sect's foundation. However, these foundations would not be easily used. Thus, to be honest, Lin Feng did not take the Spirit Evil sect to heart. Night. Someone came to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that it was a woman in white. Her clothes were as white as snow, fluttering like an immortal. She was born with a delicate and beautiful face, which was like a masterpiece of the heavens. Anyone who saw this couldn't help but be amazed. Even when compared to Zhong Haimei and Nailan Lingbing, this face was not inferior at all. If it was coupled with her temperament, the woman in front of him was even better. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a beautiful face. However, he knew who this woman was. Fairy Shui, the owner of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Previously, when he met Fairy Shui at the Heaven Immortal Tower, the woman was wearing a veil. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't see Fairy Shui's face. However, Lin Feng clearly remembered Fairy Shui's temperament. Therefore, he was able to recognize that the beautiful woman before him was Fairy Shui. Shui greets young master. Fairy Shui bowed slightly, her voice soft. Lin Feng didn't have any special feelings for Fairy Shui. Of course, he wouldn't have any bad feelings for her because of her unfair way of doing things. Most people knew how to choose between the members of the Martial God Pavilion and the 4 ordinary cultivators. Of course, even though Fairy Shui was biased towards Zhang Yuchen and the others from the Martial God Pavilion, she still managed to stop the conflict. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Lin Feng was very clear about the rules of survival in this world. Therefore, he wouldn't criticize others for how they handled things. If you wanted to win the respect of others, you needed to have your own strength. The most important thing was, this matter had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Fairy Shui. It had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect Fairy Shui to visit so late at night. May I know why Fairy Shui has come here? The night is long. I can't sleep. I want to drink and chat with young master. May I have the honor? Fairy Shui asked. This woman. She wasn't someone who liked to hide things. This point, Lin Feng rather admired her. Fairy Shui had come for him. She was straightforward about her intentions. However, most people would find all sorts of reasons to explain themselves. Lin Feng didn't reject Fairy Shui. Because he couldn't sleep either. Chatting and drinking with a beauty was always a good thing. Lin Feng invited Fairy Shui into the courtyard. There were stone tables and stone stools in the courtyard. The two sat down. Fairy Shui didn't mention what had happened during the day. She was clearly a very intelligent woman. She had made ample preparations. Fine wine and delicacies were all prepared and placed in her storage ring. She took them out and placed them on the table. Fairy Shui proposed a toast to Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his cup and downed it. Fairy Shui poured herself a cup of fine wine and downed it in one gulp. Fairy Shui is truly a heroine, Lin Feng said. Fairy Shui sighed faintly and said, managing the restaurant alone. Facing all sorts of social interactions. Even if I don't know how to drink, I still have to drink. Over time, my tolerance for alcohol developed just like that. However, I'm still a woman after all. I can't drink too much. I can only drink a little. My mission today is to accompany young master until he's drunk. Drinking is fine. But don't get drunk, Lin Feng said. Fairy Shui knew how to liven up the atmosphere. Although there were only the two of them, the atmosphere was good. Fairy Shui didn't ask about Lin Feng's background. She drank a lot of wine and seemed to be drunk in the end. Her body fell into Lin Feng's embrace. However, Lin Feng supported Fairy Shui. Honey trap. It was useless to him, regardless of the reason. He let Fairy Shui use her honey trap. Lin Feng wouldn't beat her at her own game. I'm like a speck of dust in the mortal world. After a long time, I feel physically and mentally exhausted. I also want to find a good man. If young master doesn't mind, I'm willing to stay by your side and serve you well. Fairy Shui exhaled and said. Fairy. You're drunk. Sit down and rest for a while. You'll feel much better, Lin Feng said. He helped Fairy Shui sit down. 15 minutes later, Fairy Shui sobered up a lot. She said, Did I say something I shouldn't have when I was drunk? Said Lin Feng. That's not true. It's late at night. Fairy, it's time to go back. Fairy Shui said faintly, Then I'll go back first. I'll come back to drink with young master another day. All right, said Lin Feng nodding. Then, he saw Shui out. Won't you regret it? The demon lord teased. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. What kind of person did the demon lord think he was? He wasn't a casual person. Of course. It was just that sometimes, when he was casual, he might not be a person. After the third watch, 100 miles away from Sun City, there was only a trace of light. It was swallowed by darkness. Endless darkness. It covered heaven and earth. At the same time, in the darkness, blood clouds surged. The darkness eroded and the blood clouds arrived. However, late at night, everyone was resting, so no one noticed. And in the endless darkness, there were also bursts of eerie laughter. The temple in Yang City was an earth temple. The history of this earth temple was extremely long. Don't underestimate the earth temple. Many people thought that the earth god worshipped by the earth temple was just a low-level god in the era of titled gods. But this understanding was wrong. First of all, the gods in the era of titled gods all had extraordinary origins. Which of the gods who could be titled didn't have great divine abilities? Second of all, the earth god was the god who controlled the land. The land referred to the land. Therefore, the earth god was also known as the earth god. The earth and the heavens were opposite. Think about how terrifying the heavenly Tao was. One could see how extraordinary the earth god was. Of course, there were many reasons why the earth god was looked down upon. The biggest reason was that some of the later generation scriptures distorted and vilified the earth god. Therefore, many people had a relatively wrong understanding of the earth god. The incense in the earth temple in Yang City was still flourishing. The earth temple emitted the power of divinity. That powerful force enveloped the entire Yang City within. When the dark erosion and blood clouds arrived, The statue in the earth temple actually sensed it. The statue of the earth god appeared. It was a tall earth god. This earth god was completely different from the short and timid earth god in the legends. The earth god in front of him was the real earth god. A great existence in the era of titled gods. Retreat, the earth god looked at the blood clouds and the dark erosion. A cold voice came from the blood clouds. The Lord who has been sleeping for countless years has awakened. Curse him. Destroy the temple. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of curse light swept out from the blood cloud. The curse light swept directly onto the earth god's body. The earth god's body. It immediately trembled violently as if it was uncontrollably. Why did he wake up? The earth god said in horror. However, the earth god didn't get the answer he wanted to know. His body collapsed in the next moment. And the statue in the earth temple. After the earth god's body crumbled, numerous cracks appeared on its body. The statue cracked. With a bang, it shattered into pieces. The idol was the core of the temple. Now, the statue was broken. Earth temple. It would be difficult to protect Yang City anymore. What happened? Many people were alarmed and rushed out one after another to look outside. Everyone saw the blood cloud in the sky. He saw the dark erosion flying over from afar. In the end, darkness erosion surrounded Yang City. The blood-red cloud enveloped Sun City. Find that thing. Yi Futian muttered. A bone-chilling voice came from the depths of the darkness. Terrifying existences walked out one after another. These existences were all existences that came out from the boundless ghost sand. They had been hiding in the darkness for a long time. Now, they walked out from the darkness. They entered Yang City. The terrifying creatures of the endless ghost sand are here, break through. Break through quickly. Countless people cried out in horror. The creatures in the endless ghost sand represented death and disaster. But no one expected that. The creatures in the endless ghost sand had broken through Yang City's defenses. This made everyone extremely puzzled. It wasn't as if the creatures from the endless ghost sand hadn't come to Yang City before. However, waves of creatures from the endless ghost sand had tried to break through Yang City's defenses but failed in the end. This time, how did they succeed? Roar. Roar. A low roar resounded through the clouds. The terrifying creatures started a massacre in Yang City. The creatures in the endless ghost sand were too terrifying. They weren't something that ordinary cultivators could fight against. As a result, the current Yang City was simply like Azura hell. A large number of cultivators were massacred. Corpses were everywhere. Some cultivators who rushed out of Yang City were instantly swallowed by the dark erosion. Their bodies turned into white bones in the blink of an eye. His flesh and blood had been eaten by some terrifying creature. After seeing this scene, many people chose to break through from the sky. Huff. Huff. Huff, a powerful devouring force surged out from the blood-red cloud. A large number of cultivators were swallowed by the blood-red cloud. The dark erosion surrounded Yang City while the blood-red cloud sealed the void. The division of labor was extremely clear. The dark erosion and the blood-red cloud wanted to trap and kill everyone. The scene in front of them was simply despairing. Where is the thing? Where is the thing? One after another, the terrifying creatures roared loudly as they slaughtered their way through. What are they looking for? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. These creatures in the endless ghost sand came with such a large force. They were actually here to look for something. Could it be, who was it? Could it be that these creatures in the endless ghost sand were coveting something? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. But he didn't have time to think about this now. He knew how terrifying the blood-red cloud and the dark erosion were. He had to leave quickly. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dangerous. Boom! A terrifying creature appeared. It was a thunderbird surrounded by thunderbolts. It contained 100,000 godly thunders as it moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw this thunderbird show its power before. He had killed many experts. Now, he was targeted by this thunderbird. Facing the thunderbird's attack, Lin Feng directly punched out with the supreme reincarnation fist. Bang! Lightning exploded. Lin Feng came in front of the Thunderbird and grabbed its neck. Then, he exerted force with both hands. Poochie. The Thunderbird's neck was forcefully torn off by Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept the Thunderbird's corpse because there must be a crystal in this creature's corpse. He quickly flew outside. From afar, Lin Feng saw a group of people from the Nine Saints Immortal sect being attacked by a creature in the Endless Ghosts Inn. It was a scorpion race creature with 9 tails. It was an extremely rare 9-tailed devil scorpion. The 9-tailed devil scorpion forced the group of people from the Nine Saints Immortal sect into a miserable state. Poochie! 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 The scorpion tails directly pierced through the chests of the cultivators from the Nine Saints Immortal sect. Those cultivators. They died on the spot. The 2 experts from the Nine Saints Immortal sect, Lu Tanshan and Fang Qingyue, were also injured. These people couldn't hold on for long. They were definitely going to die. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Lu Tanshan had poured wine for him before. His posture was very humble. Lin Feng felt that Lu Tanshan was a good person. So, Lin Feng planned to help these people. He took out the black dragon sword and flew over with it. The 9-tailed devil scorpion's senses were very strong. The 9 scorpion tails stabbed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He dodged the 9 scorpion tails and arrived in front of the 9-tailed devil scorpion's head. The black dragon sword directly pierced through the 9-tailed devil scorpion's head. "Thank you, young master, for saving us." Seeing that it was Lin Feng who saved everyone, Lu Tan and the others hurriedly thanked him. And Lu Tan himself thought to himself, "My perception is indeed not wrong. Although this young master is young, his cultivation is powerful." As for Fang Qingyue and the others, they were extremely shocked and moved. Lin Feng stabbed a creature in the Endless Ghost Sand to death with a single sword. This battle strength was a bit too terrifying. "Follow me." Lin Feng kept the 9-tailed demon scorpion into the mountain and river ring, and then said in a deep voice. He flew towards the outside. Compared to the blood cloud, Lin Feng preferred to face the dark erosion. Although, the dark erosion was also incomparably terrifying. However, Lin Feng had a way to restrain the dark erosion. But Lin Feng did not have a way to restrain the blood cloud. Fortunately, that huge and terrifying creature did not come this time. If that guy came, it would be too terrifying. To anyone, it would be a huge disaster. A disaster that was enough to make people despair. But now, there was still hope of escaping. Everyone followed Lin Feng and quickly rushed outside. Not long after, Lin Feng heard 2 screams. He saw Zhong Haimei, Nangong Lingbing, Li Qixuan, and Zhang Yunshan. In order to protect Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing, Li Qixuan and Zhang Yunshan were pierced through by the sharp claws of a terrifying creature. They let out mournful screams. Senior brother, the 2 girls' faces were as pale as paper. Seeing their 2 senior brothers die tragically because of them, their hearts were filled with grief. The terrifying creature that killed Li Qixuan and Zhang Yunshan was a ghost-faced bear. Ghost-faced bear was about the same size as a black bear, but its face was not the face of a bear clan. It was the face of a devil. It was incomparably ugly. With just a glance, it made people feel as if they had fallen into a boundless purgatory. After the ghost-faced bear swallowed Li Qixuan and Zhang Yunshan, it quickly charged towards Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing. The 2 girls were quickly caught up. Ghost-faced bear's huge claws slapped towards the 2 girls. The aura of death enveloped their bodies, and the 2 girls were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their faces were filled with despair. Slash! At this critical moment, Lin Feng arrived and slashed at the ghost-faced bear with the black dragon sword in his hand. Roar! The ghost-faced bear roared at Lin Feng and swung its huge claws at Lin Feng. With a loud bang, Lin Feng and the ghost-faced bear collided. He was actually sent flying by the ghost-faced bear. The ghost-faced bear was simply too powerful. However, Lin Feng did not cower. He charged at the ghost-faced bear again. The ghost-faced bear's roar shook the heavens. Its huge claws once again slapped towards Lin Feng. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. At this moment, Lin Feng split into 3. As for the other two Lin Feng, one of them took out 3 stone swords, while the other took out the Hell King's bell. The Hell King bell vibrated and emitted a terrifying sound wave attack. This kind of sound wave attack could affect the spiritual consciousness of the target. The ghost-faced bear was also affected. It shook its huge head, trying to make itself clearer. The ghost-faced bear had already sensed the existence of the other two Lin Feng. A defensive light shield condensed from ghost chi appeared around his body to protect him. The ghost-faced bear was truly powerful. It had many shocking methods. The ghost-faced bear ignored the 2 clones of Lin Feng. It continued to attack Lin Feng ferociously. In the ghost-faced bear's eyes, as long as it killed Lin Feng, then Lin Feng's 2 clones would automatically dissipate. They would no longer be a threat to it. Clang, Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and clashed with the ghost-faced bear's claws again. The black dragon sword was blocked by the ghost-faced bear's left claw. The ghost-faced bear's reaction was extremely fast. It grabbed the black dragon sword and slapped at Lin Feng with its other claw. However, at this moment, the ghost-faced bear felt pain in its chest. It lowered its head and saw 3 stone swords piercing through its chest. The ghost-faced bear thought that it could block the attack of Lin Feng's clones with its defensive light shield. But until now, the ghost-faced bear realized how wrong it was. Lin Feng's clones might not be able to unleash 100% of Lin Feng's battle strength, but they could unleash 90% of Lin Feng's battle strength. The 1 chi into 3 pure ones was powerful in this aspect. There were many magical powers that could create clones. But those clones created by magical powers could unleash 10% or 20% of the original body's strength. Unlike the 1 chi into 3 pure ones, which could unleash 90% of the battle strength at least. If Lin Feng's condition was outstanding, he could even unleash close to the original body's battle strength. In addition to underestimating the battle strength of Lin Feng's clones, the ghost-faced bear also underestimated the power of the 3 stone swords. This was one of the most terrifying combined magic treasures since ancient times. Although after the 36 stone swords were separated, the power of these stone swords was greatly reduced. But that was relative to when the 36 stone swords were together. But in reality, the power of these stone swords was still incomparably terrifying. The attack power of Lin Feng's clones using the 3 stone swords was extremely shocking. Therefore, the 3 stone swords pierced through the ghost-faced bear's defensive light shield without much difficulty. Then, the 3 stone swords pierced into the ghost-faced bear's body. Lin Feng also kept the ghost-faced bear into the mountain river ring. He kept the 3 stone swords and the Hell King bell. The 2 clones dissipated. Then, he quickly rushed outside. The rest of the people followed closely behind Lin Feng and rushed outside. There were also some cultivators that Lin Feng did not know. When they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, they also followed behind Lin Feng and rushed outside. Hundreds of people gathered around Lin Feng in a short period of time. Even Fairy Shui led a portion of her subordinates to meet up with Lin Feng. But there were so many of them. The target was very big. They were attacked by more than a dozen terrifying creatures. By the time they broke out of the encirclement and arrived outside the city, more than half of them were dead or injured. There were still more than 200 people left. The darkness outside is very terrifying, devouring all life. A cultivator said with a trembling voice. It's fine, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The reason why he brought so many people was because he might be able to use them when breaking out of the encirclement. Because no one knew what was going on in the darkness. The more people there were, the higher the chances of breaking out. Follow me into the darkness, let's charge out, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Then, he took out the powerful Xianxia treasure. That Xianxia treasure floated in midair, and the Buddha light that it emitted protected everyone within it. Then, under Lin Feng's lead, everyone rushed into the darkness. Just as they entered the darkness, an extremely terrifying force surged over, wanting to devour a group of people. However, that terrifying force was blocked by the Buddhist light that fell from the Xianxia. Seeing that this Xianxia had withstood the terrifying power surging in the darkness, everyone couldn't help but show joy on their faces. This Xianxia was really extraordinary. Its divinity was powerful. Everyone's confidence in being able to escape greatly increased. Lin Feng led the way in front. He knew the power of the Xianxia. However, Lin Feng still looked tense. Because Lin Feng knew how terrifying the dark erosion was. Now they were inside the dark erosion. If they weren't careful, God knew what terrible things would happen. Waves of gloomy and terrifying aura spread. In the darkness, there seemed to be some terrifying creatures entrenched. And now, those terrifying creatures were staring at them. Lin Feng didn't see those terrifying creatures. However, he had an intuition. Lin Feng's intuition told him that such a terrifying existence must be lurking in the darkness. Therefore, Lin Feng felt a strong sense of urgency and crisis in his heart now. He had to speed up. Leave the area enveloped by the dark erosion. Only in this way could they get out of danger. Everyone's speed was very fast. However, the area enveloped by the dark erosion was too large. Therefore, the group of people couldn't leave the area enveloped by the dark erosion in time. This situation was naturally extremely bad for Lin Feng and the others. The longer they stayed in the dark erosion, the worse it would be. Because the dark erosion, it would gradually figure out the actual situation of Lin Feng and the others. When the time came, once the attack was launched, it would inevitably cause a lot of casualties. Walala sound suddenly resounded. That sound. It seemed to be the sound of chains colliding. Lin Feng had seen the dark erosion several times. However, until now, he didn't know what secrets were hidden in the dark erosion. He didn't even know what was in the dark erosion. This was the dark erosion. It was too terrifying. And it was full of unknowns. Be careful, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone's expression couldn't help but become slightly solemn. But thinking of the protection of the Xianxia treasure, his tense mood relaxed a little. Clatter, clatter, the sound of chains colliding was heard again. A chain flew over from the darkness. The Buddha's light intertwined and blocked the chain. And the Buddha's light caused damage to the chain. The surface of the chain actually burned. However, at this time, dense runes appeared on the surface of the chain. Those runes were very powerful and dissolved the damage caused by the Buddha's light to the chain. In the end, the chain retracted back into the dark erosion. The Xianxia is really powerful, someone said. He let out a long breath. Seeing the Xianxia, he couldn't help smiling. The Xianxia's powers many people. Everyone could rely on this Xianxia. The group continued to move forward in the darkness. His speed was pushed to the limit. But they still couldn't get out. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. He felt as if he had fallen into an illusion. He wandered back and forth in the darkness. He couldn't get out too far. But when Lin Feng sensed it carefully, he found that it wasn't an illusion. He tried to break the illusion with the sky demon Snake's Eye, but he failed in the end. True and false. The dark erosion is so terrifying. This is troublesome. Lin Feng's expression became solemn. He felt that the situation was very bad. The dark erosion trapped them in the illusion, but they couldn't find a way to get out. Little friend, isn't the situation a little wrong? Lu Tanshan was a fifth-layer holy emperor after all. He also felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but say, said Lin Feng nodding. We're probably trapped in an illusion. It's an illusion created by the dark corrosion. It's extremely terrifying. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed abruptly. We've been walking for so long. Have we been walking aimlessly? What do we do now? How can we get out of the illusion? If we can't get out of the illusion, we won't be trapped in the dark erosion, right? Many cultivators discussed. Their faces were very pale. The dark erosion made them feel terrified. I have something here, but I don't know if it will be useful at this moment. At this moment, a cultivator said. After hearing this cultivator's words, everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. Lin Feng asked. What is it? A puppet rat. The cultivator said. Then, he took out a small black mouse. However, this small black mouse wasn't made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was made of special materials. What's the use of this puppet rat? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The cultivator said, the puppet rat is refined with a secret method. It can sense very weak auras. When we first entered the dark erosion, we definitely weren't pulled into the illusion. It must have been at a certain time that we fell into the illusion. I can let the puppet rat sense our auras. Perhaps it can rely on its sensing of our auras to bring us out of the illusion. Our auras will gradually dissipate with the passage of time. There's no time to lose. Let the puppet rat give it a try. Lin Feng said. Okay. The cultivator nodded. Then, he said something to the puppet rat. The puppet rat directly jumped to the ground and kept sniffing the surrounding auras with its nose. Finally, the puppet rat determined the location. Then, the puppet rat ran forward. The puppet rat's speed was extremely fast. Lin Feng and the others followed closely behind. This puppet rat is actually so magical? Many people were extremely surprised. Under the puppet rat's lead, Lin Feng and the others actually walked out of the illusion. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. However, as soon as they walked out of the illusion, they heard a sinister and terrifying laughter. In the darkness, there seemed to be a terrifying existence beside them. Ah! A cultivator let out a loud roar. Something terrifying happened. Several cultivators who let out a loud roar turned into ugly werewolves. Then, those cultivators who had turned into ugly werewolves. They directly pounced on the surrounding cultivators. Puff! Puff! One cultivator after another was killed by those cultivators who had turned into ugly werewolves. Kill them! Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Everyone hurriedly attacked. They killed all the cultivators who had turned into werewolves. However, at this moment, a sinister voice came from the darkness. It was an extremely ancient language. Lin Feng and the others couldn't understand it clearly. At this moment, many people let out painful roars. Their bodies were about to turn into werewolves. Even Lin Feng felt that his body was about to turn into a werewolf. Curse, the other party was chanting an incantation, activating an extremely terrifying werewolf curse. An unknown existence had activated the curse. Basically, everyone would find it difficult to resist this curse. This was the most terrifying thing. Lin Feng now had a new understanding of how dangerous the dark erosion was. Facing the danger of the dark erosion, no one could underestimate it. Or else, they would die without a burial place. Lin Feng saw that the people around him were transforming into werewolves. It was the same for himself. He had to dispel the curse. Or else, everyone would not have a good ending. Fortunately, Lin Feng had mastered the Tao of Destiny. At this critical moment, Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. In front of the great Tao of Destiny, even the most bizarre Tao of Curse will lose its effect. As Lin Feng finished chanting, waves of terrifying fluctuations swept across heaven and earth. The Tao of Destiny condensed the power of destiny. When the power of destiny descended, it instantly destroyed the power of curse that enveloped everyone. The Tao of Destiny. It was the most powerful, greatest, and most sacred Tao. The Tao of Destiny could break all laws. This point, no other grand Tao could compare to the grand Tao of Destiny. After breaking the power of curse, Lin Feng did not stop. He continued to chant the incantation. When the power of destiny descends, the curse hidden in the darkness will definitely be punished by the Tao of Destiny. Bang! When Lin Feng finished chanting, a large amount of power of destiny descended from the sky and instantly bombarded the darkness. Screech! An incomparably shrill scream could be heard. In the darkness, the terrifying creature that activated the werewolf curse suffered a heavy blow. Die! Lin Feng locked onto the location of that existence and summoned 3 stone swords with all his might. Whoosh! 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 The 3 stone swords slashed toward that terrifying existence as fast as lightning. Puff! 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 A tearing sound could be heard. Soon after, the news spread. Is he dead? Many people cried out in alarm. Roar, but at this moment an angry roar was heard. That existence wasn't dead, but it should have been heavily injured by Lin Feng. The 3 stone swords returned and were put away by Lin Feng. Let's go, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He chose a direction. He quickly flew over. The rest of the people followed closely behind. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of flapping wings resounded in the darkness. It sounded like a moth darting into a flame. At the very beginning, the sound wasn't particularly obvious, but it soon became extremely obvious. It was as if an endless swarm of insects was charging towards them. Be careful, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Just as he finished speaking, a swarm of black insects flew over. Those black bugs were the size of a thumb and looked like a piece of black iron the size of a thumbnail. Although the black bugs weren't big, they had hundreds of claws. It was extremely strange. When the dense swarm of black bugs enveloped the defensive light shield formed by the Buddhist treasure Xianxia, those black bugs began to gnaw at the defensive light shield formed by the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. The Buddhist treasure Xianxia was extremely harmful to the black bugs. Because when the Buddhist light shone on those black bugs, a large number of them directly died. But there were too many of them. And these black bugs were completely fearless as they gnawed at the light shield formed by the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. Under the gnawing of these black bugs, the defensive light shield formed by the Buddhist treasure Xianxia became thinner and thinner. After seeing this scene, everyone's face revealed a horrified expression. What exactly was this black bug? They could actually gnaw at the light shield formed by the Buddhist light. There were so many of them. So it was completely unrealistic to want to completely exterminate these black bugs. Now, Lin Feng and the others could only do before the defensive light shield formed by the Xianxia was destroyed by the black bugs. They could smoothly get out of the dark erosion. As long as they could get out, they could get out of danger. The group didn't pay attention to those black bugs. Under the protection of the Xianxia, everyone quickly rushed out. Finally, they saw a glimmer of light. The darkness eroded the light outside. We're about to rush out, many people's eyes couldn't help but light up. Now, they were not far from rushing out of the dark erosion. Everyone pushed their speed to the limit. But they still failed. Before the defensive light shield formed by the Buddhist light was destroyed, they couldn't successfully rush out of the dark erosion. The dense swarm of black bugs directly destroyed the defensive light shield formed by the Buddhist light. Then, the black bugs swarmed towards them. Many cultivators took out their magic treasures. Under the protection of their magic treasures, they rushed out. Because there was only a short distance left. As long as they could rush out, they could get out of danger. But those black bugs were too terrifying. Many people were surrounded by the black bugs on the way. The black bugs directly gnawed their defensive magic treasures full of holes. Those defensive magic treasures were damaged. And those cultivators were instantly drowned by the dense swarm of black bugs. The black bugs completely devoured the cultivators surrounded by them. Not even their bones were left. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He took out the ruler's armor. Under the protection of the ruler's armor, he temporarily blocked the attacks of these black bugs. The most important thing now was not to fight against these black bugs, but to quickly leave the dark erosion. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a cold aura surging from behind. He looked behind him and saw a terrifying creature appear. That terrifying creature had a human body, a wolf's head, a dragon's tail, a pair of huge wings and sharp claws. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. Its body was pierced through with 3 bloody holes, and blood was still flowing out. That terrifying creature slapped at Lin Feng with its claws. Lin Feng was shocked. This terrifying creature must be the terrifying existence that activated the curse earlier. Its curse had been broken by Lin Feng's great destiny technique, and it had been injured by Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. This terrifying existence had been following him all this time. Lin Feng wanted to use the heaven patching technique to dodge this attack, but he found that a strange curse power was suppressing him. He couldn't use the heaven patching technique, and that terrifying creature's attack had already arrived. A muffled bang was heard. That terrifying attack directly hit Lin Feng's chest. Receiving this terrifying attack, Lin Feng was sent flying. In the air. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was wearing the ruler's armor, but he was still injured by it. Damn it, this monster is injured so badly, but it's still so powerful. Lin Feng was extremely depressed. It seemed like this monster hated him to the core. That's why it chased after him. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. The most important thing right now is to run. After Lin Feng was sent flying by the monster, he turned around and ran. If he can't win, he'll run. This is Lin Feng's usual style. A man knows when to yield and when not. This is especially true in the world of cultivators. A moment of forbearance is for a future eruption. Lowly creature, you can't escape. Void of death ripple. Suddenly, that terrifying creature launched an extremely terrifying attack on Lin Feng. The surrounding void. Ripples spread out from the shockwaves. Every ripple contained a bone-chilling power of death. Some cultivators were touched by the power of death. Those cultivators' bodies immediately turned into dried corpses. Seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. This power of death is too terrifying, isn't it? It directly deprived that cultivator of his lifespan. Anyone who saw this kind of attack would feel their hair stand on end. At the very beginning, Lin Feng's expression was also very serious. But soon, Lin Feng showed a relaxed expression. In the past, he refined an eye of death into his left eye. Eye of death. It can reflect the power of death. And this power of death can deprive the life of all cultivators. The attack of this terrifying creature that came out of the endless ghost sand. Almost exactly the same. Lin Feng activated the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death shot out beams of light, which collided with the surging power of death in the surroundings. In the end, two types of power of death. Both of them were destroyed. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a happy expression. Sure enough, it was as he guessed. The Eye of Death really dispelled this terrifying creature's attack. South. After dispelling this attack, Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world and pushed his speed to the limit, quickly rushing into the distance. It was only at this moment that the terrifying creature returned to its senses. It couldn't believe that Lin Feng was able to block its attack. It roared furiously and chased after Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was the first to move. His speed was too fast. He rushed out of the dark erosion as fast as lightning. I'm finally out, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. This was not a place to stay for long. He quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng saw more people rushing out. He just didn't know if Lu Tanshan, Fairy Shui, Zhong Haimei, Nangong Lingbing, and the others had also escaped alive. This was especially true for Fairy Shui, Zhong Haimei, and Nangong Lingbing. They were all top-notch beauties. If he died here, what a pity. However, everyone has their own destiny. If they really died here, it could only be said that this was their fate. A terrifying aura filled the air. In the dark erosion, terrifying creatures constantly rushed out to chase after the cultivators who escaped. The monster that attacked Lin Feng also chased after Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had already run somewhere. In the distance, Lin Feng stood on a mountain peak and looked in the direction of Sun City. Sun City was shrouded in dark erosion and blood clouds. In addition to the dark erosion and blood clouds, there were also so many terrifying endless ghost sand creatures. Sun City. It was completely over. I saw cultivators being devoured by the dark erosion. Those cultivators who were devoured instantly turned into skeletons. I don't know what devoured their flesh and blood, but this time, we don't seem to have encountered such a situation. I don't know why. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the situation was very strange. The dark erosion only imprisoned Lin Feng and the others in an illusion. Later on, the creatures that attacked Lin Feng and the others were all creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand. It wasn't the dark erosion. If the dark erosion attacked Lin Feng and the others, it would be very difficult for them to escape from the dark erosion. If someone told Lin Feng that the dark erosion could bury immortals, Lin Feng didn't think it was a big deal. The dark erosion was indeed too terrifying. It was filled with countless mysteries. Anyone's expression would change when they heard it. Perhaps, it's dealing with the person who has that item, the demon lord said. You mean, the item that the creatures of the endless ghost sand are looking for? The person who has that item has also entered the dark erosion? Lin Feng said in surprise. Yes. The demon lord nodded. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed possible. If it wasn't for this reason, why did the dark erosion only use an illusion to trap them, and why didn't it attack them? For the creatures of the endless ghost sand to come so heavily, I really don't know what kind of treasure it is. Lin Feng couldn't help but be very curious. This, perhaps only the person who has that treasure and a few top existences in the endless ghost sand would know. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't leave, still waiting outside. When dawn arrived, the dark erosion quickly dissipated, and the blood clouds also quickly left. Only the broken ancient city was left. Lin Feng flew toward Yang City. When he arrived, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The bones in Yang City were piled up like a mountain. The cultivator's flesh and blood had been devoured. Only the bones were left. The creatures of the endless ghost sand were too terrifying. Everywhere they went, it would definitely cause a disaster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at that moment, someone flew over from afar. There were about 100 people in this group, each with a powerful aura. A few of them were powerful, and the aura they emitted was unfathomable. Lin Feng saw that this group of people seemed to be led by a female cultivator. The female cultivator was tall and slender. She wore a long skirt, which completely revealed her graceful and moving figure. With such a perfect figure, she must have a beautiful face. But unfortunately, the woman was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. Young miss. There's someone over there. A cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. Call him over. The woman said, her voice was extremely gentle and pleasant. Yes. The cultivator replied. Then he flew towards Lin Feng. Brat. Come with me. My master has something to ask you. The cultivator looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression and spoke with an unquestionable tone. This was the aura of a superior. This person was definitely not a mortal. Lin Feng snorted disdainfully. Brat. How dare you? I told you to go over. Go over. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Are you asking for a beating? The cultivator looked at Lin Feng coldly, as if he would immediately teach Lin Feng a lesson if Lin Feng dared to say no again. Is this the attitude of asking questions? Since when did a dog slave dare to call himself I? Lin Feng pursed his lips and said. He emphasized the words dog slave. Obviously, he was deliberately reminding this cultivator that he was just someone else's slave. However, in reality, this cultivator's identity was extremely extraordinary. If word got out, there was probably no one in the bitter cold state who didn't know about it. Brat, you'll end up in a miserable state if you talk too much. The cultivator closed in on Lin Feng, as if he wanted to attack Lin Feng. Tian Meng. Don't make things difficult for this young master. It was indeed our fault for being rude first. At this moment, the woman flew over. The rest of the people also flew over with her. Over 100 strong cultivators were looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way, each and every one of them looked ice cold. Naturally, they heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Tian Meng. A young cultivator like Lin Feng actually did not know how to appreciate favors. This made these people who were usually high and mighty couldn't help but want to kill him. In the world of cultivators, it was such a reality. They could kill someone at the slightest disagreement. This kind of thing. It was really common. Yes. Miss. Although Tian Meng really wanted to humiliate and torture Lin Feng, he did not dare to disobey the woman's orders. Therefore, after hearing the woman's words, he retreated to the side. Who are you? Why are you in Yang City? The woman asked. Who are you? Why are you in Yang City? Lin Feng asked back. Tianming said coldly. Brat. My miss is asking you a question, not the other way around. Don't fail to appreciate her kindness. Lin Feng said indifferently. I'm talking to your Mississippi. You're just a servant. Do you have the right to interrupt? Lin Feng's ability to ridicule others was naturally the best in the world. Hearing Lin Feng use the title of servant to ridicule him again, Tianming was so angry that his entire body was trembling. If it wasn't for his miss not to make a move, he would have already made a move. Young master, why do you have to ridicule others like this? The woman said. When did I ridicule others? Lin Feng replied indifferently. At first, no one realized what was going on. But soon, everyone reacted. He also understood what Lin Feng meant. When did he ridicule? Obviously, he was saying that the person he was insulting was not human. Lin Feng was cursing Tianming. If one's IQ was not high enough, I think you should let your subordinates do it. Suppress this kid. Miss doesn't need to ask him anything. Directly use the soul-searching technique on this kid. Then you can know everything you want to know. Tianming said, looking fiercely at Lin Feng. That's right. This kid doesn't want face. Then there's no need to continue giving him face. Some cultivators echoed. Lin Feng sneered. These people were really self-righteous. Although they were powerful. Except for that woman. Lin Feng didn't care about the others at all. The woman said, it's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a fuss. Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why their miss stopped them. They thought that they knew their miss quite well. Their miss was definitely not a person who would suffer losses. Moreover, she couldn't bear to see her subordinates suffer losses. Therefore, at this time, she would usually take counterattack. But today, their miss didn't do so. It was very strange. And this kid in front of them was at the Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age. He was indeed talented. But so what, no matter how talented he was, his cultivation time was too short. He didn't grow. Everything was for naught. Wasn't it easy to deal with this kid, but they didn't dare to disobey the orders of their Mississippi. Especially Tianming. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but could only endure it. Lin Feng said impatiently. What do you want to ask? Hurry up and ask. If you don't, I'm leaving. Did you see what happened yesterday? The woman asked. Lin Feng said. I saw it. I witnessed the entire process. Can you tell me a little? The woman asked. Lin Feng revealed a playful smile and said. Why? The woman said, we can pay you a certain amount of compensation. Lin Feng said, there's no need for compensation. How about this? Take off your veil. Let me see what you look like. Kid. How dare you be rude to my miss? You're courting death. A group of cultivators glared at Lin Feng. They couldn't wait to take out their spiked clubs and smash Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng said indifferently, it's rare to see you ask someone about something with such an attitude. Don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll fall sooner or later. A cultivator said fiercely, shouldn't you be saying this to yourself? Am I arrogant? I'm not. Even if I'm arrogant, I have the right to be arrogant. Lin Feng said with a matter-of-fact expression. An immortal emperor dares to say that you have the right to be arrogant? Who gave you such confidence? Tianming sneered. All right. Everyone, please stop talking so much. Since young master wants to see my appearance. It's not impossible. But after seeing it. Young master, please tell me everything you know. The woman said. Of course. I'm a person. I always keep my word. Lin Feng said indifferently. The woman nodded. Then she took off her veil. Then, a delicate face was revealed. It was a face so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a poem. It could describe this woman's appearance and temperament. A cool breeze gently swayed her jade sleeves, and her skirt slanted, revealing a golden lotus. Her eyebrows were like jade feathers, and her skin was like mutton fat. Her face was lined with peach blossom petals, and her hair was piled with golden phoenix silk. Her eyes were clear and enchanting. The slender and charming spring bamboo shoots. The slanted red silk floated beautifully. The high hairpin and jade pearls shone brightly. Looking back with a smile, she was so charming that the 6 palaces paled in comparison. Such a beautiful face was really enough to make people fall head over heels for her. TSK, could you be that Meng Bingling? Lin Feng thought of the lord of Yang City, Meng Bingling. It was rumored that her cultivation was powerful, and she was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal woman. It seemed to be related to this woman in front of him. It was quite fitting. I'm not Meng Bingling, the woman said. Then she put on the veil again, covering her peerless face. Then, he said, please tell us what happened yesterday. Lin Feng said, the creatures in the endless ghost sand surrounded Yang City under the lead of the blood cloud and the dark erosion. Then, they launched an attack on Yang City. Countless people died tragically. And those terrifying creatures seemed to be looking for something. Because they kept asking, where is the thing? Where is the thing? Naturally, the expression on the woman's face could not be hidden from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised. Could it be that? This woman. Did she know what those creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand were looking for, or else? Why would she show such an expression? Lin Feng had always felt that woman. It was very likely that she really knew about this. However, Lin Feng did not ask her. Because Lin Feng knew that even if he asked, this woman would definitely not tell him. Rather than that, it was better not to ask, that's all I know. I'll tell you everything, Lin Feng said. Good. Thank you very much, the woman said. Lin Feng waved at the woman and then flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. After Lin Feng left, Tian Meng asked in confusion. Young mistress, why are you so polite to that brat? Is that brat worthy? Tian Meng hated Lin Feng so much that he gritted his teeth. Moreover, he did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. In his opinion, it was too easy to deal with Lin Feng. It was simply a piece of cake. However, he could not understand why his young mistress would stop him from dealing with Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had left, Tian Meng was finally able to ask the question in his heart. He is not an ordinary person, the woman said. Tian Meng said that Brat's lifespan seems to have just passed 100 years, but he has already cultivated to the immortal emperor realm. He is indeed not an ordinary person. In addition, he is a human cultivator, which is even more difficult. However, his realm is still there. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with him, right? Tian Meng was a proud person. And he was indeed powerful. Therefore, he had this confidence. Perhaps, he is much more terrifying than I imagined, the woman said. Tian Meng did not directly refute the woman, so he did not say anything else. Meng Bingling should not be dead. Let's look for her. After we find her, we'll bring her here, the woman said. Yes, young mistress, everyone replied. Then, they separated. Then, they went to look for Meng Bingling's whereabouts. After Lin Feng left, he planned on finding the whereabouts of Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing. He wondered if the two of them were still alive. Lin Feng naturally hoped that the two were still alive. If such a peerless beauty were to perish, it would be unthinkable. What a pity. Furthermore, Lin Feng still had to rescue their master, Fairy Fan Zhen, with the two girls. This involved the possibility that Lin Feng might obtain the 4th type of hockey. Therefore, this was a very important matter for Lin Feng. On this day, Lin Feng arrived at an ancient town called Wangxian Town. The reason for this name was said to be because there was a river 30 li west of the ancient town called the Nile River. The Nile River was the largest river in the bitter cold state. As the river flowed down, there was a towering immortal stone. It was said that many people gained enlightenment from looking at that immortal stone. Therefore, this place attracted many people. Because of the immortal stone, the town was renamed Overlooking Immortal Town. After arriving at Overlooking Immortal Town, Lin Feng actually found clues about Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing. The two girls were also looking for Lin Feng, but they couldn't find Lin Feng. Therefore, they spent money at the Mercenary Association and let the mercenaries of the Mercenary Association spread the news that they were going to the imperial capital. They would wait for Lin Feng in the imperial capital. Every time they passed by a town, they would spend money to find the Mercenary Association to spread the news. And Lin Feng found out about this when he arrived at the first town. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. These two women were really bold. They weren't afraid of exposing themselves and being caught by their enemies. It seemed that their relationship with their master, Fairy Fanzhen, was indeed very deep. Or else they wouldn't take such a big risk to spread the news that they were going to the imperial capital. Lin Feng planned to go to the imperial capital to find the two girls. This place was rather far from the imperial capital of the divine kingdom of despair, and there were basically no space-time wormholes in the great heavenly sage world. Those space-time wormholes were only controlled by a limited number of top forces, and they could only be sent to certain limited routes. The reason why the space-time wormholes in the great heavenly sage world were so rare was because the laws of heaven and earth here were too powerful. It was very difficult to open a space-time wormhole in the void world constructed by such powerful laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, most of the time, they could only choose to fly. Before going to the imperial capital, Lin Feng planned to take a look at the immortal stone. Since the immortal stone was rumored to be so magical, there must be something special about it. Lin Feng rested in the ancient town for the next day, and then set off for the Nile River. When he arrived at the Nile River, Lin Feng was shocked. The Nile River was indeed too big. Width. One couldn't see the end of it. It was really inconceivable. It was very moving. Many people who came here were amazed at the width of the Nile River. Some people said that the widest part of the Nile River was 200 miles wide. Even in the narrower areas, it was still more than 20 miles wide. It was indeed the largest river in the bitter cold state. It was really shocking. There's a dragon palace in the Nile River, so the Nile River isn't calm. Someone said. This incident caused quite a stir. The dragon palace, in the eyes of many, was filled with a mythical aura. It can't be considered a real dragon palace. It said that its ancestor was a demonic flood dragon who obtained cultivation and transformed into a demonic dragon. Later on, it gradually multiplied and became more and more powerful. That's why the dragon palace was built. Another person said. However, no matter how the master of the Nile River Dragon Palace transformed, it had already become a force to be reckoned with. Those creatures were very terrifying. They weren't something that ordinary people could provoke. Cultivators look at the immortal stone. The Dragon Palace won't interfere. All these years, the Dragon Palace has been on good terms with many forces in the bitter cold state. An old man said. In the bitter cold state, other than the 9 top forces of the divine nation of despair, there were some other forces. However, these forces didn't occupy an orthodox position. The Nile River Dragon Palace was one of them. The creatures in the endless ghost sand were also one of them. Of course. The Nile River Dragon Palace was very different from the terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand. However, there were rumors. The ancestor of the Nile River Dragon Palace was related to the creatures in the endless ghost sand. However, no one could prove this. Moreover, the ancestor of the Nile River Dragon Palace had already fallen many years ago. It was even more difficult to verify the authenticity of these things. Although the Dragon Palace won't actively attack cultivators, there are many terrifying creatures in the Nile River that aren't bound by the Dragon Palace. Those terrifying creatures will attack cultivators. Therefore, if you want to look at the immortal stone, you have to take the giant ship built by the 9 top forces. Take the ship. A cultivator said. The immortal stone was located in a rather special place. The river was as wide as 199 miles. The immortal stone was located in the center. This place was very strange because the width of the Nile River involved the number 99. Moreover, it was said that for hundreds of millions of years, the Nile River had undergone drastic changes. This place had always been 199 miles wide. Nothing had ever changed. End of chapter 37:45. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.